Chapter 1, Cross the Douluo Continent. Awakening Goddess System. Xiaowu, Tang San, can you not bother us? I am Chu Qin's. Ning Rong Rong, where am I young? Zhu Zuking, even if I leave Shrek Academy, I cannot fall in love with Chu Qin. Chu Qin, Zuking. Can you stop clinging to me? Bibi Dong, it turns out that I was cheated. Qianrongxiu is not my daughter. Qianrongxiu, even if the dragon robe is added. Not as affectionate as Chu Qin in your eyes. Hulina, people are your little fox. Inscription. Tang Hao. The TV screen shows Douluo mainland. Bibi Dong revealed 9 spirit rings, which collided with Tang Hao's clear sky hammer body. Bibi Dong not only has a beautiful face, but also the proportions of his figure have reached the extreme, coupled with the look of looking at the world and the means of invincibility. At this moment, no matter who it is, I am afraid it will be overwhelmed by his face. Chu and Qin were also one of them. This Bibi Dong had something to do with a unique charm. Who invented the anime beauty? Each one is a level of perfection that real beauties can't reach. The key is that you can only look far away but not. Hey, if I can go to the Douluo continent, Chu Qin sighed, I must pick up these beauties one by one. Don't think Chu Qin is a senior nerd, but his appearance is very handsome. At the age of 16, he is 1.7 meters tall, has straight features, a sharp nose, big double eyelid eyes, and a handsome hairstyle with a little bit of stubbornness. This is definitely the male in the eyes of thousands of girls. The fact is the same, from childhood to childhood, has been sought after by countless girls. Ding! About to cross, Douluo continent. At this moment, a systematic mechanical prompt sounded in Chu Qin's mind. Hey? What sound? Before Chu Qin could react, the scenery around Chu Qin had completely disappeared. He came to a forest. Damn it! Seeing the disappearing computer, mobile phone, and a house with 1 bedroom and 2 halls with a large balcony, Chu Qin looked around tremblingly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for crossing to the Douluo continent. In Chu Qin's mind, the mechanical prompt sounded again. Who are you? Chu Qin asked in surprise. I am the Goddess System, the system replied. System? Douluo continent? Did I really cross it? Chu Qin became a little surprised. The senior otaku, such things as Chuanwen novels, didn't read 1,000 books, but also read 800 books. However, Chu Qin never dreamed that it was him who he passed through this time. Did you just say that you are a goddess system? Chu Qin asked tentatively, what are you doing? By completing designated tasks, get the favorability of the corresponding S-level goddess and system rewards. The goddess system replied. The S-level goddess of the Douluo continent, Bibi Dong, Guyuina, Hulina, Qianrongxiu, Zhu Zuking, Tang Yuehua, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rong Rong, Shui Binger, Bo Sixi, Meng Yan, Duguyan, Zhu Zuyun, Huo Wu, Yeleng Lian, Bingdi, Suidi, Ziji, Bridget, Swick, Bai Chen Xiang. For example, the first mission is released. Defeat Tang San, get Xiaowu's favorability 100%, rewards, Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Great Ape one-time use card. 1 Spirit Power Inner Alchemy. Soul Power Inner Core. Chu Qin asked in surprise. Host, shouldn't you be surprised by Xiaowu's 100% favorability, the system ruthlessly said. Indeed. Chu Qin slanted slightly at the corner of his mouth. System, I understand what you mean, it's just to keep me picking up girls, going to the harem, and improving my soul power by the way, right? Chu Qin replied cleverly. Not bad, the system replied, then may I ask the host, do you bind the goddess system? Bind. Must be bound. Chu Qin replied. This picking up girl is upgraded. Isn't it better than watching the house inheriting traditional craftsmanship at home, using vibrato, and watching bloggers? Ding! The goddess system is successfully bound. Ding! Congratulations on getting a gift package for system binding beginners. Is it open? I'm interested, open it. Chu Qin replied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 41st level spirit power, 4 evolvable spirit rings, a 100-year spirit ring, a 400-year spirit ring, a 1000-year spirit ring, and one of the 3 god-level martial spirits. What god-level martial soul? Chu Qin asked in surprise. The strongest attacker Wuhan Destroyer Spear System replied. Desperate Spear. Chu Qin said in a slight surprise. Yes, it has been detected that the host has obtained the Destroyer Spear. The property bar shows. Host, Chu Qin. First Wuhan, Destroyer Spear. The first Spirit Ring, a 100-year Spirit Ring, can evolve to 1,000,000 years. Second, 400-year Spirit Ring, can evolve up to 1,000,000 years. Third Spirit Ring, Millennium Spirit Ring, can evolve up to 1,000,000 years. Fourth Spirit Ring, 5,000 years of Spirit Ring, can evolve up to 1,000,000 years. Second Wuhan, Kong. Third Wuhan, Kong. Soul Power Level, Level 41. Harem, none. Slave, none. Summon, kill the gun. When Chu Qin's mind moved, a black spear suddenly came into his palm. The whole body of this gun is black, but on the outside of the gun body, there are some golden lines lingering around. The lines are like a golden dragon surrounding a beam and pillar, making the god of extinguisher look even more powerful and domineering. Sure enough, it's not a dream. Brother passed through. Chu Qin looked at the 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings slowly moving under his feet, and then looked at the fierce and domineering spear in his hand, and said with great excitement. Host, friendly reminder. The system prompt sounded again. The missions released by the Goddess system are all time limited. Please host within 1 month to obtain the Goddess Xiaowu. Also, the Goddess missions will be released continuously, and the host must all done. Otherwise, you will accept punishment that a man cannot bear. Punishment that men can't bear. When Chu Qin heard this, his body was shocked. This is completely on the thief ship. This won't work if you don't open the harem. However, Chu Qin likes it. Xiaowu. A beautiful figure appeared in Chu Qin's eyes. The man was wearing a pair of pink sleeve boots and a tight-fitting pink dress, standing on the cliff. Even Hao Yu was ashamed. Xiaowu, brother is here. Chu Qin suppressed a wretched smile. By the way, the system, where is this, the timeline? Chu Qin asked. Douluo Continent, Star Do Great Forest. Goddess Xiaowu's current age, 100,010 years old. 10 years old. Chu Qin frowned slightly, then she should stay with Tang San at Notting College. Tang San, Xiaowu belongs to me in this life. Chu Qin Zimei smiled. He will not do things that violate ethics and give people a cuckold, but Xiaowu is not Tang San's right now, and there is no relationship between them. It's everyone's right to play girlfriends fairly. Chapter 2, Tang San and Xiaowu. Of course, with the system, Chu Qin's competitiveness is so much stronger. Just as Chu Qin was so proud, suddenly, a very silky, snake-like creature emerged from the jungle and rushed out towards Chu Qin. Out of a kind of vigilance and survival instinct, Chu Qin waved his handgun, and slammed it directly at the creature. The creature seemed to be injured or too fragile, and was stunned in place by Chu Qin's shot. Chu Qin provoked the creature and saw that it was actually a cane. The rattan has a purple-black appearance, and the whole body exudes a shining brilliance. Because it was in the dense forest, Chu and Qin mistaken it for a snake. If it were in the real world, a cane could move flexibly like a snake, then Chu and Qin would be surprised. But this is the Douluo Continent, a bizarre and mysterious world, where the grass can be transformed into an adult, so there is nothing unusual. Who? At this moment, a clear voice rang out in Chu Qin's ears. Something made of iron is coming towards Chu and Qin. Suddenly, Chu Qin's pupil shrank, and he provoked the miraculous spear to open the flying iron weapon. Ding! Under Chu Qin's spear, the iron tool pierced into the big tree on the side in an instant. Chu Qin looked intently, and it was actually an iron flying needle. Someone wants to harm me. Chu Qin frowned. At the same time, there were two more air-breaking sounds, and a man and a woman were seen flying out of the jungle, and Ping Shaluyan generally fell in front of Chu Qin. This man and a woman are roughly equivalent to the appearance of a human being in the real world at 14 or 5 years old. Both of them are wearing blue school uniforms. The male looks well formed. It is not very handsome, but it is not particularly ugly. His skin shows a healthy wheat color, and some secular things can be clearly seen in his pupils. Appearance. And the woman, similar to the man, is about 1.6 meters tall, looks very delicate and pleasant, with her hair combed into a scorpion braid. Her skin is smooth and delicate, and her figure is very soft and graceful. Her legs are protruding and curved. The most beautiful are her legs. Because she is a woman, her school uniform looks like a long skirt. The two pairs of ice jade-like legs are exposed, and they are paired with leather-like boots. It feels like a woman walking out of the painting. The age and appearance of Douluo continent is different from that in the real world. Chu Qin, a 16-year-old man on Douluo continent, looks like an 11 or 12-year-old. At first glance, Tang San Xiaowu and Chu Qin seem to be the same age. In other words, the people of Douluo mainland and Tang San Xiaowu in front of them looked more mature. But on closer inspection, Chu Qin was obviously more stable than Tang San, and too handsome. Xiaowu, Tang San. Chu Qin's eyes lit up. Especially Xiaowu, herself is a bit more beautiful than in anime. Yes, this Douluo continent is not in vain. And when Xiaowu saw Chu Qin, her pupils turned slightly. Chu Qin looked very handsome, throwing out several levels of Tang San on the side. It can be said that the entire Nodding City and even the Heaven Do Empire, it is difficult to see such a man. At this moment, Xiaowu also noticed Chu Qin's gaze, her eyes met, and neither of them spoke. Chu Qin was going to say hello to Xiaowu. However, Tang San on the side noticed Chu Qin's eyes, and a cold voice sounded, "Brother, we saw this ghost vine first. We have been chasing him for a long time, can you give it to us?" When Chu Qin heard this, his heart was slightly angry. Originally, Tang San was his rival in love, and he couldn't be merciless when dealing with rivals in love. What's more, if Tang San's dart hadn't been blocked by Chu Qin just now, this handsome face that fascinated thousands of young girls might have lost its appearance. So Chu Qin said to Tang San with a cold face, "Why do you prove that it is you? This ghost vine was injured by the dean of our Nodding College. I wanted to give it the final blow. I didn't expect it to pretend to be seriously injured and took the opportunity to escape." Tang San replied. "How to prove?" Chu Qin asked contemptuously. "This ghost vine originally belonged to the third brother," Xiaowu said from the side. "Well, you Xiaowu, you are actually helping outsiders to speak," Chu Qin secretly said in his heart. However, it is understandable that Xiaowu prefers Tang San at this time. It's not easy for someone in their 30s to abduct an unworldly little loli. In this case, let's speak with strength. Chu Qin replied. "Are you fighting?" "Okay, I'll do it," Xiaowu replied. How could Chu Qin beat his future wife, deliberately mocking, pointing at Tang San and saying, "You are a man, do you want a woman to do it?" Hearing this, Tang San was slightly irritated instantly. "Xiaowu, let me come." Tang San immediately stood up and said, "This kind of unreasonable person, don't dirty your hands." Chu Qin's temper rose slightly, and he secretly said in his heart, "Oh, Tang San, when I defeat you, Xiaowu will be mine. I will show my affection to Xiaowu in front of you, and I won't be angry with you." Seeing Chu Qin's gradually strange eyes, Tang San felt very uncomfortable. "My name is Tang San, dare to report my name?" Tang San asked Chu Qin. "Chu Qin. It is good." As soon as the voice fell, Tang San moved instantly, and the only yellow spirit ring under his feet lit up, like a gust of wind, blowing towards Chu and Qin. However, Tang San was fast, and in front of Chu Qin, who had a spirit power of 41, he was as slow as an ant. "Come on, I don't need Wuhan." I saw that 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 spirit rings lighted up under Chu Qin's feet, and smiled sinisterly at Tang San. "What?" Xiaowu and Tang San were both surprised when they saw that Chu Qin was actually a 4-ringed soul sect. However, it was too late. Chu Qin kicked and hit Tang San's abdomen with a right whip. Suddenly, Tang San was kicked out like a discouraged ball. Immediately, Chu Qin chose to take advantage of the victory and chase, and came to Chu Qin's front at a very fast speed. A left uppercut hit Tang San on the head. If it were a real first-level spirit master, Tang San would lose immediately, but Tang San was not only a spirit master, but also a hidden weapon and internal power master. In an instant, Tang San's Xiantian skill and ghost shadow mistakes were activated and quickly dodged Chu Qin's punch. However, Chu Qin seemed to have expected Tang San's dodge a long time ago. "You must be defeated before Xiaowu makes a move." Chu Qin was sure in his heart. Immediately, another flash of lightning came to Tang San. The next moment, Chu Qin slammed Tang San's purple magic pupil with a fist. The purple demon eye was broken, and Tang San lost the ability to catch Chu and Qin, and was kicked by the latter to the left and sturdily over the big tree behind. Chu Qin didn't go on cruelly. He knew that behind Tang San stood a lunatic dad, Tang Hao. 3 brothers. Xiaowu shouted. Ding! The task of defeating Tang San is completed, and the Goddess Xiaowu's favorability degree is 500%. The Sky Green Cow Python, the Titan Great Ape One-Time Use Card, 1 Soul Power Inner Alchemy. After the system prompt sounded, Xiaowu happened to walk in front of Tang San, trying to help him. However, at this moment, there was an inexplicable thought in Xiaowu's mind: "No, Tang San is a man. If you help him, Chu Qin will be unhappy." Chapter 3, Tang San is dumbfounded. "What am I thinking? He is my 3rd brother." Xiaowu struggled slightly in her heart. Xiaowu. At this moment, seeing Xiaowu standing beside Tang San, hesitating, Chu Qin determined that the magic of the system had taken effect. "Chu Qin, what's the matter?" Xiaowu turned around and replied a little shyly. Tang San was stunned. Chu Qin beat himself up. According to reason, Xiaowu should be very angry with Chu Qin. Why, Xiaowu was actually ambiguous in his words to Chu and Qin. This shouldn't be. However, next, Tang San was even more dumbfounded. I saw that Chu Qin walked to Xiaowu without Tang San in his eyes, and smiled softly. "Xiaowu, long time no see. Ah? Have we seen it before?" Xiaowu was taken aback for a moment, but she was very happy, turning her head away. This scene is exactly like seeing the male he dreams of. What's wrong with Xiaowu? Could this Chu Qin be her old friend? Tang San's face was dumbfounded. Seeing Xiaowu's appearance, Chu Qin became even more bold, teasing Xiaowu's chin with his hand. "Xiaowu, why are you so shy? Let go of your dirty hands." Tang San clutched his chest and stood up angrily. "Brother, can you?" Finally, Xiaowu spoke. "Don't disturb us." Tang San was stunned on the spot. "Xiaowu, what's the matter with you?" Tang San asked angrily. "It's okay." Xiaowu lowered her head shyly, and looked at Chu Qin secretly with a look like a little bird. No, there must be something. Tang San was furious. After that, he walked over and asked Chu Qin, "Is it you? What illusion technique did you use on Xiaowu? You are a bit inexplicable, which eye of yours saw me performing illusion?" Chu Qin said quietly towards Tang San. It was Xiaowu now his woman, and Tang San in front of him could be said to have tricked Xiaowu into sleeping with him for several years. Although there was no skin contact, Chu Qin was still a little disgusted with Tang San at this moment. Tang San was very angry. He was convinced that Xiaowu must have been shown some magic power by Chu and Qin. As a result, his eyes became cold, and there were two more hidden weapons like steel needles in his hand, and he shot directly at Chu Qin. Chu Qin immediately noticed Tang San's attack, and with a light shot of the killing spear, he shook Tang San's steel needle away. At this moment, a surprising scene appeared, and Xiaowu flashed in front of Tang San at the extreme speed. Taking advantage of it, her slender legs kicked straight into Tang San's abdomen. With a loud noise, Tang San was kicked on top of a big tree, spitting out blood. "Xiaowu, you!" Tang San clutched his painful abdomen and looked at Xiaowu incredulously. "Third brother, no, Tang San. Chu Qin is my most important person. If you dare to attack him, don't blame me for being impolite." Xiaowu looked at Tang San angrily. Tang San's pupils opened wide, his mind was blurred. "Xiaowu, what happened?" "Xiaowu." At this moment, Chu Qin walked to Xiaowu's side. "Chu Qin." Xiaowu's expression suddenly changed, and she smiled back. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "It's okay." Chu Qin shook his head and touched Xiaowu's hair. "What happened?" At this moment, an old voice sounded. The three followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a short head and a slightly obese old man with white temples, rushing towards this side. "Teacher, Dean." Tang San saw Yu Xiaogang and the Dean of Nodding College, Fakir, as if grasping the straw, hurriedly walked over. "Teacher?" "Yu Xiaogang." Chu Qin looked at Yu Xiaogang's pupils shrinking. "If you follow the plot of the same humanities, many travelers will worship this person as their teacher." Chu and Qin were a little puzzled. Yu Xiaogang only knew about a martial soul's 10 core competition theories, with a spirit power of only 20-odd levels. Why should he worship him as a teacher? "Tang San, why are you hurt like this?" Yu Xiaogang asked in surprise when he saw Tang San's body injury. "Teacher, it's him." Tang San pointed at Chu Qin and said angrily, "Not only did he hurt me, but he also used some kind of illusion on Xiaowu." "Illusion?" Yu Xiaogang was a little puzzled. However, as a well-known master in the Soul Master world, Tang San was actually bullied as his only disciple, so he immediately insisted and said angrily, "Who are you, dare to bully my disciple?" "Humph! Obviously your apprentice attacked me first." Chu Qin said calmly. "Tang San, is this true?" Yu Xiaogang frowned, looking at Tang San and asked. "Teacher, he wants to grab my ghost vine." Tang San replied, "If you don't believe me, ask Xiaowu." "Xiaowu, take this seriously." "No." Xiaowu replied, "Chu Qin just accidentally injured the ghost vine, but Tang San used darts to kill Chu Qin." Upon hearing this, both Yu Xiaogang and Fakir looked surprised. "Why, this Xiaowu is speaking to outsiders." "You heard it." Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth. "Teacher, Dean, Xiaowu is controlled by Chu Qin, you can save her." Tang San begged. "Tang San, you are controlled by someone." Xiaowu said coldly, "Which one of your eyes did you see Chu Qin cast? It's obviously that you wanted to kill Chu Qin first, but instead slandered Chu Qin. How could I have you like this?" "Friend." "Xiaowu, you should be more sober." Tang San frowned. "I'm sober." Xiaowu said simply and neatly. Since Tang San wanted to kill Chu Qin just now, she had already developed a disgust towards Tang San. Upon hearing the dialogue between Tang San and Xiaowu, both Yu Xiaogang and Faker's expressions condensed. What Xiaowu said is not fake. However, Tang San is a legendary figure who is innately full of spirit power, and will abolish his martial spirit at the age of 10, and cultivate to the 20th level. This is an outstanding student in Nodding City. Even so. After a pause, Yu Xiaogang looked at Chu Qin angrily. Tang San is just a child after all. Do you have to beat him like this? Just now, Xiaowu has explained it very clearly, it is he who takes the blame. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Well, if you two are not convinced, then you can get revenge on me. As soon as Chu Qin's voice fell, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 spirit rings lighted up under his feet. Soul Sect. Seeing the spirit ring at Chu Qin's feet, Yu Xiaogang and Faker were both, their expressions startled, and their pupils widened. Chu Qin looked like he was 15 or 6 years old at most, and he turned out to be a soul sect. Faker immediately asked Chu Qin, "Little friend, dare to ask how old are you this year?" 16 years old. Chu Qin said bluntly. 16-year-old soul sect. Faker was shocked. You know, the most geniuses born in the Wuhan Palace have only reached the soul sect in the age of weak crown. The 16-year-old soul sect revealed 2 pieces of information. First, Chu Qin is a peerless genius. Second, behind Chu Qin, there is probably a giant sect standing. No matter what sect it is definitely not the dean of this little junior soul master academy who can provoke him. Chapter 4, Were Love at First Sight. Thinking of this, Faker turned to look at Tang San slightly indifferently. Tang San, since it's yours, then apologize to this little friend. Hearing this, Tang San's pupils opened. He was the one who was beaten, let him apologize? Yu Xiaogang's face changed slightly. I thought this Faker was really the master of the rudder. Forget it, forget it. At this moment, Chu Qin smiled slightly. You don't need to apologize, this time I should teach him a little lesson. My little friend, not only is so talented, but also so open-minded, it's really rare to see it. Faker smiled, don't worry, my friend, this time my Soul Master Academy is not strictly disciplined. I apologize on behalf of the Academy. No need. Chu Qin looked at Faker and smiled faintly. After all, he is just a child who is still young, and it is normal to be ignorant. Hearing this, Tang San felt 10,000 grievances in his heart. He glanced at Chu Qin and Xiaowu angrily, and ran away in a hurry. Little San. Yu Xiaogang frowned, then he looked at Faker angrily. Old Fa, how can you treat Xiao San this way? Yu Xiaogang, you heard it just now. It is obviously that Tang San is going to attack Chu and Qin first. Faker said indifferently, as Tang San's teacher, this responsibility should be on you. You. Yu Xiaogang flushed, and then flung his sleeves angrily and left. Faker didn't care about Yu Xiaogang's anger, he knew the importance of it. A 10-year-old soul master plus a 20th level Great Waste soul master who knew nothing about the theory was compared with Chu Qin, a peerless genius who even stood behind the giant sect. Which is lighter and heavier, Faker can see at a glance. After Yu Xiaogang left, Faker smiled his beard, and said with a slight respect, dare to ask the little friend, where does his family live? Chu Qin, my home is far away. Chu Qin replied. So it's like this. Faker smiled and nodded, little friend Chukin, are you and Xiaowu an old acquaintance? Forget it. Chu Qin looked at Xiaowu and smiled. Faker nodded, thinking about something in his heart. Little friend Chu Qin, I was frightened just now. Let's do this, I'm at Nodding College, and I prepare a little booze, so I don't think it will be accompanied by my little friend. Faker continued with a smile. Chu Qin knew that this was Faker's fancy to his extraordinary talent, and he was flattering him. Xiaowu, do you say I'm going or not? Chu Qin asked Xiaowu with a smile. Chu Qin, go. Xiaowu nodded. Someone treats guests to dinner, why don't you go? Xiaowu was very excited. It would be even better if Chu Qin could join Nodding College. Yet. Then go. Chu Qin nodded, putting his hand on Xiaowu's shoulder, lead the way. Immediately, Fakir showed a meaningful smile. And Xiaowu didn't resist either, lowered her head slightly, a little shy. After drinking and eating, Chu Qin and Xiaowu strolled on the streets of Nodding College. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiaowu smiled at Chu Qin Yan Ran. Ah, why are you thanking? Chu Qin asked. Thank you, for agreeing to the dean for me, and becoming a mentor to Nodding College. Xiaowu smiled lightly, and Li Wu said lightly. Do you think I joined Nodding College and became an academy tutor for you? Chu Qin asked with a smile. Is it, isn't it? Then why do you have to be my class instructor? Xiaowu Dai frowned slightly. It lied to you, of course. Chu Qin laughed. Xiaowu suddenly felt happy, and then asked in confusion, Chu Qin, you said before that we have met before, why I have no impression at all? Actually, we haven't seen it before. Chu Qin replied, Xiaowu, have you ever heard of it, hit it off? Yet. Xiaowu nodded, aren't we just seeing each other? No. Chu Qin shook his head, we are a deeper level, named love at first sight. Xiaowu was stunned for a moment, her face was slightly red, turning her head and asking, what is it, love at first sight? I'll tell you. Chu Qin's mouth raised an arc, and then kissed Xiaowu's red lips. Xiaowu opened her beautiful eyes, feeling a little at a loss, but soon she closed her eyes and began to enjoy it. At this moment, Xiaowu felt very comfortable, as if this was a pleasure she had never experienced in 100,000 years. Xiaowu. Just as the two kissed, behind Xiaowu, an angry, slightly immature voice sounded. Xiaowu suddenly trembled, but Chu Qin calmly looked at the source of the voice, Tang San. Chu Qin, don't go too far. Tang San said angrily. Was Xiaowu's first kiss taken away? Tang San, why are you like a bullshit? Xiaowu said angrily before Chu Qin spoke. She was just enjoying the greatest joy in the world, and she was so distracted. Who can not be angry? Xiaowu. Tang San frowned, what kind of curse have you been cast on? He doesn't believe it, doesn't believe that Xiaowu, who was still laughing with Ying Ying yesterday, is so indifferent to him now. It must be, Chu Qin, what did you do? As soon as Tang San's voice fell, a gust of wind flashed in front of him, and Chu Qin's condensed soul power pushed him. Suddenly, Tang San fell heavily to the ground. Tang San was furious, and saw a blue light flashing in his left hand. Others didn't know, but Chu and Qin knew it well, that was Tang San's second spirit, the clear sky hammer. However, no matter how strong Ren Haoshan hammer was, Chu Qin didn't care about Tang San, a little soul master. Little San, you stop me. At this moment, Yu Xiaogong's indifferent voice sounded. Teacher. Tang San gave up using the clear sky hammer after hearing this, and glanced at Yu Xiaogang with anger and unwillingness. Little San. Now, Chu Qin is the tutor of our Nodding College. Yu Xiaogang said indifferently, are you trying to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? What? Tang San suddenly shrank, he is also worthy to be a mentor. Shut up. Yu Xiaogang slapped Tang San directly. Tang San was beaten and stunned in place. After that, Yu Xiaogang stopped paying attention to him. He walked to Chu and Qin and said, Teacher Chu and Qin, Tang San and below have committed the crime, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Please raise your hand, don't care about him. Chu Qin was happy, holding Xiaowu, and indifferently replied to Yu Xiaogang, if there is another time, I will beat you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang suddenly clenched his fists. However, he is a cowardly person, and he endures it in the end. Chapter 5, Side Mission, Recommendation Ticket. Chu and Qin had long seen Yu Xiaogang displeased. Bibi Dong would definitely become his own woman. If it weren't for Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong wouldn't end up like this. Although not directly related to Yu Xiaogang. But if Yu Xiaogang is not honest, Chu Qin doesn't mind hitting him. That night, Yu Xiaogang's dormitory. Teacher, it was Chu Qin, who cast a spell on Xiaowu. You know, Xiaowu's character is not like this. Tang San knelt in front of Yu Xiaogang and said. Where is the evidence? Yu Xiaogang asked indifferently. Now Chu Qin is an academy instructor. If there is no evidence to slander him, you will be expelled from Notting College. Once you are expelled from the college, you will not be able to enter any college. This life is over. What's more, Tang San, do you know what it means to be a 16-year-old soul sect? It means that his talent is by far the strongest in Douluo continent, which means that he stands behind him with a superpower. What are you Tang San doing against him? Tang San was immediately speechless. Moreover, I think Xiaowu is quite normal. Yu Xiaogang continued, it's you, Tang San, you have changed. How calm you were when you were in the past. Tang San suddenly felt his body soft and fell to the ground. He seems to feel that everything has changed. He used to be so smooth, in the future, the road may not be easy. He is not reconciled, he is a traverser. But the facts are in front of him, no matter his soul power, appearance, influence, he is far inferior to Chu Qin. In desperation, Tang San let out an angry roar. At the same time, Chu Qin dormitory. It turns out that the inner core of soul power is a soul power extractor. Chu Qin muttered to himself after some research. The effect of this spirit power inner pill is the same as the literal meaning, it stores a lot of spirit power, which can be directly absorbed by him. You know, Douluo continent's soul power and internal power are somewhat similar, and it is necessary to convert external energy into soul power before it can be used. And the direct absorption of soul power undoubtedly greatly increased his cultivation speed. At least, 3 times. And the spirit power contained in this spirit power inner alchemy is enough for him to be promoted to the Spirit King. Then, after the spirit power inner core is exhausted, he must find a way to obtain a new spirit power inner core. Boom! At this moment, a soft knock on the door sounded. Who is it? Chu Qin asked in confusion. Chu Qin, it's me. Xiaowu's unique light voice sounded outside the door. Squeak! After the door opened, Xiaowu was standing outside wearing a pajamas. Xiaowu, what's the matter? Chu Qin asked with a smile. Chu Qin, our dorm has no hot water, can I take a bath here? Xiaowu asked shyly. Xiaowu's heart fluctuates slightly. She lied, and she would not see Chu Qin for a while, she felt a little uncomfortable, and came over to take a shower with the excuse. Seeing Xiaowu's shy appearance, Chu Qin could tell at a glance that she was lying. However, he still smiled and said, well, come in. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiaowu smiled back and walked in. The bathroom is on the left. Chu Qin pointed to the house on the left. No hurry. Xiaowu replied, Chu Qin, can I ask you something? Well, you can ask. Seeing Xiaowu's red cheeks, Chu Qin probably knew what Xiaowu was asking. Sure enough, Xiaowu asked in a low voice, Chu Qin, you said we fell in love at first sight during the day. I went back to check the meaning of this sentence, don't you like me too? Fool! Chu Qin smiled, if I don't like you, why should I kiss you? Then, am I your girlfriend? Xiaowu smiled and asked expectantly. It depends on whether you want to be my girlfriend. Chu Qin raised his brows. Xiaowu, you have to think carefully. Chu Qin replied, once you become my girlfriend, you can't regret it. Then I will think about it. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu did not directly agree to Chu Qin. After that, Xiaowu took a quick step and rushed into the bathroom. Consider it. Chu Qin said with a smile. In his impression, Xiaowu is that lively and cute type, so shy and shy Xiaowu has a special flavor. At this time, there was a sound of running water in the bathroom. Through the opaque glass door, Chu Qin could still vaguely see Xiaowu's beautiful silhouette. Ding! The Goddess System branch mission is released. Help the goddess to comb her hair and completely capture the heart of the goddess. Get reward, Hichu 7 spears. It seems that I have to prepare. Chu Qin smiled and walked out of the dormitory. In the bathroom, Xiaowu was lost in thought. Mom was killed by humans, why would I like humans? Xiaowu asked herself. No, that's not right, Chu Qin is not an ordinary human being. Yes, I just like him. Not long after, Xiaowu's shawl was scattered, and she walked out of the bathroom a little wet. Chu Qin, how about people? Xiaowu asked with some doubts. I'm here. At this moment, Chu Qin opened the door, with one hand behind him, and walked in from outside. Chu Qin, what did you take behind? Xiaowu asked with a smile. Guess. Chu Qin said slightly at the corner of his mouth. Xiaowu thought for a while, and finally replied, I'm stupid, I can't guess. Okay then. Chu Qin said, extending his right hand from behind, holding a bunch of different flowers in that hand. Because this flower is made of carrots. Carrots. Xiaowu's eyes lit up immediately. Chu Qin, how did you know that I like carrots? Because you are a rabbit, don't rabbits love to eat radishes? Chu Qin smiled. Xiaowu suddenly looked panicked and asked in surprise, You, how do you know that I am a rabbit? I asked the dean. Your martial arts spirit is a soft bone charm rabbit. In Douluo continent, martial arts will affect a person's habits. For example, the cat martial arts spirit will stretch out his paws from time to time, Longwu the soul of the person, the nature of the dragon, more irritable, you are a rabbit martial arts soul, you must love carrots. Chu Qin explained. So it's like this. Xiaowu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that Chu Qin saw that she was a soul beast rebuilt adult. Do you like it? Chu Qin asked. Well, I like it very much, enough to eat for a while. Xiaowu took the carrot and nodded. Ah, this is the flower I gave you, so you can eat it. But, carrots will go bad if you don't eat them. Xiaowu frowned. Take you fun. Chu Qin said with a smile, just eat, I will pack all your carrots in the future. Xiaowu nodded in satisfaction. Then Chu Qin took out a comb from his pocket. Xiaowu, let me comb your hair. Xiaowu suddenly trembled in her delicate body, and then nodded obediently. Because, in Xiaowu's heart, only the most important person can comb her hair. Chapter 6, 1 year later, signed to Ning Rongrong, recommendation ticket required. After that, Chu Qin asked Xiaowu to sit in front of the dressing table and comb her hair up to her waist with a comb. Unexpectedly, Chu Qin, you will still comb your hair. Xiaowu looked at herself and Chu Qin in the mirror, feeling extremely moved. Before, my mother taught me. Chu Qin nodded. Hearing this, Xiaowu was stunned. Xiaoqing, her eyes in the mirror started to become ruddy. Oops! Chu Qin said in his heart. Most of his words evoked the deepest pain in Xiaowu's heart. Chu Qin was thinking at this moment, Xiaowu Hui is his woman, and Bibi Dong will probably be. The hatred between these two women must be dissipated anyway. The key to all this is to resurrect Xiaowu's mother. Xiaowu, why are you crying? Chu Qin asked. I think of my mother. Xiaowu said with moist eyes. Before, she used to comb the hair for me, but now she is gone. Don't cry. Chu Qin heard the words, looked in the mirror and wiped away the tears for Xiaowu, then hugged her from behind. After that, let me comb your hair. Xiaowu nodded slightly, then she turned around excitedly and hugged Chu Qin. Chu Qin, I like you. I like you too. Chu Qin hugged Xiaowu into his arms. After that, Chu Qin's hands became a little dishonest, and he accidentally took off the only thin clothes on Xiaowu. She seems to be well developed, and there are as many places as there should be. Slim, beautiful first embryo. I'm sorry, Xiaowu. Chu Qin blushed at the sight of the threadlessness, and said hurriedly. It doesn't matter, I am willing. Xiaowu shook her head, exhaling like a blue in Chu Qin's ear, because I know that you are a man worth entrusting for a lifetime. Hearing Xiaowu's words, could Chu Qin bear him as a man? So Chu Qin got up boldly and pushed Xiaowu down on the bed. Ding! The side mission is released, and Xiaowu competes with Xiaowu to eat carrots and get iron teeth and bronze teeth. Ding! Go shopping with Xiaowu, reward, comparable to the internal strength of the Soul King. Ding! Help Xiaowu comb her hair, reward, golden retriever lion roar. In a blink of an eye, a year has passed. Nodding City, outside the Arena of Souls. 2 men and women with a height of about 1.7 meters, arm in arm, just walked out of the great fighting soul arena. They all wore masks, one was wearing a light blue robe and looked very handsome, and the other was wearing a pink outfit with a pair of rabbit ears on their heads. They were cute and full of the breath of some imperial sisters. These 2 people are Chu Qin and Xiaowu. After a year of growth and nourishment, Xiaowu has become more and more mature. It's great, Chu Qin. Xiaowu weighed the package in her hand and said excitedly, so many gold soul coins, enough to buy many carrots. In the past year, in addition to staying with Xiaowu, Chu Qin came to the great fighting arena to accumulate actual combat experience, and on the other hand, to earn some gold soul coins by the way. I know how to eat every day. Chu Qin said with a smile, sooner or later you will eat into a fat rabbit. No, no. Xiaowu shook her head, a rabbit can't eat fat. It's okay to eat fat. Chu Qin smiled, when you get fat, no one likes you, only I like it. Although Chu Qin was not single-minded in his feelings, his harem, his women, he would be passionate. You are so kind, Chu Qin. Xiaowu smiled shyly. At this moment, they walked into a small alley and saw 2 dark shadows in front of them. The 2 men were dressed in black night clothes. They were big and thick, and they looked like 2 middle-aged men. Who? Chu Qin and Xiaowu's expressions changed. Don't ask so many questions, if you are acquainted, hand over all the gold soul coins in your hand, one of the middle-aged men said. As soon as the voice fell, the feet of the 2 were all white, 1 yellow and 3 purple, and the 5 spirit rings lighted up. Wuhan, 1 leopard and 1 black bear, are all beast spirits. 2 soul kings. Xiaowu condensed her beautiful eyes. The 2 soul kings actually engaged in sneaky activities, interesting. Chu Qin's expression was slightly cold, and a black spear was revealed in his hand. At the same moment, there were 2 yellows, 2 purples and 1 black, and 5 spirit rings flashing under his feet. 7 shots in the river map, the yellow river countercurrent. After Chu Qin's spirit ring passed away in a flash, the magic spear in his hand was like a meteor rushing to the moon, throwing it towards the 2 spirit kings. The 2 soul kings immediately used their soul power to fight each other. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the god of extinction spear was like a yuba, piercing the spirit shields of the 2 soul kings, and blasting them to the ground. What? Seeing Chu Qin's terrifying means, the 2 soul kings, lying on the ground, said tremblingly. This is also the soul king, why is the gap so big? 1 year later, Chu Qin's spirit power reached level 50. However, how did they know that in addition to cultivating spirit power, Chu Qin also cultivated internal power and he chose 7 spears like Tang San? Especially internal power, now Chu Qin doesn't use soul power, and internal power is at least comparable to a high-level soul king. Coupled with the super strong offensive power of the destroyer spear, how can it be compared to the average soul king? Perhaps, the soul sage is intact under his extinguishing gun. However, the next moment, a pink figure flashed in front of them, and Xiaowu had already arrived in front of them. I haven't finished what I said just now. 2 soul kings, why bother to insult yourself? Xiaowu smiled triumphantly, raising her right leg, and stunned the 2 soul kings who were seriously injured. After a while, the 2 soul kings died on the spot. Ah, Chu Qin, they are dead. Xiaowu immediately returned to Chu Qin and said with a little fear. It's okay, 2 scumbags, die if you die. Chu Qin shook his head, go, let's buy carrots. Not long after, Nodding College, beside Sun Lake. Xiaowu sat barefoot by the lake, soaking her feet while eating carrots. Xiaowu's legs are extremely beautiful, as warm and translucent as mutton jade. Chu Qin has watched it for a year, but still doesn't feel tired. Ding! The goddess system is released, go to Kaibao Forest, help Ning Rong Rong, get the 2nd spirit ring. Reward, Ning Rong Rong has a 100% favorability, a 2nd level spirit power inner altar, and a titled Douluo follower. Level 2 spirit power inner alchemy. Title Douluo follower. Chu Qin said with joy in his heart. Since he had absorbed the spirit power in the last spirit power inner pill, his cultivation speed had returned to normal. Finally, there is a spirit power inner pill again. The titled Douluo follower would undoubtedly make his journey of picking up girls smoother. It seems that we are going to Kaibao Forest to see Ning Rong Rong. It just so happened that soon after Shrek Academy started, Xiaowu and Ning Rong Rong were brought into Shrek Academy. At that time, Zhu Zuqing should be able to sign in. Chapter 7, Ning Rong Rong, Recommendation Ticket Requested. Chu Qin's little life was very chic. Xiaowu. Thinking of this, Chu Qin looked at Xiaowu Dao aside. What's wrong, Chu Qin? Xiaowu asked while chewing on the carrot. Xiaowu, I am leaving Nodding College for a while. Chu Qin replied. Where to go? Xiaowu asked immediately anxiously. Just go around outside, I have something to deal with. Chu Qin smiled and said, don't worry, I will be back soon. Can you take me there? No. Chu Qin shook his head, you are about to participate in the graduation assessment. If you fail the assessment, you will not be able to enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Obediently, when you pass the assessment and get the certificate, I will take you to the advanced level. Soul Master Academy. Okay then. Xiaowu nodded and hugged Chu Qin's arms. Hey, I will be back soon. Chu Qin softly soothed Xiaowu's soft and translucent, slightly pink hair. At this moment, behind Chu and Qin, an immature figure appeared behind a tree. He bit his lower lip while watching Chu Qin and Xiaowu look like glue. Chu Qin had discovered his existence a long time ago. This person is no one else but Tang San. For a year, Tang San would come to see Xiaowu from time to time. After all, Tang San used to stay with Xiaowu for 4 years, and his 4 years of feelings for the persistent Tang San weren't just broken. But Tang San didn't have any malice against Xiaowu, otherwise Chu Qin would have done it long ago. Chu Qin, before leaving, can we? Suddenly, Xiaowu blushed and whispered in Chu Qin's ear. Chu Qin's ears were red, and he nodded. An hour later, the two walked out of the dormitory. How do you feel? Chu Qin smiled comfortably at Xiaowu. Very comfortable, there is nothing more comfortable than this. Xiaowu said without hesitation, but Chu Qin, you are gone, what should I do by myself? The corner of Chu Qin's mouth slanted slightly, and he handed Xiaowu a carrot. Carrots? Xiaowu asked with some doubts. Chu Qin smiled faintly, and said in Xiaowu's ear, carrots may not only be eaten. Heaven Do Empire, 7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sect. As the wealthiest sect in the entire Douluo continent, a castle in the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sect is equivalent to a small city. At the beginning, they were all resplendent and magnificent European-style buildings. At this moment, in a splendid villa of the Kai Bao Liulit song. Fug. Accompanied by bursts of crisp sound, some precious antique jades were ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Miss, don't smash it, don't smash it. Some disciples of the Kai Bao glazed glass sect helplessly persuaded them. However, the people in the villa did not stop at all. Instead, there were more treasures that hit the ground and turned into fragments. In addition, there was a young girl's voice in the villa, I just want to smash, I want to smash, you control me. At this moment, the 2 figures walked towards the villa side by side. Both of them were burly and tall, one of them was wearing black bone armor with fluttering black hair. The other person was wearing a white robe, and his white hair fell behind him like a waterfall. What was surprising was his eyes, as if there was no gleam in sight. Elder Bone, Elder Sword. Seeing the 2 arriving, the maids and attendants all knelt down and said, these 2 people are the guardian Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sect, the Bone Douluo Gurong, and the Sword Douluo Chenexin. They looked at the precious jade that was shattered on the ground, and shook their heads helplessly and bitterly. What's the matter, who of you angered Wrong again? Bone Douluo said first. No, Elder Bone, an attendant replied, it's Miss, she said, she is going outside. Go outside. Jian Douluo frowned slightly. Miss said, she is going outside to get the 2nd spirit ring by herself. The attendant nodded. Hey? Didn't you let Wrong catch a few soul beasts back? Bone Douluo frowned. Miss said, it's so ugly, she doesn't want it. Oh. Jian Douluo sighed lightly, then walked outside the villa and shouted inside, Wrong, don't be angry, the soul beast is too ugly, Grandpa Jian will catch you some beautiful ones. I don't want it, the girl inside replied, I want to get it myself. Wrong, is it stimulated by someone? Bone Douluo sighed slightly. Uncle Bone, where is she irritated? At this time, another warm voice sounded. Everyone looked at the sound, and saw a handsome, gentle middle-aged man, leaning on a jade stick, coming slowly. This person is impressively the sovereign of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sect, the 79th level auxiliary soul sage, Ning Fengzi. Fengzi, you must have offended her again. Jian Douluo said calmly while looking at Ning Fengzi. Hey, Uncle Jian, I just said one thing to her, saying that she has to rely on the sect in everything, and is proud of her pet. Ning Fengzi sighed. Fengzi, you know that Wrong's self-esteem is as fragile as glass, so you say that to her. Bone Douluo reproached slightly. Uncle Bone, Uncle Jian. Ning Fengzi replied, Wrong, sooner or later we will leave us. If you are used to this, what can you do? Then find a Ruyi Langjun for her and tie her up. Jian Douluo replied, Wrong is not too young anymore. It is worth mentioning that Ma Hongjun was lingering around at the age of 10, Dai Mubai hugged left and right at the age of 13, Qian Rongxiu performed the task of capturing the emperor at the age of 9, and his father had an Oscar at the age of 14. The Douluo continent is very precocious, unlike the present world, you can talk about marriage at the age of 14. Hey, I haven't found it. Ning Fengzi replied, the noble son of the Heaven Do Empire, the genius of the Royal Academy, and the heirs of the major sects, she tossed away in a few days. I don't want a wishful man. At this time, the girl in the villa came out and said with a disdainful expression. She was wearing a green pleated skirt, about 1.7 meters tall, she was very pretty, and her eyes were as bright as galaxies. but in those beautiful eyes, full of arrogance. Wrong, what are you talking about? Ning Fengzi frowned. I can live on my own, so why do I want a wishful man? Ning Rongrong said proudly. That's why you have been staying in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, staying by our side. Ning Fengzi replied, with my grandfather and you looking at you, do you know how dangerous the outside world is? If you have been like this, go down and be eliminated by this world sooner or later. Wind. Jian Douluo and Bon Douluo said coldly in unison. Humph. Ning Rongrong snorted softly, thinking in his heart, I must go out and prove it to you. 3 days later, Kaibao Forest. A handsome man with a strong figure appeared outside Kaibao Forest. He is Chu Qin. According to the map, this is the Kaibao Forest. Chu Qin said slightly excited. A year has passed. Chu Qin has long been accustomed to the life of fighting and killing in the Douluo continent. What's more, he has 2 one-time experience cards of Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, so naturally he is not afraid of anything. Chapter 8, Ning Fengzi's Wonderful Operation, Recommendation Ticket Required. Ning Rongrong, will he really be here? Chu Qin asked in confusion. But according to Ning Rongrong's character, it's really possible. After all, she dared to go to Shrek Academy thousands of miles away by herself. The 7 treasure forest is only a few miles away from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Also make a quick decision, take Ning Rongrong and go back to find my Xiaowu. Thinking of this, Chu Qin rushed into the Kaibao forest with a flash of shadow. Kaibao forest, as you can tell from its name, is a forest belonging to the Kaibao glazed tile school, similar to the Hunting Soul forest. The difference is that this forest is only close to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and unlike the hunting forest, it is a place for humans to feed. There is no guard here. Although it is not as good as the Sunset Forest, there are also many soul beasts in the Kaibao forest. Rao is so, feeling the powerful aura of Chu Qin's body, these spirit beasts all fled with their tails. Chu Qin searched all the way, but never found any trace of human beings. On the contrary, there were a few low-level soul beasts with short eyes that were stabbed to death by him, allowing Chu and Qin to feast on. At noon, Chu Qin finally heard the voice. Ah, help, help! It was an extremely sharp young girl scream. Chu Qin was slightly startled, and immediately followed the sound. I saw that a young girl in a long green dress was being chased by a 100-year-old hurricane demon wolf. The girl was crying while running. In the dark, 3 figures are hiding here. It is Bon Douluo, Sword Douluo, Ning Fengzi. Fengzi, Rongrong is about to be injured by the demon wolf. Bon Douluo frowned. Uncle Bon is not anxious, I have my own measures. Ning Fengzi smiled slightly. This, isn't it Ning Rongrong? At this moment, seeing the girl in the green dress, Chu Qin's eyes lit up. Ning Rongrong's appearance was even better than he had imagined. The only flaw was that Ning Rongrong was somewhat plain, not comparable to Xiaowu. It's okay, just give her more papaya. Chu Qin must have thoughts, and was about to help him. But I saw that a teenager in red armor appeared behind Ning Rongrong. Immediately, 2 yellow and 1 purple 3 rings under that person's feet moved in a rhythm, and a fire fist burned the blasting demon wolf to ashes. Chu Qin frowned suddenly. Rongrong's friend. Rongrong, are you okay? Sure enough, the man looked at Ning Rongrong with a strange expression in his eyes. It's okay. Ning Rongrong shook his head, and asked wary, how do you know my name is Ning Rongrong? My name is Huo Wudi, the young man replied, I am from the Fire Element Academy, and Uncle Ning asked me to come over. He said that you came to Kaibao Forest by yourself, and I feel a little worried about you. Did your father find a blind date? Ning Rongrong frowned. That's right. Huo Wudi replied, staring straight at Ning Rongrong, introduce myself, I am a member of the elite team of the Fire Element Academy, and my father is the Earl of Heaven Do Empire Fire Dragon Battle. Hearing this, Chu Qin's expression in the dark changed slightly. And Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo both smiled and nodded. No wonder Fengzi didn't let us save Wrong. It was deliberately arranged. Ning Fengzi smiled warmly. This Huo Wudi grandfather, Marquis Fire Dragon, was once a family friend with my father. Huo Wudi is also a talented person, reaching the 32nd level Soul Sovereign at the age of 18. I don't care who you are, get out of here. Ning Rongrong suddenly changed his face when he heard that Ning Fengzi had found it. Miss Rongrong, don't be so indifferent, I saved your life just now. Huo Wudi smiled quietly, and as he said, Huo Wudi reached out his hand and touched Ning Rongrong's pretty face. What are you doing? Angrily, Ning Rongrong slapped Huo Wudi in a hurry, but was directly stopped by the latter. I have long heard that 7 treasure glazed tile sect Ning Rongrong is a proud lady. But it's okay, if any eldest lady is trained by me, she won't be arrogant in front of me. Follow me. Uncle Ning agreed anyway. Shameless. Ning Rongrong was furious. Fengzi, is this the good son-in-law you're looking for? Sword Douluo looked at Ning Fengzi, angrily said. Ning Fengzi's eyebrows also tightened. He didn't expect that Huo Wudi would have a bad heart when he saw him. Ning Fengzi had a murderous intent. They were about to shoot, but only saw a black spear shot out of the jungle. What? The next moment, a sound of killing a pig sounded, and Huo Wudi's arm was pierced by a black spear. Seeing this sudden scene, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi secretly were all surprised. I saw that in front of them, a handsome figure appeared, and it was Chu Qin. Since Chu Qin knew that Huo Wudi was Ning Rongrong's blind date, he wanted to do it. He was even more furious when he heard that Huo Wudi was rude to Ning Rongrong. You, who are you? Huo Wudi clutched the blood hole in his arm, looked at Chu Qin, and suddenly said in surprise. A shameless person like you doesn't deserve to know my name. Chu Qin said, squeezing his palm slightly, and the extinguishing spear returned to his palm. Huo Wudi was surprised, and resisted the severe pain. 2 yellow and purple spirit rings lighted up under his feet, and then the 3rd spirit ring flashed, and a flaming lion head condensed in front of him and rushed towards Chu Qin. However, there was only a flash of Chu Qin, easily avoiding the flame lion, and pierced the other arm of Huo Wudi with a single shot. What? Huo Wudi was so painful that he lay on the ground and began to roll. No, you can't kill me. Seeing Chu Qin pressing forward every step of the way, Huo Wudi slid back and said in terror, my father is Count Tiandu. Count. Chu Qin smiled quietly, and pierced Huo Wudi's chest with a shot, causing him to die tragically on the spot. Who is this person? Fengzi, did you arrange it? Bone Douluo frowned as he looked at Ning Fengzi. No, Uncle Bone, I don't know who he is. Ning Fengzi shook his head with a look of shock. This son is so young that he can easily kill the 3-ringed soul venerable Huo Wudi. Jian Douluo was amazed. Killing decisively, not afraid of the powerful, with extraordinary talent, it can be seen that he is definitely not an ordinary person. Ning Fengzi nodded afterwards. Seeing Chu Qin assassin's invincible death, Ning Rongrong was a little stunned, and was extremely frightened. However, she looked at Chu Qin's stunning beauty, her fear, unconsciously faded a lot. At the same moment, Chu Qin walked to Ning Rongrong and asked softly, are you okay? He's dead. Ning Rongrong looked at Huo Wudi on the ground, and asked with some fear and trepidation. Yes, he is dead. Chu Qin smiled. Are you from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Ning Rongrong then asked. No. Who are you? How come a girl went to this soul beast forest alone? Also, why did this person kill you? Ning Rongrong didn't dare to say that Chu and Qin were not from the 7 treasures Liulai sect. She just said her identity, and was almost assaulted by Huo Wudi. She was scared in her heart. Chapter 9, Ning Fengzhi's Approval. Forget it, forget it. Chu Qin had heard Ning Rongrong's identity a long time ago and smiled deliberately. Since the girl is born like this, my name is Chu Qin, there will be a period later. After speaking, Chu Qin turned and left. Obviously, Chu and Qin were trying to catch him, and he expected Ning Rongrong to stop him. Wait, Chu Qin. As expected, the frightened Ning Rongrong stopped Chu Qin. My name is Ning Rongrong. With that said, Ning Rongrong walked behind Chu Qin and said pitifully, Chu Qin, can you take me with you? Ah? Where are your family and friends? Chu Qin asked deliberately. I secretly ran out without telling my family. Ning Rongrong lowered his head and turned back. How about you? So it's like this. Chu Qin nodded. I came to this forest to experience. Experience? Ning Rongrong asked in confusion. Yes, fight with spirit beasts to improve your combat effectiveness. Chu Qin smiled slightly. No wonder you are so good. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully. How old are you? What is your spirit power level? 17. Hey. At this moment, Chu Qin frowned slightly. What's the matter? Ning Rongrong's expression changed slightly. 1,000-year-old soul beast is approaching. Chu Qin replied. 1,000-year soul beast. Ning Rongrong heard the words and hid behind Chu Qin subconsciously. It looks like he came by smelling the blood of this servant. Chu Qin said while looking at Huo Wudi's corpse. As Chu Qin was speaking, he saw a snake-shaped soul beast covered with black thorns, slowly approaching from the dense forest. The black snake is about 8 meters long, and the whole body emits a quiet black light, and its eyes shimmer like rubies, which is very scary. Blackthorn Serpent. Chu Qin stayed at Notting College this year, and in his spare time, he would read some books about Douluo continent. And the soul beast is undoubtedly the most important part of Douluo continent's knowledge. It's terrible. Ning Rongrong hid behind Chu Qin, looking at the black thorny snake, spitting out the snake letter, and couldn't help holding Chu Qin's waist, shivering. Do not be afraid. Rongrong, stand back a little. Chu Qin smiled indifferently, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black under his feet, and 5 spirit rings lit up. The black extinguisher spear leaped into his palm, posing a handsome posture. Soul King. At almost the same moment, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi, Jianbon Douluo exclaimed in unison. The first soul skill, the spear comes out like a dragon. With Chu Qin's low whistle, Chu Qin rose into the sky, and the smashing spear in his hand made a sound like a wandering dragon, stabbing the black thorny snake. The python is alert by nature. At this moment, it actually felt the threat of death, adjusted its body, and hurriedly backed away. However, it was too late. 3 seconds later, Chu Qin's desperate spear had already pierced the 7 inches of the blackthorn Yu Mang. Accompanied by a sorrowful neigh, Blackthorn Yu Python was killed on the spot. A bright purple spirit ring immediately rose from the body of the blackthorn serpent. It's amazing. Ning Rongrong covered his mouth and said in shock when he saw this scene. Although she rarely came out of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he had seen those scenes where the so-called young geniuses of the 7 treasure glazed tile school hunted down 1,000-year spirit beasts. At that time, at least 20 geniuses joined forces to besiege and killed a 3,000-year-old smart demon tiger, and finally won at a great price. It was like Chu Qin in front of him, who actually killed a black thorny serpent that had been at least 5,000 years old. Rongrong, Rongrong. Seeing Ning Rongrong's stunned expression, Chu Qin whispered. Chu Qin, you are amazing. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, are you really 17 years old? Yet. Chu Qin smiled slightly. 17-year-old Soul King. Ning Rongrong asked in astonishment, isn't it possible? Dad said that the youngest Soul King in Douluo continent seems to be in his 20s. That might be your father's ignorance. Chu Qin smiled back. Impossible. My father is the most knowledgeable person in Douluo continent. He is. Ning Rongrong stopped halfway through his words. No, I don't know the origins of Chu Qin, so I can't tell him who I am. Ning Rongrong said in his heart. Daddy said, it is necessary to guard against others. What's wrong with Rongrong? Chu Qin asked with a smile. It's nothing. Ning Rongrong replied, maybe my father is really ignorant. Hey! Rongrong, are you hungry? Hearing what Chu Qin said, Ning Rongrong's stomach began to ring. She was rushed for more than 10 miles by the blast demon wolf, and now she is hungry. Well, a bit. Ning Rongrong nodded. Go, I'll take you to the barbecue. Chu Qin smiled. Ah? Eat snakes? Don't eat, don't eat. Ning Rongrong looked at the black thorny serpent on the ground, terrified, and hurriedly shook his head. I didn't say to eat snakes, change to another animal. Chu Qin replied, what do you want to eat? Rabbit. Ning Rongrong said without hesitation. No. Chu Qin shook his head, change it. The beef. Okay, I'll take you to find beef. After that, Ning Rongrong followed Chu Qin and left here. After they left, Ning Fengzi, Bone Douluo, and Jian Douluo appeared in the dark. The three of them looked at the place where Chu Qin had left, all with shocked expressions. 17 years old, Soul King. Bone Douluo exclaimed, Fengzi, how old are you when you reach the Soul King? It seems to be 35 years old. Ning Fengzi thought for a moment and replied, I am an auxiliary soul master. Slow down and be normal. How about you, Uncle Jian? 29 years old. Jian Douluo said with some confidence, I remember, I was one of the youngest soul kings in our sword sect at the beginning. Then you, have you ever heard of a 17-year-old soul king? Ning Fengzi asked. Both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo shook their heads. As far as I know, Tang Hao, the youngest soul king in the history of the Douluo continent, seems to have reached the soul king at the age of 24. Bone Douluo frowned, where did this Chu Qin come out? No matter where he came out. Ning Fengzi suppressed the excitement in his heart, Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, did you see it just now? Chu Qin seems to care about Rongrong's appearance. What do you mean? Jian Bone Douluo looked at Ning Fengzi at the same time. The 17-year-old Soul King was simply given to us by the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. I have decided. This son-in-law, Ning Fengzi, is going to make a decision. However, we don't know the details of Chu Qin. Bone Douluo hesitated. The 17-year-old Soul King, among other things, it can be seen from his spirit ring configuration that there is probably a superpower or a super strong behind him. In addition, the old man pledged his personality, just now it is absolutely impossible to care about Rongrong. Jian Douluo replied, this time, I support Fengzi. Yet. Ning Fengzi nodded in satisfaction. I was thinking in my heart, Kai Bao Liulai sect, the rise is hopeful. Chapter 10, Peerless Douluo follows Sudaji. What should he do? Bone Douluo asked, looking at the corpse of Huo Wudi on the ground. Dare to fight Rongrong's idea and throw his body directly at the door of Huolongjin's house. Ning Fengzi said with a cruel expression. On the other hand, Chu Qin pierced the heart of a 100-year-old Titan demon cow with a single shot, ending its sinful life. The Titan demon cow has the blood of the ancient fierce beast Titan in its body. It is cruel by nature. We eat his meat and we are not wronged. Chu Qin said to Ning Rongrong while grilling meat. Do you know this too? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. That is. Chu Qin nodded, I don't know much, how come out and mix? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong could not help pouting, she thought Chu Qin was talking about her. Chu Qin, let me ask you. Ning Rongrong asked with a smile, where did you come from? A very far away place. Chu Qin replied. Ah, you are not from our Douluo mainland. Ning Rongrong said in surprise. Well, in my case, I should be considered to have come across the ocean. Chu Qin nodded. No wonder, I've never heard your name in Douluo continent. Ning Rongrong nodded with a knowing smile. What about you, what are you doing here in Kaibao forest? Chu Qin handed a piece of grilled steak to Ning Rongrong, and finally got the idea. Ah! I forgot. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized. What's the matter? Chu Qin asked in confusion. Chu Qin, after eating the meat, can I ask you something? Ning Rongrong asked. Well, tell me. Can you help me get a second spirit ring? Ning Rongrong asked. You won't help in vain. When I get home, I will give you a lot of money, and I can fulfill your wish. It looks like your family is rich. Yet, Ning Rongrong said to himself, my family has the most money in the Douluo continent. I am afraid that the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, as well as the Spirit Hall, can be richer than my family. Well then, I promised you. Chu Qin smiled. 7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sect, Young Sect Master. You, how do you know that I am the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? The entire Douluo continent belongs to the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. What's more, this is the 7 Treasures Forest. The nearest to the ground is the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. You said that the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect is your home. If I can't guess this, how can I mess with it? Chu Qin explained with a smile. Okay, I'm the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sect. Ning Rongrong nodded. Will you help me? Since you want me to help, why don't you ask someone from the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sect for help? As far as I know, there are 2 titled Douluos in the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sect. Chu Qin replied. The title Douluo you mentioned is my bone grandfather and sword grandfather. Ning Rongrong replied, actually, I came out without telling them. They said they wanted to marry me to someone else, saying that I was useless. I'm not angry, so I ran out to find the second spirit ring by myself. As a result, you find that you can't beat 100-year soul beast at all. Chu Qin laughed. Hey! The previous spirit beasts were all by big chains. I punched one. Unexpectedly, the wild spirit beasts are so powerful. Ning Rongrong smiled embarrassedly. This is also normal. Your martial spirit is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, the world's #1 auxiliary martial spirit, but it does not have attack power. Chu Qin replied, in the future, don't be angry with your family. I dare not. Ning Rongrong shook his head, I almost died twice just now. Fortunately, Chu Qin, you saved me. You are a good person, so you will definitely help me, right? Look at your gold soul coin, then I will help you once. Chu Qin nodded. With golden soul coins, he can buy a lot of carrots for Xiaowu. What's more, the purpose of his trip is to help Ning Rongrong obtain a second spirit ring. The main reason is that Ning Rongrong is his wife. Do you have any requirements for the spirit ring? Chu Qin asked. Pretty, it must be beautiful. Ning Rongrong replied, I heard others say that the spirit ring is to evolve one's body, and those ugly spirit beasts are disgusting when I think about it. Where is the wrong reason? Chu Qin shook his head, are there any requirements? No more. But, Dad said, we assist martial soul, and spirit soul beast takes precedence. Okay, then. Pretty, right? After enjoying the perfect lunch, Chu Qin took Ning Rongrong and walked in the Kaibao forest, and began to choose spirit rings. Chu Qin, how about that ghost rabbit? Pretty. No rabbit. No rabbit? Why? No why? How about Luo Fenglang? No, it looks too ugly, like a group slime. A few days passed in a flash. The two of them searched and searched all the way, and almost they were about to stroll through the Kaibao forest. In the end they determined their goal, a 700-year-old angelic horse. This is a snow-white spirit horse with wings. Not only is it beautiful, but it also belongs to the top spirit type soul beast, which is in line with Ning Rongrong's orientation. Soon, Chu Qin locked the angel spirit horse, and finally Ning Rongrong used a knife to give the angel spirit horse the final blow. Next, Ning Rongrong sat down to absorb the spirit ring of the angelic spirit horse, while Chu Qin protected her from the side. Great, when Rongrong finishes absorbing this spirit ring, she should be mine. Chu Qin thought from the side. I don't know what happened to Xiaowu. Without this little bunny around, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Ding! It is detected that Ning Rongrong has obtained the second spirit ring. Congratulations to the host, he has obtained Ning Rongrong's 100% favorability, a second-level spirit power inner alchemy, and a titled Douluo follower. What title Douluo? Chu Qin said secretly in his heart, closing his eyes. Ling Fox Douluo, Su Daji. Wuhan, Nine-tailed Demon Fox, titled Douluo of the 99-level assault system. Personality, docile, seductive. 99-level peerless Douluo, yes, yes. Chu Qin said with ecstasy in his heart. Title Douluo, Su Daji, generating, 10%, 20%, 100%. Title Douluo Su Daji has entered the host's summoning authority. The system then prompted, the host can summon Su Daji to his side through thoughts. Chapter 11, How about being promised by the body? It's so good. Chu Qin secretly said in his heart. Summoning title Douluo is far more convenient than a real follower. Chu Qin's mind entered into meditation, and the next moment, an extremely beautiful figure appeared in front of him. She is about 1.75 meters tall, she is extremely graceful, with her lordosis and back curled, her chest straight and buttocks drawn. Her appearance is even more charming and charming, especially when she is wearing an open-chested ancient robe. On the chest, except for a deep gully, there is a feeling that is ready to come out. Are you Su Daji? Chu Qin asked uncertainly. No matter who it is, seeing these stunners in this world will make you feel excited, let alone such a passionate person like Chu and Qin. Yes, master. Su Daji replied. There was a full of charm in the voice, as well as the comfort of a frosted eardrum. Can you really exist, or is it just a summoned object? Chu Qin asked. It's all based on the master's wishes. Su Daji replied, if the master allows Daji to stay with him forever, then Daji can live by his master like a real follower. Otherwise, Daji can stay with the master's consciousness forever. Well, not bad. Chu Qin nodded excitedly. Chu Qin, Chu Qin. At this time, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out of Chu Qin's mind. Chu Qin immediately opened his eyes when he heard the words, but saw that Ning Rongrong had already plunged into his arms and said with great excitement, Chu Qin, Chu Qin. I have obtained the second spirit ring, I am a real the great soul master. Smelling the special fragrance of Ning Rongrong's body, Chu Qin was overjoyed, holding Ning Rongrong's back, and smiling slightly, congratulations. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin faced each other, the former's heart beating, me, what's wrong with me? Why do I have the urge to kiss him? Thinking about it, Ning Rongrong was a little bold, and turned his face to Chu Qin, but the latter did not resist. Chu Qin knew that Ning Rongrong had a 100% affection for him. Chu Qin can't be considered impatient, but he never refuses to take the initiative to send it to the door. Ahem! Just as the two wanted to kiss each other, a cough suddenly sounded. The two of them were shocked, and turned around to look, only to see three figures standing there. It was Ning Fengzi, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Dad, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bones. Ning Rongrong shouted in surprise. Rongrong, what are you doing? Ning Fengzi asked with a serious face. At this moment, Chu Qin was under Ning Rongrong, who was pressing on Chu Qin's body in an extremely awkward posture. Ning Rongrong blushed and immediately got up from Chu Qin. Chu Qin immediately beat a carp and got up. Dad, why are you here? Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengzi a little depressed and dissatisfied and asked. Should I not be here? Ning Fengzi frowned, the dignified young master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, who actually lay on someone else in this forest, spread it out, you lost all the face of my 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Humph! Ning Rongrong snorted coldly. Next, Ning Fengzi looked at Chu Qin and asked, what is your name? Chu Qin. Chu Qin said calmly. If before, he might still be afraid of Ning Fengzi, but now he has Su Daji, a peerless Douluo, plus the Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Great Ape experience card. It was basically impossible for Ning Fengzi to deal with him. After Ning Feng gave a speech, he stared into Chu Qin's eyes indifferently for 3 seconds. Chu Qin always had the same expression, and his face was calm and indifferent. Chu Qin was thinking, what is Ning Fengzi thinking about? At this moment, Jian Douluo on the side smiled and said, okay, Fengzi, don't treat Chu Qin like that. When Ning Fengzi heard the words, he changed his indifferent expression and smiled. In fact, Ning Fengzi had already identified this son-in-law, how could he be angry? Moreover, the actions of Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin showed that their relationship has gone further. Little friend Chu Qin, introduce yourself. I am the elder of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, Chen Xin. Jian Douluo looked at Chu Qin with a smile. It turns out to be elder Chen Xin. Chu Qin nodded slightly in confusion. Ning Rongrong is his established wife, and Chen Xin is naturally his elder. Little friend Chu Qin, you don't need to be nervous. In fact, we have been following Rongrong just now. Jian Douluo continued. Chu Qin was slightly taken aback. Dad, Grandpa Bones, Grandpa Jian, have you been following me? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise and angrily. Yes, how can we rest assured that you are alone? Bone Douluo replied. Humph! Then I was chased 10 miles by Gale Wind Demon Wolf, are you all watching? Ning Rongrong said with his hands on his waist, a little angry. Hey, Rongrong, we are not to blame. Jian Douluo's face was kind, and he smiled, you said that you want to obtain the 2nd spirit ring alone, so you don't want us to do it. What about Huo Wudi? He said it was sent by your father. Ning Rongrong then asked. Oh, Rongrong, Dad apologizes to you about Huo Wudi. Ning Fengzi sighed angrily, I really didn't expect this beast to want to do something to you. Humph, how can you be like this? If it weren't for Chu Qin, I would have been almost killed and ignored you. Ning Rongrong said, turning his head angrily away. Rongrong, in fact, your father is also doing good for you. Chu Qin said, their intention is to let you practice more. Ning Rongrong heard Chu Qin speak, and his anger dissipated. He watched Ning Fengzi and the 3 of them replied, really? Sword Douluo replied, how could we be willing to hurt you? But speaking of it, I would like to thank little friend Chukin. Jian Douluo turned to Chu Qin, first, you saved Rongrong twice, and second, helped Rongrong obtain the 2nd spirit ring. It's just a matter of effort. Chu Qin smiled. No. Ning Fengzi shook his head, we have all heard the conversation between you and Rongrong just now. With that, Ning Fengzi took out a card from the soul guide container and handed it to Chu Qin, there are 1 million gold soul coins. Is this inappropriate? Chu Qin declined. Chu Qin, take it, this is what I promised you. Ning Rongrong said. Chu Qin heard this, and only then accepted the golden soul coin card. Yes, and Rongrong also promised you to fulfill a wish. Ning Fengzi continued, say, what wish do you want? Yes, Chu Qin, what wish do you want? Jian Douluo added. I haven't thought about this yet. Chu Qin replied. Although he believes that Ning Rongrong is his wife, he can't directly claim to possess Ning Rongrong, right? Wouldn't it make people think that he is a frivolous person? However, what Chu Qin did not expect was that Ning Fengzi took the initiative to speak. Chu Qin, or else, if you saved Rongrong's life, how about letting her make her promise? Chapter 12, Harvest Ning Rongrong and Return to Notting College. A hint of surprise flashed across Ning Rongrong's face, but he still replied, Dad, are you kidding? Chu Qin and I didn't know each other for a day. Chu Qin also expressed his approval, thinking that Ning Fengzi was joking. When did Dad make a joke? Ning Fengzi replied sternly, you also know that I only met for a few days. Just now, you almost fell on Chu Qin. Dad, are you serious? Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengzi and asked seriously. His face was serious, and his heart was ecstatic. Yet. Ning Fengzi nodded, I have discussed this with Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone. You are not young anymore, it's time to find someone to calm you down. Ning Rongrong pouted when he heard the words and turned his gaze to Chu Qin. He asked with some hope, Chu Qin, would you want me? So, Rongrong, you agree with it yourself. Ning Fengzi smiled, and then looked at Chu Qin. Chu Qin, what do you think? We have already seen your talent, and I can say that the whole continent can't find it. The second 17-year-old Soul King. And I can understand your feelings for Rongrong, you not only saved her, but also for her second soul ring, you spent several days in this Kaibao forest. And my 7 treasure glazed sect, in terms of strength, dare not say that the first sect in the world, that is also one of the top 3 sects. In terms of financial resources, it is far beyond the reach of other sects. As my son-in-law, you should not feel wronged? Ning Feng said with a smile. Chu Qin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then replied, since Uncle Ning, you have said so. Then I can't refuse, indeed, I admit that I like Rongrong. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo both looked happy, and Ning Rongrong directly took Chu Qin's arms, beautiful eyes shining, and excitedly asked, Chu Qin, you really like me too? Yet. Chu Qin nodded seriously. Great, great. Ning Rongrong excitedly pressed his head against Chu Qin's arm. However, Uncle Ning, I have one condition. Chu Qin said to Ning Feng while stroking Ning Rongrong's hair. What are the conditions? You say. Ning Fengzi asked. I will not stay in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Chu Qin replied, I want Rongrong to follow me. This. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo both showed embarrassment. They are just such a daughter, granddaughter. Although Chu Qin was an extremely talented genius, he was not full of wings after all. They were still thinking, let Chu Qin stay in the 7 treasure glazed glass sect? Uncle Ning, Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo. Chu Qin said, I know what you are worried about. After Chu Qin's words, one snapped his fingers, and the next moment Sudaji's figure appeared out of thin air by Chu Qin's side. Seeing Sudaji, Ning Fengzi all 4 were shocked. Not only Sudaji's beauty, but also her strength. Especially Sword Bone Douluo, they are all strong, and they can't feel Sudaji's spirit power fluctuations at all. It shows that this is a strong person who is completely above them. This is. Jian Douluo asked in surprise. Hello everyone, my name is Sudaji. Sudaji said, it's Master Chu Qin's subordinate. Master. Everyone was surprised again. Dare to ask, your realm? Bone Douluo asked respectfully, unconsciously saying you. Sudaji heard the words and glanced at Chu Qin. After obtaining the latter's permission, a circle of pink light radiated from Sudaji's body. What followed were yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 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 and red 9 extremely terrifying spirit rings. At the moment when the spirit power of Su Da's spirit ring was revealed, the forests around 10 miles around were all moved, the ground was rumbling, and the air was trembling. 400,000-year spirit rings. Bone Douluo said in horror. Title Douluo. Ning Fengzi also followed in surprise. No, it's not a titled Douluo. Sword Douluo shook his head, it's a 99-level peerless Douluo. Otherwise, it's impossible to send out such energy fluctuations. Yes, Su Daji is a peerless Douluo. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Uncle Ning, Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo, are you relieved now? Don't worry. Don't worry. How can Ning Fengzi and the three be worried? Staying beside peerless Douluo is safer than staying in the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. At the same time, the three of them were overjoyed. Chu Qin was able to follow a peerless Douluo by his side, and this peerless Douluo called him his master. To say that Chu Qin has no background, that would be a big joke. Thinking about it another way, Ning Fengzi had such a son-in-law, that 7 treasure glazed glass sect, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in Douluo continent in the future? If Chu Qin's talent was the reason why Ning Fengzi liked him, then this Su Daji was his guarantee that Ning Fengzi would not regret him until he died. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi smiled and looked at Chu Qin and said, Chu Qin, we learned from the conversation between you and Rong that you are not from the Douluo continent, so can you tell us where do you come from? He was very curious, what kind of sect could make peerless Douluo a subordinate? Douluo continent Far Sea area. How could Chu Qin tell the truth? No one has been to the Far Sea area of Douluo continent and no one knows, he can say whatever he wants. Uncle Ning, but my father has ordered him not to reveal the specific location of this place. Understand, understand. Ning Fengzi smiled, I have a chance, I really hope to meet your father. Yet. Chu Qin smiled back. Dad, can I go out to play with Chu Qin? Ning Rong asked excitedly. Ning Rong was extremely happy at this moment to be able to be with the one he loves, and to leave the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Rong. Ning Fengzi suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Ning Rong and said, outside, you must listen to Chu Qin more. Don't be as naughty as you are in the sect. Got it? Ning Rong said reluctantly. Chu Qin, if Rong causes something outside, you can beat and scold, don't have to report to me. Ning Fengzi turned to Chu Qindao. Relax, Uncle Ning. Chu Qin hugged Ning Rong and replied, women are for pain, so I won't be willing to beat and scold Rong. When Ning Rong heard this, he even chuckled secretly. Rong, with Chu Qin, don't forget Grandpa Jian. Jian Douluo looked at Ning Rong and said, remember to go home often. I will, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, Rong will definitely come back to see you. Ning Rong nodded seriously. The group greeted a few words, and finally Chu Qin and Ning Rong held hands, followed by Su Daji, and walked out of the Kaibao forest. Out of the Kaibao forest, Chu Qin hired a carriage. The carriage travelled on the road for a day and a night, and finally it was almost close to Notting City. Along the way, Chu Qin felt a little nervous. Although he won Ning Rong, how should he tell Xiaowu? Chapter 13, Conscience System, Tang San is jealous. If the harem catches fire, he will also have a headache. However, what Chu Qin did not expect was that Ning Rong seemed to see his anxiety, and took the initiative to ask, Chu Qin, are you there? There is another woman. Ah! Chu Qin said in a daze. I don't know if I should admit it. She's called Xiaowu, dancing dance, right? Ning Rong asked with a smile. How do you know? Chu Qin said in surprise. According to the current timeline, Ning Rong and Xiaowu should have never met before. I dreamed of her yesterday. Ning Rong replied, she told me that she is your woman. Chu Qin was perplexed in the mist. At this time, relying on his feelings, he secretly said in his heart, "System, is it your ghost?" "Of course." The system replied, "This goddess system is a conscience system. Don't worry, go and tease your sister, your harem will be sorted out by this system, and it will never catch fire. In other words, every goddess will naturally accept, you have other women. System, I love you." Chu Qin was a little excited. Really, the system of conscience. Thinking of this, Chu Qin no longer concealed, "Well, I do still have a woman named Xiaowu, you will see it later." "Great!" Ning Rongrong clapped his palms and said excitedly, "In this way, I will have one more sister." "Chu Qin, do you think Xiaowu will accept me as a sister?" "This should be." Chu Qin replied, "You are so beautiful." "Really?" Ning Rongrong said with a smile, "Then you say I am more beautiful than Xiaowu?" "You are beautiful." Chu Qin said without hesitation. "This is a proposition." "Really? Don't lie to me." Ning Rongrong smiled triumphantly. "It seems that although Rongrong does not exclude me from having a harem, women always love to compare, especially by May." At this time, the carriage stopped at the gate of Notting College. "Here." Chu Qin stepped out of the carriage and applied for a lazy waist. Although he hadn't seen Xiaowu for a few days, he felt strange to miss this little rabbit. Following that, Chu Qin supported Ning Rongrong's arm and helped her out of the carriage, and the two walked into the academy side by side holding hands. "Chu Qin." At this moment, an angry, slightly immature voice sounded. Chu and Qin followed the sound and saw Tang San walking out of Notting College wearing academic uniforms. "Tang San." Chu Qin smiled lightly. "Chu Qin, you still have a face to smile." Tang San walked to Chu Qin's face and said angrily, "I have already given Xiaowu to you, and even hooked up with other women. What is it that you let it? Besides, what does it matter to you when I pick up girls?" Chu Qin asked calmly. "Humph, Xiaowu is my sister anyway." Tang San said angrily, "Are you worthy of her for doing this?" "Funny." Chu Qin smiled quietly, "Only you are worthy of being Xiaowu's brother? Besides, will Xiaowu recognize you? That's better than you hooking up with a wild woman." Tang San frowned. "Chu Qin, who is he?" Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qin and asked when he heard this. "A poor love-lost baby." Chu Qin smiled contemptuously. "No wonder. You stay away from my old mother." Ning Rongrong looked at Tang San angrily, "Let me hear you talking about the old mother, the wild woman. The old mother is not polite to you. The wild woman is talking about you." Tang San sneered, "Do you know that this person already has a woman, and you are just a junior?" Tang San was very angry, but why did Xiaowu, who had been soaking for 4 years, be taken away by Chu Qin? Now, Chu Qin found another woman? Jealousy made Tang San lose his mind a bit. However, before Tang San finished his words, Chu Qin kicked him out. "I was in a good mood today. It seems that you are going to be beaten again." Tang San lay on the ground, looking at Chu Qin angrily. Chu Qin's kick made Tang San sober. "Chu Qin." Tang San sneered, "I'm inferior to you. But if you are not focused on your feelings, you will pay the price sooner or later. Forget it, I guess you don't know anything. Wait until that day, you will know." Chu Qin's face was indifferent and calm, but Ning Rongrong's face was angry, with an urge to beat Tang San. "Chu Qin." As soon as Tang San finished speaking, he saw a soft and mellow voice, and saw a tall woman in powder coat with slender legs, jogging over. "It is Xiaowu." "Hey! Chu Qin, Xiaowu is here." Tang San said coldly, "Look at how you explain it to her." However, just when Tang San was ready to watch the show, he was dumbfounded. Directly, Xiaowu jumped into Chu Qin's arms excitedly, and the latter raised her palm to support her hip. "Do you miss me?" Chu Qin asked, looking at Xiaowu gently. Xiaowu nodded desperately. "Chu Qin, you lie to me, carrots, it doesn't work at all. Little color rabbit." Chu Qin said grimly, "It's okay, I'm back, you don't need carrots." "Are you Xiaowu?" At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked at Xiaowu and asked with a smile. "Yes, I am Xiaowu, a dancing dance." Xiaowu hung around Chu Qin's neck and looked at Ning Rongrong excitedly. "Are you another Chu Qin woman, Ning Rongrong?" "Hey!" Ning Rongrong smiled. "Xiaowu, how do you know my name is Ning Rongrong? And how do you know that I am also Chu Qin's woman?" "I don't know either." Xiaowu shook her head in confusion. "I seem to have seen you somewhere. Could it be in a dream?" Ning Rongrong asked. "Can't remember." Xiaowu shook her head. "It doesn't matter, since we are all Chukin women, we are good sisters." Ning Rongrong paused and smiled. Xiaowu nodded excitedly, jumped off Chu Qin's body, and said with Ning Rongrong's hand, nodding, "College, except for Chu Qin, there are a bunch of stinky men. This is all right, there is Rongrong, I am not alone anymore. Rongrong, take care of you in the future." "Well, good." Ning Rongrong covered his mouth and smiled. "Since it's the first time you two met." At this time, Chu and Qin saw the scene of the two enjoying themselves in harmony. "So I walked between the two of them, put one arm around one, and said, then let's go back and celebrate. I personally go to the hotel to book a feast for you." "Good." Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong said in unison. After speaking, Chu Qin hugged left and right, and led the two daughters to the dormitory. "What do you want to eat?" Chu Qin asked. "Spicy rabbit legs." Ning Rongrong blurted out. "No rabbit." Chu Qin and Xiaowu said in unison. Seeing Chu and Qin embracing left and right, Tang San was a little suspicious of life. "Xiaowu!" Tang San shouted towards Xiaowu anxiously. Xiaowu glanced at Tang San when he heard the words, and then said indifferently, "Go away, smelly man." Hearing Xiaowu's cold words, Tang San felt like falling into the abyss. "It seems that I think too much." Tang San said with a decadent heart, "Maybe Xiaowu didn't care about me from the beginning. She cares about Chu Qin, it is Chu Qin." Tang San, don't take your own humiliation anymore and be sentimental." It was night. Chu and Qin were full of food and drink. Xiaowu was probably too excited, drank a lot of beer, and slept in the back room first. Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin were lying on the sofa. The two were drunk. Everywhere in the Douluo continent is good, just don't have a mobile phone to play in the free time. Chu Qin sighed to himself. "Chu Qin." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong put down his book and said in a tired voice. "Hey? What's wrong, Rongrong?" Chu Qin also put down his book, and asked slightly in surprise. "Chu Qin." Ning Rongrong pressed his red lips lightly, a little embarrassed. "What's the matter, what can't you tell me?" Chu Qin smiled softly, hugging Ning Rongrong's arm. "Chu Qin, I heard Xiaowu say that you will, that at night," Ning Rongrong said, his face flushed. Chapter 14, The Bold Ning Rongrong, Sign in Zhuzuking. "Oh." Chu Qin instantly understood Ning Rongrong's thoughts, but smiled and shook his head and refused, "No, Rongrong, you are too young." "Where am I young?" Ning Rongrong frowned. "Isn't Xiaowu about the same age as me?" "I'm not talking about this." Chu Qin replied. Ning Rongrong still doesn't know that Xiaowu is not really 10 years old, she is 100,000 years old. And Ning Rongrong. At this time, Chu Qin's heart rate accelerated slightly, and he saw that Ning Rongrong was probably drunk. He actually pulled open his collar, revealing a wide and shallow gully. "Look, I'm not young," Ning Rongrong said shyly. Chu Qin was shocked. Although Ning Rongrong looks a bit small, he does have real materials. "Chu Qin, just look at it." Ning Rongrong turned his head aside, and asked a little shyly. "She is like this." Chu Qin is indifferent. "Rongrong, we have only been in contact for a while, are you sure you want to do this?" Chu Qin asked with a slight face. "Hey!" Ning Rongrong's temper came up suddenly, and he hummed indifferently, "You don't touch me anymore." Chu Qin suddenly wanted to slap himself, but the girls were unwilling to do this. So Chu Qin smiled and pushed Ning Rongrong down on the sofa. "Rongrong, it's okay to be smaller, eat more papaya." Papaya. The two of them rode on their hazy drunkenness. During the period, Chu Qin took some safety measures. In a blink of an eye, 6 months passed. Xiaowu successfully passed the assessment of Notting College, and Chu Qin also resigned as a tutor at Notting College. They rode in a carriage and came to the kingdom of Barak, the city of Soto. The Balak kingdom is located in the southwest of the Tiandu Empire and is one of the 4 kingdoms that belong to the Tiandu Empire. And Soto, as one of the main cities of the Barak kingdom, the streets are also prosperous, coming and going, pedestrians are like weaving. However, at this moment, the eyes of these pedestrians are all on a young man. This man hugs left and right 2 peerless beauties, but it is Chu Qin and his little dance, Ning Rongrong. Both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong can be called stunning, completely different from their painting style. Hateful, such 2 stunning beauties talked and laughed in Chu Qin's arms. It is worth mentioning that Xiaowu is holding a carrot in his hand and Ning Rongrong is holding a papaya in his hand. "Chu Qin, what are we doing here?" Xiaowu asked, looking at Chu Qin, somewhat puzzled. "Didn't you graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy?" Chu Qin smiled, "I will bring you to join the Advanced Soul Master Academy." "Chu Qin, the best Senior Soul Master Academy in the whole continent, shouldn't it be the Heaven Do Imperial Academy? We should go to the Heaven Do Imperial capital. How come we come to this poor country and remote area?" Ning Rongrong asked with some doubts. "Rongrong, it's still poorer here? It's much bigger than Notting City," Xiaowu said in surprise. "Hehe, Xiaowu. Maybe I'm used to the Tiandu Imperial capital, and I think it's poorer and smaller everywhere," Ning Rongrong replied. "You are sick of wealth." Xiaowu pouted. "Xiaowu, Rongrong. Don't underestimate the city of Soto." Chu Qin smiled at this time. "Here, you will get unexpected gains." "What is it?" Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong said in unison. "When you enter the academy, you will know." Chu Qin smiled. Ding! The goddess system is on. I violently beat Dai Mubai and became a Shrek Academy instructor. He got Zhu Zuking's 100% favorability, 200,000 year soul bones, and 1/7th level soul guide. Sure enough. Chu Qin said secretly, 360 Zhu Zuking. Both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong can be called stunning, but they are a bit small. Zhu Qing is here to make up for this shortcoming. Chu Qin, what are you laughing at? Xiaowu asked suspiciously. No, nothing. Chu Qin smiled slightly, it's getting late, let's go find a hotel first, and I will accompany you to go shopping later. Good, the 2 women said in unison. Chu Qin searched for it all the way, rejected many luxury hotels, and finally came to a 3-story building with a rose-like appearance. Rose Hotel, this should be it. Chu Qin smiled. This is one of the places where the traveler must punch his card. Trouble, open, a room. Chu Qin walked into the hotel with his arms around Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu. Guest, you 3 live in one room. What can't you do? Ning Rongrong frowned, it's the one who drove you. In Ning Rongrong's heart, she thought that the waiters thought they had no money. Good, good. The hotel attendant smiled immediately. We happen to have a big bedroom in our shop. Spacious and comfortable, it's enough for the three of you to sleep. Then go ahead. Xiaowu replied. Wait, it's just a big bedroom, should it be reserved for me? At this moment, an arrogant and lazy voice sounded. Everyone followed the sound and saw a blonde man, hugging a pair of graceful twins from the left and right, and walked into the hotel. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, had a strong build, and looked very handsome, with waist-length blonde hair scattered around. Especially the man's pupil is the most peculiar, it turns out to be the double pupil. When Chu Qin saw this man for the first time, he locked his identity, the evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai. Also, the target he is about to beat. This guest officer. When the waiter saw Dai Mubai's exquisite dress, he immediately greeted him with a smile. This room has already been given to these three guest officers. Go to another store. When Dai Mubai heard the words, he looked at the three of Chu and Qin. Suddenly, his heart was a little unhappy, and Chu Qin's appearance was even higher than him. In addition, both left and right embraced, Chu and Qin had two peerless beauties in his arms. Looking at his arms, what are these two things? Thinking of this, the corner of Dai Mubai's mouth slanted slightly, and he turned to the waiter with a cold expression. It seems that you are new here, right? Call your manager out. Xiao Dai, Xiao Dai. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, he saw a middle-aged man with a big belly come out in the hotel. I'm here, I can smell money all the way. No, Xiao Dai is yours. Heroic. Manager Wang. Dai Mubai smiled triumphantly. Didn't you say that you have to leave me a room every day? You are good at handling things. I'm sorry, Xiao Dai, my subordinates don't understand the rules. Manager Wang smiled, and then looked at the three Chu and Qin people. Sorry, three guest officers, this room belongs to Xiao Dai. Could you please go to another house? Why? Hearing this, Chu Qin hadn't spoken yet. Xiaowu had a violent temper. Obviously we came first. Because I have money. Dai Mubai slanted at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you have money. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes became cold, and he threw a bag out of the soul guide container. The bag fell on the counter, and the dazzling golden soul coins immediately spilled from the bag. Seeing such a big bag of gold soul coins, Manager Wang's eyes beamed straight. This is 100 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong folded his arms and said while looking at Dai Mubai, let him get out of here. Chapter 15, Spike Dai Mubai. This. Manager Wang was suddenly embarrassed. Both are rich and God, he can't afford it. However, Dai Mubai's mouth curled, and he looked at Ning Rongrong and said, unexpectedly, she is still a rich little woman. I said you look good, so let's with Xiao and I. Dai Mubai looked at Ning Rongrong with a slightly wretched smile. Fuck with you, who are you? Ning Rongrong retorted and smiled contemptuously. You are the prodigal son, Golan Feng, who is not worthy of polishing this lady. Rongrong, good scolding. Xiaowu said with a smile. Very well, you successfully angered me. Dai Mubai's eyes were cold, however, I will not beat women with Dai Mubai. With that said, Dai Mubai looked at Chu Qin, are they your women? Not bad. Chu Qin replied calmly. Very good. Master, I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. Come and fight. Dai Mubai said, pushing away the two women, one on the left and the other on the right, twisting their necks lightly. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a roar of tigers, behind Dai Mubai, a majestic white tiger with evil eyes appeared. At the same moment, under Dai Mubai's feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, 3 spirit rings sprang out. Xiao Dai. Seeing Dai Mubai's anger, Manager Wang shouted in fear. Don't worry. Dai Mubai's eyes were cold, all the losses today are counted as mine. However, I am sure of this person. With that said, Daimyo Bai turned to Chu Qin. I said you are a man, don't you hide behind a woman. Impossible. Chu Qin replied calmly. Very well, then come on. Beihu, possess. With Daimyo Bai's roar, his hands instantly expanded more than twice, and his palms were covered by a layer of white tiger hair. At the same time, on Daimyo Bai's forehead, a faint word king appeared. Daimyo Bai, Wuhan, Beihu, 37th level War Soul Sovereign. In the domineering voice, a few words arrogantly came out. Xiaowu, wrong. Chu Qin smiled indifferently. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong walked to the rear at the same time. Xiaowu said to the waiter, accept the golden soul coin, and bring the room card. This. The waiter hesitated. However, the next moment, only a loud bang was heard, and under everyone's attention, Daimyo Bai leaned forward in his abdomen, showing a U shape, and was blown into the air. Go out and hang on the wall. Seeing this scene, whether it was the hotel manager, the waiter, or the two graceful women, they were all shocked. What happened just now? Soul Lord was killed in a second. Wrong, there is no way, some people just like to humiliate themselves. Xiaowu grabbed the room card from the waiter, shrugged, and smiled faintly. I thought it was so powerful, would you dare to challenge my family, Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong also looked at Daimyo Bai and said teasingly. Daimyo Bai slowly got up amidst the sarcasm. He looked at Chu Qin, there was no arrogance in his eyes, and all that was left was fear and surprise. Just now, he experienced the most terrifying scene. Just now, Chu Qin in front of him had just a punch, without even showing the spirit ring of the martial arts, he broke his white tiger body barrier directly. You, who are you? Daimyo Bai looked at Chu Qin in horror and asked. You don't deserve to know my name. Chu Qin said calmly. With that said, Chu Qin hooked his towards Daimyo Bai, it's a man, just continue. The second spirit ability, Bai Huli Guangbo. Daimyo Bai let out a low growl, and his mouth became as big as a tiger's mouth, and a ball of milky white light sprayed out of it. Daimyo Bai's momentum was very strong, and the movement caused was not small. The walls of the hotel began to tremble, as if they were about to collapse. Seeing this scene, Chu Qin smiled calmly, and calmly stretched out his right hand, without using any soul power. But I saw that the Beiholibo was easily intercepted by Chu Qin's palm. If everyone didn't see it clearly just now, then they can see it really. Chu Qin caught the attack of a soul venerable with the palm of his flesh, and there was no shaking in his body. Except for Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, everyone was shocked. How old is Chu Qin? Catch the attack of the soul venerable with bare hands? Not only that, Chu Qin gently pushed the palm of his hand, and the milky white light beam turned its direction and blasted towards Daimyo Bai. Daimyo Bai was hit by the beam of light, and suddenly fell heavily to the ground, and the spirit ring of the martial arts also dissipated at this moment. Why, maybe. Daimyo Bai lay on the ground, looking at the man who was about the same age in front of him, shocked to the extreme in his heart. Who are you? Daimyo Bai asked subconsciously in fear. In the future, you will know. Chu Qin smiled quietly. Wrong, Xiaowu, let's go to the room to rest. After speaking, Chu and Qin hugged Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, and left unhurriedly. Shao Dai. Manager Wang walked over immediately after seeing Chu Qin leaving, wanting to help Daimyo Bai. Impossible. There is such a powerful young soul master in the world, I have to tell the dean as soon as possible. Get out of the way. Daimyo Bai knocked off Manager Wang's hand, then clutched his chest, and walked towards Shrek Academy alone. Oh! Manager Wang sighed softly, and ordered to the waiter, clean up here, and the guests upstairs must take care of each other. Yes, the waiter acted immediately. At this time, he found that at the entrance of the hotel, a man dressed in blue with a wheaten skin was standing. This person is Tang San. Sorry, guest officer, this shop is full, let's go to another house. Tang San didn't seem to hear the waiter's words, and said to himself, unexpectedly, this kid is so strong. What will he do when he comes to Soto City? Is it possible to join Shrek Academy? Forget it, it's a child after all, so I won't provoke him less in the future. Tang San sighed. When the voice fell, Tang San turned away. In the luxury suites of the Rose Hotel. I can finally rest. As soon as they entered the room, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu collapsed on the bed with exhaustion. Why, don't you go shopping anymore? Chu Qin smiled. Don't go, too tired. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu replied tacitly. Well, I'm also a little tired. We sleep until dawn and then go to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin smiled and nodded, lying down between Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu. Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu asked in unison. Yes, it's a high-level Soul Master Academy. I'll tell you tomorrow. Now, go to sleep. After saying this, Chu Qin put his arm around one and let out a uniform snoring. Sleep so fast? Ning Rongrong said in surprise. Rongrong, let's sleep too. Xiaowu said with a smile. Yet. After speaking, the two women hugged Chu Qin tightly from one side, and fell asleep. About 10 minutes later, Chu Qin felt his lips wet and woke up. Only then did he realize that Ning Rongrong was kissing him. Rongrong. Chu Qin said quietly and surprised. Ah! Chukan, you are awake. Ning Rongrong said suddenly, I'm sorry, Chu Qin, your face is so beautiful, I couldn't help it. Little bad guy. Chu Qin couldn't help but squeezed Ning Rongrong's little cheek. Did you think about it? Chapter 16, 2 months on the same day. Ning Rongrong nodded pitifully. During this period, because Xiaowu had been by his side, Chu Qin seldom did anything in that regard. Chu Qin heard this, glanced at Xiaowu who was sleeping, and then said to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, Xiaowu can't wake up easily when she sleeps, let's go to the bathroom. Ning Rongrong nodded excitedly. As a result, the two surreptitiously walked towards the bathroom. After closing the door, the two of them let out a long sigh of relief, and Chu Qin looked at Ning Rongrong with some excitement. At this time, Ning Rongrong was wearing a light green tight skirt with two beautiful jade-like legs under the skirt, and the peak on Ning Rongrong's chest was already quite stalwart. It's getting bigger, it seems that papaya still works. Hee hee. Ning Rongrong smiled triumphantly. Let's be quiet, don't wake up Xiaowu. After speaking, the two began to undress. Just halfway through, the door was opened, and Xiaowu suddenly appeared at the door. Xiaowu. Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin said in surprise at the same time. You. Xiaowu Dai frowned. Xiaowu, listen to my explanation. Chu Qin hurriedly said. Explain what? I heard it all. Take me one. Ah. Chu Qin and Ning Rongrong said in a daze. Ah what? Xiaowu pouted, and you all carried me on your back several times. With that said, Xiaowu rudely began to undress. Tonight, the two moons are on the same day. Destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, early morning. Chu Qin took Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu out of Soto City and came to a small village outside the city gate. Chu Qin, didn't you mean to go to the Advanced Soul Master Academy? How did you get out of the city? Xiaowu wondered. Yes, Chu Qin, are you going in the wrong direction? Ning Rongrong also asked. No. Chu Qin shook his head, the direction is right. But, how can there be an Advanced Soul Master Academy here? Xiaowu asked. Look, isn't that right? Chu Qin pointed to the front, smiling at the place where there was a long line. This group of people is passing through a wooden door one after another into the village. At first glance, they thought they were queuing to go to the toilet. However, when you look closely, above the wooden door, there are indeed 5 words Shrek Academy written, and, behind the words, there is a group of Soul Beast Shrek logo. Chu Qin, isn't it? This is Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu still asked tacitly. Both of them were very surprised. This place, let alone the Advanced Soul Master Academy, is not linked to the high-level Soul Master Academy, even if it is different from the School Education Academy. Although I don't want to admit it, it really is. Chu Qin nodded, put his arms around the 2 girls, shrugged, and walked towards Shrek Academy helplessly. Chu Qin's gaze had been searching in the team, but no matter what, he couldn't find the person he was looking for. On the contrary, he saw Tang San. Chu Qin didn't care about Tang San, he was thinking, could it be that the plot has changed, and Zhu Zuqing won't come to Shrek Academy? Impossible, impossible. At this moment, there was a sound of conversation in front of the Chu and Qin trio. Baby, this is Shrek Academy, which claims that as long as you graduate, you can become the Viscount of the Empire. Can you make a mistake? My child, it's impossible, false propaganda, but it will cancel the qualification to run a school. Maybe this is just a test, the real academy is somewhere else. Look behind us, these 2 women and 1 man are so good looking, one you are not ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin and Xiaowu Ning Rongrong both smiled slightly. At the same time, in Shrek Academy, a man with blonde hair and different eyes walked out. It was Dai Mubai. This Shrek Academy hasn't been so lively for a long time. Dai Mubai said lazily, in a good mood. Well, he is, does he want it? Dai Mubai accidentally saw the existence of Chu Qin, his smile instantly solidified, thinking of yesterday's scene, frowned, and immediately turned and rushed back into the academy. Dean. Chu Qin didn't notice the existence of Dai Mubai. Instead, it was Li Yuzong who was in charge of enrollment. His old and sharp voice came from the front of the team. Unqualified is unqualified, don't waste Lao Zi's time. Why, my child is a genius in the junior college, and the first spirit ring is a century-old spirit ring, so he can't enter your broken academy, a middle-aged man said angrily. If you can't get into the college, you can pay me the registration fee. Sorry, the registration fee is non-refundable. Li Yuzong said calmly. Hey! The middle-aged man was immediately furious. Hurry up and return the registration fee to me, otherwise I won't leave. Hearing this, everyone began to sigh, complaining that the academy is shabby, it's too unreasonable. Chu Qin, can this academy also have students? Xiaowu bit a carrot and asked in confusion. Yet. This is too unreasonable. Ning Rongrong took a bite of papaya and followed. Why do we come to such an academy? You'll find out later. Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, as soon as Chu and Qin's words fell, a powerful breath filled the front. I saw that Li Yuzong's feet, no more, no less, just 6 spirit rings lit up. Soul Emperor. Seeing Li Yuzong's spirit ring light up, the originally sorrowful crowd suddenly calmed down. I just say it once. Li Yuzong raised the dragon pattern stick in his hand and said, Shrek Academy only enrolls students under the age of 13, with level 21 spirit power and above, and the first 2 spirit rings are both 100-year-old spirit ring students. Don't waste your time if you don't meet this standard. In addition, the registration fee is non-refundable. If you want, I asked about the dragon stick in my hand. Hearing this, the people who had been in a long queue suddenly disappeared. There are only 5 people left at the scene. Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Tang San, and a girl with a cold expression. The girl looked a little immature. She was 1.65 meters tall and looked like 13 or 14 years old, but the actual age should be younger. The girl has long black hair and a very beautiful face. She is a perfect beauty. But her figure makes people feel like she is an adult. A black leather jacket outlines an attractive curve, especially the afeng on the chest, almost no one can match. Xiaowu, look, that person is so big. Ning Rongrong pointed to the cold-looking girl. Yet, Xiaowu looked at the girl's unreasonable figure, then looked at her own, and replied with some unconfidence, this is not normal. Come on, 36D. However, when Chu Qin heard this, his eyes were cast on the cold-looking girl, and then he smiled excitedly. This person is undoubtedly Zhu Zuqing. What, 36D? Xiaowu asked suspiciously. No. Nothing. Chu Qin shook his head. No, something must be happening. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qindao with strange eyes. Chu Qin's eyes looked very much like last night. Chapter 17, defeated Zhao Waoqi in seconds. Hey, there are still 5 people left. At this time, Li Yuzong's surprised voice sounded, in the past, at this time, I should just get off work. I saw that Li Yuzong smiled quickly and walked in front of the 5 people. If that's the case, then test the soul power. Who will come first? Next, Tang San and the 4 of them completed the tests one by one, and they all met the college entrance requirements. In this year's academy, there were 4 more monsters. Li Yuzong exclaimed. What about you? Finally, Li Yuzong looked at Chu Qin and asked, looking at your age, doesn't it look like a person under 13 years old? Indeed, I am not. Chu Qin nodded, I'm not here to take the entrance examination either. Then don't waste time. Li Yuzong said slightly indifferently, the 4 of you go to the next round of assessment. Wait a minute, I am not attending the entrance examination, but I am here to apply for a tutor. Chu Qin saw Li Yuzong turn around and stopped him. What? Li Yuzong said in surprise. Hearing this, Tang San and the others were also shocked. What is the operation of directly applying for a tutor? However, Li Yuzong turned around and said contemptuously, then you don't waste time. To become a mentor of our Shrek Academy, you must first be above the Soul King and defeat an academy mentor. That's right. I want to remind you that the lowest in our academy is the Soul Emperor. In other words, not the Soul Emperor. If you want to become a mentor of Shrek Academy, it is simply a dream. Chu Qin smiled indifferently, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black and 1 red under his feet, 6 super spirit rings bloomed out. Especially the 6th red spirit ring, instantly silenced the audience. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were both surprised. They only knew that Chu Qin had the 6th spirit ring, but they didn't know that the 6th ring was a 100,000-year spirit ring. Tang San was the most surprised, his eyes fixed on Chu Qin's spirit ring configuration, his heart was shocked to the extreme. What? Zhu Zuqing also opened his mouth slightly. Even in the Star Luo Empire, she couldn't have seen such a young soul emperor. Chu Qin, the 63rd level of the Battle Spirit Emperor. Am I qualified? Chu Qin summoned the Destroyer Spear, while looking at Li Yuzong who was already stunned, smiled lightly. 6. 63rd level Soul Emperor. After a long time, Li Yuzong said in surprise, You, how old are you? 17 years old. Chu Qin smiled slightly. 17-year-old Soul Emperor. Li Yuzong, Tang San, and Zhu Zuqing exclaimed in unison. No, you are recruiting mentors at Shrek Academy, do you still need to ask about age? Chu Qin asked calmly. No, no. Li Yuzong shook his head and forced himself to calm down. The instructor of Shrek Academy has no age limit, as long as it meets the 2 conditions I just mentioned. Well, that's easy. Chu Qin nodded. When Li Yuzong heard Chu Qin's words, he knew that he mostly wanted to learn from him. Just as Li Yuzong wanted to summon the spirit ring of martial spirit and was preparing to fight, he heard Chu Qin smile and say, I heard that in your Shrek Academy, there is a person named Fudo Ming Wang Zhaowuji. Yes. Li Yuzong frowned. Very well, let him come out and fight with me. Chu Qin smiled. You want to challenge Soul Sage Zhaowuji? Li Yuzong asked in surprise. Not bad. Chu Qin replied, fighting with the Soul Emperor is not challenging. The fact is also true. The Soul King of Chu Qin was enough to single out the Soul Sage. Now he has obtained the 6th 100,000-year Soul Ring. It is not the Soul Sage. At this moment, a rough and lazy voice sounded, who is going to challenge me? Everyone followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a strong build and a bronzed skin, pulling out his ears and walking slowly. This middle-aged man, wearing an animal skin armor, was extremely rough, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his skin was as tough as a city wall. There was a playful smile on his face, and a proper expression of beating. Hey, Li Yuzong, there are so many little monsters this year. Zhao Waoqi looked at the 5 Chu and Qin people and smiled triumphantly. By the way, did I get it wrong just now? Who seems to be challenging me? I heard it right, right. Vice President Zhao. At this moment, Li Yuzong walked to Zhao Waoqi's ear, looked at Chu Qin's direction, and whispered a few words toward him. What, the 17-year-old Soul Emperor? Not long after, Zhao Wuji looked at Chu Qin, his smile solidified, and he said in surprise. Zhao Waoqi, hello. I heard that if you want to become your Shrek Academy's mentor, you need to defeat a mentor. Chu Qin smiled and replied. Do you want to be our academy tutor? Zhao Waoqi frowned. He has completely lost the arrogance he had just now, and some are just surprised. Not bad. Chu Qin nodded. Zhao Waoqi, let's do it. Are you really going to fight me? Zhao Waoqi was even more confused. Chu Qin stopped paying attention to Zhao Waoqi, and saw that his feet were yellow, purple, black, and red, and 6 spirit rings flickered. 100,000-year spirit ring. Zhao Waoqi said with an incredible expression. Zhao Waoqi, are you scared? Chu Qin smiled quietly. When Zhao Waoqi heard the words, the corners of his mouth slanted slightly. I have not moved Ming Wang Zhao Waoqi to walk the mainland for many years. The bishops of Wuhan Hall have beaten them. What is there to be afraid of? Well, let's move your muscles and bones. Great King Kong Bear, possess. As soon as Zhao Waoqi's voice fell, his body suddenly rose a lot. On his skin, which was as strong as a city wall, some golden bear fur swelled up, and his palms, at this moment, turned into bear paws. At the same moment, Zhao Waoqi's feet were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, and the 7 spirit rings with the best configuration lighted up. Chu Qin, come on! Seeing this scene, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu shouted at Chu Qin at the same time. Hearing the words, Zhao Waoqi glanced at Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, and then slanted at the corner of his mouth. Chu Qin, do this. As long as you can hold a stick of incense in my hand, I will make an exception to let you become Shrek. The mentor of the college. Although Zhao Waoqi challenged. However, the shock in his heart has not yet been subtracted. For a 17-year-old Soul Emperor like Chu Qin, he cannot find a second one in the entire continent, so he must fawn. No need. Chu Qin smiled, within 10 strokes, if I can't beat you, I will lose. This. Zhao Waoqi frowned slightly, and said in his heart, oh, he is so talented, he is still too young after all. I guess he still doesn't know the difference between the Soul Emperor and the Soul Sage. No, I can't use my full strength. However, Zhao Waoqi hadn't had time to think, a black light flashed before his eyes. Zhao Waoqi looked intently, and Chu Qin's desperate spear had already arrived in front of him, and the tip of the spear had pierced his chest. What? Zhao Wu was greatly surprised, and the 2 bear paws were brought together, and Chu Qin's spear was sandwiched between them. At this speed, it seems that I underestimated him. Fortunately, Zhao Waoqi is not covered. Zhao Waoqi's heart shook a little. Marvel at Chu Qin's speed too fast. Fast speed, power should not be great. However, Zhao Waoqi still underestimated the power of the destroyer spear. I saw that with Zhao Waoqi's full output of soul power, he was still being pushed back by Chu Qin. In the end, accompanied by a loud noise, a black flame burst out from the divine spear, which actually blasted Zhao Waoqi out in an instant. Chu Qin's attack was almost completed in an instant. Everyone hasn't reacted yet, and Zhao Waoqi has been knocked to the ground. When they reacted, they were all surprised. Vice President Zhao was defeated. Li Yuzong couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 18, Flanders will also be beaten. This, Chu Qin, who is he? He is really just a child. Tang San asked inwardly. When I first met Chu Qin, he was no more than the soul sect. Now, in the past year or so, he has reached the point where he can defeat the soul sage. Then he wants to regain Xiaowu, but he has to wait until the year of the monkey? Zhu Zuqing was shocked and thought to himself, this man is so handsome. No, what am I thinking? I'm here to find Dai Mubai. Only Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were very happy and cheered directly, Chu Qin, great. At this moment, Zhao Waoqi is also dumbfounded. Is this Chu Qin really a soul emperor? He was a level 76 strength soul sage, and he was defeated by a soul emperor head-on. Although, Zhao Waoqi didn't use his best. No, you can't let him. Zhao Waoqi secretly said in his heart, otherwise, where do I put the face of my old Zhao? Second spirit ability, powerful diamond palm. Zhao Waoqi took the initiative to take the initiative, and the second spirit ring under his feet lit up, and his bare paw was enlarged several times in an instant, crushing towards Chu and Qin. Feeling Zhao Waoqi's sudden rise in spirit power fluctuations and the gravitational squeeze that was acting on his whole body, Chu Qin's pupils turned slightly. Sure enough, Zhao Waoqi didn't use all his strength just now. Now is the time for him to go all out. But, did I use my full strength? Try 100,000 years spirit ability, one move will determine the winner. Sixth soul skill, the spear of Yuxu. I saw that at the moment when the sixth spirit ring at Chu Qin's feet lit up, his entire body fell into a looming state, as if it had been integrated with the space. Under this circumstance, the gravity suppression brought by Zhao Waoqi on Chu Qin was completely relieved. What kind of weird spirit ability is this? Zhao Waoqi was surprised as he watched his gravity fail. Zhao Waoqi was surprised, and immediately condensed his spirit power into a spirit power shield. Chu Qin's sixth spirit ring came from a system gift. It was produced by a 100,000-year soul beast named Tegzu Bone Dragon. This spirit ring gave Chu and Qin 200,000-year spirit abilities, the Spear of the Void and the soul-breaking gun of King Kong. One is strong and one is soft. And the effect of the Spear of Yuxu is to release all control states of oneself, and ignore all physical defenses. Therefore, I saw that Chu Qin's desperate spear passed through the shield perfectly, and directly shot Zhao Waoqi's body away. Fortunately, Zhao Waoqi stood firm in time to avoid falling, but his martial arts spirit ring dissipated in an instant. In other words, Chu Qin won. I lost. Is this the 100,000-year spirit ability? Zhao Waoqi said in disbelief. Zhao Waoqi, let it go. Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth. Everyone is dumbfounded. Just now, Zhao Waoqi even threatened that Chu Qin could win as long as he defeated him within one stick of incense. Now, Chu and Qin completely defeated Zhao Waoqi with 2 tricks. Congratulations, Chu Qin, in the future, you will be my colleague. You will officially become a Shrek Academy tutor. Zhao Waoqi walked up to Chu Qin convincingly and stretched out his palm. Yet. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Hey, Mentor Chukan, you should be the youngest and most talented mentor in our college from now on, so take care of you in the future. Li Yuzong hurriedly said. There is an additional tutor in the college, why don't I know? At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. I saw a man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a brown suit walking over with a young man with different blonde hair. Boss Flanders. Zhao Waoqi hurriedly greeted him. Flender ignored Zhao Waoqi, turned towards Dai Mubai, looked at Chu Qin and asked in a low voice, Mubai, did he beat you? Yes, Dean. Dai Mubai nodded. Hit him, how many soul gold coins are coming after the matter is done? Flander continued to ask in a low voice. Sponsor a piece of land for the academy, plus 10,000 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai replied quietly. Hearing this, Flender's mouth slanted faintly, and he walked arrogantly in front of Chu Qin, who allowed you to be a Shrek Academy instructor. President. Before Chu Qin spoke, Zhao Waoqi said hurriedly, I made it. Zhao Waoqi, how much benefit did you receive? Flender smiled indifferently. Such a young man can also become a mentor to our Shrek Academy. Forgotten the rules of the academy? Dean, I don't, yes. Zhao Waoqi quickly retorted. Zhao Waoqi was interrupted by Flander before he finished speaking. The latter looked at Chu Qin and said, sorry, our Shrek Academy no longer recruits tutors. Let's make an exception if you can beat me. Become a mentor. Flander had a very clear meaning. Through the discussion, he beat Chu and Qin violently and received Dai Mubai's reward. However, his wishful thinking may be wrong. I saw that the corner of Chu Qin's mouth suddenly tilted slightly. He was worried, and he wasn't having enough fun with Zhao Waoqi, and he couldn't test his true level. Flander, a 78th level soul saint, is a good choice. So Chu Qin replied calmly, well, since the academy is yours, then you have the final say. Hearing this, Dai Mubai secretly chuckled. Chu Qin, I'm not that easy to mess with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai said inwardly, wait for being beaten by the dean. Boss. At this moment, Zhao Waoqi discouraged, Chu Qin, he already. Zhao Waoqi, what benefits have you received? I will ask you to settle the account later. Flander frowned. Dai Mubai promised 10,000 gold soul coins and a piece of land, but Zhao Waoqi couldn't be disturbed. Chu Qin is right, let's do it. As he said, behind Flander, a dark owl cried out. Under his feet, it was also yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and 7 spirit rings flickered. Flander, the 78th level cat and eagle war spirit saint. Flander said, looking at Chu Qin and smiling, come on, don't say I bully you. So, I don't need Wuhan real body, and if you can hold a stick of incense in your hand, make an exception and let you become a Shrek Academy tutor. Hearing this, Tang San, Zhu Zuqing and others all cast their sights on Zhao Waoqi. Zhao Waoqi touched the back of his head, and said in secret, hey, Boss Flanders, it's worth seeing you get beaten. Flander glanced at Zhao Waoqi, Li Yuzong and others' eyes, and his heart was suddenly shocked. In the eyes of these people, there is a taste of watching a play. How does he feel that these people are waiting to see him joke? The next moment, his black glasses were about to fall off, and he saw a 100,000-year spirit ring at the feet of Chu Qin in front of him. 1, 2. 6th ring Soul Emperor, 100,000 years soul ring. Flander was speechless in surprise. The smile on Dai Mubai's face solidified, and he swallowed. How old are you? For a long time, Flanders subconsciously asked Chu Qin. 17 years old, boss. Zhao Waoqi answered. 17 years old. Flander frowned, then lit up, suddenly thinking of something in his heart. When Flanders was thinking about it, a black and gold spear came in front of him. Flander is not like Zhao Waoqi, the kind of bulky power soul master, he is a sensitive attack type soul master. I saw that by opening the cat and eagle wings behind him, he avoided Chu Qin's blow. How did you get on before it started? Flander asked with a frown. Flander, no one will give you a chance to prepare on the battlefield. Chu Qin smiled indifferently. Chapter 19, Daimyo Bai, do you dare to beat my wife? Recommended ticket plus more. Good boy. Flander slanted at the corner of his mouth. In his words, there is no anger, but full of joy. Because he just thought of a trick to make money. If Chu Qin joins Shrek Academy and leads Shrek Academy to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament, then the champion is a certainty. In this way, as the champion of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, wouldn't the reputation and money of Shrek Academy come by? At this moment, Flanders can already imagine the feeling of sitting on top of a golden mountain. No, I can't go all out. Flander opened the distance from Chu Qin and said in his heart, Daimyo Bai, but gave 10,000 gold soul coins, and this is a proper cash cow. No, we must find a way to let him stick to a stick of incense in my hands. Thinking of this, Flanders secretly weakened the output of soul power. However, in the next moment, Flanders regretted it. I saw that Chu Qin caught up with the flying speed of Flanders at the extreme speed. Immediately afterwards, Chu Qin shot out, and Flander was shot down by Chu Qin instantly because of insufficient spirit power output, and fell to the ground. Boss, you have to use all your strength. Forgot to tell you. Zhao Waoqi said with some playfulness, I just didn't use martial spirit real body, I was defeated by his two skills. What, you didn't say it earlier. Flander gave Zhao Waoqi a white look. The sixth spirit ability, Eagle Roll Shayang. Flander let out a low growl, and together with the wings on his back, he began to spin at high speed on the spot. In an instant, the dust on the ground was all rolled up, like a dust storm, swept toward Chu and Qin. Sixth soul ability King Kong Soul Breaking Gun. Facing Flander, the 78th level soul sage, Chu Qin did not dare to neglect, and directly used the second soul ability of the sixth spirit ring. If it is said that the Wandering Void Spear is immune and breaking defense, then the King Kong Soul Breaking Spear is the coexistence of attack enhancement and absolute defense. When Chu Qin uses the King Kong Soul Breaking Gun, his attack power will instantly increase by 100%, and he will gain 1 second of absolute defense. Therefore, it can be seen that Chu Qin perfectly avoided the spirit power rotating around Flanders, and finally knocked his body into the air with a single shot, and fell to the ground. What a powerful 100,000-year spirit ability! Flander condensed his eyes. With this shot of Chu Qin, he felt that at least Soul Sage was invincible, and I am afraid that only Contra can fight. Thinking of this, Flander was surprised at first. When did Douluo continent have such a powerful role? Soon, the corner of his mouth slanted. As a result, the overall champion of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition was basically locked. Thinking of this, Flander smiled at Chu Qin and said, I lost. Congratulations, I became the mentor of Shrek Academy. Ha ha ha, Dean, you also lost. Zhao Waoqi clutched his left chest and couldn't help laughing. When Flander heard the words, clutching his right chest, he couldn't help but give him a blank look. Ding! It was detected that the host had completed the task of defeating Daimyo Bai and became a Shrek Academy mentor. He obtained the left and right arm bones of the 100,000-year soul beast Angry King Kong Monkey. Goddess Xiaowu has a 100% favor. Hearing this system prompt, Chu Qin immediately cast his eyes on Xiaowu secretly. Sure enough, Xiaowu was looking at Chu Qin with a fiery look at this moment. After Xiaowu found Chu Qin's gaze, she immediately lowered her head. It seems that Xiaowu is mine. Chu Qin was delighted. At this moment, Daimyo Bai's mood was extremely depressed, and he hammered hard against the stone wall next to him, and said angrily, Who is he? Even the dean lost. Next, is the admission assessment of Tang San and his party. Zhao Waoqi was injured, so in the original book, he insisted on the assessment of a stick of incense in the hands of Zhao Waoqi and became a new mentor, Chu Qin. Because it is all the members who insist on a stick of incense in the hands of Chu Qin. There is no doubt that all members passed. This is the second reason why Chu Qin challenged Zhao Waoqi. In this way, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were able to avoid injuries to a large extent. It's just that Tang San got a beating again. At midnight, Shrek Academy Plaza. A beautiful figure stood on the square and sighed alone. This person is Zhu Zuqing. Why do I have any thoughts about that Chu Qin? Zhu Zuqing was a little puzzled. Obviously, Dai Mubai is my fiancé. No, Dai Mubai is not. Zhu Zuqing secretly said in his heart, that is just a promise made by the family for the flattery star Luo royal family. What does it have to do with Zhu Zuqing? Besides, he hugged right and left in the street yesterday. Have you ever thought of me in the slightest? Chu Qin seems to have two women too. No, it's not the same. Chu Qin's women all look so happy, which means that he treats his women very well. And Dai Mubai is just an early adopter. What's more, Chu Qin is really handsome. Just as Zhu Zuqing was depressed, a young voice sounded, Zhu Qing, sure enough, it's you. When Zhu Zuqing heard the words, he thought it was the person who was thinking of it in his heart. At first glance, the person in front of him was Dai Mubai. His face suddenly sank, and he turned around to leave. Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai immediately took Zhu Zuqing's arm. Let go. Zhu Zuqing said coldly. Zuqing, I know, I'm sorry for leaving the Star Luo Empire. Dai Mubai sighed, but in any case, you are my fiancé, and we have a marriage contract. So what? I don't admit it. Zhu Zuqing said like ice, you were the prince, I can't afford Zhu Zuqing. Then why are you coming to the Heaven Do Empire and looking for me at Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai asked, after all, you still like me, right? Go away, disgusting. Zhu Zuqing snorted coldly, even if I marry Chu Qin, I can't marry you. What are you talking about? Hearing these words, Dai Mubai suddenly became angry. Yesterday, he was humiliated by the Chu and Qin trio. Today, he was even more angry during the day. Now, Zhu Zuqing said he was inferior to Chu and Qin? Zhu Zuqing. Dai Mubai replied, you say it again. Zhu Zuqing frowned, what she said just now seemed to come from subconsciously. However, after another thought, perhaps, this is her true thoughts, so she looked at Dai Mubai seriously and said, yes, Chu Qin is much better than you. First, you are not as handsome as him, and secondly, you are not as good as him. Amazing! The 17-year-old sole emperor, let alone your Star Luo royal family, the entire Douluo continent, I'm afraid I can't find a second one. Dai Mubai's eyes froze, and he raised his slap to shake off Zhu Zuqing. However, at this moment, the other palm tightly gripped Dai Mubai's right palm. Both Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai were surprised. They looked over and saw an extremely handsome figure appearing there. Amazingly, it was Chu Qin. Chu Qin! Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai exclaimed at the same time. However, the expressions of the two were different. Zhu Zuqing was surprised, and Dai Mubai was shocked. Interesting, hit a woman. The next moment, I saw Chu Qin grabbing a hand and dislocating Dai Mubai's right arm directly. Ah! Suddenly, Dai Mubai let out a scream like a pig. Chu Qin, you! Dai Mubai said furiously. Call a mentor. Chu Qin raised his head slightly and replied indifferently. Chapter 20, Zhu Zuqing, be my woman. Humph! Dai Mubai snorted coldly. Chu Qin smiled faintly, kicked it out, and suddenly Dai Mubai's knees were bent, and he knelt straight on the ground. You! Dai Mubai was extremely angry. However, Chu Qin had anticipated this scene a long time ago, and a light press with his palm made Dai Mubai unable to move. Not only that, but Dai Mubai felt a huge shock in his chest at this moment, as if a towering mountain was pressing on him. Dai Mubai was sweating all over, and the extreme pain came spontaneously. Zhu Zuqing is the established wife of Chu and Qin. Dai Mubai dared to hit her wife in the face, as if hitting him in the face. "Ni Lin, you will die if you touch it." "Ah! I was wrong, Teacher Chu, let me go." Dai Mubai said softly with a grim expression. "Chu Qin, forget it." Zhu Zuqing said with frowned eyebrows. Dai Mubai's heartache is only a little bit, the most important thing is that she knows the identity of Prince Dai Mubai. She didn't know the origin of Chu and Qin, and was afraid that Chu and Qin would offend the Xingluo royal family. In any case, after hearing Zhu Zuqing's plea, Chu Qin withdrew his spirit power and looked at Dai Mubai indifferently. "Let me see you hurt Zhu Zuqing later, and I will just abolish you." "Yes, Teacher Chu." Dai Mubai's pain remained unabated, and he replied obediently. "Get out." After speaking, Dai Mubai left the square in embarrassment. After Dai Mubai left, Chu Qin's anger diminished a lot. He looked at Zhu Zuqing and smiled and said, "Zhu Qing, how is it? Are you okay? Are you injured?" "I'm fine, thank you, Chu Qin." Zhu Zuqing smiled and shook his head. "It's okay." Chu Qin nodded, "Then I'll go now." "Wait." Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing shouted, "Chu Qin, I can't sleep, can you accompany me for a walk?" "What am I talking about?" Zhu Zuqing had just spoken out, and said in his heart, "Will this be too direct? What should I do if I am rejected? It is good." However, what Zhu Zuqing did not expect was that Chu Qin smiled slightly. After talking, Zhu Zuqing and Chu Qin were walking outside Shrek village in the moonlight. In the end, they sat on a bench at the entrance of the village. "Zhu Zuqing, why did Dai Mubai hit you just now?" Chu Qin said, breaking the tranquility. "This is a long story." Zhu Zuqing sighed softly. "Since I don't want to say it, then forget it." Chu Qin smiled. "No, Chu Qin." Zhu Zuqing hurriedly said, "I don't know where to start with this incident." "Do you know each other?" Chu Qin asked deliberately. "Yet." Zhu Zuqing nodded, "He and I grew up together. Moreover, my parents and his parents have ordered a baby kiss for us." Zhu Zuqing said very vaguely. After all, she knew that the words such as the royal family of Xingluo and Zhu's family dedicated to the royal family were not good to say. "So, are you his fiancé?" Chu Qin smiled lightly. "No, no, no." Zhu Zuqing seemed to be afraid of Chu Qin's misunderstanding, and shook his head hurriedly. "It was made by my parents when I was not born. I never admit this marriage contract. It's a pity that my strength is too small to change this." Zhu Zuqing sighed, "Maybe, this is my destiny." "Why do you want to say that?" Chu Qin smiled back. "This world has never had a fate to say. This is just an excuse for the weak, whether you admit it or not. Since you don't recognize the marriage contract, it will be ruined." "Right. No." Zhu Zuqing shook his head, "Chu Qin, the benefits involved are too much. Once I destroy it, I will be hunted and killed endlessly, and the family will not be able to return. It seems that Dai Mubai is not too powerful." Chu Qin smiled quietly. "Then are you willing to destroy it? In other words, would you fall in love with Dai Mubai willingly?" Chu Qin continued. "I don't want to. Originally, I still had a glimmer of hope for Dai Mubai, so I came to Shrek Academy. But in the past few days, I have heard a lot about him picking up girls and lingering about Golan in Notting City. Yesterday I also saw him taking 2 girls to the hotel. Such a person, unless I am blind, I will never look at him." Zhu Zuqing looked at Chu Qin and said heartily. "Since you don't want to, then destroy it." Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile upon hearing this. Hey! Zhu Zuqing said in a daze. You don't need to be afraid of hunting down and revenge, I will protect you. Chu Qin said calmly. With a peerless Douluo Sudaji in his hand, it is more than enough to kill the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, how can he be afraid of the royal family chasing him? Zhu Qingwen's delicate body trembled and froze in place. Why, don't you believe me? Chu Qin smiled. No. Zhu Zuqing shook his head, I can see that the power behind you is huge. Just, why do you want to help me? I don't know you. When Chu Qin heard this, his palm touched the back of Zhu Zuqing's hand. I don't like to be sloppy, I like you. Since Zhu Zuqing is his established wife and the system has bridged them, why should he pretend? What's more, he couldn't accept the unbearable punishment of the man in the system. Since he has obtained Zhu Zuqing's 100% favorability degree, if he does not accept Zhu Zuqing and let her live in pain for a lifetime, it is definitely not Chu Qin. Chu and Qin's sudden behavior made Zhu Zuqing's pretty face blush, but she did not refuse. Zuqing, first of all, I need to confess to you. Chu Qin said, I am a passionate person. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong are all my women. But I can guarantee that I will not lose you. It won't make you sad. Zuqing, be my woman. Zhu Zuqing's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Should I agree to him? I came to Tiandu Empire to find Daimyo Bai. Zhu Zuqing thought in his heart, and Chu Qin and I only met on the first day, is he interested in me? But, I seem to be taken up by him too. Yes, Chu Qin is right, he should be in charge of his own affairs. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing looked at Chu Qin seriously, biting her red lips and said, Chu Qin, I can promise you. But, would Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong mind? They probably won't. Chu Qin said as he hugged Zhu Zuqing, letting her lean on her shoulder. Thank you, Chu Qin. Zhu Zuqing said with ruddy eyes. For so many years, she has been living under the mechanical operation of the family and the Xingluo royal family. This is the first time she has confided her heart. Zhu Zuqing has a solitary and arrogant personality, and can't listen to the family's indoctrination of her to court the royal family. Countless times, she fantasized that a man she loved would appear, opening the shackles of fate for her. Now, he finally appeared. Zhu Zuqing, what are you doing? At this time, an angry voice sounded. The two followed the sound and saw Daimyo Bai standing there. Daimyo Bai had returned to the dormitory originally. However, he felt a little impulsive towards Zhu Zuqing, so he turned back to look for her. As a result, actually saw Zhu Zuqing lying in the arms of Chu and Qin. Zhu Zuqing suddenly trembled, and wanted to leave Chu Qin's embrace, but was hugged tightly by the latter. Daimyo Bai. Chu Qin said calmly, I already know everything, Zhu Zuqing doesn't like you, and the marriage contract is just a product of your imperial coercion. Why, are you taking it seriously? What's more, Daimyo Bai, you are lingering about Golan, and you are out there all day long. Are you really worthy of Zuqing? Hey! Daimyo Bai said angrily, Chu Qin, I don't deserve it, are you worthy? Say I go 3 times, don't you also have 2 women? Chapter 21, Suda Second Tang Hao. 2 in 1. But, they are all willing. Chu Qin said calmly, Daimyo Bai, if you have a few women and Zhu Qing is willing to fall in love with you, then why should I say you? In other words, if you can take all the women you played with as wives and concubines, I won't say you are scumbag. Daimyo Bai was speechless. There are 800 women he has played with, right? What's more, the real 3 wives and 4 concubines and betrayal, being romantic outside, are completely different things. However, Daimyo Bai was still out of anger. Then how do you prove that your 2 women will accept Zuqing? Daimyo Bai said angrily. No proof. At this moment, a light voice sounded. I saw that Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu walked over side by side. Xiaowu, Rongrong. Chu Qin smiled happily. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong happily walked to Chu Qin's side after hearing the words. Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong smiled faintly at Dai Mubai. Xiaowu and I won't be disgusted with Chu and Qin's possession of Zuking, what else do you want to prove? Chu Qin immediately smiled. It seems that his meticulous care for Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu is still fruitful. Zhu Zuking was slightly surprised when he heard the words, followed by joy. But Dai Mubai's expression became a little dazed. No, this is impossible. What about Zuking, you? You are a very possessive woman, and you are willing to share a man with them. My possessiveness has long been wiped out by you. Zhu Zuking said indifferently, Dai Mubai, I admit that I also wanted to like you in the past, and wanted to compromise this marriage under the pressure of the family and your royal family. But, I found out, I was wrong. It was Chu Qin's words that enlightened me. Zhu Zuking continued, I shouldn't succumb to this so-called fate. When Dai Mubai heard this, his heart suddenly became desperate. Well then. Zhu Zuking, my marriage contract with you will be annulled. From now on, it will be different. Dai Mubai gritted his eyes and gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll testify. Xiaowu smiled slightly. And this lady? Ning Rongrong followed. I don't need to say it, remember what you said today, if you dare to pester Zuking, I will fight you, together with the forces behind you. Dai Mubai was surprised when he heard that. Chu Qin's words didn't seem to be fake. Dai Mubai felt that Chu and Qin mostly knew that he came from the Xingluo imperial family, but the latter was not afraid. Combined with the talent of Chu and Qin against the sky, thinking carefully and terrifying. Okay, let me go. After speaking, Dai Mubai turned around and left here a little bit without a master. Chu Qin, he will be fine, right? Zhu Zuking asked with some worry. Man, if he can't even bear this, what's the use? Chu Qin shook his head with an indifferent smile. Don't talk about him. Chu Qin took Zhu Zuking's hand, looked at Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu and asked, by the way, why are you two here? Xiaowu and I secretly went to the teacher's dormitory to look for you. Teacher Zhao said that you were not in the room, and we were worried, so we came here. Ning Rongrong replied. You two are really the same. Chu Qin said in a huff, what can happen to me? It's you two, so beautiful. If you are abducted, I have to find you. Ning Rongrong suddenly made a face. You're all right. But hiding here to steal fishy? Xiaowu pouted, a little unhappy. Stealing fishy, do you mean me? Zhu Zuking's expression hurt. No, Zuking, I didn't mean you. Xiaowu shook her head. Zuking, we are just joking. Ning Rongrong followed, we and Chu Qin often joke. Don't worry, we don't mind how many women Chu Qin has, as long as he treats me and Xiaowu, it's fine. Okay. Zhu Zuking breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Oh, to be honest, there are 3 women who are so considerate of you, Chu Qin, this life is worth it. Chu Qin sighed. I don't believe it, you won't be satisfied. Ning Rongrong said in a bad mood. When Chu Qin heard this, he touched the back of his head. Indeed, with such a goddess system, the number of his harems cannot be controlled by him. Chu Qin. At this time, Xiaowu took Chu Qin's arm and said, since Zhu Qing is also our sister, let's celebrate. I miss your sausage. Yeah, me too. Ning Rongrong replied with a pouting mouth. Every time after barbecuing beer, Ning Rongrong would get a different kind of happiness from Chu Qin. Zuking, do you like barbecue? Chu Qin looked at Zhu Zuking and asked. What is barbecue? Zhu Zuking said in a daze. Just guess you haven't eaten, go, I'll take you to eat. Chu Qin said, taking the 3 daughters, and was about to walk to the dormitory. However, at this moment, a strange wind blew over. Where is the wind? Ning Rongrong frowned. Chu Qin's face was slightly startled at the moment, and he immediately intercepted the three women behind him. He felt that the wind was extremely unusual. Master, there is a strong tidal Douluo approaching. At this moment, Su Daji's voice sounded in Chu Qin's mind. Tidal Douluo. Chu Qin's pupil shrank, slightly surprised. Sure enough, Su Daji's voice just fell. In front of the four of Chu and Qin, there was a burly figure. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Chu Qin found that the man in front of him was wearing a black cloak. Under the black cloak, there was a shaggy face. Not handsome, but with a full sense of majesty. Clear Sky Hammer, who are you? Ning Rongrong asked immediately. Chu Qin is it? The man ignored Ning Rongrong and looked at Chu Qin quietly and said, these years, I have heard from Notting College people say that you have been educating my son from time to time. I think you are a child. No matter if you don't see it, today, you hit my son in front of me. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin completely guessed the identity of the visitor, Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. In the original work, Tang Hao should have come to teach Zhao Wao Qi at this time, but today the assessment instructor is replaced by Chu Qin. Naturally everything has changed. Sure enough, the next moment, a huge hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand. The hammer handle is about 1 meter long, and at the end of the hammer handle is a hammerhead the size of a water tank. At the same moment, 9 super spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, lit up at Tang Hao's feet. Tidal Douluo. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong were both surprised. Xiaowu looked hurriedly scared, and hurriedly hugged Chu Qin's right arm. Don't be afraid. Chu Qin felt Xiaowu's trembling arms, put his arms around her, and said softly and relievedly. Forget it, you don't need martial arts to deal with a few Mao children. Tang Hao's voice fell, and the martial arts spirit ring disappeared at the same time, rushing towards Chu Qin like a flash of lightning. So fast! Chu Qin's pupils shrank slightly. Tang Hao's speed is definitely the fastest he has ever seen. However, in the next moment, I saw a red shield light up in front of Chu Qin. Tang Hao hit it with a fist. Instead of breaking it, he felt his fist start to ache sharply. Dare to attack my master, you are done. After a charming voice, I saw Su Daji's figure appearing in front of Chu Qin. Daji, thanks. Chu Qin smiled at Su Daji. Master, it is my mission to protect you. Su Da turned around and smiled. Sister Su Daji. Ning Rongrong said in surprise. Su Da has been absent, she thought the latter had already left. Sister Rongrong. Su Daji replied, with me, you will be safe. As soon as Su Daji's voice fell, his feet were yellow, yellow, purple, black, red, 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 and 9 spirit rings gleamed. At the same time, a pink-white fox came out from behind Su Daji. The fox's eyes showed a faint pink color, as crystal clear as a pink gemstone. In addition, behind the fox, there were 9 pink-white tails. Surprisingly, it is Su Daji's martial soul, the 9-tailed demon fox. 400,000-year spirit rings. The 3 Xiaowu exclaimed at the same time. Tang Hao's expression also condensed. 6th soul ability Demon Lin Wan Yuan. In the next moment, Su Daji's whole body burst into red light, and these lights formed illusory fox heads and charged towards Tang Hao. 5th soul ability, Haoshan is here. Tang Hao couldn't think about it, he immediately summoned a martial spirit ring, and used the 5th spirit ability. However, what Tang Hao did not expect was that as soon as his clear sky hammer hit those illusory fox heads, he felt an overwhelming power, crushing toward him. Tang Hao realized the gap between himself and Su Daji, and hurriedly avoided Su Daji's 6th spirit ability. The 95-level tidal Douluo can burst out with such power, you are very good. Su Daji smiled quietly, Unfortunately, it's far worse than me. As soon as the voice fell, Su Daji was already like a ghost, rushing towards Tang Hao. Feeling the pressure on Su Daji's body, Tang Hao's expression instantly condensed. He actually felt a familiar spirit power fluctuation from the body of a 30-year-old woman in front of him. That is, when he killed Qian Suanji and was pursued and killed by Qian Daoliu himself, the spirit power radiated by the latter. Peerless Douluo. What, maybe? Tang Hao condensed. What's the origin of this kid? While Tang Hao was thinking, Su Daji's fox claws had already been grabbed towards Tang Hao like a torrential rain. In desperation, Tang Hao had to swing the clear sky hammer to resist, while moving backwards. Moreover, it can be clearly seen that Su Daji's face is relaxed, but in contrast to Tang Hao, every claw of Su Daji made his complexion condensed and suffocated. In the end, under Su Daji's intensive offensive, Tang Hao's chest was severely injured by Su Daji, leaving 2 clear blood claw marks, and he was finally shaken out. Tang Hao glanced at Su Daji unwillingly, and then a few jumped and left the Shrek village. Su Da was about to catch up, but was stopped by Chu Qin. Teach him a lesson, it's enough, the poor don't chase. There is only one reason why Chu Qin didn't kill Tang Hao, because his other woman Tang Yuehua. After all, Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao are brothers and sisters. After killing Tang Hao, how would Chu and Qin face Tang Yuehua in the future? Yes, master. Only then did Su Daji give up, converge the martial spirit ring, and return to Chu Qin's side. Chu Qin, who is this? Xiaowu looked at Su Daji questioningly and asked. She seems to have never seen Su Daji. Zhu Zuqing is even more curious. Hello, Xiaowu, my name is Su Daji. Su Daji introduced herself, it's the master's subordinate. Are you a peerless Douluo? Xiaowu asked in shock. Yet. Su Da nodded. Aren't you? Xiaowu opened her pupils. Well, I've seen it a long time ago. Su Daji smiled sweetly. Moreover, Master Chu Qin also knows about this. Undoubtedly, what Su Daji said naturally meant that Xiaowu's body was a soft bone charm rabbit. You can see it when you reach the contra level. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu looked at Chu Qin with a shocked expression. Xiaowu, don't worry, in fact, I already knew it. Chu Qin smiled and said, no matter what your status is, you are my Xiaowu. And, I won't let anyone hurt you. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiaowu replied very moved. This is what I should do. Chu Qin smiled slightly and stroked Xiaowu's hair. Then Chu Qin looked at Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Qing, now, you don't have to doubt my ability, right? Yet. Zhu Zuqing nodded in shock. A peerless Douluo, let alone the Star Luo imperial family, even the Spirit Hall, dare not provoke it. Well, Xiaowu, wrong, Zhu Qing. You promise me one thing. Don't talk about Su Daji. Chu Qin said slightly, she will always protect us secretly. The 3 women said in unison. Then let's go to the barbecue. It is good. After the 4 of Chu and Qin left, a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses appeared here. He was furious and shouted, Who the is, tear down my academy. This person is Flanders. The battle between Su Daji and Tang Hao just now was too terrifying, and it directly destroyed the surrounding buildings. Make the Shrek Academy, which is not rich, even worse. On the other hand, Chu Qin took the 3 daughters and had a barbecue feast. After the banquet, Chu Qin worried that Zhu Zuqing would be afraid to live in the girls' dormitory alone, so he stayed with her for the night. Reluctantly, Shrek Academy was too picky and the bed was too small, just enough for the 3 girls to sleep, so Chu Qin could only sleep on the sofa. Chu Qin thought that the happiness of tonight was gone. However, just as Chu Qin was about to turn off the lighting soul guide and fell asleep, Ning Rongrong on the bed asked Zhu Zuqing on a whim, Zuqing, why are you so big? Don't worry, I never mean to be jealous. Chu Qin was suddenly excited. Ah, I don't know this. Zhu Zuqing replied with a shy tone, our family is in good shape. My sister and my mother are better than me at 10 years old. Zuqing, can you show it to us? Xiaowu also asked. Chapter 22, Stardo Great Forest, Mission Meng is still. Okay, then. Zhu Zuqing nodded, stretched out his hand to slowly take off his leather jacket. Wow! Ning Rong Rong and Xiaowu exclaimed. Hearing the sound of the leather jacket taking off, Chu Qin was already swallowing. Now the screaming of the two women, how can Chu Qin bear it? He pretended to turn over and woke up, and was directly amazed by the scene in front of him. At this moment, Ning Rong Rong's palm was still a bit dishonest. At this moment, Chu Qin. This night, Samsung almost gathered together. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Flender summoned Chu Qin, Zhao Waoqi and the 7 Shrek monsters to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin probably knew what to do. After all, the Oscar broke through the 30th level yesterday. According to the original work's progress, at this time, Tang San and Oscar should have broken through level 30. Sure enough, Flander cleared his throat and said to everyone, yesterday, classmate Oscar broke through level 30. He became the youngest food spirit master in the history of Douluo continent. Therefore, today, Chu Qin and Zhao Wuji will lead you to the Stardo Great Forest to obtain the 3rd spirit ring for Oscar, and second, let you go to the Stardo Great Forest to experience and learn more. Stardo Great Forest. Except for Chu and Qin, everyone was pleasantly surprised when they heard this place name. Bored in the academy for so many days, they have long wanted to go out and go around. Especially Xiaowu, she seemed to be extremely excited. Next, let Chu Qin be the leader of the team and assign tasks to you. Flender continued. Very good. Chu Qin smiled slightly and looked at Zhao Wuji, Zhao Waoqi, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun will be handed over to you. I will take care of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu. Opinion? No. Zhao Waoqi shook his head. After Chu Qin defeated him, he lost his temper with Chu Qin. Teacher Chu Qin, I have an opinion. Ma Hongjun said, why, all 3 women are in a team with you. Because these 3 are my women. Chu Qin said with a slanted corner of his mouth, it's not normal for me to take care of my own woman. What? Hearing this, except for Flander Zhao Waoqi who knew. Oscar Ma Hongjun was shocked, while Tang San and Dai Mubai clenched their teeth in secret, but they were helpless. Damn it, it's no wonder that the 3 beauties ignored me. It turns out that Nima is from Chukin's mentor. Ma Hongjun complained endlessly. Oh. Oscar sighed. Originally, he still had a great affection for Ning Rongrong, so he could only stop that idea. Chu Qin, but even the director and Zhao Waoqi dared to fight. Otherwise, people like Flanders would not allow Chu Qin to blatantly fall in love with his students. It's so decided. Chu Qin ignored the looks of the people, walked to the side of the 3 Xiaowu and said to them, let's go in the carriage first. Brother Chu Qin, you are not kind, let me sit in the carriage too. Zhao Waoqi frowned, he smiled. Chu Qin ignored Zhao Wuji, took the 3 daughters, and left Shrek Academy first. President, I also want to ride a carriage. Zhao Waoqi said with a sad face. Of course, at your own expense. Flender pushed his glasses. Forget it, Dean, you haven't sent me your salary this month. Hey! I didn't know who it was last month. We demolished our college and no one was caught. Your salary is used to study the college. Flanders said righteously. Dean, you. Zhao Waoqi's pupils opened. Hey! Flender looked at Zhao Waoqi indifferently. Oh, forget it, just walk. Zhao Waoqi sighed. In this way, Chu Qin took his 3 daughters in a carriage and blew the evening breeze in front of him, while Zhao Waoqi took Tang San and 4 people behind him, sweating after him. Finally, they came to the Stardo Great Forest. The Stardo Great Forest, as the leader of the 3 major soul beasts gathering place in Douluo continent, not only has a huge number of soul beasts. The trees in the forest are also very tall, with a height of 20 meters, similar to the primeval forest. This is the Stardo Forest, it's finally here. Ning Rongrong smiled comfortably when he got out of the carriage. Great, I'm finally home. Xiaowu was very excited. What? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were both surprised. Xiaowu means that the climate of this Stardo Great Forest is very pleasant, just like home. Chu Qin smiled and concealed. After all, the fact that Xiaowu is a soul beast, Rongrong and Zhu Qing, knowing that there is no benefit. Yes, right, Chu Qin is right. Xiaowu smiled slightly, that's what I meant. Although the environment of this Stardo Great Forest is beautiful, it is also full of dangers. Please remember not to leave my field of vision later. Chu Qin smiled gently at the 3 women. The 3 women nodded together. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chu Qin felt very comfortable in his heart. The most proud thing in life is to stay with the people you like, and now, Chu and Qin are 3 times happy. To Chu and Qin, women are like treasures and jade, so much is better. Host, do you want to be 4 times happy? At this time, the system prompt sounded in Chu Qin's mind. What do you mean? Chu Qin said with joy in his heart. Ding! The goddess system is on. Mission: prevent Meng from still obtaining the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake soul ring, and defeat Long Gong Mengshu. Reward: Meng is still 100% favored, the fierce beast-level entourage, the green-eyed dragon king. A 3rd-level spirit power inner alchemy, 1 auspicious beast blue dragon, lives for 30 minutes, can get a spirit ring. Sure enough. Chu Qin was overjoyed when he heard the task released by the system. His 4 times happiness is coming. Chu Qin, what are you laughing at? Xiaowu asked curiously when she saw Chu Qin's faint smile. It's okay. Chu Qin smiled back, let's go into the forest. Yet. Xiaowu nodded happily. Chu Qin, later, when you encounter a low-level spirit beast, can you stop shooting? Zhu Zuqing asked, I want to try my actual combat ability. And me? Ning Rongrong followed, my spirit power has also improved a lot this month, and I want to try it too. Well, after 1,000 years, leave it to you. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing said happily. Only, Xiaowu was a little unhappy. Chu Qin noticed something wrong with Xiaowu at a glance, and said softly in her ear, Wu, you don't have to pity for these soul beasts. The law of survival is the law of survival. They usually don't know how many other soul beasts they kill. Chu Qin, you are right. Xiaowu heard this. Suddenly figured out a lot. Let's go, let's enter the Stardo Great Forest. Chapter 23, Meng still, Tang San, you are too ugly, I won't fight you. Chu Qin, wait for us. At this moment, behind them, amidst the roughness, some tired voices sounded. The 4 Chu and Qin followed the sound, and saw that Zhao Waoqi was taking Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Oscar with them, sweating and running towards this side profusely. Finally here. Oscar exhaled and sat slumped on the ground. Zhao Waoqi, you are a soul saint anyway, with such poor physical strength. Chu Qin looked at the 5 people and smiled calmly. Old Chu, you don't have a backache when you sit and talk. Shrek Academy is more than 100 miles away from here. Zhao Waoqi said with a smile. Isn't someone rich, can't even sit in a carriage? Ning Rongrong looked at Dai Mubai with a faint smile. Cut. Bai turned his head away indifferently. A month ago, he gave all his savings to Flanders. Now, poor. Chu Qin smiled lightly, followed by the three women, and walked into the Stardo Great Forest. Instructor Chu Qin, wait for us. Ma Hongjun, who had just sat down, immediately shouted. Because the trees are too dense, the outside of the Stardo forest is scorching hot and scorching sun. And inside, it is a kind of warm and cool image. The only fly in the ointment is that the Stardo forest is densely covered with thorns and there is no road to speak of. Dai Bai. Chu Qin shouted at Dai Bai upon seeing this. Dai Bai's mind was shocked, with some bad premonitions. Open the way. Sure enough, Chu Qin calmly said towards Dai Bai. Why do I open the way? Dai Bai frowned. In normal times, he would definitely take the initiative to open the way, but he didn't really want to listen to Chu Qin's words. Dai Bai, how do I usually teach you? Before Chu Qin spoke, Zhao Waoqi said indifferently. When Dai Bai heard the words, Yin Fang bit his palm, turning his palm into a tiger's palm, like a sickle, cutting away the thorns in front of him. Seeing Dai Bai's unwilling look, Zhu Zuqing frowned first, then his face was indifferent, and he said inwardly, deserve it. When Dai Bai opened the way, the road suddenly became a lot easier. Oscar, your third spirit ring, have you thought about it? Chu Qin then asked. Among these 7 strange men, he has a good impression of Oscar. Tutor Chu Qin, my first and second spirit skills are detoxification and support. The third spirit ring, I want a different effect. Oscar replied. Then fly. Chu Qin smiled. The Stardo Great Forest is too big, and it is the easiest to follow the original book if you want to meet Meng Wei. Well, Chu Qin knows it. Zhao Waoqi agreed, sometimes, flying soul masters can gain an absolute advantage in a battle. If there is an auxiliary soul ability that allows teammates to gain the ability to fly, then that's great. Yet. Oscar nodded, then Master Chu Qin, how should I obtain the flying auxiliary spirit ability? Flying spirit beasts should have a chance to produce. Chu Qin replied. Instructor Chu Qin, Instructor Zhao Wuji. Look, isn't there a flying beast there? Ma Hongjun shouted, pointing to the front in surprise. Everyone followed the sound, and as expected, a flying snake appeared in front of them. The snake is about 6 or 7 meters long, with light red scales all over the body, and the tail is fan-shaped. On its central axis, there are light red wings growing. In addition, on its head, there is a crown of scarlet flesh. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb. At almost the same moment, Chu Qin and Zhao Waoqi shouted in surprise. This should be a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and a flying spirit beast, which is just right for Oscars. Zhao Waoqi smiled, and immediately jumped up, grabbing the tail of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb with his bare hands, and then flung it to the ground. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb suddenly fainted to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were about to shoot, both frowned. It's okay, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is poisonous and not suitable for you. Chu Qin looked at the 2 women and smiled, I will give you a chance to play later. The second girl smiled and nodded. Upon seeing this, Zhao Waoqi touched his head, and smiled embarrassedly, Chu Qin, did I make a move too quickly? Ning Rongrong and the others have no chance to make a move. Forget it. Chu Qin frowned, don't take it as an example. Good. I mainly think that this 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is too rare. Zhao Waoqi replied. Immediately, he cleared his throat, looked at Oscar, and handed him a short knife. Oscar, give it the final blow, so that the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb is yours. Oscar heard the words and nodded. Stop. Just as Oscar wanted to obtain the spirit ring, a hoarse old woman's voice sounded. Everyone followed the sound and saw one old and one young, walking side by side. The old man, who looked like he was in his 60s and 70s, was a little short, and he was leaning on a snake-shaped cane that was a bit taller than himself. There are many wrinkles on the face, but the complexion is ruddy. And that young girl was about 16 years old. She is extremely beautiful, with big brown eyes and long eyelashes, plus a delicate face and small mouth with Kyung nose. There is a beauty between charming and graceful. In addition, the girl's figure is even more hot, a light silver outfit, her waist and hips twisted like a snake and her slender legs are outlined vividly. Under the feet of the old and the young, there were 6 rings and 2 yellow spirit rings flickering. There is no doubt that this person is Snake Po Kaoshengxiang and Meng Wei. Seeing Meng's still hot figure, Ma Hongjun swallowed immediately, feeling like an evil fire was about to break out. Chu Qin Dingli was much better than Ma Hongjun, and at the moment he felt a little uneasy. Zhu Zuking's appearance and figure were not inferior to Meng still, but they were a little green. And Meng still, at the age of 16 or 17, obviously has more mature beauty. Meng still, seeing Chu and Qin, his eyes also lit up. Chu Qin's appearance is no different from the male he dreams of. Zhao Waoqi didn't have the YY idea of a young man. He had a straight male tone and asked indifferently, "What do you do?" "This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, you can't kill it." Chao Tianxiang said coldly. "Why?" Zhao Waoqi put his arms around his chest. "Because it was seen by our ancestors and grandchildren, I first severely injured it and prepared to be my granddaughter's 3rd spirit ring. Unexpectedly, this snake was so cunning that it slipped out while we were unprepared." Kaoshengxiang explained calmly. "How to prove?" Zhao Waoqi frowned. "It has a wound left by my grandma under its wings." Meng still said. When Zhao Waoqi and others heard the words, they turned the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake over, and there really was a wound. "How? This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, can we take it away?" Chao Tianxiang asked. "That won't work." Zhao Waoqi said indifferently, "When we were fighting with this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, we didn't see you. What's more?" As soon as Zhao Waoqi said coldly, his feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black and black. The 7 spirit rings lit up, and he smiled triumphantly, "The things in the Star Do Great Forest are all things without a master. I want to get it from my Zhao Wuji's hands. Take away the spirit ring, you, the spirit emperor, may not be strong enough." Seeing that Zhao Waoqi turned out to be the soul sage, Chao Tianxiang and Meng were still shocked, but Chao Tianxiang quickly calmed down. "It turns out to be the prestigious King Fudoming. Introduce myself, the old snake woman Kaoshengxiang, my wife it's nearby, and his name is Duke Long, Meng Shu. The dragon snake." The smile on Zhao Waoqi's face solidified, and his momentum instantly reduced. "It turns out to be the famous dragon snake of the dragon, the snake woman is scented. King Fudoming, can you give me the spirit ring now?" Chao Tianxiang asked. "King Fudoming, this 1000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is very suitable for my granddaughter, and it is useless to give it to you." "Me?" The prestige of Gai Shilong snake did scare Zhao Waoqi, but Zhao Waoqi changed his mind to think that there was Chu Qin on his side. The 17-year-old Soul Emperor, if there is no expert protection behind him, he can write Zhao Waoqi's name backwards. Thinking of this, Zhao Waoqi subconsciously cast his sights on Chu and Qin. Chu Qin stood beside the 3 women, indifferent. The task given to him by the system was to prevent Meng from still obtaining the spirit ring. But Meng is still his established wife, can he easily make a move? So Chu Qin just showed a smile to Zhao Waoqi. Unexpectedly, after receiving Chu Qin's smile, Zhao Waoqi became more confident. "Still not working?" "I saw," Zhao Waoqi shook his head, "because there are some of my disciples who need this spirit ring." "What?" The snake woman said in surprise, "Your disciples are all 11 or 12 years old, how can someone need a 3rd spirit ring?" "That's not to tell you." Zhao Waoqi replied with a triumphant smile, my disciples are all senior spirit masters. Impossible. The snake woman said in surprise. If you don't believe it, let's open the spirit ring. Zhao Waoqi waved his hand behind him. Suddenly, the 7 Shrek monsters activated the spirit rings at the same time. Except for Dai Mubai's 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings, the rest were 200-year spirit rings. The snake woman was shocked to the extreme. Are these people monsters? At such a young age, everyone is a great spirit master? However, how could the snake woman be willing to let the spirit ring fall into the hands of others? What's more, this is the soul beast she defeated first. So, the snake woman smiled slightly, and said to Zhao Waoqi, King Fudoming, let's do this. Since it is a spirit ring competition, according to the rules of the spirit master world, the capable one will get it. Let my family still need this spirit ring with you. One of the disciples fights, whoever wins the spirit ring will go to. Still not. Zhao Waoqi shook his head, Snake Po, you don't know, my disciple who needs a spirit ring is a food-type spirit master and can't fight. Impossible. How could it be possible for a food-type spirit master to be so young and cultivate to a great spirit master? Meng still wondered. Still, little friend, you don't believe it, but it is true. Zhao Waoqi replied, Oscar, show your martial soul. Hearing this, Oscar walked forward and revealed his martial spirit, a sausage. This. Snake Po and Meng still glanced at each other, their faces embarrassed. How about this, Teacher Zhao, Senior Snake Po? At this moment, Tang San stood up and said, I will fight instead of Oscar. I am a 29th level Great Spirit Master, Snake Po Senior should not suffer. Hearing this, Chu Qin frowned. I was thinking, Tang San, if you dare to beat my wife, you are looking for death. So Chu Qin immediately stood up and was about to speak. However, Meng still shook his head and refused. Tang Sandao, you are so ugly, I won't fight you. Chapter 24, Duke Long is here. Tang San's face suddenly changed, with a touch of inferiority and anger. Ma Hongjun and Oscar secretly laughed. Even Dai Mubai didn't hold back. Although this is true, Meng is still too direct, right? However, Meng still ignored them and pointed to Chu Qin and said, you come out, I will fight you. Hearing this, the 8 people of Zhao Waoqi were stunned directly. Zhao Waoqi was surprised, you want to fight him? Yes. Meng still nodded, Meng, still never bully the younger. He is the oldest in your place, and he is about the same as me. I will fight him. If I lose, I don't want the spirit ring. Hearing that, everyone turned their attention to Chu Qin. As Chu Qin was about to speak, Zhao Waoqi took the lead and said with a smile, I'm still a little friend, are you sure? I'm sure. Meng still looked at Chu Qin and replied, Grandpa said that the beautiful ones are often vases. And just now everyone has the spirit ring on, but you don't have it. How about, dare you dare to fight with me? Zhao Waoqi smiled secretly. This Long Duke Mengshu is famous, but his thoughts are not good. Isn't this a cheating granddaughter? Seeing Zhao Waoqi's expression, the snake woman was inexplicably shocked. Zhao Waoqi quickly calmed down, then looked at Chu Qin and said, Chu Qin, then you can fight her. Meng is still. Chu Qin looked at Meng yet and smiled slightly. Yet. Meng still quivered slightly and nodded. A red glow appeared on her face, as if Chu Qin called her by her name, which made her a little enjoyable. All this is because Chu Qin is so handsome. And Meng is still a proper face control. Well, you call your grandfather. Chu Qin smiled lightly, if he wins, the spirit ring of this 1000-year-old coxcomb snake will belong to you, otherwise, it will belong to us. What? Hearing this, let alone Meng Still and Snake Po, lingering about Zhao Waoqi's 8 people, he was shocked. Chu Qin meant to challenge Long Gong Mengshu? The kid is arrogant. How can you be humiliated in the name of Duke Long? The snake woman was furious, and she was about to attack. She swallowed her life. Because, in front of her, there was a red light. And this red light came from the sixth spirit ring at the feet of Chu and Qin, that 100,000-year spirit ring. Soul Emperor. 100,000-year spirit ring. Snake Po and Meng are still, and at the same time their hearts and souls are shaking. How is this possible? How old are you? Meng still asked in surprise. Snake Po, I forgot to introduce you to you. Zhao Wuji said, Chu Qin, the youngest instructor in our academy. 17 years old, the youngest soul emperor in the history of Douluo continent. The snake woman was shocked to the extreme, her body shook, and almost fell down, but fortunately Meng still held her back in time. Chu, little friend Chu Qin. Snake woman replied tremblingly, how guilty I am just now. This 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, we don't want it, we don't want it. The reason why Snake Po said this. There is no other reason, just the 100,000-year spirit ring at the feet of Chu and Qin is enough to explain everything. 100,000-year soul beast, the weakest one is comparable to the 95th rank titled Douluo. Without the help of a superpower, could a soul emperor of Chu and Qin kill 100,000-year soul beast? I didn't believe in killing the snake woman. No, no. Chu Qin said calmly, since the gambling contract has been set, how can I say anything about it? What bet? Meng still asked in surprise. I said just now. If your grandfather Long Duke Mengshu can beat me, then you can leave safely. And, the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb belongs to you. If not, both of you will go with me. Lake Academy. Chu Qin said calmly. Little friend Chu Qin, the old man will pay for it. Please spare our grandparents and grandchildren. Said the snake woman, she knelt down. However, I saw a surge of spirit power from Chu Qin's body, and suddenly the snake woman's bent knees stood upright. The snake woman was shocked suddenly, she could feel this power, extremely powerful, and it was definitely not something that a soul emperor could radiate. Zhao Waoqi also condensed, Chu Qin, it seems to be much better than a month ago. Chu Shaoxia, I beg you for being an old man, let our grandparents and grandchildren go. The snake woman cried repeatedly, it's really not possible, you let it go, the old man is at your disposal. Grandma. Meng still shouted in pain. Chu Qin calmly looked at Snake Po and Meng Yan, and smiled slightly, I am a principled person. The next decision will not be changed. Let Long Gong Mengshu come out. Having said that, the snake woman always feels that there is a festival between Mengshu and Chu Qin. Mostly, where did Mengshu offend Chu and Qin? Otherwise, why did Chu and Qin ask Mengshu to come by the name Dao and Qin? The snake woman was extremely regretful in her heart. Why did I come to this Star Do Great Forest to compete with Chu and Qin for the spirit ring? This time, I am afraid that not only will I have to confess my life, but my granddaughter will also be implicated. Still, light the ambergris. Your grandpa will be here soon. Snake Po sighed. Grandma. Meng still frowned. Click. Snake Po insisted. Old man, come on. The snake woman secretly said in her heart. After that, Meng still lit the ambergris, which was the unique way of calling for help in Duke Long's family. It is not a last resort, and it must not be lit. The group of people waited for an hour or so. During this period, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake woke up twice and was knocked out by Zhao Waoqi. Finally, when night was about to fall, the surrounding woods began to tremble, and a strange gust of wind was blowing. Master, here he is. Sudaji's voice sounded in Chu Qin's mind. Sudaji, shield Xiaowu from the spirit beast aura. Chu Qin was surprised, and ordered to Sudaji. Long Duke Meng Shu is a contra. Once he notices Xiaowu's breath, it will cause a lot of trouble. No problem, master. Su De nodded. At this time, an old voice sounded, "Old lady, still, I am coming." What a strong spirit power breath, Duke Long is here. Zhao Waoqi was surprised, unfolding the spirit ring, and shielding everyone from Shrek behind him. Sure enough, after the wind was over, there was an old voice in front of everyone. This body is burly, with silver hair and a goat beard. Wearing a blue robe, holding a 2-meter-long faucet crutch in his hand. Under his feet, 2 yellows, 3 purples, 3 blacks and 8 rings flickered. "Grandpa!" Meng still shouted in surprise and joy. "Still don't be afraid, Grandpa is here," Meng Shu said predominantly. Seeing Meng Shu's spirit ring, Xiaowu immediately hid behind Chu Qin subconsciously. "Xiaowu, don't be afraid, I have asked Suda to cover up your spirit beast aura," Chu Qin said secretly. "Thank you, Chu Qin." Xiaowu just relaxed now. "Between you and me, do you need to be polite? Where is the soul saint, so bold, dare to hurt my Duke Long's family?" Meng Shu locked Zhao Waoqi with a glance. "Duke Long, introduce yourself, my name is Zhao Waoqi." Zhao Waoqi looked at Duke Long Meng Shu and said. "Zhao Waoqi, oh, King Fudoming." Meng Shu sneered slightly, "King Fudoming, you are such a big bear, even my family from Meng Shu dare to move." "You misunderstood." Zhao Waoqi replied, "Duke Long, I found you." Before Zhao Waoqi spoke, Chu and Qin first said. "You." Meng Shu frowned, "What are you looking for me for?" Before Chu Qin spoke, the snake woman whispered beside Meng Shu. "The 6th ring, the 100,000-year spirit ring." Meng Shu said in surprise. Chapter 25, Chu Qin is not human. Chu Qin, looking at the surprised look of Meng Shu, "I seem to have seen it somewhere." Zhao Waoqi was amused in secret, and chuckled softly in Chu Qin's ear. "Dare to ask where your sect is from?" Meng Shu said respectfully. "The hero does not ask where it came from." Chu Qin smiled calmly, "Meng Shu, your granddaughter Meng still wants the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb. I have already made a bet with them. As long as you win me, this spirit ring it's yours. Otherwise, not only will the spirit ring belong to us." "How?" Meng Shu frowned. "Meng still has to stay with me," Chu Qin said simply and neatly. Hearing this, the 5 Oscars of Zhao Waoqi, Dai Mubai, Tang Sanma, Hung Jun were dumbfounded. Is this making up sisters in front of his 3 women? And what shocked Zhao Waoqi and the others was that they discovered that Ning Rongrong's Xiao Hu Zhuzuking and the 3 were very calm. This is simply unreasonable. Humph! Meng Shu was angry when he heard it. "Boy arrogant!" Meng Shu said coldly, "Still more important than my life. Not to mention, this Douluo continent, even the spirit hall and the upper 3 sects must give me some thin noodles. No matter which sect you come from, I fought with you in this one. It's just that you will lose at that time, don't be fooled." The snake woman was overjoyed, thinking of her old man's arrogance. "Come on, if I lose, not only will the spirit ring belong to you." Chu Qin continued, "I kneel on the ground and apologize to you." "Okay." Meng Shu's eyes condensed, confident. He really doesn't believe that a soul emperor can defeat his soul contra. "Teacher Zhao, can teacher Chu Qin beat Meng Shu?" Oscar asked suspiciously. "Who is Chu Qin?" He said yes, then he would definitely be able to. Zhao Waoqi said confidently, back, back, back all back." After that, Zhao Waoqi, Snake Pose and others all stepped back and left the venue to Longgong Meng Shu. By the way, Zhao Waoqi pulled the phoenix-tailed coxcomb out of the battlefield with his bare hands. Meng Shu, Wu Hun, Long Share Rod. 83 level assault type contra. Meng Shu said coldly while looking at Chu and Qin. Chu Qin, Wuhan, Destroyer Spear. 69 level Assault War Soul Emperor. As soon as Chu Qin's voice fell, his feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and red, and the 6 rings lit up. Hearing Chu Qin's level, Zhao Waoqi and others were dumbfounded. Chu Qin is the Soul Emperor, and he has actually improved to 6 levels in 1 month. But Tang San and the others were no more than great spirit masters, and they had been training tirelessly for a month, and they hadn't improved to the 1st level. Is this Chu Qin really the speed of human cultivation? Xiaowu Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, the 3 of them were also speechless. This month, they have been staying with Chu Qin almost inseparably. This guy, either looking for them for shopping or swimming, has almost no training. What? I improved to level 6 in a month. How do they know that shopping and swimming are all tasks explained by the system, and there are bonuses? Of course, Chu Qin's main improvement lies in the 200,000-year soul bones in his hand, which directly raised him to level 5. Long Duke Meng Shu's complexion also condensed. He didn't know Chu Qin's rank, but the 100,000-year spirit ring did make him jump. The opponent is just a Soul Emperor. Why am I a little nervous? Grandpa, come on. Meng still encouraged Meng Shu. Come on, old man. The snake woman also followed. The one standing behind me is still, and this battle must not be lost. Meng Shu said secretly, clenching the dragon stick in his hand. 3rd soul skill Longtang Assassin. Meng Shu chose to strike first. Saw his dragon stroke rod, a cyan dragon appeared from the dragon stroke rod and slammed it towards Chu Qin. Seeing the situation, Chu and Qin also lit up the 3rd spirit ring under his feet. The 3rd spirit ability, the shadow of the spear is like the wind. As soon as Chu Qin made this move, countless spear shadows appeared around him, accompanied by Chu Qin's magic spear to stab forward. These gun shadows all shot towards the Qinglong of Meng Shu like an arrow from the string. Boom! In the midair, Chu Qin's gun shadow constantly collided with the Qinglong, the energy exploded, and the noise continued. Upon seeing this, Meng Shu's expression instantly condensed. He could feel that Chu Qin's martial arts spirit was unusual, and his attack power was surprisingly high, at least comparable to that of a high-level soul sage. However, if it is a pure high-level soul saint, it is not enough to withstand the power of his azure dragon. It happened that in Chu Qin's spirit power, he also felt another force. What Meng Shu didn't know was that this power was Chu Qin's internal power. After constant sign-in and side quests for the goddess, Chu Qin's internal strength has reached a level close to that of Contra. In other words, Chu Qin's body contains 2 different high-level soul saint powers. However, 1 + 1 is never equal to 2. The fusion of 2 different forces is comparable in nature to the fusion of martial souls. And the fusion of the power of the 2 high-ranking soul sages can naturally burst out with power no weaker than Contra. This is also the reason why Chu and Qin have a good heart. There was a loud noise, and finally Chu Qin's gun shadow and Meng Shu's blue dragon exploded at the same time. However, Chu Qin only took a half step back, while Meng Shu took 3 steps back. Who wins and who loses is clear at a glance. Zhao Waoqi couldn't help but swallowed. The Qinglong of Meng Shu just now, he was confident that he would definitely not be able to take it. And Chu Qin not only caught it, but also surpassed Meng Shu. Chu Qin already has the power to fight against Contra? How old is he? 17 years old. This son is very good, it seems that it won't work if you don't use some real effort. Meng Shu secretly said in his heart. The next moment, the 8th spirit ring under his feet lit up. In an instant, the entire ground was covered by a faint cyan swamp. The swamp quickly spread to Chu Qin's feet. The latter noticed something was wrong and immediately retreated back. However, Chu Qin discovered that the swamp had come from all directions, and he was almost surrounded. Once I get stuck, I will be defeated. Chu Qin secretly said in his heart, we must preemptively defeat Meng Shu. The sixth soul ability, the King Kong Soul Breaking Spear. Chu and Qin's 100,000-year spirit ring shone, and the black gold extinction spear in his hand bloomed with a golden luster, and the people with the spear stabbed Meng Shu together. Humph, it's in the plan. Meng Shu smiled slightly, and with a wave of the dragon stick in his hand, countless blue dragon shadows appeared from the swamp around Meng Shu, and they rushed towards Chu Qin. This trick is to invite you to enter the urn. However, what Meng Shu didn't expect was that these blue dragons all passed through Chu Qin's body at the moment they rushed into Chu Qin's body, without causing any harm to Chu Qin. Absolutely defensive. Meng Shu frowned. Just now Chu Qin used absolute defense. Absolute defense, produced from some high-quality spirit rings, immune to all attacks within 1 to 3 seconds. It's easy to break the absolute defense, just hit a continuous delayed attack. However, Meng Shu was a little anxious just now, and hit all of his attacks on Chu Qin's body at once. Now, he is in trouble. Chapter 26, Victory over Menchu. However, Meng Shu is worthy of being a strong contra, he quickly chose to dodge Chu Qin's shot. But Chu Qin blasted the woods behind Meng Shu with this shot, destroying 3 rows of ancient trees one after another, before finally dissipating. Although this boy has a good offensive power. Meng Shu calmly analyzed the destroyed ancient forest, however, his spirit power is only more than 60 levels after all, and I may not be defeated. What's more? As soon as Meng Shu's voice fell, he roared in a low voice, 7th soul ability, the real body of the dragon scepter. With the sound of Meng Shu's voice, the wind began to blow, and the ancient trees around 20 meters high began to shake, and the fallen leaves were rustling and falling. At the same time, a huge phantom appeared behind Meng Shu. Like Meng Shu, the phantom was holding a dragon-strand stick in his hand. Wuhan's true body. Zhao Wuji's expression condensed. If there is the biggest difference between the Soul Emperor and the Soul Saint, then it is undoubtedly the real body of this martial soul. Zhao Wuqi was confident that a month ago, if he had used his martial spirit body, he would not have lost so miserably. Because, after the Soul Master uses the Wuhan real body, his combat power and attributes will be doubled. The truth is also true. After Meng Shu used the martial spirit real body, Chu Qin suddenly felt a powerful spirit power rushing toward his face, making him feel as though he was about to suffocate. Is this the real Wuhan body? Chu Qin bends his knees slightly and frowns slightly. This was the first time he encountered Wuhan true body in Douluo continent, and it was indeed much stronger than he thought. Boy, see if you can catch this stick. As soon as Meng Shu's voice fell, the dragon stroke stick in his hand fell directly towards Chu Qin. At the same time, the giant dragon strand rod phantom was shot down. In an instant, the ground around Chu and Qin was shattered, and under the strong pressure of Meng Shu, Chu and Qin could hardly move. Seeing Chu and Qin's embarrassment, Zhao Wuqi and others' expressions condensed. After all, Chu Qin's strongest assassin, the 100,000-year soul ability has already been released. This time, I am afraid that Chu Qin is really going to lose. Could it be that Chu Qin really wanted to kneel down and apologize? There are 3 people with a different face. Dai Mubai and Tang San, these 2 people were delighted, they had been waiting for Chu and Qin to eat. Another person is Meng Still. For some reason, she hoped her grandfather would win at first, but now she doesn't want Chu Qin to lose. In other words, Chu Qin's sentence made her stay, and she was a little moved. Chu Qin, come on! Xiaowu Ningrong and Zhu Zuqing shouted at the same time. Don't worry, I won't be defeated so easily. Chu Qin slanted his mouth and switched to his left hand, and immediately his right palm condensed fist stretched forward. In the next moment, with the golden brilliance blooming on Chu Qin's right fist, all objects in a radius of 10 meters around him began to slow down. The movement of Meng Shu's dragon stick falling, and even Chu Qin's own actions, all turned into turtle speed. What is this? Meng Shu's pupils shrank. Soul Bone Skill Time Slow Domain. It can slow down time. Meng Shu said in surprise, however, you are also slow, so what's the point? You are wrong. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Sixth soul ability, Spear of Yuxu. The effect of the Spear of the Void is immune to all negative effects of control, and the time delay is naturally within the control of negative effects. Therefore, under the effect of the Spear of Yuxu, Chu Qin's actions not only resumed as usual, but more swift and violent, and Meng Shu's dragon strand rod was still falling a little. Oops! Meng Shu, the snake woman, was shocked. Sure enough, the next moment Chu Qin's desperate spear had already spared the long gu staff and pierced Meng Shu's forehead. This shot was enough to kill Meng Shu. Meng Shu closed his eyes directly. Grandpa! Meng still paled in shock. However, Chu Qin's desperate spear stopped 3 centimeters away from Meng Shu's head, and did not penetrate. You don't kill me! Meng Shu said in surprise. Meng Still and Snake Po, the heart that was holding them, let go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100% of the Goddess Meng Yu's favor ability. 300,000-year-old Fierce Beast level follower Green Eye Dragon King, evolvable, a 3rd level Spirit Power Inner Pill, and Rui Beast Qing Long. The system prompt sounded. I'm just discussing with you, who said I'm going to kill you? At this moment, Chu Qin retracted the magic spear and smiled slightly. Meng Shu, you are defeated. The spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and Meng are still left behind. You can go now. Zhao Waoqi and Oscar were overjoyed. No. At this time, Meng Shu shook his head and said, still more important than my life. I will never give her up, you should kill me. Meng Shu regretted it to the extreme. He was too confident just now and agreed to Chu Qin's bet. Now, it's impossible to end. Well, Duke Long, I won't force you. If you still don't want to follow me, our bet will be void. Chu Qin smiled. Really? Meng Shu's eyes flashed, so he turned to Meng and still asked, of course, you heard it. However, what Meng Shu did not expect was that Meng still said simply and neatly, Grandpa, I am willing to go with him. Ah! Meng Shu said in surprise, of course, are you serious? Yet. Meng still said firmly. Meng Shu was still extremely firm, which made Meng Shu unexpected, but Meng Shu still felt a little uneasy. Still, don't be angry. The snake woman also followed. Chu Qin is extremely talented, but there are too many women. They worry that their granddaughter will be left out or even excluded. Grandparents. Grandpa, you often tell me that honesty is the first rule of life. Since we have agreed to this bet, then we should be willing to bet and lose. Meng still said affirmatively. Meng Shu and Snake Po thought for a moment, and sighed to each other. Never mind. Meng Shu looked at Chu Qin and said, Chu Qin, we agree to let us still stay with you, but before we leave, can my old lady and I still chat alone? Yes. Chu Qin smiled and nodded. Anyway, Meng is still determined to follow him, he is not in a hurry. Following this, Meng Shu and the snake woman led Meng Still into the grove. Still, are you sure you want to go with Chu Qin? Meng Shu asked. Yet. Meng Still said, Grandpa, since we lost, we should be willing to bet. And I feel that Chu Qin should not be bad, otherwise there would be no 3 women willingly surrounding him. What's more, Chu Qin it's so good, no loss to me or the family. Hey, Grandpa is afraid of this. Meng Shu said, no matter how good a man is, he has more women, and you will inevitably suffer. Trust me once, Grandpa, I won't suffer. Meng Still replied. There is a strong intuition in her heart, following Chu Qin, will get more happiness. Still, Grandma asks you one last sentence, are you sure you want to go with Chu Qin? The snake woman asked. If you don't agree, your grandpa and I will spare this old life, and you won't be allowed to follow him. I agree, Grandma. Meng still replied, you old, trust your granddaughter once. Still, this time it's about the rest of your life. Meng Shu still felt a little wrong. That Chu Qin, obviously has a fancy to your beauty. Such a person will be indispensable for women in the future. I'm determined. Meng still said, Grandpa and Grandma, if Chu Qin is really sorry for me, I will definitely leave him. I'm afraid that when you want to go, you can't go. What if he keeps you locked up? No, Chu Qin can't be this kind of person. Well, old lady. Since we still agreed and we lost the bet again, let's still follow Chu Qin. Meng Shu struggled for a while before finally deciding, I will investigate this Chu Qin as soon as possible. Origin and Identity. Chapter 27, Harvest. Meng still. Duke Long, have you decided? At this moment, Chu Qin walked into the woods. Behind him, followed by the beautiful and moving Su Daji. This is. Meng Shu said in surprise. Su Daji stood in front of him, like an abyss, which made him feel a sense of fear. Peerless Douluo, Su Daji. Chu Qin said calmly. Peerless Douluo. Meng Shu trio were stunned with their jaws. Chu Qin smiled slightly, and Su Daji immediately opened his 9 spirit rings. The 400,000-year spirit rings made the Meng Shu trio stunned again. Yet. Chu Qin nodded, Su Daji, is my personal guard. With her, you two elders, don't worry about Meng's comfort. Chu Qin. Meng Shu paused, and forced to calm down. Can you tell me why you still like my house? Due to Su Daji's sake, Meng Shu's tone was obviously softer. He believed that a force capable of training peerless Douluo with such loyalty could never be an ordinary generation. As a result, he had a certain recognition of Chu Qin's character. This person may just be a little bit bothered. Don't hide your two elders. Chu Qin said without concealment, I still like her the first time I saw her, saying that it has nothing to do with her beauty, you probably don't believe it. But I am very fond of the first impression. Since I like a woman, I will like it to the end. Presumably you have also seen the 3 women around me, each of them is very happy. Okay, straightforward enough. Meng Shu replied with a smile, okay, anyway, I'll leave it to you to take care of. However, I have something to ask for. Say. Chu Qin nodded. Every 3 months, we will come and see it again. Make sure she is happy and safe. Meng Shu replied, you shouldn't fail to agree to this small request, right? Of course, human nature. It doesn't take 3 months. Chu Qin said with a smile. You two elders, if you want to see it, come to Shrek Academy anytime. Shrek Academy. Meng Shu and Snake Po said in unison. Not bad. Chu Qin nodded and said, Duke Long, Snake. Don't worry, although the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb was given to my student, I will give her better. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Not long after, Oscar absorbed the spirit ring. Chu Qin walked out of the small woods holding Meng Chuan's little cat-kind hand. Xiaowu, wrong, Zhu Qing, let me introduce to you, your new sister, Meng Still. Chu Qin introduced to the 3 daughters of Xiaowu. Sister Still. Zhu Zuqing and 3 daughters shouted at the same time. Tutor Chu Qin, is this done? Oscar looked confused. Damn. Teacher Chu and Qin, what is the charm? So many beautiful women around him. Ma Hongjun said a little unfairly. He usually takes a lot of trouble to get 2 women. And Chu Qin, do 4 at once? It's very simple, talented, handsome, rich, and powerful. Zhao Waoqi said, if you train hard and make yourself stronger as soon as possible, you can have so many women. Forget it, Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun replied, I have been practicing for a few lifetimes, and I can't catch up with teacher Chu Qin. Cut! Dai Mubai and Tang San yelled contemptuously at the same time. Okay, don't be sour. Zhao Waoqi said, it's getting dark today, let's camp in the same place. Zhao Waoqi, I want to take it and get the new third spirit ring, Xiaowu, and the others will follow me, so let's camp first. At this time, Chu Qin said towards Zhao Waoqi. Then or else, I will accompany you. Zhao Waoqi replied. No need. Chu Qin replied, we will be back soon. Well, Chu Qin, you must be careful along the way. Zhao Waoqi had to nod his head. Okay. After speaking, Chu Qin took the 4 daughters and walked towards the Stardo Great Forest. Teacher Chu and Qin is a good person. Oscar exclaimed, for my third spirit ring, I didn't hesitate to offend the dragon snake. Now, I have to take Meng by myself and still find the spirit ring. Meeting such a teacher is the blessing I have cultivated for Oscar in a few lifetimes. How do I feel that all this is his premeditated plan? Dai Mubai said indifferently, using the spirit ring to deliberately lure the world-famous dragon and snake into a trap, turning that Meng still into his own woman. Such a scheming person should not deal with him less. Dai Mubai, you are not allowed to say that to teacher Chu Qin. Oscar said indifferently, otherwise I will be anxious to you. Boss Dai, you are actually envious and jealous. Mentor Chu and Qin, there are 4 great beauties. Ma Hongjun smiled quietly. Cut. Dai Mubai turned his head away. Okay, stop arguing. Zhao Waoqi replied, you said that Chu and Qin have scheming. But the premise is that he can defeat Long Gong Mengshu alone. He defeated Contra at the age of 17, can you do it? Also, I'll say it again. Chu Qin is your mentor, whoever respects the mentor, don't blame me for Zhao Waoqi's ruthless fist. Dai Mubai and others were suddenly silent. Forget it, keep this account first. Go back to the academy and find you guys to do it slowly. Now let's set up camp. Wait, Teacher Zhao, I also need a spirit ring. At this moment, Tang San said. What, don't you Tang San? Zhao Wuji said in surprise. Yes, I have also broken through level 30. Okay, I'll take you there. Following that, Zhao Waoqi and his party also left the camp and led Tang San and the others to obtain the third spirit ring. On the other hand, Chu Qin led Meng Wei Xiaohu Ning Rong Rong Zhu Zuking, and the 4 women went deep all the way. They encountered many thousand-year-old soul beasts along the way, but they were all abandoned by Chu and Qin because of their low aptitude. Although it was a system-issued task to prevent Meng from getting the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake soul ring, all of this was caused by Chu and Qin. He must pay that Meng is still a spirit ring, a super spirit ring. Xiaowu, what are the top 1000-year soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest? Chu Qin asked. Generally speaking, the top spirit beasts are dragons. But there are basically no dragons in the periphery. They all live in the underground caves in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. They are based on races, and I don't even know where they are. Xiaowu replied. Chu Qin knew immediately. The Stardo Forest is much bigger than he imagined, with a radius of at least thousands of miles. In the original work, the Stardo Forest attacked Shrek Academy 10,000 years later, and the soul beasts were all on the ground in groups based on race. What's more, the underground caves in the Stardo Great Forest are full of fierce beast-level soul beasts. Chu Qin, there is no need to provoke them for the time being. What about outside? Chu Qin asked again. Outside. Some of the rarer 1000-year spirit beasts, such as the dark golden terrifying claw bear, the Thai blue giant python, the ancient dragon lion, etc. They all have ancient bloodlines. As long as they reach 100 years of life, they can wear a 1000-year spirit ring. Moreover, the quality of the 1000-year spirit ring is the highest. If you are lucky, you can also produce spirit bones. Such soul beasts are also hard to find, but it is not difficult to understand their weaknesses. For example, the dark golden Horo claw bear, who likes a rose-flavored honey, and the Thai blue python, generally live in a darker quagmire, and like to eat the red flame fox. Wow, Xiaowu, how do you know so much? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. She had never heard of the weaknesses of these soul beasts of ancient blood in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, she believed that there might not be even the Wuhan Hall. Well, my mother taught me. Xiaowu smiled back. Chapter 28, Ming is here. Chu Qin smiled slightly, then looked at Meng Still and said, Still, what kind of soul beast do you need? Tai King Python. Meng Still replied, Grandpa said that the best spirit ring for snakes is the python. Well, let's catch the red flame fox first. The red flame fox is also a rare soul beast, but in the Stardo Great Forest, you can still see it from time to time. So Chu Qin killed 5 red flame foxes, took their corpses to the Stardo Forest, and threw the corpses in a dark swamp. Sure enough, after about half an hour, a python-shaped monster came out of the mud. That strange beast, about 7 meters in length, is section by section, like a dark red mechanical python, with a triangular head and a peculiar tail, like 6 scorpion tails. In addition, around it, some dark red flames radiated. This is the Tai King Python. Xiaowu said excitedly, this Tai King Python should be no more, no less, just about 1,000 years of cultivation base. Okay, I'll stun it. Chu Qin nodded, then still, you give it one last blow. Wait, Chu Qin, let us come. At this moment, Ning Rongrong said. Yes, it's obviously that we come to the Stardo Great Forest to experience, and you are always fighting. Zhu Zuqing followed. But Chu Qin hesitated. Chu Qin is a little worried about the 1,000-year cultivation base soul beast with ancient blood. It doesn't matter, Chu Qin, I can go too. Xiaowu said. Xiaowu, you. Xiaowu took the initiative to hit the soul beast, which surprised Chu Qin a little. I won't take action with other spirit beasts. But snakes eat rabbits, and Tai King giant pythons are one of the natural enemies of our soft bone charm rabbit clan. Xiaowu said in a low voice in Chu Qin's ear. It is worth mentioning that the sky green cow python was once the natural enemy of Xiaowu and her mother, but was finally defeated by the mother and daughter. In this case, be careful. Chu Qin nodded. Xiaowu smiled slightly, sisters, open the spirit ring. As soon as Xiaowu's voice fell, the 200-year-old spirit rings lighted up under the feet of the 4 women. Kai Bao transfers colored glaze, one said, Li. Secondly, speed. Nether 100 claws. Waist bow. Snake blade. Chu Qin stood aside, admiring the figures and postures of the 4 beauties. On the other side, let Suda have the momentum, ready to take action at any time. However, it turns out that Chu Qin underestimated the strength of the 4 women. Suda has no chance to make a move. With the top-level assistance of the Kai Bao glazed glass pagoda, the 4 women finally defeated the Tai King Python unscathed. After all, the 4 women of Chu and Qin are all geniuses among geniuses. Regardless of their minds and combat power, they are naturally far superior to ordinary great spirit masters. What's more, they are all close to the existence of Soul Venerable. Next, Meng was still sitting aside and absorbing the spirit ring of the giant python, and the 3 of Chu and Qin were listening to Xiaowu talking about something strange from the Stardo Great Forest. Chu Qin, I have broken through level 33. Not long after, Meng was still moving towards Chu Qin, excited. Under the special blood of the Tai King Python, Meng Yi's spirit power jumped directly from level 30 to level 33. Congratulations you Still. Congratulations to Sister Still. Xiaowu's 3 daughters can't help but have envy in their hearts. The level of a soul master is extremely difficult to increase, and it takes at least 2 months to reach the soul sovereign level. This is all the credit of the sisters. Having said that, Meng still loves Chu and Qin to the extreme in his heart. If she had only absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, she would be only level 31 at most. And now, it has directly reached level 33. Thinking of this, Meng still kissed Chu Qin's lips directly. Still, you. Chu Qin's face suddenly blushed. Chu Qin, this is my first kiss. I have decided. From now on, I will be willing to be your 4th woman forever. Meng still said with a slight shame. Chu Qin, you won't refuse me, will you? Of course not. Chu Qin smiled slightly, but, it means you weren't willing before. No, I said something wrong. Meng still hurriedly replied. Okay, I don't mean to blame you. Chu Qin said, since the remaining spirit ring has been obtained, this place is not a long-term place, shall we go back? Following that, the Chu and Qin 4 returned to the camp following the same route. At this time, the 5 Zhao Wao Qi have not yet returned. Chu Qin didn't plan to wait for them, so he had a bonfire, and took the 4 girls to sit together, and put some soul beast meat on the rack for barbecue. Master, there is a super soul beast approaching here. At this moment, Sudaji said to Chu Qin. Super soul beast. Chu Qin frowned slightly, Titan Great Ape. No, you can't bring the Titan Giant Ape over. Waiting for Xiaowu to be difficult to reveal his identity, if it hurts Wrong and the others, I can't beat it. Chu Qin secretly said in his heart. Yes. Suddenly, Chu Qin had an idea, and said to Xiaowu, Xiaowu, come with me, one moment. Hey! Xiaowu was slightly surprised. Come on. Chu Qin smiled, I have something to do with Xiaowu, you 3, stay by Sudaji's side, don't leave. Good. Zhu Zuqing and Meng still nodded. Where? Can I go together? Ning Rongrong asked. Rongrong is obedient, stay by Daji's side. Okay then. Following that, Chu Qin took Xiaowu's palm and walked towards the depths of the forest. Chu Qin, what's the matter? Xiaowu asked in surprise. A 100,000-year-old Titan Great Ape is approaching. Chu Qin replied, I think it's mostly for you. Titan Great Ape? Ming. Xiaowu said with surprise and joy. Xiaowu, do you know? Chu Qin asked deliberately. Yeah, it's my younger brother. Xiaowu replied, Chu Qin, in fact, I didn't tell you, my home is in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. There are also 2 younger brothers in the family, one is Daming and the other is 100,000-year-old Sky Blue Bovine Python, the other is this Erming, 10,000-year lifespan, with 100,000 years of combat power, the Titan Great Ape. Now it's not too late to tell. Chu Qin said with a smile, I was just afraid of Ming and conflict with Daji and others, so I deliberately brought you out. It seems that I guessed right. Chu Qin, you are too careful. Don't hit it later, it's a bit simple and won't hurt us. Xiaowu smiled, in addition, it happens that I have exceeded level 30, so I can take the opportunity to create a spirit ring. Yeah. Good. I heard that a 100,000-year soul beast rebuild adult can create the first 7 soul rings on his own. Chu Qin nodded. Yes. Xiaowu smiled. Chapter 29, Blue-Eye Dragon King. With that said, Xiaowu Pan sat down and used his hidden spirit beast power to create a 3rd spirit ring. About 3 minutes later, a brand new bright purple spirit ring appeared under Xiaowu's slender legs. Soul beast is convenient. Chu Qin smiled, you don't need to get a spirit ring from outside. Indeed. Xiaowu frowned, but soul beasts are also very troublesome. Chu Qin, you should know that the human soul can see my body. This. Roar. Chu Qin was about to answer, a roar of beasts, accompanied by the sound of the ground shaking. Under the moonlight, a spirit beast the size of a mountain was jumping and moving quickly, reaching a height of tens of meters in one leap. It's Ming, its voice. Xiaowu said with joy. Sure enough, the soul beast appeared in the sight of Xiaowu and Chu Qin in the next moment. This is a soul beast that is tens of meters high and resembles an ape. It is all over the body with red, tough skin like granite. In the skin, you can clearly see some flowing liquid, similar to liquid metal. Roar. When the Titan Great Ape saw Xiaowu and Chu Qin together, he felt that the latter turned out to be a human, and immediately opened his mouth and roared at Chu Qin angrily. Ming, you silence me, he is sister's man. Xiaowu immediately shouted when she saw this. Sister Xiaowu. After hearing this, Ming stopped roaring and made a somewhat naive voice, You, what are you talking about? This human being is your man. Not bad. Xiaowu replied, Ming, if you are fierce to him, I will let Daming take care of you. When the Titan Great Ape heard the words, his huge body trembled slightly. I was wrong, Sister Xiaowu. Brother Chukan. Xiaowu smiled triumphantly. Chu Qin, brother. The Titan Great Ape touched the back of his head, and said a little greenishly. Brother Ming is good. Chu Qin smiled back. Ming, why are you here? Xiaowu asked suspiciously, you run out of the core area alone, what if you run into danger? Ming, Miss Xiaowu's sister. Titan Giant Ape replied. Hearing this, Xiaowu walked to the feet of the Titan Giant Ape, gently stroked the rocky toes of the Titan Giant Ape, and said in a low voice, Ming, I have transformed into a human being, and I cannot stay with you in Stardo. The big forest. What's more, I want to avenge my mother and find the one who killed her. With that, Xiaowu's eyes became rosy. When Chu Qin heard the words, he let out a slight sigh. The person Xiaowu wanted to kill was Bibi Dong. Chu Qin, it is impossible to help her kill Bibi Dong. The only thing Chu Qin could do was to bring Xiaowu's mother back to life as soon as possible. However, before that, Chu Qin must do something. Sister Xiaowu. Ming, go back and tell Daming that I am doing well in the human world, so let him not worry. When the Titan Great Ape heard this, he stretched out his huge palm and wanted to comfort Xiaowu. However, the Titan Great Ape had forgotten that Xiaowu at this time had already transformed into a human being, and was no longer the rabbit tens of meters tall. Soul Beast, stop me! At this time, a rough voice sounded. I saw that Zhao Waoqi turned into a strong King Kong bear, jumping from the jungle and blasting towards the back of the Titan Great Ape's hand. The next moment, with a bang, I saw that the Titan Great Ape subconsciously flicked his backhand to throw Zhao Waoqi away and hit a boulder. In an instant, Zhao Waoqi's Wuhan real body was disintegrated. Zhao! Zhao Waoqi! Seeing this scene, Chu Qin and Xiaowu shouted at the same time. Hearing this, Ming realized that he was in trouble, immediately turned around and ran towards the jungle. Ms. Zhao, are you okay? Xiaowu asked when he looked at Zhao Waoqi, who was inlaid on the boulder, showing a big character. I'm fine. Zhao Waoqi crawled out of the huge boulder, his expression in a trance. Xiaowu, could it be that the king of the forest in the legendary Stardo Great Forest, the Titan Great Ape? Zhao Waoqi asked in surprise. Yet. Xiaowu nodded. How could the Titan Great Ape appear outside the forest? Are you all right? Zhao Wuji asked in surprise. We're all right. Chu Qin shook his head. It's you, Zhao Waoqi, it seems that the injury is not light. I have to say that Zhao Waoqi is quite righteous. Chu Qin thought that Zhao Waoqi had just thought that the Titan Great Ape was going to do something to Xiaowu, so he shot it. It's okay, I have thick skin. Zhao Waoqi smiled, I can't die. Hey, by the way, what about the other 3 women, Chu Qin? At the camp, they are protected by Su Daji, so they are safe. Chu Qin smiled back. Su Daji. Zhao Waoqi's pupils opened. Oh, nothing. Chu Qin replied, Zhao Waoqi, the camp is just south of Early. You go back to the camp first, Xiaowu and I have something to do. The Titan giant ape, even though I was repelled. But it is estimated that it has not gone far, or go back to the camp together, I should not be too presumptuous with the Titan giant ape. Zhao Wuji replied. Do you think I need your protection? Chu Qin smiled lightly. Oh, too. Zhao Wuji nodded. Chu Qin could even defeat the Contra head-on, so why did he need his protection? Well, I'll wait for you in the camp. Come here when you are done. Zhao Waoqi replied and left. Chu Qin, what else do we have to do? Xiaowu asked with a smile after Zhao Wuji left. She wiped away her tears a long time ago, and she concealed it very well by Chu Qin's side. She didn't want to tell Chu Qin the hatred of killing her mother. Because she knew that the person who killed her mother was extremely powerful. She didn't want Chu Qin to be in danger because of herself. Xiaowu, what do you think we can have between us? Chu Qin smiled. If Xiaowu didn't say anything, Chu Qin naturally didn't want to poke her sore spots. Ah, here. Xiaowu suddenly thought of something, her face flushed, well then, come on. With that said, Xiaowu began to stretch out her hand to unbutton her clothes. Little color rabbit, what are you thinking about every day, your little head? Chu Qin flicked Xiaowu's forehead unhappily, and smiled gently, this is the gathering place for soul beasts. Hehe, Chu Qin, I was wrong. Xiaowu smiled back, then what's the matter? Just now, you said you would be seen by Contra, right? Chu Qin asked. Xiaowu said slightly puzzled. Then I will give you a gift. Chu Qin replied. What is it? The corner of Chu Qin's mouth slanted, and his palm opened gently, twisting there, lying on a small creature. That creature is no different from the blue dragon in myths and legends. The only difference is that in the gap between its pupils, there are some cyan brilliance blooming. Seeing this creature, Xiaowu's face was immediately shocked, she actually felt the aura of the superior from this creature. Chu Qin, what is this? Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. Xiaowu, this is my secret, I only tell you one person. Chu Qin replied, you promised me not to tell others, and wrong, and the others had better not say it. Chu Qin, I promise you. I swear that if I tell the second person, I will be eaten by the soul beast. Xiaowu replied. I didn't let you swear a poison. Chu Qin smiled softly, then he said to the Qinglong in his palm, wake up. Immediately, the eyelids of the blue dragon opened, revealing a pair of blue pupils, and then the body opened like the lines of the blue dragon, and the blue-eyed dragon king respectfully said to Chu Qin, 300,000 year soul beast blue-eyed dragon king, see master. That voice is similar to the voice of a middle-aged beautiful woman. Chapter 30, Guyuina wakes up. 300,000 year soul beasts, the blue-eyed dragon king. Xiaowu was surprised. You know, the great tomorrow green bull python is no more than 100,000-year-old soul beast. This fierce beast is the absolute soul beast overlord. Moreover, the bloodline of Qinglong must surpass that of the sky blue cow python, and even the legendary master of the Star Do Great Forest may not be comparable to the bloodline of Qinglong. No wonder, she felt the coercion of the superior. Even in the human world, the 300,000 year soul beast can definitely be stronger than the average rank 98 titled Douluo. However, if you want to completely defeat her, peerless Douluo may not be able to do it. Because the physical strength of soul beasts is not comparable to human beings. However, after thinking about it, Chu Qin even has a peerless Douluo like Su Daji, and it seems natural to possess a fierce beast of this level. Blue-eyed Dragon King. Chu Qin looked at the green-eyed Dragon King and said, "From today, I will give you a task." "Master, please speak." Qinjian Longwang replied. "From today, you will follow Xiaowu and guard her every step of the way." Chu Qin replied. "Ah!" Xiaowu said with some surprise, "Chu Qin, the green-eyed Dragon King protects you, why follow me?" "Fool! Following you, isn't it just following me?" Chu Qin replied, "We are inseparable. What's more, I have Su Daji's protection. No one in the entire Douluo continent should be able to hurt my heart. The main thing is, the breath of the blue-eyed Dragon King will cover the spirit beast in your body. In this way, let alone a contra, it is a titled Douluo, pinnacle Douluo. I am afraid that only peerless Douluo can discover that you are a spirit beast. But peerless Douluo, yes, it is basically impossible to walk in the world. There are 3 peerless Douluos in the entire Douluo continent. Tang Chen is in the Slaughter City, controlled by the Slaughter King. Bo Sixi is far away on Sea God Island. Jian Daolio wants to guard the Douluo Palace. Therefore, Xiaowu is basically absolutely safe." When Xiaowu heard the words, she replied deeply moved, "It turned out to be so, thank you Chu Qin." "Yet." Chu Qin smiled, "Blue-eyed Dragon King, go." "Yes." After that, the blue-eyed Dragon King flew to Xiaowu like a loach, and the latter immediately opened his soft hands and caught the blue-eyed Dragon King. "Xiaowu, the blue-eyed Dragon King, always sleeps." Chu Qin replied, "She will only take action when you need her or you are in danger." "Yet." Xiaowu smiled and nodded, and said to the green-eyed Dragon King, "Senior Dragon King, from now on, please take care of you." Since it was the order of Master Chu and Qin, the subordinates absolutely obey it. Qinjian Dragon King replied, "In the future, but according to the order of the mistress." "Senior Dragon King, are you only this old?" Xiaowu asked curiously. "No." Green-eyed Dragon King replied, "The subordinates have reduced their bodies just for convenience. Mistress, do you want to see the subordinates' real bodies?" "Can you?" Xiaowu asked Chu Qin, looking at him. "The green-eyed Dragon King, you can change." Chu Qin replied, "I want to see your true body too." "Yes." As soon as the Qinjian Dragon King's voice fell, a few hovered away from Xiaowu's palm. After Xiaowu's palm, lightning and thunder began to flash in the sky, and the body of the green-eyed Dragon King began to swell sharply, and finally turned into a 60-meter long, powerful and domineering real beast-level soul beast. Chu Qin was also surprised. The appearance of this blue-eyed Dragon King is indeed too domineering, no different from the blue dragon in the myth. Open and close your eyes, as if you can dominate the world. So domineering. Xiaowu couldn't help but replied, "Blue-eyed Dragon King, then you will come back soon." "Yes." After hearing the words, the blue-eyed Dragon King shrank again, returned to Xiaowu's hands, and turned into a necklace in the end. "Hey!" Xiaowu exclaimed. "Don't panic the mistress, this is just a little illusion of the subordinate." The green-eyed Dragon King turned into a necklace replied, "From today, the green-eyed Dragon King will obey the order of the master of Chu and Qin and guard the mistress without leaving any step." "So it's like this." Xiaowu smiled with satisfaction and put the necklace on her neck. "Xiaowu, let's go back to the camp first. Otherwise, I'm afraid Rong and the others are worried, and then come out to find us." Chu Qin said towards Xiaowu. "Yet." "But Chu Qin, I just used too much spirit power to create the spirit ring, and now I am a little bit weak in my waist and knees." Xiaowu smiled. "The waist and knees are sore, what did you want to do just now?" Chu Qin didn't have a good air, and then bent down and pointed his back at Xiaowu. "Because that made me very happy," Xiaowu said, jumping onto Chu Qin's back with a skillful posture. Chu Qin patted her hip, like a gust of wind, rushing towards the camp. Stardo Forest, the bottom of the Lake of Life. What Xiaowu and Chu Qin didn't know was that they caused the Azure Dragon King to manifest itself just now, causing a big event. At the bottom of the Lake of Life, there is a huge space, in which huge diamond-shaped crystals are displayed. Inside each diamond-shaped crystal, there is a huge beast shadow. Here is the place where the kings of the Stardo Great Forest slept. In the Stardo Great Forest, only the soul beasts over 200,000 years old will enter here to practice sleeping style. However, the two pieces in the middle are actually two figures. One man and one woman. The man was red-haired, wearing a suit of armor, with a state of majesty. In addition, on his head, there are two dragon horns. The woman was wearing a white-silver armor, her hair was scattered, and she had a face that made all sentient beings dumped. Appropriate facial features make people feel that one point is too much, and one point is too little. The figure of the woman is extremely tall, about 1.78 meters, the silver armor cannot cover the attractive body, the snake waist and peach buttocks, let people have a panoramic view. At this time, the woman is asleep. But in the next moment, her eyes suddenly opened. It was a pair of bright purple eyes that shone like gems. At the same time, the diamond-shaped crystals around the woman's body shattered. At the moment the diamond-shaped crystal was cracked, another diamond-shaped crystal belonging to the man broke open at the same time. "Lord, why wake up early?" the man asked, looking at the silver-haired woman. These two people are the two most powerful soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest, the Silver Dragon King Guyuina, and the Black Dragon King Dishan. "Dishan, I just noticed the aura of the original Dragon King." Guyuina stared at Dishan, her eyes condensed. "The original Dragon King?" Dityen said in surprise, "Uncles? Impossible, the original Dragon King should be dead. There can be no mistake." Guyuina said solemnly, "It is indeed the aura of the first Dragon King, but the cultivation base is still low. How is this possible?" Dityen asked in amazement, "Is it possible that it is the wounded Dragon King? It's not from the same line as our Dragon God, it seems to be a blue-eyed Dragon King." Before the appearance of the Douluo mainland god, it was the soul beast that ruled the world. At that time there were many primordial beast races, and the Dragon God was just one of them. "Blue-eyed Dragon King? Lord, what are your plans?" Dishan asked. "Millions of years ago, I was severely injured by the law enforcers of the gods, and I was forced to hide at the bottom of the lake in this Stardug forest to practice sleeping." Guyuina replied, "Only 20,000 years before I can get out of the Stardug Great Forest. However, if I can swallow the blood essence of the original Dragon King, I can go out 20,000 years in advance." "Subordinates understand." Dityen replied, "Sir, you may have sensed the current position of the original Dragon King. It can't be sensed accurately, and the aura of the first emperor fades in a flash." Guyuina replied, "However, it's in the Stardo Forest." "Well then, the subordinates immediately go out and order the group of beasts to find them together." Dityen replied. "Go." Not long after, Dityen transformed into a huge black dragon and rushed out of the Lake of Life, and began to scream. Dityen's dragon roared, and the group of beasts in the surrounding Stardo Great Forest all neighed and roared. Chapter 31, Zihame. The group of beasts screamed, spread across the core area of the entire Stardo Great Forest in an instant, and quickly spread to the outside. At this moment, Chu Qin was walking towards the camp with Xiaowu on his back. Hearing this beast cry, Xiaowu immediately shouted, "Chu Qin, wait a minute." "Xiaowu, what's the matter?" Chu Qin asked in surprise. "I just heard the voice of the Dragon King." Xiaowu replied. "Dragon King?" Chu Qin smiled slightly, "Could it be the blue-eyed Dragon King?" "No. Chu and Qin, it came from the core area of the Stardo Great Forest." Xiaowu replied, "The Dragon King, it seems to be calling for a group of beasts." With that said, Xiaowu got down from Chu Qin's back, crawled on the ground, pressed her ears to the ground, and began to listen carefully to the words from the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. "It's the Black Dragon King?" Xiaowu asked Chu and Qin in surprise. "Black Dragon King?" Chu Qin was surprised, and said in his heart, "Ditian." Chu Qin was shocked. Shouldn't Dishan just come out to make trouble after 10,000 years? Guyuina, isn't it? What did the Black Dragon King say? Chu Qin asked hurriedly. The Black Dragon King seems to be summoning a group of beasts, looking for the trace of a soul beast. Xiaowu replied while listening. Chu Qin heard it even more. "It's messed up, the Stardo Great Forest is all messed up." Xiaowu said in shock. "Chu and Qin, the spirit beasts from the underground caves have all come out, as if they are coming in the direction outside of us." Chu and Qin were puzzled. There is no such paragraph in the original work. "Xiaowu, it seems that this Stardo forest shouldn't stay for long. Let's go back to the camp first and find Zhu Qingrong to stay with them." Chu Qin frowned. "There is a not so good premonition." "Good." Xiaowu nodded immediately. With that, a princess of Chu Qin hugged Xiaowu, and rushed back to the camp at the ultimate speed. Not long after, outside the Stardo Great Forest, in the carriage. "Chu Qin, what happened?" Zhao Waoqi asked in confusion as he drove the carriage frantically. "That 100,000-year soul beast is crazy." Chu Qin glanced at Xiaowu, and then replied, "If we stay in the Stardo Great Forest, we might not escape death." Obviously, this is the reason Chu Qin fabricated. But it's impossible for him. Xiaowu heard it, right? "Ah!" Zhao Waoqi said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, Chu Qin, you brought us out, otherwise our lives will be accounted for." "Teacher Zhao, let's go back to Soto City, the soul beast gathering place is too dangerous." Ma Hongjun said with a look of horror. "Yes, yes." Oscar echoed. "Drive." Hearing this, Zhao Waoqi frantically beat the horse in front of him. Sure enough, Chu and Qin's carriage had just left the Stardo Great Forest 2 miles away. Behind the scenes came a roar of beasts resounding through the sky. Hundreds of millions of soul beasts screamed together. If they were inside at this time, they would be directly quarreled to death if they were not beaten to death by the soul beast. Sure enough, if it weren't for the 100,000-year soul beast's madness, it would have been impossible to have so many voices. Zhao Waoqi looked at him, and said with a slight horror behind him. At this time, Su Daji's voice suddenly sounded, "Master, we are being watched." "What? Who is it?" Chu Qin frowned. "From the core area of the Stardo Great Forest." Su Daji replied, "Her power is above me. I have used the charm technique secretly to hide your specific location, but to avoid arousing her alertness, I can't fight back." "Above you?" Chu Qin frowned. "Who is it?" "I don't know." Su Daji replied, "However, she found it based on the breath of the Blue-Eyed Dragon King." "Blue-Eyed Dragon King?" Chu Qin's expression condensed slightly. Is it possible that the essence of the soul beast riot lies in the Green-Eyed Dragon King? In the Stardo Forest, only Guyuina can surpass Su Daji. Thinking about it this way, it is likely that he just let the Blue-Eyed Dragon King reveal his body, which touched some kind of prohibition. It's just that Chu and Qin don't know what this restriction is. However, Chu Qin was sure that Guyuina had woken up. Thinking of this, Chu Qin became a little excited. According to the goddess system, Guyuina is bound to become one of his wives. This shows that he is one step closer to obtaining Guyuina. Chu Qin and the others returned to Shrek Academy safely. At the same time, the Stardo Forest, the bottom of the Lake of Life. "Let them stop screaming." Guyuina Dai frowned, and said towards Ditian. "Master, why?" Dishan asked. "Just now, I monitored the entire Stardo Great Forest through secret methods. Gu Yuina replied, I have noticed that the first generation Dragon King has walked out of the Star Do Great Forest and is heading to the human world. Ah, how could the original Dragon King go to the human world? Ditian frowned. I don't know the specific reason. Maybe, he has already rehabilitated. Gu Yuina condensed her beautiful eyes. Ah, then what shall we do? Dishan asked, unless we soul beasts are recultivated as adults, once we step into the human world, we will kill. It doesn't matter, since the Dragon King breath wakes me up, then this is God's will. I have waited for millions of years, and I don't care about years, decades. Gu Yuina replied. I just heard them vaguely saying that they are going back to a place called Soto City. You go find a dragon beast that knows the secrets of the dragon clan and hides the breath of soul beasts, let him turn into an adult, go to this place in Soto City, inquire about the news, and see where the original Dragon King is. Gu Yuina paused, and then said, as long as I know the identity of the original Dragon King, I have a way to swallow it. The soul beast of the secret method of the Dragon Clan? Except for me, there is only Zig, the Demon Dragon King of Hell. Then let her go. By the way, tell that person, beside the first generation Dragon King, there is a soul beast that has transformed into a human following. 1 month later. Shrek Academy, in the mountains and forests behind. 2 figures appeared here. The man wore a blue shirt, sword eyebrows, and star eyes, and his face was peerless. The woman wore an ancient open-chested robe, charming and inviting. These 2 people are Chu Qin and his entourage Su Daji. Daji. Chu Qin said with a faint smile at Su Daji, there is no one here, so let's do it. Yes, master. Su Da had heard the words, and the 9 terrifying spirit rings lighted up under his feet in yellow, yellow, purple, black, red, red, and red. The next moment, with the red light blooming in Su Daji's body, the huge mountain tops were all wrapped in it. Master, I have completely shielded this place, don't worry. Su Daji said charmingly and movingly. Chapter 32, The Second Wuhan, Su Daji asks for a kiss. Okay. Chu Qin tilted his mouth and said towards the system, summon the Rui beast Qing Long. Ding! 1%, 2%, 100% during the spawning of the auspicious beast blue dragon accompanied by the system prompt sound. A green dragon appeared in front of Chu Qin. The Qing Long is about 10 meters long and looks like a reduced version of the Qinjian Dragon King. The difference is that the pupils of Qing Long are red, and underneath, there is a cloud of auspicious clouds. 8,000 years of auspicious beast blue dragon. Survival time is 30 minutes, after the host defeats it, you can make sacrifices to obtain auspicious beast spirit ring, and sacrifice to obtain auspicious beast soul bone, auspicious beast blue dragon martial soul. Getting a martial soul. Chu Qin said, a little overjoyed. In 1 month, he had already broken through from the 69th level to the 70th level, so he led Su Daji to come to this barren mountain and ridge to absorb this auspicious beast Azure Dragon spirit ring, but he did not expect that Azure Dragon could offer sacrifices. Let him get the second Wuhan. This is really an unexpected gain. Come on. Chu Qin was full of confidence, and summoned the extinguishing spear in his hand. His feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and red, and the 6 rings flashed. Roar! The next moment, accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, Rui beast Qinglong opened its huge mouth, and a long river of hot flames spurted out of it. 5th Soul Ability Destroyer of God. Chu Qin held the handle of the spear with both hands, letting the Goddess Extinction spear spin at high speed in front of him. As he revolved, a field of black and gold light formed in front of him. There was a loud noise, and the flames of the Rui beast Azure Dragon bombarded that light field, immediately squeezing Chu Qin back toward the rear. In the end, with a loud noise, the light domain and flame exploded at the same time. It seems that what I expected is not bad. Chu Qin said slightly at the corner of his mouth. The 8,000-year-old auspicious beast blue dragon is at least comparable to the 80,000-year-old soul beast. Its strength should be around the 87th level of the Contra. Well, Daji, go on. Chu Qin paused, and ordered Daji behind him. The 87th level Contra, he was confident that he might defeat it, but there was no need for it at all. First, Chu Qin made the move because he rarely met an opponent and wanted to check the improvement in the past month. It now appears that after reaching level 70, his strength has improved quite well. Able to fight a Contra of 87th level, face it. Secondly, Rui Beast Qinglong has a time limit. Once the time expires, Chu Qin will not cry. Yes. Suda nodded. The third spirit ability, 7 orifices exquisite. Along with Sudaji's whisper, Rui Beast Azure Dragon was instantly enveloped in a mass of red light. After that, Suda shook his palm slightly, and the auspicious beast Qinglong let out a mournful cry, lying motionless on the ground. Following that, Chu and Qin rushed out with an extinguishing spear, piercing the remaining spirit power shield of the auspicious beast Azure Dragon, and gave it the final blow. After killing the auspicious beast Blue Dragon, the latter did not turn into a spirit ring soul bone, but turned into a ball of blue brilliance, pouring into Chu Qin's body. This is the last sacrifice of Rui Beast Qinglong. At the moment when the Rui Beast Qinglong entered the body, Chu Qin felt his spine and began to ache sharply. That kind of pain, like a maggot attached to bones, made Chu Qin unbearable and directly sat on the ground. Master! Sudaji shouted in panic. System, what's going on? Chu Qin frowned. Don't worry about the host, this is the torso soul bone of Rui Beast Qinglong. It is replacing your original bones, allowing you to directly obtain the torso soul bone. So it's like this. Chu Qin breathed a sigh of relief, and then he looked at Sudaji and replied, Daji, I'm fine, don't worry. Yet. Sudaji was relieved with an eyebrow. After the intense pain, there was a sensation of 2 moons in the same sky. At this moment, Chu Qin felt that both his body function and soul power had improved a lot. At the same time, under Chu Qin's feet, at the position of the 7th spirit ring, a strange spirit ring appeared. It was a golden spirit ring, but it was not pure gold, with some faint pink, like rose gold. My spirit power has reached level 74. Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth. Although this auspicious beast spirit ring is only 80,000 years old, the enhancement effect brought by it and its spirit bone is no weaker than a 100,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, Rui Beast Spirit Ring also brought him 2 spirit abilities. Not only that, but Chu Qin's thoughts moved, and the next moment a high-pitched dragon chant sounded. Behind Chu Qin, a cyan dragon appeared. The blue dragon is impressively the appearance of the Rui Beast Blue Dragon, the only difference is that there is no auspicious cloud under its feet. And this is Chu Qin's second spirit, Qinglong. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the second martial soul. At this time, Daji smiled charmingly. Daji, thank you. Chu Qin replied with a smile, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to easily obtain this beast spirit ring. Then Daji, is there any reward? Daji smiled. Chu Qin originally thought that Sudaji would say this is what I should do and it is my honor to serve the master, but he didn't expect Sudaji to say this. Then what reward do you want? Chu Qin asked in confusion. He really couldn't think of what he could reward Daji, a peerless Douluo. Daji. I want a kiss from the master. Sudaji's fox ears stood up, slightly shy. Ah! Chu Qin was taken aback for a moment. Is the master not willing? Sudaji's fox earlobes fell down, a little displeased. Of course not. Chu Qin replied. He was about to continue speaking, only to see that Sudaji had already kissed his lips. Feeling the unique fragrance of Sudaji's body and the moisturizing lip fragrance, Chu Qin's pupils opened, and they froze in place. Immediately, with his hormones rising, he hugged Su Daji's head and started to be wanton. For a long time, the two people separated. Daji, I thank you master. Su Daji didn't mean to blame Chu Qin at all. She smiled at Chu Qin charmingly. In the future, Daji will serve her master better. At noon, Chu Qin returned to Shrek Academy. At this time, Chu and Qin were in a good mood, not only broke through the soul sage, obtained the soul bone of the auspicious beast soul ring, the second martial soul, but also in Su Daji. What surprised Chu Qin was that at this time in Shrek Square, Zhao Waoqi should be conducting devilish training for Tang San and others. However, today's Shrek Academy is exceptionally quiet. Not only were Zhao Waoqi, Tang San, and others, but even Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Meng, who were always alive and kicking, were still there. They were also not there. Strange, where did everything go? Chu Qin said with some doubts. Chu Qin. At this moment, a slightly charming voice sounded in the light. Chu Qin turned around and saw Zhu Zuqing with a fiery figure and strong leather outfit, standing there. Zhu Qing. Chu Qin beckoned immediately and exclaimed to Zhu Zuqing excitedly. Chu Qin, where have you been? Zhu Zuqing held Chu Qin's palm in a skilled posture. Go out. Chu Qin smiled back. Zuqing, where are Xiaowu Rongrong and the others? They all went to the Dragon King Tower in Soto City. Zhu Zuqing replied. Longwang Tower. Chu Qin was slightly surprised when he heard this name for the first time. Ah! Zhu Zuqing said with a slight surprise, Chu Qin, you didn't go to the Dragon King Tower. Chu Qin shook his head, where is that? Why have I never heard of it? The Dragon King Tower only appeared recently. Zhu Zuqing replied, but as soon as it appeared, the reputation reverberated throughout Soto City. Oh, there is such a thing, let's hear it. Listen to them, the owner of the Dragon King Tower is a super beautiful woman. Zhu Zuqing replied, she set up a ring in front of the Dragon King Tower. Anyone who has a dragon spirit and can defeat her can marry her. Competition for martial arts. Chu Qin's eyes lit up. He suddenly became interested in this mysterious host of the Dragon King Tower. It's not because of other things, but because he has just obtained the dragon martial soul, and the other party is a peerless beauty. Forget it. Zhu Zuqing replied, today, there are already many dragon martial arts souls who challenged her, but they were defeated one by one. It turns out that she is a strong soul emperor. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin suddenly lost interest. The powerhouses above the soul emperor in Douluo continent, except for his future wife Bibi Dong, are all 60 or 70-year-old women, such as the snake woman. Where can such people be better to see? So Xiaowu, Zhao Waoqi, and they all went. Chu Qin asked instead. Chu Qin didn't worry about the safety of Xiaowu and the others, after all, the blue-eyed Dragon King was guarding them. Yeah, according to your habits. Zhu Zuqing nodded, I thought you went too. What's your habit? Chu Qin looked at Zhu Zuqing angrily, and said with a smile, Zuqing, make things clearer. I'm sorry, Chu Qin, I was wrong. Zhu Zuqing replied immediately. No, Zhu Qing, you're right, I'm the kind of person you think. Chu Qin smiled quietly, holding Zhu Zuqing's hips, and hugged her up. Zhu Zuqing's face turned red immediately, and he looked at Chu Qin foolishly. Chu Qin, what are you doing? There is no one in Shrek Academy right now, what do you say I want to do? Chu Qin smiled. Chapter 33, Meng is still arrested, Ziwan appears, 2 in 1. Zhu Zuqing immediately understood what Chu Qin meant, and couldn't help but move his feet together slightly. There is fear and expectation in his eyes. Following that, Chu Qin walked towards the dormitory with Zhu Zuqing in his arms. Just now, Daji kissed him, and his hormones have soared. Now that Zhu Zuqing, a peerless and hot beauty, is standing in front of him, if Chu Qin didn't act, would he be a man? When he arrived at the dormitory, Chu Qin gently placed Zhu Zuqing on the head of the bed, then closed the doors and windows tightly, and threw himself on Zhu Zuqing. Zuqing, this should be the first time for you and me. Chu Qin said with an accelerated heartbeat. Zhu Zuqing said with a little shame. I remember you told me that you are very afraid of doing this kind of thing, so are you afraid now? Chu Qin asked. Zhu Zuqing shook his head. It's you, I'm not afraid. Chu Qin showed a smile, then. Hiss. The leather jacket cracked. Zhu Zuqing didn't say a word, but his nails were almost embedded in Chu Qin's flesh and blood. An hour later. Chu Qin led Zhu Zhu out of the dormitory refreshingly. How about it, isn't it as scary as you thought? Chu Qin smiled lightly at Zhu Zhu. Yeah, and it always feels a bit unsatisfactory. Zhu Zuqing said with a little shame. Chu Qin was slightly taken aback. I lied to you. Zhu Zuqing smiled, covering his mouth. It's very comfortable, although it's a little painful. It doesn't matter, it will be all right after a while. Chu Qin smiled. Zhu Zuqing nodded. Chu Qin, it's not good, Chu Qin. At this moment, Xiaowu's voice sounded outside Shrek Academy. Chu Qin and Zhu Zuqing frowned and saw that Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were walking towards this side anxiously. What's wrong, Xiaowu, still? Chu Qin immediately walked over and asked. Sister still disappeared. Xiaowu replied with ruddy eyes. Don't worry, speak slowly, what's going on? Chu Qin was panicked, but still asked gently. My sister still, and Rongrong, went to the Dragon King Tower to watch the martial arts contest, and when we turned around, sister still disappeared. Xiaowu said anxiously, we, Teacher Zhao and others, we searched for Soto City, I haven't found it. Go, keep looking. Chu Qin said, immediately ran towards Soto City. At this time, in a dark alley in Soto City, 3 wretched figures appeared here. All 3 of them are about 30 or 40 years old. Their looks can be described as unsightly. Not only are their skin dark, but they are also extremely insignificant, and they match the protagonists of certain movies. At this time, one of them carried a beautiful shadow on his shoulder. If Chu Qin is here, he will definitely find that this is Meng still. Okay, unhappy, Tianya, just solve it here. At this time, the man threw the Meng Wei on his shoulders in the corner, and said with a wretched smile. Old goose, this girl is on time, where did you get it? The corners of his mouth were raised slightly, and there was a bright light in his eyes. Okay, don't ask so much, such a beautiful girl, who will come first? Tianya asked. Let me come first, I'm already ready to move. With a wretched smile, he rubbed his palms, and walked towards Meng still wretchedly. At this moment, Meng still happened to wake up. She saw the 3 wretched middle-aged men in front of her. She was shocked and exclaimed, What are you doing? Why? Isn't it obvious? The corner of his mouth rose to the horizon. Don't come here. Meng was still surprised. 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings lighted up under her feet, and the snake-headed staff appeared in her hand. Yeah, it's still a soul sage. Unhappy smiled faintly. As he said, the unhappy feet were white, yellow, and purple, and the 4 spirit rings lighted up, and it turned out to be a soul sect. Meng was still shocked, and with a stroke of the snake head stick in his hand, there were countless snake shadows immediately, rushing towards unhappiness. Hey! He hummed indifferently, 2 pink hoods appeared in his hands, and immediately after he moved his mind, the pink hoods immediately enlarged. One of the hoods intercepted Meng Yi's snake shadow, and the other hooded towards Meng's body is still there. And, the latter cover began to compress continuously. Meng was still shocked, and hurriedly urged his soul power to resist. But she is not Chu Qin, how can an ordinary soul sovereign defeat the soul sect? I saw that under the squeeze of the pink cover, Meng Still's expression became a bit painful, and finally the spirit ring disintegrated at this moment. At the moment when Meng Yi's martial spirit was lifted, Tianya and Old Goose on the side immediately flew forward, pressing Meng Yi's shoulders and letting her kneel on the ground. "Hey, now, you can't resist." Looking at Meng still unhappy, the corners of his mouth were crooked to the extreme. "It's best not to touch me, otherwise, you will die miserably." Meng still said coldly. "Yo yo yo, I'm so scared yo." Unhappy smiled wryly, and stretched out her hand to Meng Li's chest, ready to take off her outer armor. "Ah!" Meng still yelled. "Stop!" At this moment, a charming rhyme sounded. Hearing this, the unhappy Old Goose turned around and looked over. The scene before them stunned them. They only saw a beautiful Li Ying standing in front of them. This person, with purple hair and purple eyes, with a thicker dress smeared on her face, called her prosperous beauty extremely coquettish. The most eye-catching thing is the figure of the woman. She is wearing a purple loose cheongsam, but she still can't hide her attractive figure, especially the arrogance on the chest. There is a way to squeeze the cheongsam. Visually inspect 39F. In addition, the woman steps on a pair of cool purple high-heeled shoes, beautifully painted nails, and skin like suet jade, which adds a lot of points to her beauty and nobility. Seeing the woman, the eyes of the three were unhappy. This person is so beautiful, so beautiful. Moreover, it is a state of complete maturity, and there is almost no resistance to their elderly LSBs. "Yo yo yo." Unhappy with trembling teeth, he asked excitedly, "Where is the Warren?" Tianya and Old Goose all followed the wretched smile. In their minds, they have begun to imagine and the woman in front of them, the scene of the matter. They instantly felt that Meng behind him was still not very fragrant. "Lao Niang Long Wang Lu, Zi Yuan." The woman folded her chest with her hands, and the corner of her mouth slanted slightly. "Oh!" Unhappy smiled sullenly after listening, "Long Wang Tower." Halfway through, the unhappy smile freezes. The original owner of Long Wanglu, Ziwan. Isn't it the one who set up the contest to recruit relatives? In other words, the person in front of you is the sole emperor. "Girl Ziwan, why are you here?" Unhappy put away all bad thoughts and asked tremblingly. "I hate two kinds of people the most in my life." Zi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Treachery. Lecherous people. If you encounter it in your life, you must get rid of it." "Ah!" The expressions of the three of them condensed. In the next moment, they only smelled a burst of fragrance in front of them, and the three of them were kicked on the wall at the same time. Zi Yuan's strength is so great that blood stains are dripping from the corners of the mouths of the three people who are unhappy at the moment. Meng on the side still saw this scene, and was shocked, afraid to say a word. In the next moment, Zi Yuan walked to the unhappy face with an enchanting posture. "Girl Ziwan! Forgive me, forgive me!" Unhappy pleaded. However, the next moment, Zi Yuan raised his right foot, and then stood and stepped on the weakest place of the three unhappy people one by one. Unhappy three people, it is impossible to give birth in this life. Of course, their lives are over. Next, a ball of Zi Yan was thrown out from Zi Yuan's palm, and the bodies of the three unhappy people began to burn. "See the woman's so cruel means." Meng was still shocked, she curled up in the corner, shivering. At this time, Zi Yuan turned his gaze to Meng Wei, and smiled softly, "Are you okay?" Meng still heard the words, that kind of fear, only reduced a lot. "Thank you Ziwan girl, help." Meng still replied immediately, "I'm fine." As a woman, learn to protect yourself outside. Zi Yuan replied, "Especially a beautiful woman like you, this time I saved you, next time, you will not be so lucky. Still, remember the teachings of Miss Ziwan." Meng still replied. "Still." At this time, Chu Qin's voice sounded in the alley. "Chu Qin." Meng still heard the words, and his heart was astonished to the extreme. Sure enough, Chu Qin's figure appeared in the alley. Meng still, without even thinking about it, rushed over, threw himself into Chu Qin's arms, and began to cry. "What's wrong, still?" Chu Qin touched Meng Wei's head and asked softly, a little scared, "Are you okay?" "Chu Qin, I thought I would never see you again." Meng still hugged Chu Qin tightly and said, "I almost lost my body just now." "What happened?" Chu Qin got angry when he heard the words, and cast his gaze into the alley. His eyes stayed on Zi's body for a while. At this moment, Zi Yuan's gaze also happened to fall on Chu and Qin, with her eyes facing each other. "This man, how can I have a heartbeat feeling?" Zi Yuan was surprised secretly in her heart. "Impossible, how could I be moved by a human being?" Chu Qin was also taken aback, Zi Yuan's looks and figure were so outstanding. Especially, Ziwan is very mature, and compared with Meng Yan and others, there is no green feeling at all. However, Chu Qin then cast his gaze on the three burning bodies. "Chu Qin, it is the three of them who want to plot against me." Meng still pointed to the three bodies, then looked at Zi Yuan and said, "Fortunately, Zi Yuan saved me. Thank you, Miss Ziwan." Chu Qin immediately handed over when he heard the words, "My name is Chu Qin, I have written down this kindness, and I will repay it in the future." "No need." Zi Yuan replied coldly, "It's just that since there is such a beautiful woman by her side, pay more attention to it in the future." When Chu Qin heard this, his heart was slightly shocked. "I thought that this purple kite was not only ruthless, but also extremely cold in words, I don't know where it came from." However, Chu Qin still accepted Zi Yuan's advice, and said with a little guilt, "I was indeed negligent this time. I will take care of her in the future." Chu Qin. Sister still. At this moment, some female voices sounded at the same time. Chu Qin and Meng still followed the sound. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were trotting towards them. Seeing so many women around Chu Qin, Zi Yuan's eyebrows frowned slightly, showing Chu Qin a look of disgust. "Sister still, are you okay?" Xiaowu and three daughters asked at the same time. "Almost, I won't see you anymore." Meng still replied with lingering fear. Fortunately, Sister Ziwan came to the rescue. With that said, Meng still turned his gaze to Ziwan and found that Ziwan was gone. Strange, where is Sister Ziwan? Meng still wondered. Sister Ziwan? Xiaowu wondered. "Ah, the owner of the Dragon King building. Master of the Dragon King Tower." Chu Qin was surprised this time, set up a martial arts contest to recruit the Soul Emperor. Meng still nodded, "It's her." Chu Qin originally thought that the owner of the Dragon King Tower should be a bad old woman, but he didn't expect. Chu Qin frowned suddenly and seemed to have some idea. However, Chu Qin thought that Meng's nightmare had not yet been resolved, so he immediately dispelled this thought, and replied, "Let's go, since it is still safe, let's go back to Shrek Academy." Chapter 34, Sign in ZIG, 3000 words. The next morning, the system prompt sounded in Chu Qin's ears. The goddess system is released. Mission: defeat Ziwan, the owner of the Dragon King Tower. Reward: Ziwan goddess favors 100%, get the secret, Dragon God change. Hearing this, Chu Qin immediately awakened from his sleep, secretly surprised and said, "Hey, Ziwan also has a goddess mission. Then why, I have never heard of this name before." "Forget it, don't care about it." He glanced at the four daughters of Meng still sleeping next to him, and quietly walked out of Shrek Academy. Today, the sun is shining bright and there is no cloud. Well, I'll go to meet the host of the Dragon King Tower. Chu Qin Shen said with a lazy waist, extremely excited. I have to say, indeed, this purple kite made Chu Qin's heart fascinated. A mature woman with straightforward personality, good looks, and beauty. People like Chu Qin couldn't stand it at all. Soto City, Dragon King Tower. This is a brand new Chinese tower with 3 floors. In front of the Dragon King Tower, there is a huge square. In the center of the square, a granite ring is set up. At this moment, the granite ring has been blocked by the ground. Most of these onlookers did not come to participate in the competition, their eyes all looked at the woman sitting on the ring. This person, wearing a purple cheongsam with a thin veil on his face, is the Purple Kite. Today's martial arts contest recruiting relatives, continue. A woman holding a sound amplifier soul guide shouted, anyone who has a dragon martial arts soul and can defeat the girl Ziwan can get 2 million gold soul coins. You said, this Ziwan girl, why does she use martial arts to recruit relatives? She is so beautiful, don't you worry about marrying. Sorry. These days, how many noble princes from the Barak kingdom came to propose marriage, they were all sent away by the girl Ziwan. The girl Ziwan said, only the dragon martial soul and the person who can defeat her can become her wishful man. There are already few dragon martial arts souls, and there are even fewer soul emperors above the dragon martial arts soul. It's impossible, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family should be the leader. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, how could it be possible to see the people from the poor country of Soto City? You are wrong. Someone from the Blue Lightning Overlord's family came a few days ago. It was a 68th level Soul Emperor, but she was knocked out of the ring by the 3 strokes of the Purple Kite girl. 3 tricks. This Ziwan girl is too strong, isn't it possible to defeat the Ziwan girl if you want the Soul Saint? Everyone was surprised. At this moment, the underside of the ring is bustling with hustle and bustle, and above the ring is surprisingly quiet, because the soul sage who possesses the dragon martial soul is too rare. At this time, 2 elderly men, 1 man and 1 woman, came here. Old man, I heard that as long as you have a dragon martial soul and defeat the Soul Emperor Ziwan in the Dragon King Tower, you can marry her. Your martial soul is a dragon stranded rod, which is also a kind of dragon martial soul. Don't go try it, the old woman asked towards her wife. These 2 people, it is Long Gong Mengshu and Snake Po Ka Shengxiang. Old lady, you laughed. Mengshu replied, not to mention, my dragon stick and dragon martial soul are far apart. Even if I have a dragon martial soul, it is impossible to do this. Little kid's trick. What's more, the old lady has you, and I am content in this life. The snake woman heard the incense, and smiled with satisfaction, you still have a conscience. Let's go to Shrek Academy quickly, I don't know if this girl is still doing well. Meng Shu and Ka Shengxiang were about to leave. Ka Shengxiang suddenly pointed to a man in the crowd and said, old man, how come the man wearing the mask looks a bit like Chu Qin? Don't tell me, it's a bit like it. The next moment, I saw that person leapt into the ring one by one. This person, who looks about 17 or 18 years old, is bravely wearing a golden mask. Someone has challenged. Hey, how come you look a little young? Go up and find a beating. Seeing that the person in front of her was very young, Zai Yuan said indifferently, young man, don't waste my mother's time. Girl Ziwan, how can I know if I don't try it? The man smiled slightly. My mother, I have no priorities. Zai Yuan said indifferently, I have beaten you to a disability, I don't care. I don't think you are capable of this. The man smiled. Oh. Zai Yuan said with a faint smile, then you will show off the martial arts. When the man heard the words, his mind moved, and a cyan light and shadow manifested behind him. That is a mighty and domineering beast spirit. The whole body cyan presents a line-shaped dragon head, dragon claw, dragon tail, dragon eye, it is exactly the blue dragon. With the azure dragon martial spirit, there is no doubt that this man is Chu Qin. At the moment when the azure dragon Wuhan appeared, a strong wave spread out, making the onlookers in the audience, especially those with the beast Wuhan, trembled, as if being suppressed by blood. What a top-notch dragon spirit! My martial soul is trembling. Old man, what kind of martial soul is this? Chao Tianxiang said in surprise, how do I have an illusion? How does this dragon martial soul feel more terrifying than the inherited martial soul of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? It's not an illusion. Meng Shu said sternly, the strength of this beast spirit is something I have never seen before. It was not only them who were surprised, but Ziwan himself was even more surprised. I was extremely excited, the first-generation Dragon King Qinglong Wuhan. It seems that this is the person Dishan is looking for. Yes, that's right. In fact, Zi Kite is one of the kings of the Star Do Great Forest. Hell's demon Dragon King Zig was transformed by secret methods. Her task is to come to Soto City to find the traces of the first Dragon King. However, when she first came to the human world, Zig didn't have any network of relationships, and she didn't know where to find it. Therefore, Zig used the principle of dragon nature yin and used her beauty as bait to catch this first-generation Dragon King. At the same time, she sold some of the treasures produced on the soul beasts and built this Dragon King Tower. However, Zig is a soul beast after all, too simple. Instead of catching the Dragon King of Soto City, he beat the dragon spirit masters of the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and even the entire Douluo continent. The effort paid off, and after a few months, Zig finally caught Chu Qin. How about, Miss Ziwan, am I qualified? Chu Qin smiled. Where did he know so much? He wanted to defeat Ziwan and bring home this wife who not only possesses 39F, but also beautiful. Yes, it is indeed the dragon martial spirit. Zig replied, but, do you think this will defeat me? As soon as Zig's voice fell, her feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and 6 spirit rings flickered. Then she looked at Chu Qin faintly and said, let's brighten the spirit ring. No. Chu Qin shook his head, I can beat you without a spirit ring. Hearing this, everyone in the audience was astonished. Without using the spirit ring, spirit skills, I want to beat a spirit emperor. How strong is Chu Qin? Still pretending to be coercive? Doesn't he have a spirit ring? Zig secretly said in her heart, could it be that he has just retrained as an adult and has not yet obtained a spirit ring? Forget it, no matter what, he must not be allowed to defeat me. The person I like is Dishan grown-ups. Well, boy, look at the move. As soon as Zig's voice fell, a black dragon king appeared behind her. The black dragon is similar in shape to the lizard dragon in Western mythology, and it is surprisingly derived from Zig's body, the devil dragon king of hell. In the next moment, a circle of spirit rings lighted up under Zig's feet, and 2 beams of black and red light burst into her eyes, shooting towards Chu Qin. A soul emperor should not need me to produce a second martial soul to defeat. Chu Qin secretly said. Qinglong Fumo. Along with Chu Qin's low roar, a cyan radiance burst out from his spine. In the next moment, a pair of cyan wings were born under Chu Qin's ribs. After Chu Qin took off, his fist rushed down, and a phantom blue dragon rushed towards Zig in a condescending manner. Boom! I saw that Chu Qin's azure dragon phantom and Zig violently collided together. In an instant, Zig felt a huge shock in her chest, and she felt like she couldn't bear it. In the end, with a loud noise, Zig was shaken and flew out by the azure dragon phantom. Ah! Obviously no, why can he release his skills? Some onlookers exclaimed. Yes, old man, why is this? The snake woman asked. It's a spirit bone skill. Meng Shu saw the clue. Some high-quality spirit bones can produce some skills that are not weaker than spirit skills. With this kind of spirit bone, this person is definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, I can't really sense his spirit power level. Sure enough, it is undoubtedly the original Dragon King. Zig secretly said in her heart, if it weren't for this, it wouldn't be possible to be so young, so there are such means. It seems that I can no longer hide, otherwise I can't win him. As soon as Zig's voice fell, a certain seal on her body was quietly broken, and Zig's aura suddenly skyrocketed in an instant. In the next moment, Zig's palms turned into dragon claws, and her figure changed, like a real wandering dragon, rushing towards Chu and Qin. Zig's speed was so fast that Chu Qin didn't have time to react, but when Zig grabbed her cheek with one claw, the mask on her face suddenly cracked. Chu Qin's long black hair was thrown away, revealing a face that fascinated thousands of young girls. Old lady, it really is Chu Qin. Meng Shu's pupil shrank. So, Chu Qin actually possesses twin spirits. Chao Tianxiang said in shock. The youngest soul emperor in the mainland also possesses two heaven-defying spirits. How many secrets does this Chu and Qin hide? Meng Shu exclaimed. It's you. Zig was also surprised. Yesterday, she had a good impression on Chu Qin at that moment, but when she saw that Chu Qin had 4 women, her good impression disappeared. Because Zig saw the shadow of Ditian on Chu Qin's body. She loves Dishan deeply, but Dishan has more than 4 women. Now, when she saw that Chu Qin was carrying 4 women to participate in the martial arts contest for herself, she was even more disgusted with Chu Qin. Sure enough, Long Ben is lascivious. You have 4 women, and you still think of me. Zig smiled quietly at Chu Qin. You are wrong, too. Chu Qin smiled lightly. Ziyuan girl, in your rules, it seems that there is no one who is not allowed to have a girlfriend to come. Humph. Zig said coldly, if you want to beat me, you are still early. Try it. Chu Qin smiled quietly, his feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and the 7 simulated spirit rings lit up. Yes, Chu Qin's Azure Dragon and Rui Beast Spirit Ring, in addition to bringing Chu Qin's real body, also allowed him to obtain a spirit ring simulation skill. Its effect can simulate the spirit ring of Chu and Qin at will. Chapter 35, Conquer the Purple Princess, 3003. At the same time, Chu Qin summoned the God of Extinguisher in his hand. Soul Saint! Oh my God, twin spirits! Zig and the onlookers were surprised at the same time. Hey, Chu Qin has become a soul sage. Wait, how did his soul ring change color? Chao Tianxiang said in surprise. It must be some kind of simulation skill. Meng Shu replied, the 100,000-year spirit ring is too eye-catching, Chu Qin intends to converge. Humph, think you are the soul saint, can you beat me? Zig smiled quietly, Hell Demon Dragon King, true body. Accompanied by Zig's roar, her body began to swell sharply, and finally turned into a complete Dragon King. Master, the person in front of you is not a human at all. Su Daji's voice sounded, she is a soul beast. Soul beast? Chu and Qin said in surprise. Yes, Master. She hides it very well, except for reaching the same peerless Douluo realm as me, otherwise she really can't see it. Zig Kite. Hell Demon Dragon King. Zig. It turned out to be Zigi, the Dragon King of Hell. Chu Qin suddenly realized. Wait, why does Zig pretend to be Ziyuan? Forget it, when I defeat her, just ask her. The real body of the mighty spear. Chu Qin thought of this, and secretly said, under his feet, the 7th spirit ring also lit up at the same time. Behind him, there appeared a ghost holding a gun exactly like him. At the same time, in Chu Qin's left hand, golden brilliance bloomed, time is slow. The body has slowed down. Zig was surprised inwardly. This trick was exactly what Chu and Qin used to defeat Long Gong Mengshu at that time, and it is now also used to defeat Zig. After Chu Qin reached the Soul Sage, the effect of the time delay also changed, from the original slowness of 2 seconds to 3 seconds. Although only a short second has been added, it is this second that may make a world-shaking change in the battle situation. The Spear of Yuxu. In the next moment, after the effect of Chu Qin Yuxu's spear was lifted, the magnified extinction spear in his hand pierced Zig's changing Hell Dragon King with extreme speed. Zig didn't have time to think about it, and immediately wanted to condense her soul power and turn it into a shield in front of her. However, the speed of soul power is extremely slow, it is too late. Could it be that I can only defeat him by breaking the secret method? Zig secretly asked. Her secret method requires a large amount of soul power to maintain, so she, a fierce beast of 200,000 years, can exert her maximum power at this time, less than 1/20th, at most comparable to a human low-level Contra. This is also the reason why she can't break through Chu Qin's time delay. No. Once the secret method is broken, let alone whether I can escape from the human world, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of the first Dragon King of Chu and Qin, and it will fall short. Zig did not break the secret method in the end due to a battle of thoughts. At this moment, with the violent explosion, Zig was finally broken by Chu Qin's spear, and the spirit ring was disintegrated at this moment. Girl Ziwan lost. Seeing this scene, countless men are heartbroken. It means that Ziwan is going to marry the Chu Qin in front of her. What is the origin of this person, who actually possesses twin martial souls? Why is he clearly a soul saint, who looks like a little white face of about 20 years old? The men were aggrieved. How could they think that Chu Qin was already under 20 years old, and thought it was Chu Qintian with a little white face? Ding! It was detected that the host defeated Ziwan and got 100% favorability of Ziwan Goddess. Profound meaning, Dragon God Transformation. Girl Ziwan, you lost. Chu Qin put away the spirit ring, and smiled lightly towards Zig on the ring. According to the agreement, are you my fiancé? At this moment, Zig was shocked. Why, I obviously hate romantic people, but I really want to promise Chu Qin. In the end, under the magic of the system, Zig nodded. Very well, then come with me. Chu Qin smiled quietly, holding Zig's palm, and walking towards the Dragon King building. Ah, Miss Ziwan is gone. My purple kite girl. Humph, this Chu Qin, it's only a few months. Chao Tianxiang said angrily, he is still carrying it, looking for a new love. Ha ha ha, old lady. Meng Shu laughed, you are actually not angry at all, are you? Because we have known for a long time that Chu and Qin are a sweetheart. Kaya Shengxiang nodded. Twin martial spirits, a 17-year-old soul sage, with peerless Douluo followers, such a grandson, Douluo continent can no longer find a second one. Nevertheless, where did it go? Chao Tianxiang frowned. Grandpa, Grandma. Just then, Meng still sounded. Long Gong and Snake Po turned around and saw that Meng Still Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, were standing there. Baby granddaughter. At the same time, inside the Dragon King building, Chu Qin took Zig's palm and walked into her boudoir. What are you doing? Seeing Chu Qin shut the door tightly, Zig asked with expectation and fear. You are my fiancé, can't I do what I want? Chu Qin smiled quietly. Sure enough, Long Ben is lustful, then come on. Zig paused, and her teeth bit her red lips. Seeing Zig's enchanting and graceful appearance, Chu Qin was a bit unable to control it, but he still forced himself to calm down, and then directly asked, Zi Yuan, you are the Dragon King of the Star Do Great Forest. Zig. When Zig heard this, her pupils were shocked immediately, and she replied in shock, You, how do you know? It seems that you really are the first generation Dragon King to rebuild an adult. The first generation Dragon King. Chu Qin frowned. Only then did Zig realize that she had said something wrong, and she said nothing. Upon seeing this, Chu Qin continued to ask, the demon dragon king of hell, the king of the Stardo Great Forest, will come to the human world in disguise and say, "What on earth are you here for? What happened to the original dragon king?" Zig frowned, as if she didn't want to say. Upon seeing this, Chu Qin threw Zig directly on the bed, looked at the latter's moving purple eyes, smiled faintly and said, "Let's talk, otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do to you." Zig's heartbeat speeds up. Her mission is an unspeakable secret. However, after 100% favorability and Chu Qin's temptation, Zig replied, "Well, then," I said. After that, Zig talked to Chu Qin about the changes that occurred in the Stardo Great Forest a few months ago, as well as her own missions, thoughts to Chu Qin. It turned out to be like this. Chu Qin suddenly realized after hearing this, I said why Guyuina and Dishan woke up early. It turns out that the blood essence of the blue-eyed Dragon King aroused their interest. "Ah, Chu Qin, how do you know Lord Dishan and Lord?" Zig said in surprise. "This is not what you should ask." Chu Qin said lukewarmly, "So you set up a martial arts contest in the Dragon King building to attract the bait of the original Dragon King?" "Yet." Zig bit her teeth and nodded. "Then have you found the original Dragon King?" Chu Qin asked. Upon hearing this, Zig pointed at Chu Qin herself. "Me?" Chu Qin asked in surprise. "Yet." Zig nodded, "For so many days, you alone have owned the original Dragon King, Azure Dragon Martial Spirit." Chu Qin smiled lightly, then Zig, "Do you think I am the original Dragon King?" "Like, and somewhat different." Zig made no secret of it. "Then I can tell you, I am the original Dragon King," Chu Qin said deliberately. "Really?" Zig asked in surprise. "Yet." Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth, "Now you know that I am the original Dragon King, would you go to the Stardo Great Forest and tell Guyuina to let them swallow my blood essence?" "No, no." Zig immediately replied as soon as he heard this, "Chu Qin, whether you are the first Dragon King or not, I will not put you in danger." Seeing Zig's very anxious appearance, Chu Qin immediately replied with a smile, "As expected of my fiancé, you still have some conscience." "Ah!" Zig was slightly taken aback when she heard Chu Qin say that she was his fiancé. "Why, this is your own martial arts contest to recruit relatives. Now that I have won, don't you want to recognize it?" Chu Qin said with a smile. When Zig heard the words, she hesitated a little. Although she admitted that she liked Chu Qin very much, she also liked Dishan. Seeing Zig's flickering pupils, Chu Qin said in a huff, "Zig, do you have someone you like?" "No." Zig shook her head. "That's good." Chu Qin said domineeringly, "Zig, you are my woman from today. Don't like other people." "Good." Zig nodded seriously. "This is good." Chu Qin smiled triumphantly, then kissed Zig's thin lips, and then Chu Qin's palm reached. An hour later, Chu Qin and Zig walked out of the Dragon King Tower side by side. Zig at this time looks a little different. "Zig, I believe you will not tell Guyuina of my identity." Chu Qin said, "But, if Guyuina and the others ask, what will you do?" "Chu Qin, don't worry." Zig paused, and replied, "I think I will not return to the Stardo Great Forest during this period of time. Anyway, the Lord and Dityen will not come to the human world. It's hard for you." Chu Qin couldn't bear it. Zig seemed to say very calmly, "But she paid a great price. The price of betraying the soul beast if you can't return home." "Zig, since you are already my woman," Chu Qin replied, "in the future, you will follow me. Even if it is okay." Before Chu Qin finished speaking, Zig replied affirmatively, I will go wherever you go in the future. I am going back to Shrek Academy now. Chu Qin continued, are you going with me? Yet. Zig smiled and nodded. Let's go, I'll take you to meet your other sisters. Chu Qin said, leading Zig towards the direction of Shrek Academy. At this time, Meng Shu Snake Po and Meng Yi Xiaowu and others were chatting in Shrek Square. Where did Chu Qin go? Grandpa Long is here, but he is gone. Xiaowu asked in confusion. Xiaowu, Chu Qin will not leave us for no reason, there must be something important. Zhu Zuqing replied immediately. Well then. Xiaowu nodded and looked at Long Gong and Snake Po, Grandpa and Grandma, wait a minute, Chu Qin will definitely come back. Well, no hurry, no hurry. Long Gong Mengshu laughed. After that, Long Gong Mengshu looked at the snake woman and said, Old lady, now you can rest assured? Chu and Qin have such a group of well-known and courteous women, how could it still be bad? Yet. Chao Tianxiang nodded, indeed, this Chu Qin has not found any shortcomings except for some carelessness. After that, Chao Tianxiang lowered his voice and said, Old man, do you want to tell me, Chu Qin won the martial arts contest and recruited relatives? Don't. Meng Shu shook his head, it is estimated that Chu Qin and the purple kite are on their heads right now. If we tell it to still, they will get upset in the past, Chu Qin will be unhappy. Chapter 36, Sign into Lu Erlong and go to Tiandu City. Well, that's what I said. Chao Tianxiang smiled back. I am back. At this moment, Chu Qin's voice sounded at the gate of Shrek Academy. Hearing Chu Qin's voice, the four daughters of Xiaowu, Long Gong and Snake Po, as well as Oscar Ma Hongjun and others, immediately greeted them. At first glance, they noticed the existence of Zig. Girl Ziwan. Ning Rongrong's four female Ma Hongjun Oscar said in surprise at the same time. Chu Qin, what are you? Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qin and Zig with his fingers clasped in his palms, slightly surprised. Rely, teacher Chu and Qin, wouldn't it be you who had to recruit someone who just won, right? Ma Hongjun said in surprise. It's not me, could it be you? Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth. Damn! Ma Hongjun couldn't help cursing. Ah! Teacher Chu and Qin, I remember that you are a martial arts spirit. Oscar frowned, how can you participate in martial arts contests? If I tell you, I am a twin spirit. Chu Qin replied calmly. Damn! God is unfair. Ma Hongjun said in a depressed voice, 17-year-old soul emperor, twin spirits, surrounded by so many beauties. Nima, I'll go dig a pit and bury myself. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Wrong, Xiaowu, still, Zhu Qing, give you a formal introduction. Chu Qin pointed to Zig and introduced, from now on, she will be your sister. She will be called Sister Zig. Sister Zig. Meng still said three women in unison. Zig. Xiaowu frowned. What's the matter, Xiaowu? Zig looked at Xiaowu in surprise and asked. No. Xiaowu replied, I used to have a sister named Zig. Hearing this, Zig glanced at Xiaowu suspiciously, and then looked at Chu Qin with some surprise. Chu Qin smiled secretly when he saw this, he was sure that Xiaowu's sister Zig was the Zig in front of her. However, Chu Qin didn't tell Xiaowu immediately. In a blink of an eye, another month passed. On this day, as usual, Chu and Qin took Zig, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Meng still 5 women training on Shrek Square. Zig, as a 200,000-year-old fierce beast illusion adult, although she can only play 1/20th of her strength, she is more than enough to defeat any instructor in Shrek Academy. Therefore, like Chu Qin, she easily became Shrek's mentor. Zig is responsible for training the 4 women, and Chu Qin is also admiring the appearance of the 5 women. Originally, Chu Qin was unwilling to let Xiaowu train with them. However, Xiaowu had hatred in her heart and was determined to find Bibi Dong for revenge, while Zhu Zuqing was eager to defeat her sister Zhu Ziyun in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Not to mention Meng, a month ago, the shadow of unhappiness left her with the greatest motivation to move forward. So they are very serious. Ning Rongrong, this little witch, was also influenced by them, and followed them to practice assiduously. Is there any way to help them improve quickly? Chu Qin asked inwardly. The speed of his promotion is very fast, but whether it is a secret book or a soul power inner pill, the system stipulates that he can only use it. Chu Qin had originally thought that, when he ascended to the God realm in the future, he would entrust these women to gods at once. However, watching them train so hard, Chu Qin started thinking about how to use his own strength to help them. By the way, the eyes of ice and fire, how did I forget it? Chu Qin suddenly realized. Just go to the eyes of the ice and fire, get some immortal grasses, and give them to Zhu Zuqing and the others. Why not worry about the speed of the soul power increase? At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Goddess Mission released. Mission: help Blue Tyrant Academy win the Invitational Tournament, become a Blue Tyrant Academy mentor, get 100% favorability of Goddess Lu Erlong, a 4th level spirit power inner alchemy, profound meaning, glazed diamond body, can be passed on. Here, the new Goddess Mission, Lu Erlong. Chu Qin was slightly surprised, won the Invitational Tournament and become a mentor of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Chu and Qin are no strangers to Lanba Academy. It is an academy opened by Lu Erlong, located in the imperial capital of the Tiandu Empire. In the original book, Lu Erlong gave Tang San the academy and became the new Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is almost there too. It's time to change the environment. In addition, it just so happens that I plan to go to the Sunset Forest next to the imperial capital. Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth. In the Tiandu imperial capital, in addition to the Sunset Forest and the Eyes of Ice and Fire, there are also Jianrongxiu, Tang Yuehua, Dugagus, and Lu Erlong. Thinking about it, Chu Qin felt a little excited. Thinking of this, Chu Qin cleared his throat and shouted at Zig's 5 daughters, Zig, you all stop, I have something to announce. Tiandu Imperial Capital. When Chu and Qin were going to Tiandu Imperial Capital, all 5 Xiaowu girls were surprised. Not bad. Chu Qin nodded. Great, great. Ning Rongrong patted his hand and said, my home is on the side of the Emperor's capital of Heaven Do. When we go there, I invite everyone to go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School as a guest. Okay, Rongrong, I have heard you say many times that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is particularly fun, this time I must go to your house to play. Xiaowu said with excitement after hearing this. Chu Qin smiled slightly and looked at the other 3 women, how about you? Chu Qin, wherever you go, I will go. Zhu Zuqing said first. My thoughts are the same as that of Sister Zuqing. Meng Still and Zig said in unison in a tacit understanding. Okay, since all the members have passed, let's go to Tiandu Imperial Capital. What, Chu Qin, are you going to leave? In the dean's room, Flanders was shocked when he heard the news that Chu Qin and the others were leaving. Chu Qin, are you going to leave? Zhao Waoqi said with all sorts of perseverance. Yet. Chu Qin replied, sorry Dean, Zhu Qing wants to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, Shrek Academy. It seems that he does not have this qualification. In fact, this is just an excuse for Chu Qin. He really wants to build Shrek Academy. As long as he makes his strength public, Shrek Academy will instantly become a Senior Soul Master Academy. No way, the system asked him to go to Tiandu Imperial Capital. Oh! Flender sighed when he heard this. In fact, he had long thought that Chu and Qin would leave. After all, how can the place of Shrek Academy accommodate the great Buddha of Chu and Qin? He believes that it will not be long before Chu and Qin will create a legendary myth in the world of soul masters. Okay. Chu Qin, I respect your choice. Flender replied, I have no other requirements, I just hope you can remember this place. Well, Dean, I will. Chu Qin replied. Chu Qin, can you tell me where you are going? Zhao Wuji asked. Tiandu Imperial City, Lanba Academy. Chu Qin said bluntly. Lanba Academy. Hearing this place, Flender's eyes lit up in an instant. Chu Qin, how do you know this place? Zookingta's information. Chu Qin casually made up a reason, she is my woman, I can't leave her. It turned out to be like this. Flender nodded, and then said, this may be God's will. Chu Qin, the Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, is my best friend. Well, I'll write you a letter of recommendation. Flender smiled, in this way, you should be exempted from the entrance exam. Good. Chu Qin did not decline. Flender and Lu Erlong have a very good friendship. In the original book, Lu Erlong even gave the Lanba Academy to Flender. With a letter of recommendation from Flanders, it will undoubtedly be easier for him to become a mentor of Blue Bull Academy. Afterwards, in the reluctant expressions of Flanders and Zhao Waoqi, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others, Chu Qin led the 5 women on a carriage and embarked on the journey to the Heavendo Imperial capital. Tiandu City, as the most prosperous capital city in the entire continent, has a granite-carved wall that is hundreds of meters high, and countless armored guards patrol back and forth on the wall. The streets are full of pedestrians like weaving and shops like forests, shouting one after another. At this time, it is already night time. However, there are countless illuminating soul guides in Tiandu City, just like the neon lights of the city, illuminating this place as bright as day. This is the Tiandu Emperor's capital. Xiaowu said in amazement when he saw the lively and extremely rich scene of the Tiandu Emperor's capital. Chu Qin was also slightly shocked. He finally realized Ning Rongrong's thoughts. Nodding City, Soto City, these 2 cities, in front of the capital of Heavendo, really can be regarded as remote areas. Especially, Chukan and the others live in Shrek Academy. The contrast between the 2 forms a sharp contrast. Sure enough, Heavendo Emperor is suitable for this young lady. Ning Rongrong looked particularly happy. It's worthy of being the Tiandu Emperor capital, it's really the same as the Xingluo Emperor. Zhu Zuqing sighed slightly. I remember, I once came to Tiandu Imperial capital once, and that time was an invitational match between our Alien Beast Academy and Tiandu Imperial Academy. Meng still brightened his eyes. Zig, don't you say a word. Chu Qin said when she saw her feelings. Chu Qin looked at Zig. Chu Qin, how can I sigh? Zig gave Chu Qin angrily. Chu Qin responded with an awkward smile, it's getting late today, let's find a place to stay first. Chapter 37, Dragon God Transformation. By the way, Chukan, where are we staying tonight? Xiaowu asked. Go to my hotel. Ning Rongrong said before Chu Qin spoke, I remember, it's not far from here. It is good. After that, under the guidance of Ning Rongrong, everyone came to the Tiandu Liulai Hotel. From the name, you can tell that this is a hotel exclusive to the Kaibao Liulit Song. At this time, it is the peak season, and the hotel business is extremely prosperous. As soon as the 6 Chu and Qin people appeared, they attracted countless eyes. What kind of fairy heaven group is this face value? Xiaowu is lowly, Ning Rongrong is Xiao Yu, Zhu Zuqing is a childlike giant deer, Zig is a perfect master, and Meng is still a femme fatale. Especially those men, watching Chu Qin walking among the 5 beauties, talking and laughing, showing a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Manager Wang, do you still know me? I saw, Ning Rongrong walked to a middle-aged man and said with a smile. Miss. The hotel manager was taken aback for a moment, and then said in surprise. Miss, why are you back? Manager Wang asked in surprise. Don't ask so much, open us, 5 luxurious suites. Ning Rongrong replied. Next, under the leadership of Manager Wang, everyone came to the 6th floor of the hotel. Rongrong, we have 6 people, how come we only open 5? Xiaowu asked in surprise. Because, I want to sleep with Chu Qin tonight. Ning Rongrong replied unabashedly. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang was taken aback. Why, the young lady is already famous. However, then, Manager Wang was even more dumbfounded. Rongrong, why are you doing this? Xiaowu pouted, then I want to sleep with Chu Qin. Me too. Zhu Zuqing followed. Chu Qin chose to be silent as usual. I'm here today, so I won't participate. Meng still said with a little shame. Sister Zig, how about you? Ning Rongrong looked at Zig and asked. Rongrong, you slept with Chu Qin in your arms last night. Zig replied with a triumphant smile, let's follow the rules. Today, it's my turn. Okay. Zig spoke, Xiaowu Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing compromised. After all, apart from being their sister, Zig is also their mentor. The tutor's words are still very important. Manager Wang was sweaty when he heard this. The meaning is very clear, these people are all Chu and Qin women. Who would share a husband with the young master of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect? Manager Wang's brain is not enough. After that, Zig followed Chu Qin and walked into the middle room. Manager Wang, go down and call you if necessary. Ning Rongrong ordered to Manager Wang. Yes. After Manager Wang left, he kept on running, and immediately ordered people to spread the news to the Kaibao Liulai sect. At the same time, Chu Qin and Zig came to the luxurious suite. Chu Qin, do you want to take a bath first? Zig asked. Let's wash it today, I have something to do. Chu Qin replied. Well then. Zig said. She walked into the bathroom with a slight disappointment. After Zig left, Chu Qin sat down cross-legged on the sofa, and whispered in a low voice, the dragon god has changed. The dragon god transformation was unlocked by Chu Qin through Zig's goddess mission. Unlike other goddess task rewards, other rewards are different, 3, or even 4. Only this task is the same. However, when Chu and Qin practiced the dragon god transformation, they discovered its difference. The dragon god transformation, cultivated to the pinnacle, can be used together with the azure dragon martial spirit of Chu and Qin to transform the whole body into a dragon and bring attributes improvement. This attribute improvement is extremely amazing. As long as one part is dragonized, the attributes can be increased by 100% in a short time. And the 2 parts are 200%. And so on. The dragon god transformation can altogether dragonize the hands, feet, torso, 6 parts, and all the attributes are improved, which is 600%. Although it was only improved in a short period of time, with Chu Qin's current strength, once all of them became dragons, it would not be a dream to single out title Douluo. Therefore, Chu and Qin have always used the dragon god transformation as a trump card to practice. However, recently he has run into a bottleneck. Since his hands become dragons, the other 4 parts can't be dragons anyway. He tried many more times, but there was no result. Is it impossible? It has something to do with my spirit power level. Chu Qin looked at Long Hua's arms, thought secretly, and sighed. Hey, Chu Qin, are you practicing the Dragon Clan secret method? At this moment, in the bathroom, Zig walked out of it wearing a bathrobe. Secret of the Dragon Clan? Chu Qin asked in confusion. Isn't it? Zig said in surprise, your appearance of dragon transformation is somewhat similar to the secret method of the dragon clan, the true dragon 9 changes. Dragon God transformation, 9 transformations of true dragon. Chu Qin secretly surprised. What are the 9 changes of the true dragon? Chu Qin asked. It's the secret technique left by the dragon god's bloodline. Zig replied, pass, stimulate the dragon god's bloodline, and quickly improve herself in a short time to reach the goal of Longhua. Somewhat similar. Chu Qin said in surprise, Zig, I recently encountered a bottleneck. After my hands are transformed into dragons, I can't continue to transform into dragons. Impossible, as long as there is enough blood in the body, it can theoretically be completely transformed into a dragon. You are the original Dragon King, so it should be impossible. Only those dragons with impure blood will encounter bottlenecks like yours. Zig replied Tao. When Chu and Qin heard this, he suddenly realized. It turns out that it depends on blood to be inspired. And in his body, it was mostly only because of the sacrifice of the blue dragon that he got some dragon blood, no wonder, no wonder. Well, Zig, I actually lied to you. Chu Qin replied, I am not a rebuild of the original Dragon King at all. It's just that a Dragon King made a sacrifice to me before, which gave me the Azure Dragon martial soul. Ah! Zig was slightly startled and frowned. You don't blame me. Chu Qin smiled playfully. Zig shook her head, actually, I found out a long time ago. At first I thought you were the original Dragon King, but later I found out that you are far from the real dragon. Before I couldn't figure out why there is dragon blood in your body, but it is not dragon. It turns out that the Dragon King actually sacrificed to you. Chu Qin touched the back of his head embarrassedly. Then Zig, do you know how to improve the Dragon King bloodline in my body? Chu Qin asked. Humans want to get the blood of the Dragon King. There are 3 ways. Zig replied, the first is to sacrifice the dragons, and the second is to absorb the blood essence of the dragons. Dragon blood essence? Chu Qin frowned. Yet. Zig nodded, dragon blood essence contains the greatest secret of the dragon and the purest dragon blood. Absorbing it can enhance the Dragon King's bloodline in oneself. However, once the dragon blood essence is swallowed, then the dragon no longer exists. It sounds unreliable. Chu Qin pouted, the third one. The third kind. With a dark smile on her face, Zig slowly walked to Chu Qin's face and pushed him onto the bed at the back. You can also refine the blood of the Dragon King if you have a happy relationship with the Dragon King. At this moment, Zig had just finished washing, and besides the unique body scent, there was also the scent of roses on her body. What's more, at this moment, Zig's body is wet, causing the Chukin hormones to skyrocket. It turns out it can be like this. You didn't say it earlier, then it seems that I will improve my blood tonight. Chu Qin smiled quietly, took off the bathrobe from Zig's body, and patted her round buttocks. A bit. The next morning, Chu Qin covered the quilt for Zig who was sleeping. Chu Qin walked to the door of the other 4 rooms and took a look. None of the 4 slackers got up. Never mind. I will go to Lanba Academy to explore the way by myself. After getting Lu Erlong, I will take them over. Chu Qin must have thought, and went downstairs to the garden square in front of the hotel. At this moment, Chu Qin's expression changed slightly and stopped. Because he felt that it was too quiet here, it was surprisingly quiet, no footsteps could be heard, which was unusual. Sure enough, the next moment, a sharp weapon cut through the sky in Chu Qin's ear, and he immediately jumped. At the same time, a huge wide sword fell on the spot where Chu and Qin had stood. With a loud noise, the giant broadsword plunged into the ground, causing violent energy fluctuations, and even Chu Qin was pressed against the ground, shaking back several steps. Seeing that giant wide sword, Chu Qin's heart rate accelerated, frowning slightly, 7 killing sword. In the Douluo continent, with the 7 killing sword, and capable of exerting such a huge energy, there is probably only one owner, the 7 treasure glazed glass sect guardian elder sword Douluo Chenexin. Before Chu and Qin's words fell, a blast of wind sounded, and a burly body fell in front of him. This person has a silver-pierced head and his eyes are clear and translucent, without a trace of light. Who is it if it is not Sword Douluo? Sword Douluo. Chu Qin immediately smiled. However, Jian Douluo did not follow Chu Qin's hippie smile, and he replied indifferently, Chu Qin, you can do it, with wrong, there are so many women. How dare I let my 7 treasure glazed tile sect young master serve together? You fu. Chapter 38, Sword Douluo's Temptation, Goodbye Ning Fengzi. Chu Qin's expression changed slightly, but he still replied calmly, Sword Douluo, you didn't say that I shouldn't have multiple women. Sword Douluo smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth when he heard the words, and as soon as he moved his fingers, the 7 killing sword inserted into the ground flew by itself and came towards Chu Qin Fei. Feeling the murderous aura coming on his face, Chu Qin couldn't think about it. Under his feet was yellow, purple, black, red, and rose gold. The 7 rings surged, and immediately stabbed at Jian Douluo's 7-kill sword. 7-ring soul sage, what kind of soul ring is this? Sword Douluo's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the 7th soul ring at Chu Qin's feet. At the same time, Chu Qin's mighty spear and Jian Douluo's 7-killing sword collided in midair. What Chu Qin did not expect was that the original sword Douluo's 7-killing sword could easily shake off Chu Qin's magic spear. But at this moment, the 7-killing sword and the extinguishing spear faced each other in midair. Hey, Sword Douluo retains his strength. Chu Qin was slightly surprised. He doesn't want to kill me at all, it's more like testing me. Thinking of this, Chu Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His arms became dragons in an instant, and the dragon changed for a while. Chu Qin's attributes were greatly improved, and the magic spear turned the 7-kill sword against the sword. Luo's direction, slowly squeezed away. This kid. Sword Douluo said slightly in surprise, even the power of Contra is not his opponent. Obviously, Sword Douluo was only testing Chu Qin, so she only used the power comparable to Contra. Unexpectedly, he would lose to Chu Qin. The corner of Sword Douluo's mouth slanted slightly, which slightly increased the output of his spirit power to the level of around 85. Finally, the divine spear that was originally pushed towards Jian Douluo was suppressed by the 7-kill sword and pushed towards Chu Qin. After Sword Douluo's spirit power intensified, Chu Qin suddenly felt a shock in his chest. But in the next moment, some blue dragon scales grew on Chu Qin's torso. Yes, the bloodline purification with Zig last night was fruitful. The third part of Chu Qin finally ushered in Longhua. With the attributes increasing by 100% again, Jian Douluo lost again, and the 7-kill sword was once again suppressed by the destroyer spear. Good boy. Jian Douluo was slightly surprised. The Soul Sage can surpass the pressure of the 85th level Contra, which is absolutely unprecedented for him. Okay, Uncle Jian, stop. At this time, a gentle voice sounded, keep it down, my Liulai hotel must be demolished by you. Sword Douluo and Chu Qin heard this, and then they simultaneously withdrew their spirit power. They followed the sound and saw a gentle-looking middle-aged man with a jade stick, coming slowly. It was Ning Fengzi. Uncle Ning. Chu Qin yelled somewhat unconfidently. Because, he is still not sure whether Ning Fengzi recognized that he has the harem. Chu Qin, I haven't seen you in just 1 year. You have already been promoted to the Soul Sage. I really feel ashamed. Ning Fengzi walked to Chu Qin and said with a slight smile. It's not only the promotion of Soul Sage. Before Chu Qin answered the words, Sword Douluo changed his serious expression and said with a smile, it is really Soul Sage, better than Soul Sage. Sword Douluo, you. Chu Qin said slightly in surprise. Chu Qin, you don't have to panic. Jian Douluo smiled, actually, I didn't want to do anything with you at all. Just now I just tried to test you. I didn't panic either. Chu Qin secretly said in his heart, if Sword Douluo really wanted to kill him, would Su Daji sit back and watch? Rao was so, Chu Qin still frowned slightly and said, the Sword Douluo, you just said that I am not allowed to have multiple women. Indeed. Ning Fengzi sighed at this time, Chu Qin, when I heard the informant return for the first time, saying that you dare to have 4 women at the same time, I and Uncle Bone and Uncle Jian were very angry. For this, we 3, even went to Shrek Academy specially. You came to Shrek Academy? Chu Qin asked in surprise. Not bad. Jian Douluo replied, however, we only saw Rong alone. We didn't see you. Chu Qin, do you know what Rong did? Ning Fengzi asked. Chu Qin shook his head. Mostly at that time, he had something to go out, otherwise Suda should be able to sense the aura of Sword Bone Douluo. Rong, force death. Ning Fengzi's expression changed slightly, she said, let her leave you, and she will die in front of us. When Chu Qin heard this, his mind was slightly clouded. He didn't expect that Rong paid so much for him. Chu Qin, you don't need to be nervous. At this time, Ning Fengzi smiled relaxedly, this is just the previous thing. Later, we knew that Rong had been very happy, and you treated her very well, and we no longer investigated. Rong's personality is very arrogant. Jian Douluo added, she can accept that you have multiple women at the same time, which shows that you are really good to her. Yet. Chu Qin nodded and said with a serious face, Uncle Ning, Sword Douluo, don't worry, I will always treat Rong forever. I believe in you. Ning Fengzi smiled, actually, it's not a big deal to have multiple women. My woman is not under you. Chu Qin smiled back. However, Chu Qin. Jian Douluo continued, yesterday, we heard the steward of the Liulai Hotel say that Rong is in the large court and wants to sleep with you and your other women. This matter is for the 7 treasures Liulai sect. The impact is indeed great, so pay more attention to it in the future. Now that you can't give you the honor of being honorable, then curb it a bit. Well, I will. Chu Qin nodded and said. Okay, Uncle Jian, the bad things are finished. Ning Fengzi continued with a smile, Chu Qin, it's been a long time since I got together, I set up a banquet in the Tianzihao Hall, you go to Rong, and yours the other women, call them down and have a potluck. Dad, Grandpa Jian. Just as Chu Qin wanted to agree, Ning Rong's voice sounded. Sure enough, Ning Rong's 5 daughters walked down the stairs, and Ning Rong directly rushed towards Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi wanted to hug his good daughter into his arms, but when the latter stepped away, he turned to Chu Qin. Rong, you. Ning Fengzi frowned slightly, but said dotingly. Dad, Rong already has Chu Qin, and I won't hug other men in the future. Ning Rong hugged Chu Qin and smiled triumphantly. Not even Dad. Ning Fengzi was slightly startled. No. Ning Rong shook his head affirmatively, except for Chu Qin, I won't hold any man. Oh, my daughter is really grown up. Ning Fengzi said helplessly and bitterly. When Chu Qin heard this, he gently stroked Ning Rong's head. Rong, since you can't hold it, then tell Dad, you sisters. Ning Fengzi looked at Ning Rong and said. Well, this is fine. Her name is Xiaowu, dance. After that, Ning Fengzi introduced Xiaowu Ziji Zhu Zukingmen to Ning Fengzi one by one. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were all surprised to hear that the talents of the 4 women, especially Ziji who seemed to be only 27 or 18 years old at most, were also a sole emperor. Next, Chu Qin took the daughters and had a drink with Ning Fengzi Jian Douluo. After eating and drinking, Ning Fengzi Jian Douluo, and asked Chukin to walk with his woman in the garden. Chu Qin, all of you women are truly stunning, and you belong to the beauty of the country. Ning Fengzi looked at the 5 women in Chu Qin and exclaimed. Where, Uncle Ning praised it. The women said in unison. No, not at all. Ning Fengzi replied, I have traveled in the mainland for many years, and it can be compared with your beauty. I am afraid that it can be counted by one hand. Except for Rong. Dad, why did I get rid of it? Ning Rong pouted and said, I just didn't hug you. Dad, stingy. Stingy. Oh. Ning Fengzi shook his head with a smile on his face. Next, Ning Fengzi looked at Chu Qin and asked, Chu Qin, I remember that you have been staying at Shrek Academy. How come you suddenly want to come to the Heaven Do Imperial Capital? Uncle Ning, the reason is actually very simple. Chu Qin replied, Shrek Academy is too remote. It is okay to live for a period of time, but it is not good to live for a long time. Especially Rong, who has not been very used to life there. Sure enough, it's you. Ning Fengzi gave Ning Rong a white look, and then said, Then Chukin, do you think about where you stayed in Tiandu Emperor Capital? You won't stay in the hotel forever. Chapter 39, Invitational. Of course not. Chu Qin replied, Zuking, she will also participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. It might as well. Ning Feng said when he heard the words, and invited, Chu Qin, you brought them to the Kaibao Glazed Glass sect. I have a Kaibao External Academy under my banner, which is eligible to participate in the Soul Master Elite competition. Thank you Uncle Ning for your kindness. Chu Qin replied, however, I already have a place. Where? Ning Fengzi said slightly disappointed. Blue Bull Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy? Where did you hear this name? Ning Feng glanced at Sword Douluo suspiciously. The wind causes you to forget. Lanba Academy is an academy under the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. The dean of the academy is Lu Erlong, one of the original Golden Iron Triangles. When Lanba Academy opened, you gave a speech. Jian Douluo smiled back. Oh. Ning Fengzi suddenly realized, Lu Erlong, the Golden Triangle. Hey, I remember, Shrek Dean Flander is also one of the Golden Triangle, right? It seems that Chu Qin, Flander has already told you. Ning Fengzi looked at Chu Qin and said. Chu Qin nodded. All right. Ning Fengzi continued, Blue Electric Power Overlord sect and my 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, both of which are one of the 3 previous sects, have always had an excellent friendship. Yet. Chu Qin nodded. The group of people wandered around all morning, and then Ning Fengzi said with a lazy waste, Chu Qin, it's too early, I'm going back to the Kaibao Liulai sect. Uncle Ning, I'll give it to you. Chu Qin replied. No need. No need. Ning Fengzi shook his head, and then took out a gold card from the soul guide container. Chu Qin, there are 5 million gold soul coins in it. Thanks to you for taking care of Rong for so many days, it's so much. A little bit of my heart. No, Uncle Ning, I can't ask for this card. Chu Qin refused. Take it, you're not an outsider, so be polite to me. Ning Fengzi insisted. Yes, Chu Qin, take it. Ning Rong followed. Well, then. Chu Qin took the golden soul coin, and then he took out a crystal ball from the soul guide container. Uncle Ning, this is a soul guide that coexists with attack and defense, I give him to you. This soul guidance device is exactly the 7th level soul guidance device he obtained by punching in before. He has always forgotten that he was in the soul guide container, and Ning Fengzi gave him 5 million gold soul coins. He was thinking of something to return, and then he remembered it. It's called the Ball of Light. According to the description of the system, it is a 7-level soul guide. Ning Rong and the others are too low in spirit power, and the effect is not great. NZIG has the power of Contra, and it's a bit tasteless. It's just right for Ning Fengzi. Attack the defensive soul guide. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were shocked at the same time. Not bad. Chu Qin nodded, holding the ball of light and demonstrating, when you want to defend, as long as you defensively defend him and inject soul power into it, it will form a golden shield. When attacking, just enter the attack idea, it can form a ray. If Uncle Ning uses your strength, at least you can shoot an attack that is no weaker than Contra. Really? Ning Fengzi said slightly excitedly. Although he is the world's #1 auxiliary soul master, he does not possess any attack power. The soul guidance device in front of Chu Qin was so helpful to him. Uncle Ning, try it. Chu Qin nodded, handed the ball of light to Ning Fengzi, and at the same time called a soul sage from the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. After the test, Ning Fengzi was in a good mood. With this soul guidance device, he is more than just an auxiliary soul master. This is so exciting for him. Chu Qin, you really give it to me? Ning Fengzi looked at Chu Qin and asked. Yeah. Chu Qin nodded, it's a reward for the 5 million gold soul coins you gave. Kaibao Li Yulitsong is rich and can be an enemy country. 5 million gold soul coins is a sky-high price for ordinary people, but it's a fart to Ning Fengzi. If this ball of light is auctioned off, let alone 5 million, Ning Fengzi will also win it. Ning Fengzi realized how important it is to be a good son-in-law. Thank you for your great grace. Ning Fengzi replied, Chu Qin, wherever you will be useful to me in the future, Ning Fengzi and Kaibao Li Yulitsong, I will help. Uncle Ning, if you say this, you will be out of sight. Chu Qin replied, Wrong is my woman, we are considered a family. Yes, but I saw it, and the family doesn't talk about 2 things. Ning Fengzi smiled back. After parting with Ning Fengzi Sword Douluo, it was almost the afternoon. Naturally, Blue Tyrant Academy couldn't go there, and Chu Qin inquired that the invitational tournament happened to be held tomorrow. At noon the next day. Blue Bull Academy. As the affiliated college of the Blue Power Overlord sect, the Blue Power Overlord sect is backed by the Blue Power Overlord sect. Therefore, in this golden land of Heaven Do Imperial Capital, the Blue Overlord Academy actually occupies a forest as the foundation of the academy. At this moment, on the square of Blue Bull Academy, it is very lively. For all reasons, today is the day of the invitational tournament between Lanba Academy and Tiandu Royal Academy. In the qualifiers of the last Advanced Soul Master Elite Contest, the team from the Blue Blaster Academy eliminated a team from the Tiandu Royal Academy, and this year's Advanced Soul Master Elite Contest is less than a year away. This competition naturally attracts attention. In addition to the deans of the 2 colleges and the Board of Education, many high-level leaders and elite disciples of the neighboring colleges also came to watch. You said, this invitational tournament, which side will win? It should be the Royal Academy. The Blue Tyrant Academy is all souls under 35, and the Royal Academy also has a 36th level soul. There shouldn't be much suspense in the competition. I don't think it is necessarily the Jade Heavenly Dynasty of the Blue Tyrant Academy, but the 34th level soul, and the inheritance of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, the strength should not be weak. It must be the Blue Tyrant Academy who will win. Blue Tyrant Academy Dean Lu Erlong said, if their academy loses, she wears a cool lace dress and ran around the Heaven Do Emperor. Is there such a thing? You don't know. Not long ago, the students from the Royal Academy and the Blue Tyrant Academy gathered for a fight, and the impact was not small. The Prince Swexing of the Tiandu royal family and the 2 masters of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus were both disturbed, and the Emperor personally came forward to mediate. Lu Erlong the Dean personally made a promise in front of the Emperor. Damn! The Royal Academy must win. Just when everyone was in hustle and bustle, commenting on the strength of both sides. On the rostrum, a beautiful figure, sitting alone with his legs up, with a fragrant cheek in his hand, looks extremely aloof. This person, with black hair rushing into the waterfall, with sharp eyes and piercing eyes, is wearing a black armor. Under the armor, he is a hot, perfect body that no girl can match. And she is the Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong. At this moment Lu Erlong was sitting with his legs up, highlighting that perfect figure to the fullest, attracting the coveted eyes of many men. When everyone thought of Lu Erlong wearing cool clothes running profusely, his hormones had soared a lot. President Erlong. At this moment, Bai Basehan, a short and chubby chair of the Tiandu Royal Academy, looked at Lu Erlong and smiled, "Time is almost here, ready to start." At this moment, Bai Basehan looked at Lu Erlong's moving posture, and smiled secretly in his heart, "This invitational tournament, you are sure to lose. Let's start then." Lu Erlong nodded slightly indifferently. Both sides are on stage. Among the referee's voice, 14 slender figures stepped onto the ring. "This game is defensive," the referee announced. "The winning team stays and faces the next team. The team that stays in the ring at the end will win the competition. Next, the Blue Tyrant 0 team will play against the Royal 3 team." Hearing Team 0 coming onto the court, the discussion immediately started below. It seems that this Blue Tyrant Academy is really determined to win. It directly took out the seeded team. "Brothers, the Dean made a promise in front of the Emperor," said Yu Tianchao, captain of number 0 of the Blue Tyrant Academy, "we must not shame her. Come on! Come on!" Similarly, I saw the captain of the 3rd team of the Royal Academy shouting, "Come on, brothers! Win the game, watch the Dean of the Blue Bull Academy wear a cool lace dress in our academy, running." Oh! Next, the whole martial arts spirit ring opened, and a hearty fight was carried out. There was no suspense in this game, the Blue BA0 team won. After all, this is the seed team of Blue Blaster Academy. In the first battle, Blue Bull Academy won. The 4th team of the Royal Academy is on the court. The 4 teams of the Royal Academy can be described as the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The weakest team in the competition, all of which are level 31 souls, so the Blue BA0 team won again. This Blue Tyrant Academy is not as weak as expected. 2 teams have lost the Tiandu Royal Academy in a row. Not necessarily. These are just the 2 weakest teams in the Tiandu Royal Academy. The 1st and 2nd teams have not yet joined. What's more, there are 0 teams in the Tiandu Academy. Sure enough, the next referee's voice shocked the audience. In the 3rd game, the Royal Academy number 0 team, the Royal Fight team is on the court. Sure enough, number 0? Emperor Fighting Team. It seems that the Tiandu Royal Academy is really moving. Everyone was surprised. Team 0, but the core team of the Tiandu Royal Academy, is said to be a team that can win the championship of the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament. The Captain Yu Tianheng and the Deputy Captain Du Guian are respectively the 39th level and the 38th level Soul Sovereign. It is worth mentioning that, generally speaking, neither academy in the Invitational Tournament will be a true seed team. After all, this is the trump card of the major colleges, and they will only appear in the real Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. This time, because of Lu Erlong's promise, Lan BA Academy had to come up with a seed team. And now, the seed team of Tiandu Royal Academy is also here? Hearing the words Emperor Fighting Team, the Blue Tyrants led by Yu Tianchao's complexion condensed slightly. They felt a powerful breath coming to their faces. Under everyone's attention, the Huangdo team slowly stepped onto the ring. Standing in the forefront are 2 big men with straight noses and extremely burly stature. They are the signature shield stone mill and graphite of the Huangdo team. Then, Yu Feng and Oslo. But what is somewhat surprising is that the last 3 people are not Yu Tianheng, Du Gugus, and Ye Langleng. Rather, the other 3 men wearing masks. Hey, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, the strongest team of Huangdo, Ye Langleng's trio doesn't seem to be here. Chapter 40, Lu Erlong, Be My Woman. Rather, the other three men wearing masks. Hey, Yu Tianheng and Dugagoose, the strongest team of Huangdu, the trio of Yelingling doesn't seem to be here. It seems that Tiandu Royal Academy still hasn't shown its whole cards. What? Yu Tianheng is a member of the Blue Power Overlord sect. How could he come to fight the Blue Overlord Academy? And the Dugagoose and Yelingling did not come with Yu Tianheng. It turns out that it is. Then it seems that Blue Bull Academy still has a chance to win. You are wrong. Even though Yu Tianheng and the three of them did not come, but the two brothers, Graphite and Stone Mill, are genuine 38th level souls. What do you want to fight with Lan Ba Academy? In that case, Blue Tyrant Academy must lose. Boom. Sure enough, with a loud noise, the 7 students of the Blue BA team were finally defeated. The Blue Blazers lost so badly that they were all eliminated without breaking the graphite and stone shields. Hey, the Royal Academy of Fighting is really not merciful this day. Now the seeded team of the Blue Tyrant Academy has lost, and the Royal Academy is estimated to win. The second team of Blue Tyrants and Tyrannosaurus team lost. Lanba Team 3 Yuan Long team lost. Lanba's 4th team Xian Long team lost. Next, the Blue Tyrant Academy could be described as defeated like a mountain. They lost too badly. The 2 defensive souls, Graphite and Stone Mill, stood there and let the Blue Fighter Academy fight, but the Blue Fighter Academy just failed to penetrate each other. Shield. The battle is already very clear. The Blue Tyrant Academy has only one poor 5th team. Lanba Academy must lose. It seems that Goddess Lu Erlong is going to run laps in lace dress. President Erlong. At this time, Bibay's hand smiled quietly at Lu Erlong. You still remember the promise you made in front of the Emperor. Although Bibay's hand is not interested in female sex, he is very excited when he sees Lu Erlong, who has always been domineering, deflated. Humph! Lu Erlong glared at Bibay's hand and snorted. However, she was helpless. She didn't expect that in order to win her, Tiandu Royal Academy would move out Team 0. There are 5 teams in the Blue Blaster Academy, and 4 have already lost. The one remaining, the strongest, is the Great Soul Master. Take it out, it's probably a shame. Dean Erlong, someone asked me to give you a letter. At this time, a tutor from the Blue Tyrant Academy handed a note to Lu Erlong. When Lu Erlong saw the content of the letter, Dai's eyebrows frowned slightly, and then whispered in the ear of the instructor. Next, the referee continued to announce, in the 7th game, the 5th team of the Blue Tyrant Academy, and the Qinglong team will play. This Azure Dragon team, it is estimated that it is here for a cut scene. Hey, the Blue Tyrant Academy has no skills to return to the sky. However, the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. I saw that the 5th team of the Blue Tyrant Academy, the 5 figures of the Qinglong team, took a confident step towards the ring. These 5 people, 4 women and 1 man, all wore masks, but their temperament and figure were all out of the sky. The first image given to people is beautiful and delicious and walking with wind. Damn, is the 5th team of the Blue Tyrant Academy so high in temperament? It looks a little different. Male god, match the 4 goddesses. It's a pity. What's the use of looking good, a bunch of vases, even more ridiculous, the 5th team can't even make up 7 people. However, some of the mentors and students of Blue Bull Academy were a little confused, because they had never seen these 5. But they didn't say anything. After all, the dean didn't say anything. At this moment, only the 4 women and 1 man walked to the top of the ring. The man looked at the Huangdo team in front of him and smiled indifferently. Lanba Academy 5th team, the captain of the Qinglong team, Chu Qin, please enlighten me. Yes, these 5 people are not members of the Blue Tyrant Academy at all. They are Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and Meng Yijin. Temporary captain of Team Tiandu 0, Graphite. The tall graphite replied. There is a trace of contempt in the words. In their opinion, the 5th team of Blue Blaster Academy is not qualified to fight on the same stage with their 0 team. Open martial soul, soul ring. Chu Qin smiled lightly at Xiaowu's 4 daughters. Hearing that, Chu and Qin's spirit rings are all opened. Meng Ye and Xiaowu are both yellow and purple, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing are both 200-year-old spirit rings. Didn't it mean that the strongest of the 5th team is the Great Soul Master? There is even a Soul Venerable. Not only is there Soul Sovereign. There are even disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect. What's the use of that? The defeat of Blue Tyrant Academy is set. The audience joked. In their opinion, the Blue Blaster Academy is defeated. At this time, Shimo also looked at the 5 Chukan and Qin people's mouths and said slightly, let's do it. Don't say that our royal fighting team bullies you, as long as you stay on the stage for 1/8 of the time, I will count you. Win. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but grin. This guy is more arrogant than Zhao Waoqi, Flanders, and Meng Shu. What are you laughing at? Graphite looked at the 4 women with a deep expression on his face. They are laughing at you. Chu Qin said. Laugh at me? Graphite questioned. Okay, don't talk nonsense with you. Soul ring, open it. Chu Qin yelled in a low voice, and the 4 simulated soul rings lighted up. Obviously, Chu Qin kept a low profile. After all, there are too many people here, and they are too famous in Douluo continent. On the contrary, they will cause too much trouble for Chu and Qin. For example, there will be a lot of influences on him. Although Chu Qin was not afraid, there were too many women around him, and it was Chu Qin who was really afraid of the trouble they caused. If some unscrupulous forces threaten his woman, that is not what Chu Qin wants to see. Soul sect. But even so, seeing the spirit ring of Chu and Qin, whether it is the Emperor fighting team or the audience, they are all shocked. Soul sect. Those who can reach the Soul sect at this age can say that they will stand out in the entire Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Even Yu Tianheng is only level 39 now. Lu Erlong looked at Chu Qin with interest, smiled secretly in his heart, Boss Fu, treat me well. As a battle-tested team, Shi Mo and others quickly cheered up, come on, what about the Soul sect? It is not so easy to break through the defenses of our brothers. Sun Mu Turtle, possess. As soon as the stone-grinding voice fell, he and the graphite beside him unfolded the basalt ghost martial arts, and then the 2 retracted into the tortoise shells that appeared on their bodies, standing in front of the royal battle team like 2 shields. It turned out to be a tortoise with a shrunken head. Chu Qin smiled lightly, and stabs the smashing spear in his hand to the front. There was a boom, but seeing a gust of wind suddenly, the graphite and stone-ground tortoise shells were picked up by the wind and blown to the edge of the ring. Fortunately, graphite and stone mills stood firm in time, so they wouldn't fall into the ring immediately. What? Seeing this scene, the audience was surprised. Just now, the Blue Tyrant 4 team, strenuously, did not shake these 2 turtle shells. How could Chu and Qin stab them away all at once? Not to mention them, the graphite and the stone mill were also shocked, both of them staring at Chu Qin with their pupils tightening. Go on, defeat him first. Graphite gritted his teeth and shouted to the teammate behind him. Sisters, let's go too. Kai Bao is famous, one is Li. There is no suspense at all, let alone a Soul Sage team, a Soul Sage team in the hands of Chu Qin, it will not get any benefit. It is rare that Chu and Qin have to pretend not to be so easy. However, in the end, the Huangdu team was kicked out of the ring by Chu and Qin. The audience was silent for a second. Huangdu team lost? Lost to the Blue Blaster Team 5? Could it be? This Blue Tyrant 5th team, this Chu Qin, is Lu Erlong, the real trump card of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Someone suddenly realized. Hey, it seems that Lu Erlong's lace cool costume can't be seen. Tiandu Royal Academy, defeat is set. Now, the Tiandu Royal Academy has lost a lot of face. The invitational tournament has produced Team 0, and it has been defeated. This time, there was no turning point. The next Tiandu Team 1 and Team 2 were all easily shot down by Chu Qin. Blue Blaster Academy won the final victory of the invitational. Tiandu Royal Academy and Bibase Han left in disgrace. After half an hour, Blue Bull Academy, in a remote wooden house. Lu Erlong led Chu and Qin to the wooden house. Chu Qin, thank you. Lu Erlong spoke first, breaking the calm in the house. Helped us Blue Blaster Academy and won the invitational tournament. He humiliated Tiandu Royal Academy severely. Are you really a student from the Flemish boss? Lu Erlong looked at the note in his hand and said. Above, it reads, the 5th team of Blue Dragon of the Blue Tyrant Academy, the Flemish faction of Shrek Academy, can win the invitational tournament. Actually, I am not a student of Shrek Academy, I am a mentor. Chu Qin replied calmly, and then handed Flender's letter to Lu Erlong. This is Flender's letter. Take a look. Lu Erlong was slightly startled and opened the letter. Sister Erlong, it's okay to come in, do you miss your brother? Chu Qin, this cash cow, I'll give it to you. Lu Erlong wrote all the letters with gusto, and then nodded. This handwriting is indeed the handwriting of Boss Fred. Lu Erlong, what is written on this? Chu Qin asked. He didn't read this letter. The letter said that you have a lot of money, talent, let me give you the position of Vice Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong replied. Hearing this, Chu Qin was overjoyed. This Flander was still quite righteous, so it would be much easier to become a tutor in the Blue Tyrant Academy. However, Lu Erlong then looked into Chu Qin's eyes and said, however, there is a premise. What is it? Chu Qin asked, slightly puzzled. Boss Flanders said, let me fight you. If you win, you can stay. Lu Erlong frowned. She was surprised, how could Chu Qin beat herself? However, Chu Qin smiled lightly, it's not difficult. Hey! Lu Erlong raised his eyebrows, and said in surprise, how can you beat me as a soul sect? Why, who prescribes the truth, the soul sect cannot win the soul sage. Chu Qin smiled quietly. How can soul sect win soul sage? Lu Erlong smiled triumphantly. Let's do it then, let's make a bet. If I win, besides letting me be the deputy dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, you must also promise me one condition. Chu Qin replied. Okay, I promise you. Lu Erlong replied, but if you lose, you can still be the tutor of the Blue Blaster Academy. I must also promise me a condition. Lu Erlong said with a long voice. A word is settled. Chu Qin stretched out his fist. Seeing this, Lu Erlong stretched out his fist and collided with Chu Qin's fist. Lu Erlong, before that, let me ask you a question. Chu Qin smiled quietly. Just ask. The corner of Chu Qin's mouth slanted slightly, and walked to Lu Erlong's ears and muttered, you. Hearing Chu Qin's words, Lu Erlong's face was full of red clouds, and then he furiously said, Chu Qin, you are looking for death, dare to take advantage of my old lady. If you don't kill you today, I won't be called Lu Erlong. Quite your anger. Chu Qin smiled back, isn't there any more? That's right, you are so beautiful, and it's normal to be absent. Otherwise, it is impossible to agree to others and run laps in lace-cool clothes. Humph, my mother has lived for decades, clean. Lu Erlong said angrily, how can you ruin the reputation of my mother? Hearing this, Chu Qin was very excited, indicating that Lu Erlong was still innocent. At this moment, Lu Erlong was enveloped in flames, and he struck Chu and Qin with a heavy fist. I have a personality, I like it. Chu Qin secretly said to her. Immediately, his right palm snapped out, and it hit Lu Erlong's fire fist head-on. Boom! But heard, a violent explosion sounded. The spirit power of Chu Qin and Lu Erlong collided in an instant, and the powerful impact directly destroyed Lu Erlong's wooden house. My mother's house! Lu Erlong was even more furious. You did it first. Chu Qin replied calmly. Fire dragon, possess. Lu Erlong was furious, his feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and the 7 rings flickered. A huge fire dragon appeared behind her attractive body. Qinglong, possess. Chu Qin smiled lightly, and also summoned the Qinglong Wuhun. At the moment when Azure Dragon Wuhun appeared, Lu Erlong directly felt a pressure that was about to suffocate. This is a kind of coercion from a complete superior. What martial soul are you? Lu Erlong said in shock. Her fire dragon was mutated from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, the world's #1 beast martial spirit, but now it has been completely suppressed by Chu and Qin. No, isn't your martial soul a gun? Lu Erlong said in surprise. Also, how did you catch my fist just now? Are you really just a soul sect? You have too many questions. Chu Qin smiled calmly. I have beaten me, I will tell you all. Lu Erlong suddenly calmed down. She was thinking of Flanders' words, how could Boss Fred let me fight with a soul sect for no reason? This kid, could he pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Hey, even so, my old lady is not a vegetarian. Long Hua. Accompanied by Lu Erlong's low roar. There are some dragon scales and spikes attached to her hands, feet, head, and giant peaks, as if wearing a dragon scale armor. Lu Erlong's dragon transformation is somewhat similar to Chu Qin's dragon god transformation, but Chu Qin is not surprised. Lu Erlong's dragonization is only due to the particularity of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it is incomparable with the huge increase in the attributes of his own dragon god transformation. But even so, after Long Hua, Lu Erlong also mutated and became extremely powerful. He jumped up, and the flame-wrapped dragon fist slammed down toward Chu and Qin's residence. However, no matter how strong Lu Erlong is, he is only a soul sage after all, and who is Chu and Qin? Dragon God Transformation. In the next moment, Chu Qin performed the Dragon God Transformation, deified his double-armed dragon, and immediately collided with Lu Erlong's fire fist. Lu Erlong's punch was terrifying, and Chu Qin felt that even an ordinary contra might not be able to burst out such power. Even so, how could Lu Erlong be the opponent of Chu and Qin after the Dragon God transformation? Boom! With a loud noise, finally Lu Erlong's body was flew out by Chu Qin with a punch. Fortunately, Lu Erlong stood firm in time and won't fall. You are definitely not a soul sect. Lu Erlong opened his beautiful eyes. She never believed that a soul sect could receive her fire fist head-on. Okay, I won't pretend, I'll showdown. Chu Qin smiled slightly, withdrew the Azure Dragon martial spirit, and instead summoned the Exterminator spear in his hand. At the same time, the yellow, purple, black and red under his feet, rose gold, and 7 rings rushed. Move! Twin martial soul sage. Lu Erlong looked at the 7 spirit rings at Chu Qin's feet in surprise, especially the red and rose gold spirit rings. His expression on his face was shocked. Boss Fu said in the letter that you are only 17 years old. Lu Erlong asked after a long while. Not bad. Chu Qin nodded calmly. Lu Erlong heard the words, meditated for a moment, then sighed, I lost. Chu Qin hadn't even released the spirit ring just now, and she had completely transformed into a dragon, and all that was left was the spirit body. And Chu Qin is also a soul saint. She was very self-aware, and she couldn't be Chu Qin's opponent. Acceptance. Chu Qin said with a smile indifferently when he heard the words. Ding! The task of detecting the host goddess is completed. Get Lu Erlong's favorability 100%, a 4th level soul power inner pill, and a colored glass diamond body, can be passed on. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lu Erlong suddenly felt a cloud in her mind. She looked at Chu Qin in surprise and muttered to herself, "Why, this man in front of me makes me feel like a heartbeat." Lu Erlong. At this moment, Chu Qin happened to shout at Lu Erlong. "What's the matter?" Lu Erlong replied immediately. The speech is obviously much softer than before. Hearing this familiar tone, Chu Qin knew that Lu Erlong had been conquered by himself, so he smiled and replied, "Don't forget, you just agreed to my terms. I am willing to bet and lose." Lu Erlong replied, "Let's talk, what are your conditions?" "Very simple, I want you to be my sixth woman." Chu Qin took the lead directly. Chapter 41, Lonely Goose. Sunset Forest, 4005. In front of Chu Qin's eyes, he would pursue what he likes. As for feelings, they can be cultivated slowly. Hearing this, Lu Erlong's mind was shocked, and her heart was very emotional, but another figure quickly appeared in her mind, so she replied to Chu Qin, "I, Lu Erlong, can do what I say. But Chu Qin, this matter, let me think about it." Chu Qin was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Lu Erlong should directly agree. "System, what's going on?" Chu Qin secretly asked. "Host, in the heart of the goddess Lu Erlong, besides you, there is another man who she has a 100% affection. As a result, the program cannot determine, so the goddess Lu Erlong will hesitate," the system replied, "but the host can rest assured, with the passage of time, the heart of goddess Lu Erlong will gradually turn towards you, because the favorability given by the system will never change. Of course, the host can also reduce the goddess favorability towards another man through some means." "Another man? Yu Xiaogang?" Chu Qin secretly surprised. "Of course, if the host forces the goddess to have with you at this time, she will not refuse." "System, what do you mean? Am I pursuing women for this?" Chu Qin cursed secretly. "Humph, I won't force her. But I, Chu Qin's woman, can only like me." Chu Qin secretly said, "Come slowly, I can't figure out a Yu Xiaogang, how can I pick up girls in the future?" "I'm sorry, Chu Qin, I can't promise you this condition for the time being," Lu Erlong said apologetically after a long ideological struggle. "It's okay." Chu Qin walked to Lu Erlong's side and smiled softly, "Well, it will be long in Japan. I will let you accept me." Lu Erlong heard this, his heart pounding, and finally nodded. 1 month later. Blue Bowl Academy, Sim Lim Square. But seeing Zig throw a purple flame towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing in front of him, Xiaowu, Meng still. The next moment, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Xiaowu and Meng still were enveloped in a faint golden light, but Zig's flame hit Zhu Zuqing and their bodies without hurting them at all. "Rongrong Xiaowu Zuqing, your skills are too strong." Zig was surprised, "I just used the power of the soul sovereign level." "You didn't use any soul power, and you didn't even hurt it. You guys." "Hee, Sister Zig." Ning Rongrong smiled secretly, "Of course, this is the life-saving skill that Chu and Qin taught us." "Yet," Chu Qin said, "with the strength of our great soul master, at least the strength of the 38th level of soul venerable." Zhu Zuqing followed, "And with the strength of Xiaowu and still sister soul venerable, ordinary soul's zone K can't hurt them at all. It's just that it has a flaw. It can only be used once in 3 days." Xiaowu explained. "Hey, this eccentric man didn't even teach me." Zig heard this, hugging her chest with her hands, a little bitterly complaining. "Sister Zig, don't be angry." Xiaowu replied, "Maybe, Chu Qin thinks you are very strong and don't need this. I don't care, where did this eccentric man go, I'll find him." Zig hummed. "Zig, I'm here." At this moment, Chu Qin walked side by side with a graceful woman, who was Lu Erlong. Chu Qin! Dean Erlong! The four daughters of Xiaowu shouted together. Eccentric man, where have you been? Zig looked at Chu Qin, slightly resentful. Sister Zigi. Today, didn't you say you want to take Zuking and Rongrong to the Sunset Forest to get the third spirit ring? Before Chu Qin spoke, Lu Erlong took the lead in answering, Chu Qin and I, go and deal with it. Let's talk about the college. Yet. Chu Qin nodded, Zig, what's the matter with you, why are you so angry? Why did the Liulai Jinggong body only teach 4 women, but not me? Zig Day asked with a bit of bitterness. So it's this. Chu Qin smiled indifferently, Zig, do you know the prerequisite for learning the colored glazed diamond body? What? Zig Dai frowned. The colored glazed diamond body belongs to the pure Yang's Higong. If you want to learn it, you can't do it within a month. Chu Qin said, 2 thumbs gestured in front of him. Zig's face was flushed, and she immediately understood what Chu Qin meant. Zig, if you can do it, I will teach you. Chu Qin replied. Forget it. Zig shook her head, when I leave you someday, it will not be too late for me to learn. But, wait. Zig said, looking at Ning Rongrong's 4 daughters, don't you talk to Chu Qin for a month. Yet. Ning Rongrong's 4 daughters all nodded meaningfully. Zig is a little confused. How can this be done? The dragon is lustful, and the energy of Yang Huo is extremely heavy. Zig can't do it anyway. After thinking about it, Zig became a little excited, and smiled charmingly, that's right, Chu Qin, from today, you will always sleep with me. Lu Erlong's face was dumbfounded at first, but then he seemed to understand what Zig meant, and suddenly his ears were red. At this moment, Lu Erlong did not know why, but he also had some ideas. Ahem. Chu Qin realized that he was off topic, so he coughed twice and continued, since everything is ready, let's go to the Sunset Forest. At the same time, at the gate of Tiandu Royal Academy, the 2 carriages also drove in the direction of the Sunset Forest. In the first carriage, there were 2 young men, a man and a woman. Both are in their early 20s. The man wears a blue armor with a short and medium haircut. He is not handsome in appearance, but he is quite satisfactory. And that woman, with dark purple hair, green eyes and an extremely beautiful appearance, wearing a tight blue armor and sapphire blue high-heeled boots, walking between the sitting areas, all giving people a visually attractive impact. The only fly in the ointment is that the woman's nails are dark green. These 2 people are the best of Tiandu Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng and Duguyan. Today, the lone goose just broke through the 40th level, and they are about to go to the Sunset Forest to obtain the 4th spirit ring. Sunset Forest, together with the Stardo Great Forest, is one of the gathering places for soul beasts. Although it is not as terrifying as the Stardo Great Forest, it is an ancient tree that is 20 meters high at every turn. The trees in the Sunset Forest are generally below 10 meters, which is a normal level. This is so, the trees are also extremely luxuriant. In the forest, only a few sunlight projections can be found. Chu Qin led the 6 daughters of Ziji to come here. Chu Qin, you said, where do we go to fight the 1700-year-old spirit ring? Ning Rongrong asked first. Rongrong, 1700 years. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Yet. Ning Rongrong stared wide-eyed and nodded. Isn't the age of the 3rd spirit ring 1700 years? According to what you said, your colored glazed diamond body has been learned for nothing. Chu Qin put his arms around her shoulders and smiled irritably. Hey! Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a while. Not only Ning Rongrong, but Xiaowu also followed in surprise and said, Chu Qin, do you mean that the colored glazed diamond body can increase the age of our spirit ring? Of course. The age of the spirit ring is determined by a person's physical fitness. The higher the spirit power and the higher the physique, the higher the age of the spirit ring that can withstand. And the glass diamond body, in addition to the defense and life-saving skills, can improve and strengthen your physique. Chu Qin nodded. Wow! Ning Rongrong said with excitement. Then Chu Qin, what is the lifespan of our third spirit ring now? The third spirit ring is at least 5,000 years old, and the fourth spirit ring is at least 10,000 years old. Chu Qin said affirmatively, remember, it is at least. Hearing this, the four girls of Xiaowu were all pleasantly surprised. This means that their third spirit ring can reach the limit of the fourth spirit ring, and the fourth spirit ring can even be inlaid with 10,000-year spirit rings. Chu Qin, your colored glazed diamond body is too strong. Lu Erlong frowned. Erlong, do you want to learn? Chu Qin smiled slightly. Can you? Lu Erlong smiled. Of course. Chu Qin replied, promise me that condition. Then I will think about it again. Lu Erlong gave Lu Mei a bend. As you go. Chu Qin waved his hand, Rong, Zhu Qing, you two soul beasts, I have helped you choose. With that, Chu Qin handed them 2 albums of soul beasts. Starlight Flowing Firefly. Ghost Leopard. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing said at the same time. Yes. Starlight Flowing Firefly Beast, Spiritual Soul Beast, and very beautiful, just suitable for Rongrong, while Ghost Leopard, very agile, can give Zuqing you a good spirit ability. Chu Qin nodded. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other, and they were both extremely satisfied. Seeing the happy scene of Chu and Qin and the 5 daughters, Lu Erlong's heart was full of envy. What magic power does he have? Lu Erlong stopped, and Dai frowned slightly. Should I promise to be his woman? But I, Lu Erlong, once swore that I will not marry Yu Xiaogang in this life. How can Lu Erlong be the kind of person who doesn't keep his promises? Alas! I really can't find myself happy. Erlong, what do you think? Keep up. Chu Qin turned around and shouted. Come. Lu Erlong smiled and nodded, trotting all the way to follow. Chu and Qin's group searched in the sunset forest, but they never found suitable ghost leopards and starlight beasts. This sunset forest is too big. Chu Qin sighed slightly. If we go down like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to find it in the dark. Why don't we split up in 2 ways? Erlong, still, Xiaowu, you take Zuqing to find ghosts. Leopard, Zig, and I, take Rongrong to find the starlight Luying beast. Chu Qin's arrangement made sense. With dual protection from Lu Erlong and Qinjian Dragon King, Xiaowu and the others can be absolutely safe. Good. The women nodded together. After the words, the group walked separately. Starlight beasts usually gather in dense forests, while ghosts and leopards prefer to run in open areas. 2 hours later, Chu and Qin took the lead in finding a 5,000-year-old starlight beast. After Chu Qin severely injured the starlight flowing firefly, Ning Rongrong gave it the final blow with a knife, and then Ning Rongrong sat down to absorb the spirit ring, while Chu Qin and Zig sat aside to protect her. Zig, you are also a soul beast. Chu Qin smiled at Zig, don't you feel bad about the soul beast? Chu Qin found it strange that Xiaowu would retreat every time he hunted a soul beast, and Zig didn't seem to have any heartache. You mean Xiaowu? Zig replied with a smile. She is a herbivorous soul beast, so naturally she doesn't like killing. Like me, the Hell Dragon King, 200,000 years, I don't know how many soul beasts have been eaten. Up. Can't tell, is it so cruel? Chu Qin frowned and said deliberately. Dragons are not cruel, so why can they be kings? Zig replied calmly, however, in front of you, people are docile dragons. Chu Qin immediately trembled after hearing this. I have to say that his resistance to a mature woman like Zig is simply too low. And then, Zig drew a circle on Chu Qin's chest and lay down in Chu Qin's arms. At this moment, from Chu Qin's perspective, Zig's posture was too attractive, especially the snow-white and gully on her chest. Chu Qin couldn't help but reach out. On the other hand, with a loud bang, Lu Erlong threw a ghost leopard to the ground with one hand, almost ending its life. Lu Erlong clapped his palms, and yelled, "Damn, how dare I hurt my old lady's sister!" Just now, this ghost leopard suddenly attacked them, taking advantage of Lu Erlong's carelessness, scratching Meng Still. "Still, are you okay?" After that, Lu Erlong immediately turned around, walked to Meng Still, looked at the bandaged wound on her shoulder and asked softly. "I'm fine, Dean Erlong has a little injury." Meng Still smiled and shook his head slightly. "Oh." Lu Erlong sighed softly. Chu Qin left Meng and the others to take care of him, but he didn't expect to hurt them. Lu Erlong blamed himself extremely in his heart. "Zuking, this ghost leopard is just about 5,000 years old." At this moment, Lu Erlong looked at Zhu Zuking and smiled, "Hurry up and absorb it, I will protect you." "Okay, Sister Erlong." Zhu Zuking nodded. "You call my sister?" Lu Erlong asked, slightly surprised. "What's the matter?" Zhu Zuking said in a daze. "The little mouth is so sweet." "Yet." Zhu Zuking smiled slightly, then walked to the badly injured ghost leopard, ready to give it the final blow. However, at this moment, Li Liudao suddenly emerged from the forest and fell in front of Zhu Zuking. These 6 people all wore the uniforms of the Tiandu Royal Academy. 4 of them, Zhu Zuking, once knew Oslo, Yufeng, Graphite at the Invitational a month ago. The remaining 2 are Yu Tianheng and Duguyan. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zuking immediately summoned the spirit ring of the martial arts and became vigilant. At the same time, Meng Still and Xiaowu also walked to Zhu Zuking's side. "I'm sorry, this ghost leopard, my goose and geese are attracted to it." Seeing the spirit ring of the 3 women, Yu Tianheng said indifferently and disdainfully to the 3 women of Zhu Zuking, "You, look for other soul beasts. Who are you, dare to grab the soul ring from our Blue Blaster Academy?" Xiaowu said furiously. "Excuse me, little sister, it's your Blue Tyrant Academy who robbed you." Yu Tianheng smiled faintly. "Yu Tianheng, grab the spirit ring in front of my old lady, you have some courage." "This is." Lu Erlong walked to the 3rd woman and put her arms around her chest. "Who am I?" It turned out to be the Dean of Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong. Unexpectedly, Yu Tianheng seemed not to be afraid of Lu Erlong at all. "No big or small." Lu Erlong said quietly, "As you are my nephew, I won't beat you this time." "Lu Erlong, you are worthy of being my aunt." Yu Tianheng said coldly, "You have been expelled from the sect by the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Besides, you are only born of a woman from the dust. What's more, if it weren't for you, Uncle Xiaogang would not be expelled from the sect." Lu Erlong became more angry as he listened. His feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and his 7 spirit rings lit up. Immediately afterwards, Lu Erlong, grinning, slammed Yu Tianheng with a punch under the envelope of spirit power and flames. However, in the next moment, a thunder flashed in front of Lu Erlong, and a burly figure fell in front of Lu Erlong. I saw that Lu Erlong's heavy fist fell on the figure's abdominal muscles, and he did not cause any harm to the latter. Seeing this scene, Lu Erlong and the 3 daughters of Xiaowu were shocked. Undoubtedly, as the scheduled successor of the Blue Lightning Overlord's sect, Yu Tianheng's side, how could there be no strong follower? And the burly old man in front of him was sent by the Blue Lightning Overlord sect to protect Yu Tianheng. Blue Lightning Overlord sect, Hall Master of Shadow Hall, Contra Jade Bell. Lu Erlong looked at the burly old man in surprise. "Lu Erlong, you are so majestic." Yu Luozhong looked at Lu Erlong with a sneer. A person who was expelled from the Blue Electric Overlord sect, dare to attack the successor of the sect. If this is spread, I am afraid the second patriarch can't protect you, right? You Luoshong, your eyes are blind. Lu Erlong sneered. Obviously Yu Tianheng first snatched my Blue Blaster Academy spirit ring and insulted me first. Chapter 42, Yu Xiaogang's 100% Friendship Disintegration, 4,000 words. Yu Luoshong smiled coldly, ignoring Lu Erlong's words. Lu Erlong, because you still have the blood of the Blue Electric Overlord sect and the second family leader, I won't do it to you today. Otherwise, don't blame me for not doing it. Polite. Hearing this, the three daughters of Xiaowu were all angry. Humph, I want to see today, why are you so unkind? Lu Erlong roared angrily. After that, a giant dragon with flames all over his body came out with power behind Lu Erlong. Fourth soul ability Bloodthirsty Flame. As soon as Lu Erlong made this move, countless flames appeared beside her, and then they were like a sea of fire falling from the sky, shrouded towards Yushenheng Yu Luoshong and others. Yu Luoshong snorted coldly, his feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and the 8 spirit rings lit up, and at the same time, a cloud of lightning condensed in his hand to face Lu Erlong's sea of fire. There was a loud noise, and finally Lu Erlong's sea of fire was smashed by the lightning of Yu Luoshong, and Lu Erlong turned over and fell to the ground. Lu Erlong, okay, this is your first move. Yu Luoshong said with a cold smile, today, even if the second patriarch is here, you are at a loss. To be honest, Lu Erlong, your birth is a big stain on the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Later, you hooked up with your cousin Xiaogang, and had an unfaithful love, which caused him to be expelled from the sect. It's to make the Blue Lightning Overlord's own face scandal. If it weren't for your good talent and reaching the Soul Saint, if it weren't for your reputation as the Golden Triangle, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect would have evaporated you from the world. Hearing Yu Luoshong's words, the Dugagoose beside Yu Tianheng and the three daughters of Xiaowu were a little angry. They were thinking, why should a man embarrass a woman so much? However, Yu Tianheng's eyes were extremely determined. Since he was young, he was forced to undergo devilish training, and the only thing he could say was his own uncle Yu Xiaogang. However, all this has changed because of Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong himself, with ruddy eyes, was extremely angry. Lu Erlong cried. This Yuluo clock pierced her heart with a knife. At this moment, Lu Erlong wished to smash Jade Bell into 10,000 pieces. The 7th soul skill, the real body of the fire dragon. With Lu Erlong's scream, her original body disappeared, replaced by a fire dragon king several meters long. Humph, the 7th spirit ability, the real body of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Yu Luoshong was also not to be outdone, and turned into a blue dragon full of thunder and lightning. Roar! Roar! Next, the two dragons collided and fought each other over the forest. However, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus that can clearly see Yuluo Zhong is better than one. He is not only a Contra, but also a spirit power as high as 85. And Lu Erlong is strong, but at level 75. With the same strength of martial arts, her chances of winning are slim. The three daughters of Xiaowu looked extremely worried, and they couldn't help, and they all thought of Chu Qin for the first time. If Chu Qin were here, he would have beaten Yu Luo Zhong so that he didn't even know him. Damn Chu Qin, not here at this time. Xiaowu said bitterly. Master Xiaowu, why did you forget me? At this time, a beautiful voice sounded in Xiaowu's mind. Are you the blue-eyed dragon king? Xiaowu said in surprise, yes, why did I forget you? Blue-eyed dragon king, come on. Yes. Replied the necklace made by the Qinjian dragon king. Xiaowu is already unbearable. However, just when the blue-eyed dragon king is about to make a move, a 10-meter-long black spear cut through the sky and pierced the Yuluo bell. Seeing the situation, Yu Luo Zhong immediately forced the fire dragon incarnation of Lu Erlong back for a short time, and then the dragon's claws were raised high and blasted towards the black gold spear. That black gold spear, with ancient patterns all over it, is extremely domineering. Desperate spear. Chu Qin. The three daughters of Xiaowu were all pleasantly surprised. Boom! The collision between the god of extinction spear and the jade Luo Zhong lasted for 3 seconds, and finally the jade Luo Zhong was defeated and shot down to the ground, dispelling the spirit of Wuhan. At the same moment, Lu Erlong, who had reached the limit when he saw the god of destruction spear, fell weakly to the ground after the Wuhan body disintegrated. The woman who dares to bully me, you blue electric overlord sect, you are so bold. At this moment, a powerful and domineering voice sounded. Yu Luoshong and Yu Tianheng looked at them with surprise, only to see 3 figures flying in the jungle behind Zhu Zuking's 3 daughters like walking on the wind. 2 men and 1 woman, one of them steadily caught Lu Erlong's body in the air. These 3 people were Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, and Zig. Master, don't be afraid. Yu Luoshong stopped Yu Tianheng behind him and said with relief, in the Heaven Do Empire, no one dares to do anything to the blue electric overlord sect. Rao is so, Yu Tianheng and others are still terrified. The only one with a different face may be the Dugagoose. She looked at Chu Qin, besides being scared, she was a little nervous. Chu Qin, you are finally here. Zhu Zuking said in surprise. Chu Qin, they grabbed the bamboo clear spirit ring and injured Sister Erlong. Meng still pointed to Yu Luoshong and his group. Zig, take good care of Erlong. Chu Qin handed Lu Erlong in his arms to Zig ruthlessly. Ding! Goddess mission open. Detoxification for Dugabo, Dugagoose, 100% Dugagoose favorability, 100% Dugabo loyalty, one-time experience card of 100,000 year soul beast dark golden Deinonychus bear, Xiantian Bailu. Following that, Chu and Qin slowly walked towards Yu Tianheng, Yu Luoshong, and others. Stop! Yu Luoshong stretched out his hand and stopped in front of Chu Qin. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, his palm was held by a jade hand. Yu Luoshong looked at the master of the jade hand in surprise. She was wearing a purple open-chested ancient robe with ancient hair accessories on her head. Whose it is not Sudaji? I advise you to stay still. Sudaji smiled faintly. The sound is fascinating and catching, but it is domineering with no anger and prestige. Yu Luoshong was startled first, and immediately used his soul power to break free from Sudaji's hands. However, no matter how hard he tried, his palm remained motionless. Immediately afterwards, Sudaji's palm was lightly squeezed, and Yu Luozhong felt that his arm was about to break, and a heart-piercing roar came from Yu Luozhong's mouth. What? Listening to the miserable cry of Yu Luoshong, Yu Tianheng, Dugayan, and others were panicked, but they all retreated subconsciously to the rear. You, what are you doing? Yu Tianheng finally said tremblingly towards Chu Qin, I can tell you that I am from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. As Yu Tianheng said, his feet were yellow, purple, and 4 spirit rings lit up. Blue Electric Overlord sect. Chu Qin's mouth twitched slightly, and then he blasted Yu Tianheng's abdomen with a punch. Chu Qin's speed was so fast that Yu Tianheng didn't even have time to react. She was already knocked out by Chu Qin. His body hit a big tree sideways, and blood spurted out. Chu Qin didn't intend to let Yu Tianheng's intentions go. A flashing shadow came to Yu Tianheng's face, and kept throwing his fists down according to his fairly well-groomed face. Every punch of Chu Qin carried blood, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Rao, forgive me. Yu Tianheng's face was bloody, and he looked at Chu Qin in horror, and said tremblingly, a little out of breath. Dugayan and their bodies were trembling, and they dared not say a word. Even Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and the others are a little scared. Is this the Chu Qin who they usually know, who is always hippie and smiling? They realized only now that the usual Chu Qin was so gentle to them. Let go of the sun. Yu Luoshong shouted desperately. Yu Tianheng is the scheduled successor of the Blue Lightning Overlord's sect. If something goes wrong in his hands, Yu Yuanzhen will never spare him. However, as soon as Yu Luoshong's voice fell, Su Daji pressed his palm, causing him to kneel directly on the ground, and immediately Su Daji imitated Chu and Qin's movements, punching it in the face of Yu Luoshong. Almost, it's time to send you on the road. Chu Qin looked at Yu Luoshong blankly, preparing to give him one final punch. Chu Qin, don't. At this moment, a weak and beautiful female voice sounded behind Chu Qin. Chu Qin was slightly surprised, because the voice was exactly Lu Erlong's. He immediately turned and looked at it, and as expected, Zig was helping Lu Erlong walking towards him. Erlong, what are you talking about? Chu Qin turned his head and asked gently. Chu Qin, don't kill them. Lu Erlong replied weakly, after all, they are from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and they are connected to me. Besides, I did something wrong, and they should have beaten me. What's more, Yu Tianheng is the successor of the Blue Power Overlord sect. If you kill them, let alone you, the entire Blue Overlord Academy will be hunted down. To be honest, Lu Erlong hated these two people just now, but they share the same clan. Lu Erlong saw that they were cruelly taught by Chu and Qin, so she felt compassion. Most importantly, she didn't know Chu Qin's power, she was afraid that Chu and Qin might be affected. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin finally did not start. Just because of Lu Erlong's plea. In fact, he wouldn't be afraid of Yu Yuanzhen or Blue Electric Overlord sect at all. For the sake of Erlong's face, I won't kill you. Chu Qin said coldly toward Yu Tianheng, kneel to her and apologize to her. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Tianheng repeatedly begged for mercy, and when he spoke, there was still blood in his mouth. I saw that Yu Tianheng and Yu Luoshong knelt and walked directly in front of Lu Erlong, knocked their heads 3 times, and said again and again, Aunt Erlong, Erlong, I was wrong, spare us. Lu Erlong glanced indifferently and angrily at the two faces, then turned away and said, Go away. Hearing Lu Erlong's words, the two turned their eyes to Chu Qin again and again. Hurry up. Chu Qin said indifferently as well. Yes. Yu Tianheng and Yu Luoshong immediately got up and were about to leave. The other members of the Huangde team were also amnesty, and they were eager to leave. Wait! Chu Qin shouted at this moment. Everyone turned around in horror. She stayed. Chu Qin pointed to Douluo. Chu Qin was angry just now, but he also vaguely heard the system prompt. The goddess task of Douluo is here. My lord. Yu Tianheng heard the words, glanced at Douluo and replied, My lord, her grandfather, but the poison Douluo with the title of poison in Douluo continent. Yu Tianheng wanted to put on the name of Douluo to scare Chu Qin. After all, Douluo came out with her, if Douluo couldn't go back, poison Douluo would never let him go. I know. Chu Qin replied coldly, Don't be long-winded, otherwise none of you can leave. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Tianheng sighed softly, without any hesitation, and left with Yu Luoshong and others crawling away. Yu Tianheng, you. The Douluo was stunned directly in place. Yu Tianheng, this is the boyfriend he believes, and this is the person who keeps saying that he wants to love himself for the rest of his life? The man who said that all the danger rushed in front of him? As a result, the catastrophe was imminent and he ran away. Daji, look at her. Chu Qin pointed to the lone goose and said towards Su Daji. He temporarily put the Douluo aside. Yes. Su Da nodded, and one teleported behind Douluo. The lone geese trembled immediately. However, she found that Su Daji didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything to her. At the same time, Xiaowu said to Chu Qin apologetically, Chu Qin blames me, I forgot about the necklace, and I hurt Sister Erlong. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin gently stroked Xiaowu's soft hair, and said softly, "Don't forget it next time." Xiaowu nodded repeatedly. After that, Chu Qin walked to Lu Erlong's side. "Erlong, are you okay? How do you feel?" Lu Erlong shook his head, smiled and said, "There is no injury, it should be because the output of soul power is a bit excessive." "Thank you, Chu Qin. It's okay." Chu Qin smiled back, then took out a few pills from the soul guide container. "These few pills, if you take them, they should be good for your soul power recovery." Lu Erlong looked at Chu Qin foolishly. Lu Erlong's heart is very warm at the moment. Chu Qin just now gave her an unprecedented feeling. This feeling is called a sense of security. In the past, Lu Erlong was not afraid of the sky, but from now on, her feelings will change. She has a sense of security. This feeling is definitely not something Yu Xiaogang can give. And Chu Qin, perhaps the only person who can make her feel this way now. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang's 100% favorability was disintegrated in Lu Erlong's heart. "Perhaps, I can consider agreeing to his terms," Lu Erlong secretly said in his heart. "Erlong, what do you think? Take it." Chu Qin shook the pill in his hand. "Well, thank you." Lu Erlong only then woke up and took the medicine from Chu Qin's hand. When receiving the medicine, Lu Erlong deliberately rubbed Chu Qin's palm. Next, Zhu Zuqing began to absorb the spirit ring of the ghost leopard, while Chu Qin and others were guarding her the law and chatting with them at the same time. The lone geese at this moment was extremely puzzled. "Chu Qin, what exactly do you want her to stay behind? Robbery or robbery?" The point is that she went out early in the morning without eating, smelling the temptation of meat, her saliva was about to flow out. But the lone geese did not dare to move, so Daji could hold the contra with one hand. Moreover, Duguyan just heard that Chu Qin knew that his grandfather was Dugubo, but the latter was not afraid. Chapter 43, Enlighten Lu Erlong. Dugubo is here, 5002. At this time, Chu Qin walked to the Dugagoose and handed her a chicken leg. "Dugagoose, here. Don't eat." Duguyan indifferently refused. "If you want to kill, you have to cut it casually." Although Chu Qin looks very handsome, the moment Chu Qin was angry just now, she really scared her. "Who is going to kill you? Eat some, or if you see your grandfather, he will say I'm abusing you." Chu Qin smiled slightly. When Dugagoose heard this, his eyes suddenly brightened. Do you know my grandfather?" "Well, he should be in this sunset forest." Chu Qin nodded. "Are you a friend of my grandfather?" Duguyan said in surprise. "Forget it." Chu Qin smiled back. "Since you are my grandfather's friend, why didn't you tell me just now?" Dugagoose asked in surprise. "If you tell me, we will never steal your friend's spirit ring." "Haha." Chu Qin said with a smile, "If that's the case, how do you recognize a scumbag? If I guess right, that scumbag is your boyfriend." "That's true." Duguyande frowned. "Yu Tianheng, a scumbag, left me like this at a critical moment." "What's your name?" Dugagoose paused and asked. "Chu Qin." Chu Qin nodded. "Chu Qin? Are you really my grandfather's friend?" Duguyan confirmed again. "Is it right? Don't you know when you see your grandfather?" Chu Qin smiled calmly. "Don't worry, Sister Duguyan." At this moment, Ning Rongrong walked over and smiled at Duguyan. "Chu Qin is not a bad person." "Hey, Rongrong, why are you here?" Chu Qin asked slightly surprised. "Sister Duguyan, let me introduce myself. I am the young master of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, Ning Rongrong, and Chu Qin is my boyfriend." Ning Rongrong ignored Chu and Qin, and continued. "Are you the daughter of sect master Ning of Kai Bao Liulai Zone?" Duguyan asked in surprise. "Is he your boyfriend?" The lone goose suddenly felt more relieved. The young master of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect is a woman from Chu Qin, so what can Chu Qin have for him? Ning Rongrong nodded and continued, Sister Doguyan, don't worry, if you promise to be Chu Qin's girlfriend, you will be very happy. What? Now, let alone the Dogagoose, even Chu and Qin were shocked. How did Ning Rongrong speak in front of him? Don't worry. Ning Rongrong continued with a smile, it's not just me, Xiaowu Zuking is still Sister Zig, both are Chukin's women. We won't mind you. Ahem. Suddenly, Chu Qin felt something was wrong, and he interrupted Ning Rongrong's words. Now, Chu Qin does not have the 100% favorability of Dogagoose. Ning Rongrong, this is a bit early. In fact, Ning Rongrong did misunderstand. But it's not her fault, who made every woman she met, especially beautiful women, become her best sister? She watched Chu Qin and Dogagoose whispering, she thought that Dogagoose was too. Dogagoose was a little stunned. She glanced at Xiaowu Zig Zhu Qing Meng still, then looked at Chu Qin in surprise and fear, could it be that you let me stay to possess me? Dogagoose, where did you want to go? Chu Qin said easily, wrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing Zig, they are indeed my women, but I didn't say that you should also be my woman. With that, Chu Qin cast a blank look at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong realized that he had said something wrong, and opened his mouth slightly, I'm sorry, Dogagoose, I might have understood it wrong. So it's like this. Dogayan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. She admitted that Chu Qin was indeed very handsome, but she could be said to have not broken up with Yu Tianheng, how could she immediately fall in love with another man? Isn't she a complete scum? Dogagoose, it's getting late today, let's sleep in the forest first, and after we help you obtain the spirit ring tomorrow, let's go to your grandfather. After that, because of Ning Rongrong's interruption, Chu Qin stopped talking to Dogayan, and instead sat back next to Xiaowu and the others. At the same time, Zhu Zuking successfully absorbed the spirit ring of the ghost leopard. Chu Qin, the Liuli diamond body is really easy to use. I have successfully absorbed the spirit ring of the ghost leopard for 5,000 years, and my spirit power has reached level 35. Zhu Zuking said with excitement. Zuking, you are just like me. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile, I am already level 35. Oh, it seems that Xiaowu and I have absorbed the spirit ring too early. Meng still sighed slightly, our spirit ring is only 1,700 years old. Up to now, we are only 35 and 35. 6th level. It's okay, sister still. Ning Rongrong replied, your 4th spirit ring, you can absorb 10,000 years spirit ring. Well, that's right. Meng still smiled triumphantly. Hearing this, Dogagoose was shocked. How could the 4th spirit ring of 10,000 years be possible? However, she did see that Zhu Zuking had absorbed 5,000 years of ghost and leopard spirit rings intact. Rongrong is right. Chu Qin said, it is less than a year before the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. I will let you all reach the Soul Sect before the start of the competition. Especially Zhu Qing, she said that she will be in the competition. Beat your own sister. Chu Qin is very confident that tomorrow he can complete the task of the goddess of Dogagoose, win Dogabo, and get fairy grass by the way. Anyway, instead of letting Dogabo go to waste in the wild, these fairy grasses should be used to enhance the spirit power of Xiaowu and the others. Chu Qin believed that with these fairy grass and colored glazed diamond bodies, Xiaowu and the others would surely usher in a qualitative leap. Thank you, Chu Qin. Zhu Zuking smiled slightly. She knew she was with the right person. I just casually mentioned that Chu Qin was so concerned. Tonight, Chu Qin took the 5 daughters and stayed overnight in the wild. Because the lone geese was nearby, naturally no incredible things could happen, and everyone went to sleep peacefully. At midnight, Lu Erlong suddenly woke up from his sleep and quietly left the camp. Chu Qin was the closest to Lu Erlong's position. He opened his eyes and was shocked when he didn't see Lu Erlong. "Master, that..." At this moment, Su Daji whispered to Chu and Qin, and pointed to the east. Chu Qin smiled and nodded, then replied, "Daji, give you a task." After that, Chu Qin said a few words in Su Daji's ear. "It's so late, let me find the spirit ring." Su Daji frowned, and replied pitifully. "Unless, the master gives me a kiss." Su Daji smiled triumphantly. "Wait, okay." Chu Qin smiled. Su Da smiled and disappeared into the jungle. Following that, Chu Qin walked towards the east of the jungle. To the east is a cliff. At this moment, Hao Yu was suspended in the midst of a beautiful figure standing on the edge of the cliff looking up at the moon. It was Lu Erlong. Under the bright moon, Lu Erlong not only looks beautiful, but also has an extremely good figure. A black leather outfit reveals her alluring figure vividly. Moreover, it exudes a faint plastic reflection, especially the round buttocks, which makes people. Chu Qin didn't care about this for the time being. He could see Lu Erlong's side face. Above that peerless fairy face, Chu Qin seemed to see a tear. "Erlong, what do you think?" Chu Qin said, breaking the calm. Lu Erlong was surprised at first, wiped away his tears, turned around, and smiled at Chu Qin pretentiously. "Hey, Chu Qin, it's so late, you haven't slept." Chu Qin did not smile at Lu Erlong, but said sincerely, "The Dean of the dignified Blue Tyrant Academy, the invincible Golden Triangle Killing Horn, is there actually stealing tears here?" Lu Erlong was slightly happy when he heard Chu Qin's praise, but his face still darkened. He looked at Chu Qin and sighed, "Chu Qin, do you think I am really a scourge?" "Why do you say that?" Chu Qin frowned. "That jade bell is right. My mother is a woman of the wind and dust, tarnishing the reputation of the Blue Electric Overlord sect." Lu Erlong sighed, "Later, because I fell in love with my cousin, he was also caught expelled from the sect." Chu Qin smiled indifferently, and walked to Lu Erlong's side. "No one can decide his own birth. Where one is born is determined by heaven, but my fate is up to me, and our destiny can be changed by ourselves. Your origin is not your fault. Besides, the cousin you mentioned is Yu Xiaogang, right?" Lu Erlong nodded slightly. "This Yu Xiaogang, due to the mutation of the martial soul, is always a waste. Do you think Yu Yuanzhen, such a powerful hero, will tolerate a waste son by his side?" In other words, Yu Xiaogang was expelled from the sect. "Door, is it really just because of falling in love with you?" Chu Qin asked. "Moreover, how big is the power in Yu Yuanzhen's hands? Maybe he has known that you are in love with Yu Xiaogang. But Yu Yuanzhen just borrowed your hand to find a reason to expel Yu Xiaogang and you out of the clan at the same time. That's it, it's really a trick to kill two birds with one stone. Of course this is just my guess." Lu Erlong was a little stunned, and tears fell again. Yu Xiaogang was expelled not because of her, but she was the victim. Lu Erlong suddenly felt much brighter. She was struggling with Yu Luozhong's accusations. After Chu Qin enlightened, it now seems that the birth was not her fault, and it was not her fault that Yu Xiaogang was expelled from the sect. Furthermore, Erlong. As far as I know, Yu Xiaogang once had a first love, which seems to be an apprentice from a leader of a huge power. The leader of that huge power did not approve of his apprentice's dealings with Yu Xiaogang and forcibly occupied it. She and Yu Xiaogang, this cowardly and incompetent person, at this time, actually chose to abandon her. Moreover, after abandoning her, Yu Xiaogang chose you, and finally found that you are his cousin, and vice versa. Abandon you, instead of giving up your old feelings to that person. Such a person, if it were not a scumbag, there would be no scumbag in the world at all. Is he really worthy of your liking? Lu Erlong suddenly fell into thought. Suddenly, she recognized the fact that Yu Xiaogang was a cowardly and incompetent person who always abandoned him. How can you like such a person? On the contrary, the Chu Qin in front of him was very kind to him. Although Chu Qin was a little bit more concerned, he still values love and righteousness, and he does not know how much better than Yu Xiaogang, a moralist. Actually, Chu Qin, there is one more thing that bothers me. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong continued. Hey! Chu Qin asked. During the day, I seem to have heard it, you said I am your woman. Lu Erlong calmed down for a long time, mustered up the courage, bit his teeth slightly, and said shyly, is this sentence true? Chu Qin smiled slightly and wiped the tears from the corners of Lu Erlong's eyes with his thumb. Of course it is true. When Lu Erlong heard the words, he couldn't help but threw himself into Chu Qin's arms. Chu Qin smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and stroked Lu Erlong's hair. Early the next morning. Dugagoose, how did you sleep last night? Chu Qin held Lu Erlong's palm and asked Dugagoose. Well, it's okay. Dugayan smiled and nodded. There is no coldness towards Chu Qin yesterday. Dugagoose slept very comfortably last night. Because she heard Chu Qin's conversation with the 5 women last night, and found that he was really a caring, gentle, meticulous, affectionate and righteous man. Perhaps, it was Yu Tianheng who really offended his Ni Lin yesterday that made Chu Qin really angry. Then I thought, a man who can be so angry for his own woman is definitely a good man. Dugayan, what are you thinking? How can he have so many women who are interested in you? Dugayan asked secretly in his heart. Chu Qin, yesterday you said you wanted to take me to find the 4th spirit ring, is it true? However, Dugayan asked hopefully. How can I be false when I say it? Chu Qin nodded, wait, the spirit ring will be here soon. Almost there. Sister Ziji, it seems that Sister Erlong was also conquered by Chu and Qin. Do you say Dugagoose will become our sister? Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qin, Lu Erlong and Dugagoose, and asked Zig. Isn't this something obvious? Zig smiled indifferently, have you ever seen Chu Qin have a heart for anyone other than us? Zig didn't care. Anyway, Chu Qin had to purify the Dragon King's blood on her own. No matter how many women Chu Qin had, her share would not be lost. I also think, but Sister Ziji, why did I go to match Dugagoose and Chu Qin yesterday? Chu Qin was a little reluctant. Wrong, this lone geese just broke up. Zig replied, you still don't understand Chu Qin's character? Is he the kind of person who comes in while taking advantage of others' danger? Oh! At this time, a black giant snake with 5 flowers was thrown in front of everyone by Sudaji. The black giant snake was full of black light, and there was a black horn on its forehead. Ancient monster black-horned python emperor. Xiaowu and Dugayan said in surprise. Sister Daji, where did you find it? Xiaowu asked. The master asked me to find it overnight. Sudaji smiled. Dugagoose, this black-horned python emperor belongs to you. Hurry up and absorb the spirit ring, and I will see your grandpa later. Chu Qin looked at Dugagoose. For, mine. Dugayan said in surprise. Snake spirits, the best quality soul beasts are the sky blue bull python, the Tai King python, and the black-horned python emperor in front of you. Her grandfather said that in the core of the sunset forest, there are several black-horned python emperors. However, the largest one has a lifespan of 8,000 years and a cultivation base of 80,000 years, even his grandfather dare not set foot there easily. And now, the black-horned python emperor is tied in front of him? If you are not excited, it is fake. Chu Qin nodded calmly, hurry up and absorb it. Thank you. Dugayan thanked Chu Qin heartily, walked to the side of the black-horned python emperor, and began to absorb the spirit ring. Half an hour later, the Dugagoose successfully absorbed the black-horned python emperor's spirit ring and directly reached the 44th level. All right. Chu Qin smiled. The Douluo at this moment is very excited. It was absolutely unexpected for her to cross 4 levels at once. Let's go, then we will meet Poison Douluo. Chu Qin nodded. No need, the old man is looking for you. At this moment, an old voice sounded. Subsequently, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and the surrounding trees withered a lot. When the voice fell, 3 more figures appeared in front of Chu Qin. In addition to yesterday's Yu Tianheng and Yu Luozhong, there is also an old man with green hair, green eyes, and green clothes. The old man's cheeks were sunken, he looked like an old man, but his spirit was very awkward, and his green eyes were shining with gleaming light. This person is Douluo. Grandpa! Yan shouted in surprise. Yan! I'm here, don't be afraid, they dare not hurt you. Douluo replied towards Yan, come to Grandpa. Ah, Grandpa, isn't Chu Qin your friend? Yan looked at Chu Qin, slightly surprised. What kind of friend? The old man doesn't have such a friend. Douluo glanced at Chu Qin and said with cold eyes. Chu Qin smiled lightly without answering. Yan was a little surprised, but Chu Qin was really good to her, she didn't immediately listen to Douluo's words. Yan, don't be fooled by this guy named Chu Qin. Yu Tianheng said, he is not your grandfather's friend at all, come here. Hey, Yu Tianheng. When Yan heard this, he stopped firmly and said indifferently towards Yu Tianheng, I will come if you let me come over. Yan. Yu Tianheng frowned, I left you yesterday. Is that because of? Because of what? Because you are afraid of death. Yan coldly replied, then you will throw me down and watch me die. Perhaps I shouldn't beg you to stay. Because you have no obligation to protect me, but I'm sorry, Lord Jade, my lone goose is not worthy of you. Douluo suddenly frowned slightly. Yan, let's go back and say if this matter is okay. Yu Tianheng begged and replied, you come here first. Forget it, Yu Tianheng. Yan's pupils shrank, from today on, you and I will be cut off. What? Yu Tianheng was a little heartbroken. Yan, what are you talking about? Douluo scolded slightly in surprise. Yu Tianheng is the next successor of the Blue Electric Overlord sect. Grandpa. Yan replied, yesterday, he left me here alone. I knew it was impossible for me and him. Douluo, you are serious? Yu Tianheng said slightly angrily. Yes. Yan replied, from now on, the relationship between you and me will be severed. From now on you will go on your Yangguan road, and I will cross my single plank bridge. Yu Tianheng was very angry, Yan, you must tell lies again, I don't believe it, I'm so good to you, unless you tell me you have someone you like, otherwise I will never break with you. Yes, I have someone I like. Yan replied, the person I like is Chu Qin. With that said, Douluo actually kissed Chu Qin next to him directly. Chu Qin was stunned for a moment, but soon secretly delighted. Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Lu Erlong, Zig, and others did not take it seriously, they seemed to have guessed it a long time ago. Douluo looked at Chu Qin in surprise and anger. Yu Tianheng is the successor of the Blue Electric Overlord sect, and the grandson he believes is so disturbed by Chu and Qin? Douluo, a little bit of killing intent. Chapter 44, Ye Lingling is here to harvest the lone goose, 5,000 characters. At this moment, Chu Qin quickly reacted, and took advantage of the situation to hold Douluo's shoulders. Anyway, Douluo is his established wife. This time, it was the turn of the Douluo Jiao to tremble. However, she did not resist, because thinking that this would make Yu Tianheng give up, let alone her heart beating slightly, she felt a heartbeat. In this case, Douluo showed a smile. Seeing this scene, Yu Tianheng's eyes were ruddy, and Li was angry. He is so good to Douluo, but today the latter is so unrelenting? The most important Douluo once told him that Douluo was pregnant with snake venom, and he could not have when he was less than 30 years old. Because he never enjoyed it once. Yu Tianheng, almost crazy. In the next moment, 4 spirit rings lighted up under his feet, and one rushed towards the lone geese, flashing thunder and lightning in his palm, and wanted to kill the lone geese. Douluo suddenly shrank his pupils, revealing a cruel look. At the same time, Yu Tianheng in a frantic state seemed to have forgotten the existence of Chu Qin. When the latter moved lightly, he pressed the hand-shaped dragon claw against his neck. I spared your life yesterday, but you didn't know how to cherish your life, so no one can blame me. Chu Qin smiled quietly. Stop it! Yu Luoshong exclaimed. He wanted to make a move, but he glanced at Sudaji next to him and turned to Douluo. Under the crown of Douluo, if young Master Jade dies, the sect master will be furious. Please make your move. I should do it. Douluo smiled quietly and turned to Yu Luozhong and said, it's just for you. What? Yu Luoshong was shocked to the extreme. Hearing this, Douluo was shocked, and Chu Qin smiled. Everyone who dared to attack Yan Yan in front of me is dead. Douluo said with a cold expression. He is not blind, he saw that Yu Tianheng almost killed Douluo just now. Seeing Douluo's snake's sharp eyes, Yu Luoshong's body trembled suddenly, and he hurriedly summoned a martial spirit ring. However, the spirit ring under his feet has not been revealed yet, and there is already a jade hand painted with nails on his shoulder. It's better not to move. Suda did not know when he appeared behind Yu Luoshong. At this moment, not only Yu Luozhong, but Douluo's expression became horrified. Because of Daji's young appearance, Douluo didn't pay much attention to this woman standing beside Chu Qin. But now, he has no way to detect the fluctuation of Daji's spirit power. Douluo is a title Douluo. How strong is this woman in front of me? At this time, Chu Qin's palm lightly pressed, Yu Tianheng's knees directly knelt into the soil, and a terrible cry sounded. Chu Qin, you can't kill me. In front of death, Yu Tianheng finally became sober and begged desperately. However, Yu Tianheng first humiliated Lu Erlong, and then wanted to kill Douluo. How could Chu and Qin spare him? The next moment, as the soul power in Chu and Qin's palm gathered, a crisp sound of bone fracture sounded, and Yu Tianheng died tragically on the spot. Seeing this scene, Douluo and Lu Erlong both closed their eyes. You dare to kill the sun, the Lord will not let you go. Yu Luoshong shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Sudaji's spirit power was to wrap his body. After a scream, Yu Luozhong was gone, leaving only a soul bone in place. Now, Douluo was a little panicked. This Sudaji's method is also too terrifying, pinch the dead soul do with bare hands. Chu Qin didn't care about this. He walked up to Douluo and said softly, are you okay? Douluo desperately shook his head, thank you, Chu Qin, you saved my life. It's okay. Chu Qin smiled indifferently. Chu Qin, I'm sorry. Douluo said apologetically. I'm sorry? Is my kiss so worthless? Chu Qin narrowed his eyebrows, but Chu Qin stopped paying attention to Douluo and turned his attention to Douluo. Chu Qin, the old man wants to apologize to you. Douluo immediately said, watching Chu Qin apologize slightly, I just misunderstood you. Douluo originally thought that Douluo had been brainwashed by Chu and Qin. But how could Chu Qin hurt the lone geese so much just now? At the same time, he was very grateful that he didn't take any action against Chu Qin. Otherwise, he is the one who died in Sudaji's hands. It's okay. Chu Qin smiled slightly, but Douluo, I have something to do with you. What? Asked Douluo doubtfully. An hour later, the 2 eyes of ice and fire were in the cave. Grandpa, are you really poisoned by Wuhan backlash? Douluo asked Douluo in surprise. Just now, Chu Qin told her and Douluo's symptoms again in front of her. Yet, the matter is over, how can Douluo keep it secret? Then why didn't you tell me? Douluo frowned, if Chu Qin just said it, when will you keep it from me? You can keep it for as long as you can. You are still so young, let you continue to carry the burden of your heart to live. Douluo asked, but I told you Tianheng, did he never do that with you? What's the matter? Yet. Douluo nodded in a complicated mood. That's it. Douluo sighed and replied with his hands on his back, for these years, I have been looking for a way to remove the poison of Wuhan backlash, but I have never succeeded. Grandpa. Yu Tianheng is dead, he came to Sunset Forest with me, the Blue Electric Overlord sect will soon know, said Douluo, they won't let me go. Yan, you are worrying too much. Douluo replied, that Yu Tianheng wants to kill you, that is to be an enemy of my Douluo. Not to mention a small Blue Electric Power Overlord sect, even Wuhan Palace. No. They dare to attack you, how about I poison the entire Blue Electric Overlord sect? But don't worry, Grandpa will take care of this matter, they will not suspect you and Chu Qin. Grandpa, do you think Chu Qin will really detoxify us? Douluo let out a long sigh of relief and continued to ask. Chu Qin, he shouldn't say something fake. Douluo replied, Yan, how did you know him? I haven't seen him before. He said he is your friend. Douluo recounted his experience with Chu Qin. What, Black-horned Python Emperor Spirit Ring? Douluo asked in surprise. Yet. Douluo replied, it's in my 4th spirit ring now. It seems that Chu Qin is interesting to you. Douluo smiled slightly. Ah. Douluo said slightly in a daze. Girl, you're stupid. If it's not interesting to you, he will find you the spirit ring of the black-horned python emperor? No wonder, he promised to detoxify us. I understand. Douluo stroked his beard with a smile. Douluo was silent, but lowered his head slightly. Yan, tell Grandpa honestly, do you have ideas about him? Douluo asked, otherwise you wouldn't be able to kiss him in front of Yu Tianheng. Well, a little bit. Douluo replied. Really only a little bit? Douluo smiled, don't forget, you are my biological granddaughter, you can't hide from others and can't hide from me. But, Grandpa. Douluo continued, there are many women around him, and those 5 women seem to belong to him. I've seen this a long time ago. Douluo replied, actually, there is nothing wrong with it. Yan, if you like him, go and pursue it boldly. Grandpa has been in the mainland for decades, and seeing people has always been very interesting. Yes, Grandpa will guarantee you a ticket, and you will never lose out if you follow him. Among other things, just considering Sudaji next to Chu and Qin, Douluo can be sure that his granddaughter will not suffer. Then, think about it. Douluo lowered his head and replied. At the same time, Chu Qin walked into the cave with a blood bottle in his hand. Douluo, you can take the blood in this bottle, and then force the poison of your martial soul back into the soul bone. Chu Qin handed the blood bottle in his hand to Douluo, explained with a smile. So simple. Douluo said in surprise. I found a detoxification method for a lifetime, but I didn't find it. How could it be so simple to get into Chu Qin's hands? Try it and you will know. Chu Qin smiled slightly. All right. Douluo nodded. He believed that Chu Qin would never harm him, otherwise Suda would just kill him. Ding! It has been detected that the host has successfully detoxified the Douluo. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% Douluo favorability and 100% Douluo loyalty. Xiantian Bailu. 3 days later, the Heaven Do Empire, the Blue Electric Overlord sect. An old man wearing a blue electric purple gold crown, sitting on the armchair. This person is not angry and prestigious, but he is the sect master of the Blue Lightning Overlord, Yu Yuanzhen. He looks extremely angry. Therefore, he just got news that Yu Tianheng's bones appeared in the Sunset Forest. Who did it? Yu Yuanzhen said angrily. Yu Tianheng was his appointed successor, so he was so unclearly killed. Sect Master, we have already investigated clearly. An elder replied. Before the incident, Yu Tianheng accompanied Douluo to the Sunset Forest to find the spirit ring, and not long ago, Douluo announced that he was fighting with Yu Tianheng and Tiandu. The Royal Academy broke away and joined the Blue Bull Academy. Yu Tianheng is guarded by the Jade Luo Zhong. In the entire Tiandu Empire, not many people can move him. Needless to say, most of them are Douluo. This old guy did it. This person is a cruel character. It must be Tianheng's departure from the Douluo that made him murderous. Douluo. Yu Yuan frowned upon hearing this. When it comes to fighting alone, he is not afraid of Douluo. But Douluo is so powerful in that snake venom. Legend has it that he has the means to reach the city in an instant, so even the spirit hall dare not move him. No matter who he is. If you dare to kill the heir to my Blue Lightning Overlord sect, you must pay a price. Yu Yuan pondered for a moment, his expression stern. Keep the change, please. At this moment, a charming voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Hearing this sudden sound, Yu Yuanzhen and the elders were shocked. In the next moment, this charming Li Ying, who was wearing a mask, appeared in front of them out of thin air. This person is surprisingly Sudaji. Who are you? A Blue Electric Overlord sect asked in surprise. I am the person you are looking for. Sudaji smiled indifferently. Yu Tianheng, my master killed it. Your master? Yu Yuanzhen's majestic voice sounded. Yes, Yu Tianheng offended my master and was killed by his own hands. Sudaji said calmly, besides, I squeezed the Douluo clock to death with my bare hands. By the way, my master said it. If you want to seek revenge, he doesn't mind destroying the entire Blue Electric Overlord sect. Presumptuous. At the same time, the elders of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect were furious, condensing martial spirit soul rings, and rushed towards Sudaji from all sides. However, they haven't touched Sudaji's clothes yet, and they have been intercepted by the latter's spirit power out of thin air. Seeing this scene, all the elders were shocked. They are all real contra powerhouses. Yu Yuanzhen also shrank his pupils, and the next moment his feet were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, light red, and light red, and 9 super-configured spirit rings lighted up. After a dragon chant, Yu Yuanzhen also rushed towards Sudaji. Sudaji smiled leisurely, her feet were yellow, purple, black, red, and 9 spirit rings. Under Sudaji's peerless Douluo, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't move instantly. Don't waste your energy. Sudaji smiled lightly, don't say it's you, the entire Blue Electric Overlord sect, together, it may not be my opponent. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanzhen and the elders were all shocked to the extreme. I've already brought it. Sudaji continued with a smile, if you continue to investigate, my master said before that he would destroy the entire Blue Electric Overlord sect, it's not just talking. As soon as the voice fell, Suda left in a hurry. Suda has come and left quickly, but Yu Yuanzhen and the elders are left with a lingering shock. Well, who is this? An elder said with lingering fear, even the sect master can't break her defense. Peerless Douluo. Yu Yuanzhen said as he looked outside the door with a look of horror. What, Peerless Douluo? The elders exclaimed in surprise. They don't understand, where did they offend such a big Buddha? Moreover, just now, this Peerless Douluo kept saying that his master had killed Yu Tianheng. Could it be that Peerless Douluo is not the strongest yet? Yu Tianheng, what did he commit? Yu Yuanzhen slumped on the chair of the teacher, this is definitely the worst day in his life. The order goes on and the news of Yu Tianheng's death is blocked. Yu Yuanzhen replied, recall all the members of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. During this period of time without my order, no going out. Yes. Yu Yuanzhen is scared, this Sudaji is too terrifying. After March, Blue Bull Academy. Dean Indoor. Lu Erlong and Chu Qin were sitting in chairs. Chu Qin, I have decided to rename the Blue Tyrant Academy to Qinglong Academy. Lu Erlong said, breaking the peace in the house, also, let you be the dean, and I will be the deputy dean. Why? Chu Qin smiled back. You are a man, it is more appropriate to be the dean. Lu Erlong smiled. Really? Chu Qin replied indifferently, Erlong, haven't you always been feminist? It doesn't look like your style. Lu Erlong pursed his lips, stood up and walked to Chu Qin's side, smiling charmingly, because I want to be your little woman. Chu Qin was slightly taken aback. What happened to Lu Erlong today? It looks different from usual, shouldn't Zig do things like this? Erlong, what happened to you today? Chu Qin said with some doubts while smiling. To be honest, did Zig teach you? Chu Qin narrowed his eyes when Lu Erlong was about to open his mouth. Well, she taught it. Lu Erlong bit his lip and replied with a pitiful look in his eyes, Chu Qin, do you not love me? Why ask? Chu Qin asked in surprise. I heard Ziji say that you would ask her to purify the Dragon King bloodline from time to time. Lu Erlong replied, why have you never told me once since we confirmed the relationship? Is it because I am older? Do you dislike me? What's wrong with me, how can I dislike my own woman? Chu Qin smiled quietly and threw Lu Erlong down to the ground. You never told me, I thought you didn't want it. Women don't want to be a man, like this. Lu Erlong blushed pretty face. I understand. Chu Qin smiled lightly, saying that Lu Erlong's plastic-like leather jacket slowly slipped. Because it was in the dean's room, Lu Erlong kept covering his mouth without making a sound. An hour later. After the battle, the two sit side by side on the sofa. Lu Erlong at the moment, looks even more indifferent. Chu Qin, what did you think about just now? Lu Erlong asked Chu Qin comfortably. No. Chu Qin replied, I don't have any opinion on the name of Lanba Academy changed to Qinglong Academy. However, I plan to form a team to give Zhu Qing the opportunity to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Participate as the dean, not quite in line with the rules. So you should be the dean. Well, all right. Lu Erlong nodded. Chu Qin, Chu Qin. At this time, there was a light and pleasant sound outside the house. Chu Qin and Lu Erlong quickly cleaned up the mess in the house. It's Goose. Squeak. The door opened, and two women stood outside. In addition to the lone goose, there was also a woman with purple hair. The woman was about 20 years old. She was not a perfect figure, but she had everything she ought to be. She was extremely tall and slender. Especially her legs. Wrapped by a pair of blue sleeve socks, it makes people dream about. In addition, the woman's face value is also very high, not under the lone goose. This is? Chu Qin asked slightly puzzled. Hey! I know you have to ask this first. Duguyan said with a delicate snort, however, Chu Qin, you can't take her idea. Yan Yan, I haven't said anything yet. Chu Qin looked innocent. Okay. She is my good sister at Tiandu Imperial Academy, Ye Lingling. Duguyan replied, didn't you just lack someone to form a team? Lingling heard that I came to Lanba Academy, so she followed come. Lingling, let me introduce you. Duguyan turned to Ye Lingling and said, Vice Dean of Lanba Academy. The captain of our Blue Dragon team is also my new boyfriend, Chu Qin. Chapter 45, Double Goddess Mission. Dragon Blood Begonia Ye Lingling, 6002. I've been listening to Yanyan saying how handsome her boyfriend is. Ye Lingling said, with a hint of shyness in her words, I saw it today, sure enough. Sure enough, what? Chu Qin asked with interest. Bai Yu Tianheng, oh, no, much more handsome than the so-called handsome guys in Tiandu Royal Academy. Ye Lingling smiled. Ha ha ha. Chu Qin smiled back at once. If he remembers correctly, Ye Lingling is also in the goddess system, but without a system, Chu Qin doesn't plan to mess around. If he used to be alone and was completely sure to win without relying on the system, but now, she has 6 women, that would be different. After all, the goddesses in the goddess system are all top quality women, who are generally arrogant and arrogant. It is difficult to conquer them by their looks and talents. Chu Qin, Sister Erlong, you may not know. Tukayan continued, Lingling's spirit is one of the rarest spirits in Douluo continent. What is it? Chu Qin and Lu Erlong said in unison. In fact, Chu Qin knew that Ye Lingling's martial soul was very special. 9-hearted begonia. Tukayan replied, this kind of martial soul is not only very special in spirit skills. For unknown reasons, there are only 2 people in the entire continent who have it. Only when one of them has passed away will a new 9-hearted appear. Begonia. So amazing. Lu Erlong asked slightly in surprise, Lingling, let Sister Erlong take a look. Ye Lingling nodded, and immediately held her hands in front of her chest, and the beautiful 9-hearted begonia slowly bloomed in her hands. The 9-heart begonia is extremely gorgeous and beautiful, even the surrounding environment is affected, showing a faint white. Seeing this Juxin begonia, Lu Erlong and Chu Qin both had stunning expressions, especially the latter. Ye Lingling seemed to have become more beautiful under the reflection of Juxin begonia. Wow, what kind of spirit is this? What a beauty! At this time, Zhu Zuqing and Meng were still, and Zig just walked side by side. Women are born to love beauty, and they are immediately attracted by the Juxin begonia in Ye Lingling's hands. Zig, still, you are here just right. Chu Qin smiled and said, I will introduce you to the new member of the Qinglong team, the soul of Juxin Haitang, Ye Lingling. Hello, Sister Lingling. Zhu Zuqing and Meng still said at the same time. Hello. Ye Lingling put away Juxin begonia and smiled back. Yo. Zig chuckled, it seems that I have another younger sister for no reason. Hearing Zig's words, Chu Qin was inexplicably happy, but he still replied, Zig, don't talk nonsense, Ye Lingling is Yanyan's best friend. I understand. Zig smiled meaningfully, but, from Sister Erlong and Sister Yanyan, none of these beautiful women seem to escape your clutches, right? Upon hearing this, Ye Lingling's face was slightly dazed, and she looked at the lone geese. Lingling, don't be afraid. Tukayan replied, with me, Chu and Qin dare not do anything to you. Yet. Ye Lingling nodded. That's right, Zig, you owe discipline. Chu Qin smiled softly while lightly reproaching him. Come on. Without thinking, Zig ran her finger across her chest and smiled charmingly, anytime. Seeing Zig's state of temptation, Chu Qin, who had just finished the battle, immediately rose up the hormones slightly. To avoid getting lost in front of outsiders, he immediately changed the subject and said, Hey, what about Zuqing, Xiaowu and Rong? Chu Qin, they said they would go back to the Kaibao glazed glass sect to live for 1 day, and they will be back tomorrow. Zhu Zuqing replied, I was just about to tell you. These 2 people. Chu Qin said in a huff, I suspect that Rong didn't return to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to live for a few days, she went back to show off her 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda with her dad. You guessed it all. Zhu Zuqing pursed his lips and smiled. I don't know her yet. Lingling. Chu Qin turned to Ye Lingling and said. Hey. Ye Lingling let out a light ah. Chu Qin smiled lightly, took out a purple fairy grass from the soul guide container, and handed it to Ye Lingling. Lingling, you accept this. What is this? Ye Lingling asked in surprise. Lingling, this is the fairy grass I told you. Before Chu Qin spoke, Duguyan first smiled and said, after eating it, you can upgrade the soul sect. Ah, it's too precious, I don't want it. Ye Lingling shook her head. Lingling, since you want to join the Azure Dragon team, then accept it. Chu Qin insisted, this grass is called Ambergris Yahua strain, which is very helpful for healing martial souls. Although I am not sure if I can let you, the spirit of Wu has mutated. But with it, our team can be stronger. Well, thank you Captain Chu Qin. Ye Lingling took the fairy grass, I will definitely work hard. Okay. The next day, early morning. Chu Qin was awakened by a system prompt, the Double Goddess mission is released. Mission, promote the Azure Dragon team to the Golden Fighting Soul team in the Great Fighting Soul Arena, get 100% Shui Bing or Favor ability, and the Ice element has a soul bone attached to it. Train a pure goddess team. Get the champion of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and get a mysterious goddess from other planes. Other planes of mysterious goddesses. Goddess team. Chu Qin said in a slightly surprised way, it seems that I am going to the Great Fighting Soul Arena again. While Chu Qin was thinking, an arm patted Chu Qin's neck, and it was Zig who was leaning over and sleeping soundly. This slacker. Chu Qin couldn't help but patted Zig's hips. Zig suddenly smiled secretly. Don't sleep when you wake up. Chu Qin smiled at Zig Chengdu. Zig opened her eyes and looked at Chu Qin meekly like a puppet cat. Zig, by the way, is there no news from Guyuina? Chu Qin asked. Hey, Chu Qin, how do you know the Lord's name? Zig was slightly surprised. You told me, did you forget? Chu Qin smiled indifferently. Then maybe I really forgot. Zig's expression changed slightly, the Lord and Dityan are urging me. Not long ago, they talked to me through secret techniques, but I fooled them over. Chu Qin, I have always been puzzled. Zig continued, since the original Dragon King was not you, who would it be? I don't know either. Chu Qin shook his head deliberately. He is not stupid, it is best not to let Zig know about the Qingjian Dragon King. It's not that he doesn't trust Zig, but that Guyuina is afraid to hear it secretly. After all, his future wife, Guyuina, is an existence beyond the human category. Let's talk about it. Chu Qin continued, if you tell Guyuina and the others where the Dragon King is, don't you have to go back to the Stardo Great Forest? We can't meet each other. Yeah, too. Zig nodded. It's not good, it's not good. Duguyan's voice sounded outside the house, and Chu Qin and Zig immediately got dressed. What's wrong, Yan Yan? Chu Qin asked in surprise. Something happened. Something happened coldly. Duguyan said with a shocked expression. What happened? Chu Qin's heart rate accelerated slightly. Lingling took the fairy grass you gave, now. Dugugoos's eyes are ruddy. Goose, don't worry. Chu Qin said relievedly, take me to see. Chu Qin, what's the matter? At this moment, Xiaowu Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi Sword Douluo just walked in from the gate of the academy. Uncle Ning, you just came here, come with me. Chu Qin said without looking back. Good. Ning Fengzi nodded. Xiaowu Ning Rongrong and Jian Douluo's expressions changed slightly and immediately followed. The group of people came to the room of Dugugoose and Ye Lingling, and found that Ye Lingling was lying on the bed curled up at the moment, her whole body exuding a faint blood glow, and she was constantly trembling. Lingling, Chu Qin is here. Duguyan said towards Ye Lingling. Lingling, how are you? Chu Qin asked with a frown. Hot. It's hot. Ye Lingling said profusely. It shouldn't be. Chu Qin secretly said in his heart. Xian Tianbao did not say that ambergris had side effects. Chu Qin, can you let me see? Just when Chu and Qin were unable to do anything, Ning Fengzi spoke. Good. Chu Qin nodded. After that, Ning Fengzi walked to Yalingling's side, her spirit power ran, and the palm of her hand swept lightly on the latter's body. How about, Dad? Ning Rongrong asked first. Strange, her meridians are smooth and there is no problem. Ning Fengzi frowned slightly, why does fever occur? Following that, Ning Fengzi's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda circulated, healing spirit power, and covered Yalingling's body. However, no matter how Ning Fengzi treated, Yalingling's symptoms remained unchanged. Weird. Ning Fengzi frowned. Chu Qin, what has she eaten? A fairy grass. Chu Qin replied, amber rain flower plant. Xianko. Ning Fengzi said in surprise, is it the same as Rongrong's food? Not the same. Chu Qin shook his head, Rongrong's is Kilo tulip. Oh. Ning Fengzi sighed slightly, maybe there is something in this girl's body that is in conflict with this ambergris flower plant. Let's go, Uncle Jian, go to the palace and find the best doctor. No trouble. At this moment, Zig walked in from outside the room. Zig, what are you talking about? Chu Qin asked, do you know what's going on with Lingling? I just remembered it last night too. Zig replied, the ambergris flower plant is said to be a unique fairy plant cultivated from dragon blood, but it cannot be fed to female creatures by nature. Because female creatures, it is yin. Ambergris plant is a masculine thing. Then what to do? Chu Qin asked. It is necessary to use stronger masculine blood to suppress pharmaceutical properties. Zig smiled lightly, took out a dagger from the soul guide container and cut her finger. After that, Zig dropped her own blood on Yalingling's lips. Zig is the demon dragon king of hell, the pure blood of the dragon god. If talking about the blood of masculinity, there is nothing more masculine than her. Under the suppression of Zig's blood, Yalingling's trembling body gradually returned to normal. Yalingling also opened her charming eyes. Lingling, how do you feel? Chu Qin asked immediately. Okay, much better. Yalingling replied weakly. That's good. Chu Qin breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Zig and said, thank you, Zig. You are polite with me. Zig smiled back. Hey, Miss Zigi. Ning Fengzi said slightly surprised, you are also a female, so how come you have masculine blood? That's because my spirit is the demon dragon king of hell. Zig replied calmly, it's a half-step dragon blood. So it's like this. Ning Fengzi nodded. Since Lingling is all right. Chu Qin said, Yan Yan, you stay and take care of her. Let the rest of us go out. It is good. After speaking, everyone left Yalingling's room. Chu Qin, it looks like you have a few more women. Ning Fengzi said towards Chu Qin with a smile. Uncle Ning. Chu Qin said a little embarrassed. You don't need to explain this to me. I've already prepared myself and asked Rongrong. Ning Fengzi replied with a smile, it's just that I have something to ask. You want to ask about Kilo tulips, right? Chu Qin said clearly. Yet. Ning Fengzi nodded in surprise, as you know, our 7 treasure glazed glass sect is flawed and can only reach level 79 at most. This Kilo tulip can turn Rongrong's martial spirit into a 9 treasures. Liulai Tower, this is really impossible to think about. Do you still have it? I am willing to give out 20 million gold soul coins. Sorry, Uncle Ning. Chu Qin shook his head, if I have any, I will definitely give it to you. However, there is no more. Oh, all right. Ning Fengzi sighed with a look of loss, it seems that this is what my fate should be. Uncle, you are already the strongest auxiliary soul master in the entire continent. At this moment, Xiaowu said. When Ning Fengzi heard this, he finally smiled. Xiaowu, you are right. People should be content, not to mention, Rong will definitely be able to reach title Douluo in the future, and carry forward the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Dad. Ning Rong replied, I don't want to promote the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. I just want to stay in Chukan. Xiaowu's Ziji Erlong is still with her sisters. By the way, there is also Sister Yan. Oh, after all, it was the women's college who didn't stay here. Ning Fengzi sighed. Chu Qin, let's go back first. Ning Fengzi continued, Rong, I'll leave it to you. Yet. Chu Qin nodded. As soon as Ning Fengzi left forefoot, Duguyan took Ya Lingling to the garden. Yan, why did you bring Lingling here? Chu Qin immediately led the women forward, and said anxiously. Chu Qin, I didn't bring her here. It was Lingling who wanted to come. Duguyan replied. Master Chu, I am coming. Ya Lingling replied, I want to thank you and Sister Ziji. It doesn't matter, it's not an outsider. Chu Qin smiled slightly. No. Thank you, and Sister Zig cured my fever. Ya Lingling looked at Chu Qin and Zig and smiled separately. Besides, Master Chu, I have reached it because of your fairy grass. Level 40. The most important thing. Ya Lingling said, her palms merged, summoning 9-heart begonia. What surprised Chu Qin and others was that the Juxin begonia at this time had changed drastically and was no longer the pure white color before. In the petals of the white pitiful person, there are more blood lines. The pattern is extremely peculiar, like a blood dragon hovering on it. The spirit of Wu has mutated. Chu Qin and the others said in unison. Yet. Ya Lingling nodded, it has changed from Juxin begonia to dragon blood begonia. Dragon blood begonia. Chu Qin asked in surprise, what martial soul is this? Our 9-hearted begonia martial arts are extremely rare. Ya Lingling replied, this dragon-blooded begonia has only appeared once in the history of martial arts. That person is, the originator of the 9-hearted begonia, the dragon blood peerless fight. Luo. Hearing this, although everyone didn't know who the dragon blood Douluo was, how could he become a peerless Douluo? Ling, what is special about your dragon blood begonia after its mutation? Duguyan asked. Yes. Ya Lingling replied, I will not only have stronger healing powers in the future. In addition, I can strengthen a soul master with a beast spirit in all directions, especially for a soul master with a dragon spirit. Of course. I don't know how much it can be strengthened, I need to experiment. But at the beginning, my ancestor dragon blood Douluo and a dragon god Douluo did not encounter opponents in the entire continent. Dragon spirit master. Sister Erlong, Sister Ziji, both are dragon spirit. Xiaowu said, yes, so is Chu and Qin. He is a twin azure dragon spirit, and our team uses him. Named after his martial soul. Okay, Lingling, then I'll test it with you. Chu Qin smiled softly. It is good. After saying a word, Chu Qin walked to an empty square and summoned his azure dragon martial spirit. Dragon blood is born, dragon blood begonia, dragon is strengthened. Then, Ya Lingling's feet were yellow, and purple, and 3 spirit rings lighted up. In the next instant, a blood-colored brilliance lighted up in the dragon blood begonia, and that blood-colored brilliance instantly poured into Chu Qin's azure dragon martial spirit. Next, under the strengthening of the dragon's blood, Chu Qin's Qinglong had undergone a qualitative change, the Qinglong's mane became a color, and the pupils were filled with blood marks. Not only that, in the azure dragon Wuhan's body, an extremely violent aura permeated. Roar! The violent aura soon spread throughout the square. At the same time, Chu Qin could feel that his body had been greatly improved. What a strong increase! Ning Rongrong said with a slight surprise. The increase in her 9 treasure glazed glass pagoda can already be described as horror, but the increase in the dragon blood begonia to the Chu Qin Qing Long Wuhan is unprecedented. Ya Lingling was immediately stunned. She originally thought that Chu and Qin were only the soul sect at best, but the power bursting out now is stronger than the original 3 teaching seats of the Tiandu Royal Academy. How strong is this Chu Qin? This power? Chu Qin was also shocked in his heart. This dragon blood increase was too terrifying, he even felt that he at this time had a feeling of being able to fight for title Douluo. You know, Chu Qin at this time is only a 78th level soul sage. At this moment, a green figure fell in front of Chu Qin, it was Douluo. Chu Qin. Douluo looked at Chu Qin, his pupils shrinking sharply. From Chu Qin's body, he even noticed a wave of spirit power that was not weaker than his own. Grandpa, why are you here? Douluo asked in surprise. I noticed a powerful spirit power fluctuation. Douluo replied, I thought it was a powerful enemy coming, but I didn't expect it to be Chu Qin. Douluo, since it's here, let's have a fight. Chu Qin smiled confidently at Douluo. He just wanted to check whether he could defeat title Douluo at this time. This is not so good. Douluo replied, in case I shot too hard and hurt you. How do you know if you don't try? Come on, just take one move. Chu Qin smiled back. Well then, I'll play with you for a few rounds. Douluo is 100% loyal to Chu and Qin, and he is naturally obedient. In the next moment, Douluo's feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and 9 spirit rings lighted up. At the same moment, the Jade Scale Snake Emperor came out from behind him. At this moment, Chu Qin looked at Ya Lingling and said, Lingling, can you hold on? Title Douluo. Ya Lingling said extremely unconfidently. She was shocked to the extreme in her heart. Could it be possible that Chu Qin had to rely on her own strength to single out title Douluo? Be more confident. Seeing Ya Lingling's surprised look, Chu Qin smiled back. Ya Lingling still looked suspicious of life, and nodded. Chu Qin, let's do it first. Just take one move. Douluo said. Okay. Chu Qin nodded, Soul Bone Skill, Azure Dragon vs the Devil. It can be seen that Chu and Qin's move of the Azure Dragon to Vortex the Devil originally produced a Cyan Dragon Shadow, but under the increase of Ya Lingling's Dragon Blood Begonia, it also turned into a color. The first spirit ability Green Scale Snake Emperor Swallow. The spirit ring at Douluo's feet lit up, and the Jade Scale Snake Emperor behind him opened the snake's mouth and spit out a green venom. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Chu Qin's Scarlet Dragon Shadow collided with Douluo's Jade Scale Snake Emperor in mid-air. The two confronted each other for 10 seconds. Everyone was stunned. How terrifying is this without a spirit ring and resisting title Douluo? However, in the end Ya Lingling was the first to be able to hold it back, causing Chu and Qin's blood dragon to turn green, and was finally defeated by the Jade Scale Snake Emperor of Douluo. Lingling, are you okay? Chu Qin immediately looked at Ya Lingling and asked. Ya Lingling shook her head, I'm sorry Chu Qin, I'm holding back. No, you are already very strong. Chu Qin shook his head. If it were changed to the past, his Azure Dragon would have been killed in seconds in front of Douluo. After all, the Azure Dragon Wuhan didn't have a spirit ring. With Ya Lingling's assistance, Chu Qin was able to compete against title Douluo for 10 seconds. If it were to be a contra, Chu Qin could directly defeat it, or even kill it in seconds. You know, Chu and Qin still have a lot of trump cards, such as the Dragon God transformation. Most importantly, the current Ya Lingling is only at level 40. If her level were higher, Chu Qin felt that Ya Lingling would definitely be a great help for herself. Chu Qin decided that Ya Lingling must stay by her side. Next, Ya Lingling tested the amplification of Zhu Zuking's Nether Cat and Xiaowu's Soft Bone Charm Rabbit, but the effect was far from the abnormal increase of Chu Qin's dragon blood. Chu and Qin's dragon blood increase was initially estimated at 200%, while Zhu Zuking's increase was only about 20%. You know, Chu and Qin are soul sages, and Zhu Zuking is the soul sect. The next day, Chu Qin led Yelingling and others to the Sunset Forest and obtained the fourth spirit ring. Yelingling successfully advanced to level 43. In this way, Chu Qin's team is completely established and can go to the Great Fighting Arena to complete the goddess mission. On this day, Chu Qin summoned 6 women and came to the square of Lanba Academy. The 6 women at this time are all wearing rubber tights, and their bodies are more graceful. Seeing the graceful and enchanting appearance of the 6 women, Chu and Qin felt bliss. He was waiting for this day. Chapter 46, Swekine, 2008. Captain Chu Qin. At this time, Yelingling asked, "You are so powerful, I think you can beat the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition alone." "You are wrong, Lingling." Chu Qin replied, "I won't participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. The dual goddess task of the system is to let him train a team of goddesses to play the Senior Soul Master Elite contest. He naturally can't participate. He has decided, first take down the Great Fighting Arena and put Shui Binger into the goddess team. Then, he has other things to do. Don't forget, even Xiaowu and the others are soul sects. It is impossible for them to defeat Hulina and Xiaoyu who possess martial soul fusion skills." Yet, Ning Rongrong said, "Chu Qin wants to make our sisters stronger. If he participates, we won't have to play. In addition, we should work harder, otherwise, we can't keep up his steps." Rongrong has a point. Xiaowu nodded, "We must work hard to become stronger, and we can't be left behind by him." Duguyan and Meng still nodded at the same time. Yet, Yelingling didn't consciously point out. They are very confident now, the entire Soul Sect team, even the Emperor Do team is nothing more than that. "Then what are we going to do next?" Zhu Zuking asked. "Of course I went to the Great Fighting Soul Arena to train." Chu Qin smiled confidently, "Before participating in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, I want you to get the Golden Fighting Soul team within 1 month. But Chu Qin, in this way, if you don't participate, our team will have 1 less person." Duguyan said. Yan, I already have plans for this." Chu Qin replied with a smile, "Before this, I will make up for this vacancy. However, I will only take action at critical moments." The 6 women said in unison. This is exactly what they hoped to see. They have been letting Chu Qin take action, and they have no chance to improve. Let's go to the Great Fighting Arena first." Just as Chu Qin was about to take the 6 daughters out of the Blue Tyrant Academy, a soul-powered shout came from the door, "Lu Erlong, you come out for me." This spirit power was extremely strong. Chu Qin initially estimated that it was at least above the Contra, so he immediately led the 6 women to the gate of the academy. At this moment, 3 old men in a carriage were standing in front of the college. These 3, 1 tall, 1 short and 1 narrow, all wore the special gilt red robe made by Wuhan Hall. These 3 people are impressively the 3 major education committees of the Tiandu Royal Academy, Menchenji, Bibashan, and Zhilan. Early in the morning, who is yelling at the door of the old lady? Lu Erlong walked out of the Blue Tyrant Academy first, and yelled at Menchenji with a bit of bitterness. "Lu Erlong, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out." Bai Basehan stared at Lu Erlong and pointed at Lu Erlong angrily. "Why didn't I dare to come out?" Lu Erlong said with his arms folded. "Hey, Lu Erlong, your Blue Tyrant Academy is too much." Bai Basehan said angrily, "The Senior Soul Master Elite competition is just around the corner, and we have dug out the Dugagoose and Yelingling from our Emperor fighting team. At the same time, Yu Tianheng it's gone too. It is strange that Yu Tianheng is missing, but the Blue Electric Overlord sect, there is no action there. Naturally, there is no way to find out the dream machine. But Dugagoose and Yelingling are both fighting against the Blue Tyrant Academy, how can this be tolerated? What's wrong with me? Lu Erlong smiled calmly, this leg is on their feet, and your Tiandu Royal Academy does not receive enough treatment, they will naturally come over. Yu Tianheng solitary goose Yelingling is gone. The Emperor fighting team that was the guide to the finals is gone, so we can't reply to your majesty. If you don't give us an explanation today, we will be rude to you today. Meng the divine machine murmured angrily. At the foot of Menchenji, Zhilan, and Bibase Han, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 3 black at the same time, 8 spirit rings were summoned. Humph, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Lu Erlong also summoned a spirit ring of martial arts. However, even after taking the fairy grass given by Chu Qin, Lu Erlong was still at level 77, facing 3 high-level contras, he still couldn't hold it back. Dare to be wild in Qinglong Academy, you have a lot of courage. At this moment, an old voice sounded, and immediately a green shadow fell in front of Lu Erlong, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black and 9 spirit rings flashing under his feet. It is Dugubo. Under the power of Dugubo title Douluo, the 3 men of Menchenji were immediately oppressed. Who are you? Seeing Dugubo, the 3 men of Menchenji were surprised at the same time. The old man's surname is Dugu, and his single name is Bo. Dugubo's eyes condensed, and he smiled with his beard. Poison Douluo, Dugubo. The pupils of the 3 men of Menchenji shrank. Since you know the old man's name, don't you hurry up. Dugubo condensed. Dugubo, why are you here? The 3 men of Menchenji are puzzled. Why did Dugubo appear in this Blue Tyrant Academy? Why, the old man is the consultant of the Blue Tyrant Academy, shouldn't he be here? Dugubo smiled indifferently. Just as the 3 of them were hesitant, a clear and clean young man's voice rang from the carriage. Unexpectedly, the dignified Heaven Do Keking, title Douluo, would actually condescend in this little Blue Tyrant Academy. Hearing this voice, Dugubo and Erlong both cast their eyes on the carriage, the former frowned, this voice is. At this time, the carriage curtain was lifted, and a young man wearing luxurious clothes and full of blonde hair got out of the carriage. This person is well-formed, with clear-cut eyes and straight nose and mouth. He is not unusually handsome, but he is far more delicate than the average man. See His Royal Highness. The Menchenji trio immediately converged the spirit ring of the martial arts, and said to the man. This person is the Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xueqing He. Of course, his true identity is actually, the granddaughter of Jian Daoliu and the Saint Jian Rongxiu of the Elder Hall in the Wuhan Hall. Welcome your Royal Highness. The door guard of the Blue Tyrant Academy said respectfully. Only Dugubo and Lu Erlong were not kneeling, and their faces were not so good. After all, this prince came with the 3 men of dreams, there is nothing good. However, Dugubo and Lu Erlong have already thought about it, and it is absolutely impossible for Duguyan and Yelingling to go back to the Royal Academy. All because of this, Chu Qin called over. His Royal Highness, I didn't expect you to come too. Dugubo smiled at Xueqing He, I haven't seen you for a long time. Under the solitary crown, long time no see, you seem to be much younger. Xueqing He also smiled back. Where? Dugubo deliberately said politely. Dare to ask His Royal Highness, what's the matter when visiting Lanba Academy? Lu Erlong didn't greet him like Dugubo, so he asked bluntly, is it also for Dugagoose and Yelingling? Not bad. Xueqing He nodded, I won't scribble around. Under the crown, Lu Erlong, you are right, they are free to choose which academy. However, you should know that the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition it was jointly organized by the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Star Luo Empire. It is not only a competition, but also a contest between countries. What do you want to say? Lu Erlong said calmly. In the Hall of Souls, the Tiandu Xingluo imperial family has a quota. And the Huangdi team is the one submitted by the emperor himself. If, at this time, the Huangdi team is disbanded, then the team that the Tiandu Empire will send is too bad, it will be inevitable. It will damage the power of Tiandu Kingdom. Don't you think that Tiandu Empire will lose face in front of Star Luo Empire and Wuhan Hall? Xue Qinghe said clearly. Both Du Gubo and Lu Erlong were silent. Xue Qinghe's words have risen to the national level, and they cannot tolerate them to refute. The trio of Menchenji secretly laughed. His Royal Highness, can it be said that the only thing the Heaven Do Empire can fight against is the Emperor Do clan? At this time, a vigorous and young voice sounded. Xue Qinghe, Menchenji, and others followed their prestige and saw Chu Qinzhen walking here with 6 daughters. Seeing Chu Qin, Xue Qinghe's pupils obviously shrank slightly, and the true female voice in her heart secretly said, "This person is so handsome." However, Xue Qinghe quickly calmed down and looked at Chu Qin and asked, "Who are you?" "His Royal Highness, he is the Deputy Dean of our Blue Tyrant Academy, Chu Qin." Lu Erlong said first. "Such a young vice president." Xue Qinghe was slightly startled, then turned to Chu Qindao, "Vice President Chu, what did you just say?" "I've heard it just now." Chu Qin replied, "His Royal Highness, for the sake of Heaven Do Guo's prestige, I want to return to Gugus and Yelingling." "But why must we recommend to the Emperor Do team?" "Hey!" Menchenji coldly snorted, "Who doesn't know that Tiandu Royal Academy is the #1 Tiandu Academy? In addition to my Tiandu Royal Academy, you can find the second one with the entire Soul Sect College." "Haha!" Chu Qin smiled quietly and replied, "Could this education committee think that the Soul Sect is the limit of an elite Soul Master? The Soul Sect is indeed not the limit. But the contestants of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition must not be over 25 years old. Can you still find out the unsuccessful Soul King under 25 years old?" Meng Shenji said coldly. "What if I can find out?" Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth. "Impossible." Bai Basehan replied, "If you can find a Soul King under 25 years old, I..." Just as Bai Basehan was about to make a promise, Xue Qinghe replied, "Well, Bai Education Committee, don't be too arrogant." Chapter 47, Go to the Finals. Tianshui University, 6003. Although she is the 25-year-old Soul Emperor, Xue Qinghe does not believe that the Heaven Do Empire can find the Soul King. To know how good her resources are, the innate soul power is 20th level, the God level Seraph Martial Soul, plus the full support of the Martial Arts Hall. But at this moment, Xue Qinghe suddenly thought of something. "Vice President Chu." Xue Qinghe continued, "Well, if you can find the team that owns the Soul King, I will explain to my father that I can give them the recommended places for the Emperor fighting team. That's what you are waiting for." Chu Qin smiled secretly in his heart. Then Chu Qin turned to Xiaowu behind him and smiled slightly. Xiaowu immediately understood what Chu Qin meant. "Sisters, open the spirit ring." As Xiaowu's voice fell, 4 dazzling spirit rings lighted up under their seductive bodies, and apart from Yelingling, all the 4th spirit rings were 10,000 years spirit rings. "What?" Xue Qinghe, Menchenji, and the others were surprised at the same time. Xiaowu, Ningrongrong, and Zhu Zuqing, how old they seem, they all reached the Soul Sect. "Xiaowu, everyone, introduce yourself to His Royal Highness." Xiaowu, the 44th level Softbone Charm Rabbit Fighting Soul Sect. Ningrongrong, the 44th level 9 Treasure Glazed Glass Pagoda Auxiliary System Soul Sect. Zhu Zuqing, the 44th level Ghost Cat Battle Soul Sect. Yelingling, the 42nd level Dragon Blood Begonia Auxiliary System Soul Sect. Dugagoose, 46th level Jade Scale Snake Battle Soul Sect. Meng Still, the 45th level Snake Rod Fighting Soul Sect. The Menchenji trio were stunned in place. This level configuration is even higher than that of the Huangdi team. "You know, there is still some time before the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and their level can still go further. Especially, their feet are all 10,000 years spirit ring. Yelingling, your martial soul has mutated. Jilin asked in surprise. Yet. Zhilan Education Committee. Yelingling replied the honest person, it was the result of swallowing the fairy grass. Xianko. Shui Qinghe and Menchenji said in shock at the same time. His Royal Highness, how about it? This team is enough to replace the Huangdu team and drive to the finals, right? Chu Qin asked. No. Menchenji cut the railway firmly, although it is the whole Soul sect, there is no Soul King. The corner of Chu Qin's mouth slanted slightly, his feet were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, and the spirit rings lighted up after 5 simulations. What about now? Chu Qin, the 54th level god of extinction spear fighting Soul King. Level 54. The faces of the 3 men of Menchenji were frozen, and Shui Qinghe also looked a little surprised, but no one cared that she secretly showed an evil smile. An hour later, Tianda Great Fighting Soul Arena. Unexpectedly, we would go directly to the finals. Xiaowu bounced and said in surprise. Xiaowu, this is just a promise made by the prince. It's not certain whether we will be recommended. Zhu Zuqing replied. He. Ning Rongrong responded with a smile, but think about Shui Qinghe's performance when he saw that Chu Qin was the Soul King, that face stretched so long, I could laugh all day. The main reason is that Chu Qin concealed his strength. Meng still followed. If Shui Qinghe knew that Chu Qin was a soul sage, I wonder if he would be scared to death on the spot. Ha ha ha. The 6 girls laughed at the same time, and even Zhu Zuqing, who was always cold, couldn't hold back. Okay, don't laugh. Chu Qin said. Chu Qin knew that it was very likely that the Azure Dragon team was escorted. All of this was in his plan. Even if Shui Qinghe didn't come to send assists, Chu Qin would find a way to get Xiaowu and the others to go to the finals. It's great, Shui Qinghe has saved him so much. Worthy of being his future wife. Xiaowu Rongrong is still lingering, bamboo and wild geese, starting today, we will begin training in the great fighting arena. Chu Qin Yuan Judo. Well, good, the women replied confidently. At the same time, Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Emperor Shuiyat, wearing a red gold robe, is playing chess with Ning Fengzi. Your Majesty has superb chess skills, I lost again. Ning Feng sighed. Ha ha ha. Emperor Sui smiled, Sect Master Ning, don't think I can't see it, you are deliberately letting me every time. Where, my chess skill is not as good as your Majesty. Ning Fengzi smiled. Hey, Sword Douluo, Prince Xuexing, did you say Sect Master Ning let me? Shuiye Great Emperor looked at Jian Douluo and Xuexing. Your Majesty has exquisite chess skills, Sect Master Ning is indeed inferior. Xuexing replied. Your Majesty, Sect Master Ning did let your Majesty. Jian Douluo glanced at Ning Fengzi, then smiled back. Prince Xuexing frowned slightly. Ha ha. The Great Sui laughed, come on, Sect Master Ning, let's play the next game upright. Father. At this moment, Shui Qinghe came over. Uncle Emperor, Teacher, Sword Douluo Mianxi didn't expect the 3 of you to be there. Shui Qinghe turned to Ning Fengzi and said with a smile. Qinghe, how are you doing what I told you to do? Shuiye looked at Shui Qinghe and asked, the Lanba Academy, did you send Duguyan and Yelingling back to the Royal Academy? Shui Qinghe shook his head. Shuiye's expression suddenly changed when she heard this, what did you say? Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo glanced at each other, frowning slightly. Father, calm down. Shui Qinghe replied, although Dugagoose and Yelingling were not brought back to the Royal Academy, my son brought good news. What good news? Shuiye asked. Urchin found a team that can only win the finals for his father. Shui Qinghe smiled back. Oh! Shui Ye raised her brows. Next, Shui Qinghe will talk about what happened to the Blue Tyrant Academy once again. Soul King. Shui Ye said slightly excited, Qinghe, Blue Tyrant Academy, there really is a Soul King under 25 years old. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo smiled at each other, they knew that this person must be Chu and Qin undoubtedly. Shui Qinghe nodded, yes. And father, apart from Chu and Qin who is the Soul King, the most surprising thing for the children is that all members of the Azure Dragon team, except Ye Lingling, the fourth ring is a 10,000-year spirit ring. When Shui Ye heard it, there was a complex expression in his eyes, with excitement and anxiety. I heard not long ago that Lanba Academy won the Tiandu Royal Academy Invitational. After a pause, Shui Ye said with joy, it seems that this Lanba Academy is really hidden. Father, Urchin has already agreed to send the Azure Dragon team as a walking team to the finals. Shui Qinghe said with joy when he saw Sui. What? Sui was furious again, Qinghe, are you confused? No matter how strong the Lanba Academy is, Tiandu Royal Academy is the face of the royal family. You will take the Lanba Academy team to the finals, the royal family what's your face? Father, please forgive me. Shui Qinghe knelt and bowed immediately. Qinghe, you have done a little too much of this thing. Prince Shui Xing also followed, do you have any ulterior motives for taking the initiative and recommending the Blue Tyrant Academy to the finals? Hearing this, Ning Fengzi rolled his eyes and said, Your Majesty calms down. I think His Royal Highness did nothing wrong. Yu Tianheng, Tugagoose, and Ye Lingling of the Tiandu Imperial College left one after another. It means that Tiandu is the royal family. The academy has no way of discipline. If the Huangdu team in this situation is allowed to transport to the finals, it will be too ugly to lose on the court, wouldn't it be detrimental to my heavenly power? When Shui Xing heard this, his brow furrowed. He was the steward of Tiandu Royal Academy. Shui Ye only softened slightly when she heard Ning Fengzi's words, Sect Master Ning, in your opinion. Don't hide it from your Majesty. Ning Fengzi replied, I know this Blue Tyrant Academy very well. The little girl Rongrong is a member of the Blue Dragon team. What, Sect Master Ning's daughter is in the Azure Dragon team? Shui Ye asked slightly in surprise. Not bad. Ning Fengzi replied, also, the captain of the Qinglong team, Chu Qin, has a lot to do with me. Shui Ye suddenly felt more relieved. Chu and Qin had a close relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, indicating that Chu and Qin would inevitably support the Heaven Do Empire, and he even felt that the latter might join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. And the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is considered to be the power of the royal family. Sect Master Ning, you continue. The great Emperor Shui Ye continued. This Chukan is extremely talented. Ning Fengzi replied, I think the champion of this Advanced Soul Master Elite competition is none other than Team Qinglong. At that time, Qinglong will win the championship, and he will promote the power of Heaven Doguo. Secondly, let the people feel that your Majesty is generous, and the number of recommended places is based on strength, not selfishness. Your Majesty. Shui Xing hurriedly replied, this Azure Dragon team, after all, belongs to the Blue Tyrant Academy. The Great Sui deliberated for 1 or 2, and then said, let's do it, change the Blue Tyrant Academy to the Royal Blue Dragon Academy, and give the Blue Dragon team a recommended spot. Your Majesty Sheng Ming. Ning Fengzi and Shui Qinghe said at the same time. Shui Yi's move is unattainable. For one thing, it will make people outside think that Team Qinglong is a royal academy, and secondly, it can greatly increase the winning rate of the championship. Only Prince Shui Xing showed a sullen look. Not long after, Heaven Do Palace, Prince's Mansion. His Royal Highness, how can you agree to the Azure Dragon team's admission to the finals? Why does the Heaven Do Empire have such a young soul king? An old man asked towards Shui Qinghe. We don't even know about the Spirit Hall. Shui Qinghe shook his head, looking absent-minded. In her heart, she was still remembering Chu Qin's face, which made her feel a little confused. "Would you like to tell the spirit hall of this matter?" the old man continued. "Otherwise, the subordinates are worried that this high-level spirit master elite competition might change. It's good if something happens. I guessed that Chu and Qin were unusual." Shueking he slanted at the corner of his mouth. "This time the Wuhan Palace team is the apprentice of that woman. If she is in the high-level Soul Master Elite, if the contest is lost, the woman must have no face. Isn't this what I want to see?" Pierced Dolphin Douluo, "You don't have to tell Wuhandian about Chu Qin. But you go find someone and check his origins." "Clear." Subordinates obey. Heaven Do Emperor Capital, Great Fighting Soul Arena. The Great Fighting Soul Arena is the unique arena of the Douluo continent. It is also similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome. It is not here that people and beasts are duel, but people and people. At this moment, within an arena of the Great Arena, the round observatory here can accommodate 2,000 people, and there are no empty seats already seated. All kinds of shouts, screams, rumbling like thunder. Next, Team Agni and Team Azure Dragon are on the stage. Team Agni, but Team All Souls, has won 6 consecutive victories this month, and Team Azure Dragon is a freshman team. Is it the renewal of the legend of Team Agni, or the dark horse of the Azure Dragon team rises? Let us wait and see. Under the host's sound amplifier Soul Guide, the audience's enthusiasm is even higher. Moreover, the voice of the Agni team seems to be very high. All kinds of cheers similar to fire, enthusiasm like fire. When the fire comes out, there will be no grass. Cheers continued to sound. Amidst the cheers, a group of young men and women who had killed Matt's hairstyle stepped onto the ring with great momentum. On Chu and Qin's side, there is a pitiful little attention. Because they are wearing full covering masks, their amazing looks can't be exposed. Humph! A group of souls have robbed us of the limelight. Xiaowu said angrily. Yes. Ning Rongrong pouted, it's really a group of ignorant guys. Xiaowu, Rongrong, after all, we have just arrived. Chu Qin smiled lightly, let's let this group of people see what it means to be the peak. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong nodded at the same time. Under the attention of everyone, the two teams boarded the ring. Hey, where are these little brothers and sisters from? Huo Lai, the captain of the Agni Squadron, couldn't help taunting before the game had begun. In his opinion, there is no suspense in this battle. In the eyes of the strong, there is no weak. You are young, and your whole family is young. Ning Rongrong immediately retorted upon hearing this. I don't know why, she can't stand others saying she is young. Tisk tisk, this sister has a big tone. Huo Lai said with a slanting corner of his mouth, it's just that her chest is a little smaller. You say it again. Ning Rongrong said furiously. Sister, don't be angry. Huo Lai said with a smile, it doesn't matter if your chest is small at your age. No one wants it anyway. Ning Rongrong suddenly became angry, but he was still held back by Meng. Xiaowu's eyes were faintly cold, staring at Huo Lai, full of anger. Ning Rongrong is her best sister. Chu Qin didn't speak for the time being. Because it's slick, it doesn't make people remember. But at this moment, Huo Lai, reluctantly turning to Zhu Zuqing, said, this sister has a big breast. Hearing this, the 6 men and women who killed Matt secretly laughed, this fierce, born a pair of cheap embryos. Ahem. The pretty female commentator on the side couldn't listen anymore, cleared her throat and said, game, start. At the moment when the female narrator's voice fell, a pink figure rushed out on the Azure Dragon team's side, leaped 3 feet, slender beautiful legs, and kicked straight toward Huo Lai's neck. It was Xiaowu who shot. Hey, little sister, how about letting you fight twice? Huo Lai smiled faintly, standing still on the spot. However, in the next moment, Huo Lai, who knew nothing about life and death, finally knew how to write the word dead. I saw that Xiaowu kicked Huo Lai's neck with this leg, and immediately burst out a huge amount of force. Huo Lai, who was 2 meters tall, was kicked out of the ring with his neck crooked, and fell directly to the edge of the ring. At this moment, the other members of the Agni team, as well as the audience in the audience, fell into silence and opened their mouths. What happened just now? Xiaowu just kicked Huo Lai away. Not only that, Xiaowu chose to chase after victory, like a flash of pink lightning, came to Huo Lai, took his legs in both hands, and started spinning at high speed in place. Boss! The members of the fire team finally reacted and rushed towards Xiaowu at the same time. However, as soon as they left, Chu Qin had already arrived in front of them. The next moment Chu Qin's palm was as fast as a gust of wind, knocking 6 people into the air at the same time and rushing out of the ring. Chu Qin still couldn't hold it back. The fire team dared to molest his own woman in front of him. However, Chu Qin didn't care at all. With such a sole sovereign team, except for Ning Rongrong, any woman in her own might be able to beat 7, and it really didn't have much training effect. At the same time, Xiaowu also threw down the ring, which had rotated nearly 100 times, and the latter fell heavily to the ground, with white foam and blood flowing in her mouth. Chu Qin and Xiaowu were extremely fast, and the audience felt as if the host had just called for the start of the game, and the fire team had all been defeated. When they reacted, there was a burst of thunderous applause. Team Agni was killed by a spike. Or were they killed by the 2 members of Team Azure Dragon? Oh my god, what is the origin of this Azure Dragon team? Xiaowu, thank you. Ning Rongrong walked to Xiaowu's side. Which one of us and whom? Xiaowu smiled back, how about it, aren't you angry? Ning Rongrong smiled and nodded. At this time, the host finally reacted, shouting loudly, congratulations, Team Qinglong won. It seems that this big battle arena team competition is much easier than I thought. Let's keep working hard. Chu Qin looked at the girls with a smile. For the next month, Chu Qin will bring the Azure Dragon team to the Great Fighting Soul Arena every day. In the blink of an eye, a month later, Chu and Qin were only 1 game away to obtain the qualification of the Golden Fighting Spirit. At this time, in a closed room in the Great Arena. Supervisor, this Azure Dragon team has won 30 consecutive victories, a middle-aged man groaned toward the supervisor who was sitting on the side. During this time, the rich players have all placed heavy bets on the Azure Dragon team. If this continues, our Great Fighting Soul Arena will close soon. Damn it, the old man said angrily when he heard the words, have you found out the origin of this Azure Dragon team? Can't find it. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, these people's whereabouts are too mysterious. Is the team we invited here? The old man paused, frowning. Already here. They are the Golden Fighting Soul team of the Tian Shui Great Fighting Arena, and the Ice Phoenix team of the Tian Shui Academy, the middle-aged man replied. Tian Shui College, is the Tian Shui College where all women are? The old man said with a cold expression. Not bad, the middle-aged man replied, no way, director. In the entire Tiandu Empire, only Tian Shui Academy is among the best among the civilians. Other academies are not short of money. With this Tian Shui Academy, we are all in trouble. I just invited here. But the supervisor, don't worry, although Tian Shui Academy is a women's team, they have not been defeated since they entered the battlefield. Not to mention. The middle-aged man lowered his voice and said to the old man. Okay, it's them. The old man heard the words, and said at the corner of his mouth, give me 5 million gold soul coins on them. I want to win back all losses at once. Yes. The Great Arena, the main venue. The main venue at this moment is full of voices. Coming soon is the biggest dark horse in the history of the Great Fighting Arena, the Azure Dragon team. And their opponent, known as the strongest women's team in the history of the great fighting arena, the Ice Phoenix team. Qinglong. Qinglong. Hearing the name of Team Qinglong, all the audience was boiled. Compared with a month ago, the Qinglong team has become famous. Because of this month, the Azure Dragon team can be said to be invincible, giving them too many shocks and miracles. The appearance is the pinnacle. The Ice Phoenix team came from Tianshui City, not famous in Tiandu City. Moreover, up to now, except for Ye Lingling and Zhu Zuqing, the other 5 members of the Azure Dragon team have never revealed their spirit rings. It's no wonder that the Great Fighting Soul Arena is a place to bet on fate, so how could it be possible for a soul master above the soul sect to come here? Therefore, it is difficult for Chu and Qin to reveal their full strength. Ice Phoenix team. Hearing this name, Chu Qin's pupils shrank slightly and looked across the ring. Hey, they are all women too. Meng was still surprised. I saw that on the opposite side of them, 7 beautiful figures also appeared. These 7 people were not only tall and exquisite, but also exuding an indescribable temperament. Even if you cover your face with a mask, you can see that their looks are different from ordinary people. Of course, the 7 are still slightly inferior to Ning Rongrong's woman. I am afraid that only the woman standing in the middle can be compared with the 6 women of Chu and Qin. The figure of this woman is not particularly tall, but the temperament is extraordinary, and the proportion of the body is very perfect. Keep your chest tall and draw your buttocks, be waist beautiful lock. She was wearing a light blue long skirt with 2 slender legs exposed. On those legs, no trace of impurities could be seen. Instead, her silk stockings added a few attractive gestures to her. Especially her eyes, showing a faint blue color, shimmering like a sapphire. Hello. At this moment, the woman in the middle stepped forward and smiled politely at Chu Qin, captain of the Ice Phoenix team. Ice and water are all. Ice water is the same color, it really is Shui Binger. Hearing this, Chu Qin smiled even more. Captain of the Qinglong team. Jade-faced Qinglong. Okay. Shui Binger nodded lightly and returned to the middle of the team, and Chu Qin also walked to the middle of the Qinglong team. Sisters. Shui Binger said, this battle will be won. Sure victory. The rest of the Tian Shui team nodded, and the spirit ring under their feet lit up. The soul sect with all yellow, purple and purple soul rings. It is worth mentioning that the Great Fighting Soul Arena is different from the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and there is no age limit. Therefore, there is naturally a difference between this Tian Shui team and the one that participated in the Elite competition. Except for Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu, the other 4 are all students who graduated from the previous generation of Tian Shui College. This battle is the most interesting battle in this month. Chu Qin said with a smile, Lingling, Rongrong, follow me back. The wild goose is in the center, and the little dance of Zuqing is still there. You are the main force of output. In the past month, all I have encountered have been Xiao Zioxi, and little improvement has been made to Xiao and the others. Therefore, Chu Qin will not let go of this opportunity. Yes. After hearing the words, the women stood in the order of 3 to 3. Open the spirit ring. Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth. Hearing that, Xiaowu and the others unfolded the spirit ring at the same time. Except for Ye Lingling, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Everyone else has 2 yellows, 1 purple and 1 black. What? The first time I saw the spirit ring configuration of the Qinglong team, the audience and the Tian Shui team were all shocked. Especially the 4th 10,000-year spirit ring, they had never seen it before, not to mention that now so many 10,000-year spirit rings appeared at the same time, everyone was stunned. It seems that the opponent is very strong, but we can't lose. Shui Binger frowned, but said calmly, let's take the initiative. Chapter 48, Shrek Academy is here, 8004 words. First soul skill frozen. At the moment when Shui Binger's wonderful sound fell, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing and Meng, still in the front row of the Qinglong team, had an extra ice crystal on their bodies at the same time, and they were directly sealed by Shui Binger. At the same time, the second spirit ring under Shui Binger's feet lit up, and all the members of the Ice Phoenix team were covered with a layer of blue armor. So strong! Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling said in surprise at the same time. Can Shui Binger not only seal the opponent, but also improve the attributes of his teammates? Immediately afterwards, Shui Yuer took the other two agile attack team members Yushun and Yuling, like a blue lightning rushing in front of the Xiaowu trio. They wanted to instantly defeat the enemy. However, they ignored the existence of the lone geese, and saw the third spirit ring at the feet of the lone geese lit up, and some purple toxins immediately enveloped the three of Shui Yuer. Be careful! Shui Yuer was slightly startled, and immediately avoided the lone geese's attack. At the same time, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing and Meng are still three daughters, and they also used their own soul power to break the ice of Shui Binger. Jubeo transfers Li Yulai, the second said, speed. 9 treasures are transferred out of Li Yulai, and the third said, soul power. Dragon blood enhancement. Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling immediately seized this opportunity to use the 9 treasure glazed glass pagoda and the dragon blood enhancement boost. With the increase of the 2 of Ning Rongrong, the speed of the 3 daughters of Xiaowu reached the extreme. They turned from defense to offense, and attacked the 3 of Shui Yuer. The water has spirit, the first soul ability, the water protects. The ice has spirit, the first soul ability, ice bless. At the same moment, behind Shui Binger, 2 members of the Ice Phoenix team. The blue scepter in his hand burst into light, and the 6 blue rays of light poured into the bodies of Shui Yuer 3. The water scepter and the ice scepter are obviously also 2 auxiliary type martial souls. Although they are not comparable to Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling's increase, the 2 auxiliary type spirit masters of the Ice Phoenix team are both elderly people. Soul power reached level 46, 2 levels higher than Xiaowu, and 4 levels higher than Ye Lingling. Therefore, under the simultaneous increase of the 2, the speed of the 3 Shui Yuer is no less than that of the 3 Xiaowus. The Dugagoose and Shui Binger are equivalent in strength. Although the latter's spirit power is weaker than the former, the Ice Phoenix is the top beast spirit. The Dugagoose's green scale snake has not yet evolved into the green scale snake emperor. But the Ice Phoenix. Therefore, the 2 teams were evenly matched for a while. 10 wonderful women are fighting each other on the stage, fighting hard, making the audience feel blood boiled. And the narrator is getting more and more excited, and in the end he can't breathe. Sisters, it seems that I can't move a little bit of Kung Fu, it's not enough. Xiaowu, as the captain in the true sense, smiled slightly. Good. Zhu Zuqing men still nodded at the same time. 4th spirit ability Invincible Real Body. 4th spirit ability Netherworld 100 Prison Slash. 4th soul skill Spirit Snake Hole Hunting. At the same moment, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing and Meng still, the 4th 10,000-year spirit ring lighted up at the same time. In an instant, 3 dazzling black lights illuminated the entire arena of the Arena of Souls. The 3 women were like snakes and rabbits, and they generally rushed towards the Shui Yuer 3 at the same time. As far as Xiaowu's advantage is, these 10,000 years spirit ring is an absolute advantage. With the blessing of the 10,000 years spirit ring, the 3 women at this moment have more than doubled their attack and speed. Not good. Shui Yuer exclaimed, they know this trick is invincible. Yuer, come back. Shui Binger frowned, then turned to Shuiwu behind. Shuiwu, get ready. Shuiwu immediately nodded when she heard the words, and then began to dance on the spot. At the same time, the 3rd spirit ring under Shui Binger's feet lit up, the 3rd spirit ability, Resist the Ice Ring. At the same moment, the 2 auxiliary spirit masters of the Ice Phoenix team turned their attribute increase to Shui Binger's body. With this increase, a huge ring of ice lighted up at Shui Binger's feet, and Xiaowu Zhu Kingmen's still attack was unexpectedly bounced off by this ring of ice. This Ice Phoenix team is so flexible. Yes. 3 10,000-year spirit abilities, didn't even defeat the opponent immediately. Chu Qin also nodded slightly. Indeed, compared with the well-trained team of Tian Shui College, the three daughters of Xiaowu lacked tacit understanding and cooperation. What's more, Chu Qin looked at Shuiwu who was dancing on the spot. He knew that Shui Bing'er was still hiding a killer move. But Chu Qin couldn't make a move. This was only Team Tian Shui. Xiaowu and the others had to pass this level if they wanted to win the champion of the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament. Sure enough, after popping the three daughters of Xiaowu away, the 4 spirit rings at Shui Bing'er's feet lit up at the same time, and then she turned gorgeously and came to Shuiwu's side, standing back to back with the latter. Martial Soul Fusion Skill Frozen Snow. As soon as this move was performed, the huge arena of souls was instantly shrouded in ice, and snowflakes floated in the arena. Seeing this scene, not only the onlookers, but the 6 Xiaohua girls were all surprised. Everyone, gather together! Xiaowu immediately ordered, and at the same time the 4th spirit ring at the feet of Dugagoose lit up. 4th spirit ability, Green Scale Snake. But see, a giant green scale snake coiled around, protecting the 4 of Xiaowu in the snake's body. At this time, the seemingly gentle snowflake suddenly bloomed with sharp cold light, like a sharp blade, and began to knock down towards the green scale snake. At this moment, you can hear the crisp and sharp sound like a metal hit. But the lone goose is supporting the green scale snake, which looks very difficult, and the falling snowflakes seem to be extremely powerful. Ning Rongrong immediately increased the attributes of the Dugagoose. What's so? The twisty green scale snake gradually became illusory. Team Qinglong. At this time, seeing that Team Qinglong was in trouble, Shui Bing'er said softly, "Sorry, I had to do it, we have a reason to win. If you give up now, I can't hurt you." This Shui Bing'er is indeed a kind person. Chu Qin secretly said in his heart. Wait, why does she say there is a reason to win? Hey, it's not always true who wins and loses. Xiaowu replied. She has always had the kind of unwillingness to admit defeat, how could she surrender? Yes. Ning Rongrong also followed, until the end, the outcome will be known. With that said, Ning Rongrong cast a pitiful look at Chu Qin. Her eyes were very clear. Chu Qin, save us, we don't want to lose. Chu Qin just responded with a smile. Humph. Seeing that Chu and Qin were indifferent, Ning Rongrong returned an unhappy look. What to do? Shui Bing'er secretly said in her heart, once the Ice Phoenix is activated, they will definitely be injured. But, alas! After Shui Bing'er's ideological struggle, an Ice Phoenix lighted up behind her, and her original power began to infuse her martial soul fusion skills. The next moment, under Shui Bing'er's soul power, all the snowflakes condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally formed a huge ice phoenix high in the sky. At the same time, the temperature of the ring suddenly dropped, and Xiaowu and their hair were covered with a layer of frost visible to the naked eye. It's Ice Phoenix. What skill is this? Onlookers were all surprised. Team Qinglong, I will ask you again, do you admit defeat? Shui Bing'er asked. Oh, it seems that Xiaowu and the others have reached their limit. Chu Qin finally sighed, and then a blue light burst out quietly on his fist. In the next instant, the ice phoenix above their heads broke apart at this moment and turned into countless ice balls. At the same time, a bright brilliance surged out of Chu Qin's body. The light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't help covering their eyes. But when they reacted, the 7 members of the Ice Phoenix team had already disintegrated their spirit rings, and were half kneeling on the ground. What happened? How did the Ice Phoenix team lose? At this moment, the Ice Phoenix team was very surprised. Just now they only felt that time had stopped, and a cyan light and shadow flashed in front of them, and all the spirit rings disintegrated. Only Shui Binger, she stared closely at Chu Qin's direction. She has always been thoughtful, and no one noticed it just now, but she saw a weird radiance burst out of Chu Qin's palm, and then the Ice Phoenix team was defeated. At this moment, Chu Qin was looking at Shui Binger with a smile. Fa, what happened? The host was also stunned in shock, and when he reacted, he picked up the amplified soul guide and shouted, "A member of the Ice Phoenix team, why did they suddenly fall to the ground? Referee, we lost." Shui Binger stared at Chu Qin for a few seconds, then turned to the host and said, there was unwillingness and helplessness in his words. Breaking through her martial soul fusion skills in an instant, how much strength is needed to do this? This jade-faced blue dragon is hidden so deep. Hearing this, the other members of Tian Shui College turned out to have rosy eyes. Give up. Okay, congratulations to the Qinglong team for this victory. In addition, with the accumulation of the Qinglong team's winning streak in this game, the Qinglong team successfully promoted to the Golden Fighting Soul team. Qinglong! Qinglong! After a short silence, the audience shouted loudly and applauded like thunder. Detected that the Azure Dragon team has been promoted to the Golden Fighting Soul team. Get 100% favorability of the Goddess of Water Ice, with the Ice Sword Soul Bone attached. At the same time, the system prompts the sound. Not long after, in the Great Colosseum Lounge, Ning Rongrong, holding the golden trophy excitedly, walked in. Chu Qin, we have won the Golden Fighting Soul team. Ning Rongrong said with a smile, isn't there any more training then? What do you mean, Rongrong? Before Chu Qin spoke, Xiaowu said first, sitting on the table, if Chu Qin didn't make the move, we would have lost. It can be clearly heard that Xiaowu's words are somewhat unwilling. Starting from today, I will work harder. Zhu Zuqing also pouted, not convinced. Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, you can't say that. Chu Qin stroked her head and smiled softly, you just saw it too. Many of the Ice Phoenix team are soul masters over 30 years old. No matter how big it is normal to lose. And this month, you have worked very hard, don't tire yourself out. Well, Chu Qin, what you said makes sense. Xiaowu smiled and nodded. Chu Qin, anyway, our training this month is considered complete. Duguyan said, can I prepare for the celebration party? Right, barbecue, barbecue. Ning Rongrong said excitedly. Well, we are going to prepare a barbecue feast tonight. Chu Qin hugged them and nodded, you guys wait for me here first, I have something to do, go out first. It is good. After speaking, Chu Qin walked out of the lounge alone and came to a remote corner, at the same time Dugubo's figure appeared here. Dugubo, check it out, why did Tian Shui College come to the Tianda Great Fighting Soul Arena? Chu Qin asked. Just now, Shui Binger said that she had a reason to win. Chu Qin was very puzzled, so he asked Dugubo to secretly investigate. Subordinates heard it. Dugubo replied, it was Aoba, the director of the Tianda Great Fighting Arena, who invited them over with a lot of money. And Tian Shui Academy seems to have some changes. They recruited civilians and aroused some nobles. The academy's hostility, so they desperately need a sum of money. Chu Qin suddenly realized that no matter which world he was in, the common people would never be able to beat the nobles. In addition, they seem to have been designed by the Arena of Souls. What kind of treaty they have signed, they are in a very bad situation. What treaty? Chu Qin continued frowning. This subordinate doesn't know. Dugubo shook his head. Okay, I get it. When Chu Qin heard this, he had a plan in his heart. If it wasn't for their Qinglong team's sharp edge, Shui Binger would not have been invited here to create a frame. What's more, Shui Binger is his wife, and Chu and Qin are in charge of this matter. Heaven Do Great Arena, in a luxurious suite. Lost, lose, 5 million gold soul coins. The old man called Ao angrily overturned the table in front of him. Supervisor, let the supervisor calm down. The middle-aged man under his command knelt on the ground tremblingly. Quiet your anger. Quit your mother's anger. Aoba said furiously, Li Dekai, what did you tell me? Say that Tian Shui College has martial arts fusion skills, saying that they will definitely win. Supervisor, I don't know this. Li Dekai replied, at the last moment, no one knows what happened in the ring. The subordinates are really right. If it is wrong, it is at Tian Shui College. By the way, Director Ao, Tian Shui College has signed a treaty with us. If they lose, they will all stay and serve you as slaves. Li Dekai thought of something and smiled quietly. Humph, what do I want them to do? Aoba said angrily. The women of Tian Shui Academy are all very watery and beautiful. If we secretly sell them to those royal family members in the palace, high-ranking officials and nobles, think about it, the soul-class youth girl, it must be worth a fortune. Hey, it's interesting. Aoba's mouth slanted, and his color heart gradually rose. Take me to see, this batch of goods is not worth 5 million gold soul coins. At this time, the great arena, in a closed room. I'm sorry everyone, I was the one who caused you. Shui Binger said guiltily towards the other members of the Tian Shui team. Binger, you are not to blame. It was originally we discussed together to come to this big arena. Yu Ling replied. However, are we really going to sell ourselves to the great fighting soul arena? This group of beasts actually moved their hands and feet on the contract. Shuiwu said angrily. Selling oneself in the great fighting arena, do you want to stay in the great fighting arena for the rest of your life and play for them? Shuiwu frowned. You are too innocent. Yoshuan sighed, who is Li Dekai, he is naturally so cheap, he won't let us off easily. Or, let's run. Shui Binger shook his head and sighed, the two soul emperors guarding us outside, we can't run away. What's more, if Shui and Rira are still in their hands. For this plan, we can only hold them first. The instructor of the Tiandu Imperial Academy, Nanfang Gonghundi, is an old friend of our teacher, so we can contact him if we find a way. Supervisor, all inside. At this moment, a wretched voice sounded outside the door. Then Aoba and Li Dekai walked in from outside the door. Seeing these two people, Shui Binger and others immediately became vigilant. Aoba saw Shui Binger and the others' looks, his eyes suddenly brightened, and his anger disappeared a lot. You are the Ice Phoenix team, right? Aoba Yu asked. Yeah. Shui Binger nodded. Humph. Aoba said angrily, do you know that Lao Tzu pressed 5 million gold soul coins on you? Unexpectedly, you lost to Team Azure Dragon. How do you plan to compensate for these 5 million? Director Ao. Shui Binger said with a cold expression, you suppressed 5 million, it has nothing to do with us. We said before, we can get 1 million gold soul coins if we win, we lose. If you lose, you will sell yourself, right? Aoba said coldly, then sell yourself. Obviously, if we lose, we won't take a penny. Selling yourself is your hands and feet. Shui Yu said angrily, shameless. When we go out, we must expose the shady scene of your big battlefield. For nothing, don't talk nonsense. Aoba took out the contract and said, this is written in black and white. Shui Yu couldn't bear it, her palm flew out, trying to tear the contract, but when she did it, she was held tightly by Aoba's palm. Seeing this scene, Shui Binger and others were furious, and wanted to do something with Aoba. However, the next moment, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 3 blacks directly under Aoba's feet, and 7 spirit rings light up. Surprisingly, Aoba is actually a soul saint. As soon as the power of the soul saint came out, Shui Binger and others were all repelled by the soul power. Do you think that opening a big battlefield in Tiandu City, can it be done without strength? Aoba smiled quietly, just your small soul sex, in front of me, don't insult yourself. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger and the others showed despair and withdrew their attack. Their power, in front of the Soul Saint, is simply vulnerable. Are you their captain? Aoba smiled triumphantly and said to Shui Binger when he saw the women's soft clothes. Hey! Shui Binger nodded. Very good, give you two choices. Aoba replied, first, sell your body, second, torture, then sell your body. Shui Binger bit her teeth tightly, her eyes were rosy, and she couldn't speak. Upon seeing this, Aoba shook his palm lightly, and Shui Yuer suddenly made a sharp and tragic noise. Hey! Aoba smiled faintly. Stop! Shui Binger gritted his teeth and said with ruddy eyes, we choose the first one. Very good. Aoba slanted his mouth, released Shui Yuer, and then said quietly, take off your clothes. What? Hearing this, Shui Binger and the others were furious. You guys from the ivory tower. Aoba didn't seem to care about the anger of the people. Do you know what it means to sell yourself? It means that everything about you is already mine. I have to verify whether you are being spoiled. Royal clan, don't spoil the woman. Shui Binger's body trembled, and when people naturally understood the meaning of this sentence, all eyes were flushed. They are all geniuses, how could they have suffered such humiliation? Hurry up, let me do it. Aoba smiled coldly, I know that your instructor is the Soul Emperor, but there is a Soul Emperor in a small amount, here, it will be your den from now on. Don't even think about going out for the rest of your life. Hey, the Soul Saint is amazing. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded faintly behind Aoba. Aoba and Li Dekai were shocked immediately. They turned around and saw that an old and a young man appeared behind them at some unknown time. The two of them were Chu Qin and Douluo. Shui Binger and the others all looked at Chu and Qin with surprise. Especially Shui Binger, her eyes are full of excitement. Aoba glanced in horror at the two Soul Emperors who fell on the ground at the door, and said in horror, who are you guys, dare to come here to run wild? However, Chu Qin didn't pay attention to his meaning, glanced at the corner of his eyes, Douluo immediately understood, and a jade bead manifested in his palm. King Kong Lion, possess. Aoba was surprised, and immediately summoned his martial soul. However, Douluo smiled faintly, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black under his feet, and 9 spirit rings lit up. Title Douluo. Shui Binger and the others were all taken aback. Aoba swallowed and hurriedly said, my Angxia, I don't know where to offend my Angxia, and I hope my Angxia will spare my life. Hey! Douluo smiled faintly, and a green snake shadow rushed out of his palm. I saw that the speed of the blue scale snake shadow was extremely fast, and it broke through Aoba's body protection spirit power at once, causing him to die on the spot. At the same time, dead, there is Li Dekai. A Soul Saint, in front of title Douluo, was simply vulnerable. Seeing this scene, Shui Binger and the others were all shocked. They looked at Chu Qin and Douluo with complex expressions at a loss. This man, why does it seem to have some kind of attraction to me? Shui Binger secretly said in his heart. Don't be afraid. Chu Qin took the initiative to say, we are here to save you. Save us. Shui Wu and others looked at Chu Qin with some surprise. Are you? Shui Binger asked Chu Qin and Douluo, holding back the throbbing in his heart. Shui Binger was shocked, title Douluo would actually rescue them. Binger. At this moment, Chu Ruo Shui and Yu Hero, the two women walked in from outside the door. Are you O Shui, Hai Ro? Seeing that his teammates were safe, Shui Binger and others finally let go of their hearts. Chu Ruo Shui and Yu Hero first glanced at Aoba who fell on the ground in surprise, and then asked Shui Bing'er and the others, "Bing'er, you are all right?" "We're all right." Shui Bing'er shook his head. "If Shui Hero, is it possible that you invited these two benefactors?" Churuo Shui shook his head. "We were also rescued by Lord Chu and Dugu." Hearing this, Shui Bing'er and others walked to Chu Qin and Dugubo gratefully. "Thank you for your help from the two benefactors." With that said, they have to kneel down. However, as soon as their knees were bent, and Dugubo's spirit power swept away, they couldn't kneel down. "You don't need to kneel down," Chu Qin said. "No." Shui Wu shook his head. "If there were no suns and crowns, we would have already." Shui Wu thought. She trembled, a little scared. "You shouldn't stay here for a long time," Chu Qin said with a smile. "Let's leave here first, and then slowly explain to you." After speaking, Chu Qin took them to a restaurant next to him. After some conversation, "Shui Bing'er, since you are genius students of Tian Shui College, how come you come to the Tiandu Great Fighting Arena?" Chu Qin asked with slight doubts. "Aoba framed." "Master Chu, this is a long story." Shui Bing'er sighed. "Because our Tian Shui Academy has always been open to civilians, and we have been oppressed by those high-threshold aristocratic academies. Our original academy was designed by gangsters and taken over. Our mentor led us to rebuild the academy, but the reconstruction of the academy requires a lot of money, so we came to the Great Fighting Soul Arena." Shui Bing'er sighed. "It just so happens that Li Dekai of the Tiandu Great Fighting Arena, we hired a team with a lot of money, saying that they were coming to defeat the Qinglong team, so we came here. Unexpectedly." "Oh." The women sighed again and again. "You are so stupid," Chu Qin said. "For this amount of funds, I almost got myself in." Chu Qin's heart ached. "My wife, just for this little thing, almost took herself in. Neither did we expect that this Aoba is so vicious." Shui Bing'er lowered her head in shame, tears streaming out of her eyes. Chu Qin felt even more heartbroken when he saw this, took out a handkerchief and handed it to Shui Bing'er. "Thank you, Master Chu." Shui Bing'er took the handkerchief and wiped away tears. "Then what do you plan to do in the future?" Chu Qin continued to ask. "We will continue to raise funds," Shui Bing'er said with firm eyes. "Tian Shui College must not be destroyed in our hands." Chu Qin heard this and took out a gold card from the soul guide container. "This card has 1 million gold soul coins, you can use it." "Ah!" Shui Wu, Shui Yu and the others were all startled when they heard this. "No, we can't ask for this money, Lord Chu." Shui Bing'er paused and retorted, "You have saved our lives. We are already grateful. If we ask for your money again, we will feel uneasy." "Funds. Let's think of a solution again." The women said in unison. The corner of Chu Qin's mouth slanted slightly when he heard the words, "I know that you are in urgent need of this fund, otherwise it is impossible to be so impatient. Take it, even if I compensate you." "Hey? Lost it to us?" Shui Bing'er was slightly surprised. "It's true that I am the captain of the Qinglong team." Chu Qin smiled slightly. "I defeated you personally. It is considered that I broke your financial path and hurt you." Shui Bing'er and the others were taken aback when they heard the words, and then Shui Bing'er quickly said, "It turns out that you are a jade-faced blue dragon. No wonder I think you are a bit familiar. However, it is true that we are not as skilled as others. How can you say that you hurt us?" Shui Wu and Shui Bing'er nodded at the same time. "Let's do it then." Seeing Shui Bing'er and the others insist on doing so, Chu Qin smiled slightly. "I lent you this money to Tian Shui Academy. When you get rich, it's not too late to return it to me." Shui Bing'er and the others suddenly fell into hesitation and thinking, and finally Shui Bing'er nodded and said, "Then I will write you an IOU." "No need for IOU." Chu Qin shook his head. "Just remember, Mr. Chu, don't say thank you for your great grace." Shui Binger said seriously towards Chu Qin, but I don't know one thing, why do you want to help us? Do you still need a reason to do good deeds? Chu Qin smiled indifferently, you should get the gold soul coins quickly and go to rebuild the academy. Thank you, Master Chu. The women said in unison. Douluo, send Shui Binger and the others back to Tian Shui College safely for me. Chu Qin turned to Douluo and said. Yes. Douluo nodded gently. After speaking, Chu Qin smiled slightly, then got up and left. Master Chu, dare to ask your identity. Shui Binger stopped Chu Qin. Lanba Academy, Deputy Dean. Chu Qin said with a smile, Shui Binger, if you want, you can come to Lanba Academy to find me. Shui Binger heard the words, and his heart was pounding. At this moment, she especially wanted to promise Chu Qin to stay. But Shui Binger knew that he had to send the funds back to Tian Shui College first. Chu Qin didn't deliberately keep Shui Binger, after all, that would make Shuiwu and the others feel that Chu Qin had ulterior motives. But Chu Qin was sure that Shui Binger would definitely come to him. Seeing Chu Qin's leaving figure, Shui Binger and others were extremely grateful. They knew that they would never forget Chu Qin in their lives. 3 days later. Blue Bowl Academy, at the door. Under the scorching sun, a group of people walked side by side towards the Blue Tyrant Academy. There are about 10 people, old and young. These 10 people were Shrek Academy mentors headed by Flanders Xiaowu, an Oscar of Dai Mubai, Tang San Mahung Jun, and a middle-aged man with a short head. This middle-aged man was Yu Xiaogang impressively. Dushan is really big this day. Oscar exclaimed. He has never been to such a bustling city in his life. Hey, I don't know if the Gulan girl here is beautiful or not, with so many long legs walking along the way, my evil fire can hardly be suppressed. Ma Hung-jun smiled quietly. When Flander heard the words, he couldn't help but give Ma Hung-jun a white look. Ma Hung-jun, we are here for the first time, you'd better be honest with me. If you make me ashamed in front of the Dean of the Blue Bowl Academy, be careful that I am your tool for venting evil fire. Ma Hung-jun suddenly got tight and closed his mouth obediently. Tang San, what's the matter with you? You seem to be sullen. After that, Flender looked at Tang San and asked. Dean, why are we coming to Blue Tyrant Academy? Tang San asked. Didn't you say that you want to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Flender asked. But, why do you have to come to Blue Tyrant Academy? Tang San frowned. It's the Dean, why not go to the Xingluo Royal Academy that I recommend, I have a way. Dai Mubai followed. Tang San and Dai Mubai knew that there were people they hated in this Blue Tyrant Academy. Chu and Qin are all here, not to mention the Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Flanders said halfway, glanced at Yu Xiaogang, and stopped talking. Tang San, Dai Mubai. Yu Xiaogang said, I know you have always had a grudge against Chu Qin. But, isn't this because of your jealousy? Chu Qin is more talented than you, popular in all respects. Both are better than you. But because of this, I support the Dean even more in choosing Lanba Academy. Because your grievances against Chu and Qin will turn into a driving force to move forward. I see, teacher, master. Yu Xiaogang is worthy of being a master of theory, and his mouth is not covered with skill. A few words made Tang San and Dai Mubai silent. Flander. Then, Yu Xiaogang turned to Flander. Along the way, every time you talk about the Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, you don't say it. Come on, who is this mysterious Dean? She. Flander stopped talking. Chapter 49, Yu Xiaogang is desperate. Hey, Dean, did we go wrong? Zhao Waoqi asked the words Qinglong Academy as he looked at the door. Impossible. Flender hurriedly answered with a smile, this Qinglong Academy, I have been here several times. Flander, say, who is the Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang asked aggressively, is it her? Hearing this, Flender's smile solidified, and then he sighed, yes, it's her. Really? Yu Xiaogang frowned, her emotions on her face very complicated. President, who is it? Zhao Waoqi couldn't help asking. Lu Erlong. Flender was silent for a while before squeezing out the name. Lu Erlong, everyone was surprised. Yu Xiaogang looked even more dazed. Dean, if I guessed correctly, Senior Lu Erlong and the teacher should have a lot to do with each other. Tang San frowned and asked. Yet. Flander nodded. Flander, stop talking. Yu Xiaogang hurriedly said. No, I want to say. Flander said firmly, only in this way can you face her. You should know the golden triangle. In addition to me, there is Xiaogang, the other is Lu Erlong, and Lu Erlong is also Xiaogang's lover. Next, Flender talked about him, Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong's relationship, and Lu Erlong's life experience. Unexpectedly, Aunt Erlong is such an infatuated person. Oscar sighed, I don't hesitate to be expelled from the sect, but I have to fall in love with the master. Yes, teacher. Tang San nodded, I think you shouldn't run away. Aunt Erlong, I have devoted my life for you, so love you, but you choose to avoid her, this is a man who lives up to it. Responsible performance. Tang San, do you really think so? Yu Xiaogang asked in silence for a while. Xiao San is right. Flender answered, Xiaogang, you shouldn't run away. Sister Erlong always remembers you. It's a cowardly behavior if you run away again. This time we only come here to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, the second thing is to relieve the knot between you and Sister Erlong. Yes, Master, don't let me look down on you, Zhao. Zhao Waoqi followed. Yu Xiaogang thought about it for a while before finally saying, well, Boss Fu, Xiaosan, I will face and accept Erlong. Great. All Flanders smiled. Boss Fred. Just at this moment, a beautiful voice sounded. Everyone looked at the sound, and saw a hot figure wearing a black armor, who walked out of the Blue Tyrant Academy. It was Lu Erlong. Sister Erlong, long time no see. Flender was excited and directly shouted. Yet. Lu Erlong replied with a smile, but her smile quickly solidified for a moment, and she discovered the existence of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang also saw Lu Erlong, and was stunned, staring straight at Lu Erlong, and shouted with excitement, "Tu, Long!" Tang San, Dai Mubai and others were also taken aback. The peerless beauty in front of him was Lu Erlong. At the same age, why did Yu Xiaogang and Flanders grow old while Lu Erlong stayed young? Seeing Lu Erlong's stunning appearance, Yu Xiaogang strengthened his mind. The love of beauty, everyone has it, saints are no exception, let alone Yu Xiaogang? Yu Xiaogang's heart rekindled his desire for love. So, he smiled and walked towards Lu Erlong. However, what surprised everyone was that Lu Erlong ignored Yu Xiaogang at all, walked to Flander easily and naturally, and asked with a smile, "Boss Fred, you are not staying at Shrek Academy, why are you here?" Flander was surprised when he heard the words, and then pointed at Yu Xiaogang with a smile and said, "Erlong, who do you think I brought you?" Lu Erlong didn't even look at Yu Xiaogang, and then asked, "Boss Fu, don't sell it, what do you do in my Lanba Academy?" Lu Erlong's indifference immediately broke Yu Xiaogang's heart. When Flander heard the words, he smiled and replied, "Sister Erlong, is this the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament about to begin? My Shrek is not eligible to participate, so I want to borrow this treasure from the Blue Blaster Academy to use it." Unexpectedly, you, the Blue Tyrant Academy, changed your name to Qinglong Academy. "Boss Fu, I'm sorry." Lu Erlong smiled and said, "I want you to join the Qinglong Academy. I can't make the decision. I have to ask my man." "What?" Hearing this, Tang San, Flanders and others were all taken aback. As soon as Yu Xiao's pupil opened, his body softened, and he almost fell to the ground. His heart was completely broken, piece by piece. Just now, Yu Xiao ignited a longing for Lu Erlong, now she is desperate. The most terrible thing in life is not despair, but giving you hope and despair again. Yu Xiaogang didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Lu Erlong had a new love. Flanders took a long sigh of relief, glanced at Yu Xiaogang, and replied in disbelief, Erlong, do you have a man? Yet. Lu Erlong smiled. After receiving Lu Erlong's exact answer, Flanders suddenly changed his expression slightly, and said in a questioning tone, Erlong, didn't you say that you have been waiting for Xiaogang? What's the matter? Boss Fred, I have no relationship with Yu Xiaogang for a long time. Lu Erlong's tone was no longer so polite when he heard Flanders questioning, who chooses is my freedom, isn't it? Flanders could not refute, his tone slowly said, Erlong, I get it. Are you angry with Xiaogang? Xiaogang has already figured it out, he will come back to you, give him a chance. Don't irritate him anymore. Give him a chance, who will give me a chance? Lu Erlong's expression changed. It was me who abandoned him at the beginning, but now I want to come back to me. Why is Lu Erlong a waste? In your Flanders heart, Yu Xiaogang is a brother, and I, Lu Erlong, is the tool of your golden triangle. Hearing Lu Erlong's angry words, Flanders blushed and his face was ashamed. Also, Flanders. Lu Erlong replied, I heard it. After abandoning me, Yu Xiaogang fell in love with another woman. Why did another woman dump him and now fall in love again? Me? The old lady will like him if she is blind. Flanders' expression changed slightly. Indeed, this Yu Xiaogang has some scumbags. Erlong, Erlong. Yu Xiaogang seemed a little anxious, walked in front of Lu Erlong, held Lu Erlong's palm, and said, Sorry, I was wrong. Give me a chance. Yu Xiaogang is desperate at the moment. That kind of despair made him eager to find hope, leading to a bit of perversion. Chapter 50, Chu and Qin violently beat Yu Xiaogang. Lu Erlong just wanted to do it, but only saw the other palm, already grabbing Yu Xiaogang's arm. Who allows you to touch my woman? The comer said coldly. This man looks handsome and looks out of the sky, who is it if he is not Chu Qin? Chu Qin. Seeing Chu Qin appeared, Flanders, Zhao Waoqi, Tang San, Dai Mubai and others were all shocked. It turned out that Lu Erlong's man turned out to be Chu Qin. Yu Xiaogang looked at Chu Qin, desperately desperate, and shouted frantically, Your woman? So, you took away Erlong. When Chu Qin heard this, he turned his palm lightly, and a heart-piercing roar came from Yu Xiaogang's mouth. Flanders, Tang San, and the others changed their expressions. Yu Xiaogang, you are really shameless. Chu Qin said with a smile, Erlong has nothing to do with you. You have fallen in love with another woman, why are you embarrassed to say it? Yu Xiaogang could not refute. The pain made Yu Xiaogang sober. In addition, who allows you to touch my woman? Chu Qin said, making a left uppercut and hitting Yu Xiaogang's chin directly. Immediately, Yu Xiaogang lifted up, and finally fell to the ground on his back, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Chu Qin, you dare to beat my teacher? Tang San and Dai Mubai said furiously. At the same time, Flanders was also angry. Although Yu Xiaogang was at fault, Chu Qin shouldn't be cruel. Zhao Waoqi didn't move, he was in a state of admiration for Chu and Qin, and he just heard Lu Erlong's explanation that he knew that Yu Xiaogang was a scumbag. It's just that Flanders cares about brotherhood and dare not admit it. However, just as Flanders and the others were about to take a shot, a green figure suddenly fell behind them. Amazingly, it is Douluo. I advise you to stay still, otherwise I can't guarantee that you will die here. Douluo said faintly in the ears of Flanders and others. Seeing the yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black at the feet of Douluo, Flanders and the others were so frightened that they would dare to move any more. Lu Erlong, are you really so unfeeling? Yu Xiaogang questioned Lu Erlong unwillingly and angrily. How? Lu Erlong said calmly, I found out that I was a fool. After waiting for you for so long, you ended up empathizing. It was Chu Qin, and Chu Qin let me know that you are a complete scumbag. Hey! Yu Xiaogang clutched his chest and said with a faint smile, Lu Erlong, do you really think Chu Qin is very clean? When you know his true face, you will know how stupid your decision is. Oh, I want to listen, what is my true face? Chu Qin said with a cold expression. You have so many women, do Erlong know? Yu Xiaogang said coldly. No. Before Chu Qin spoke, Lu Erlong replied first. What? Yu Xiaogang's expression changed in shock. He originally thought that Lu Erlong knew that Chu Qin was a man with a heart, and would leave him immediately. Unexpectedly, Lu Erlong didn't care at all. Yu Xiaogang, some collapsed. Yu Xiaogang, I know every one of Chu Qin's women. Lu Erlong said, however, as long as I know that he is sincere to me, this is enough. As long as I am happy, it is better than anything else. Important. As for you Yu Xiaogang, a man who hurt me, why should I think of you? Yu Xiaogang, completely collapsed. At this moment Tang San and Daimyo Bai were also outraged. Obviously Chukin had Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, and now Lu Erlong, jealousy made them completely hate. At this time, Yu Xiaogang got up again and looked at Lu Erlong unwillingly and said, Erlong, do you really stop reading your old love? Have you forgotten the vow we made? You said that we will love each other forever. Hearing this, Flanders on the side were desperate. He changed from supporting brotherhood to a disgust. As Lu Erlong said, Yu Xiaogang broke her heart, and Yu Xiaogang brought back the good memories of the past. Wouldn't it mean that it hurt Lu Erlong even more? In other words, it was you, Yu Xiaogang, who broke his oath first and fell in love with others, but now you still have the face to mention it. Chu Qin was about to make a move. Boom! In the next moment, Lu Erlong punched Yu Xiaogang out. Yu Xiaogang fell heavily on the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out again. Her temper was already violent. If it hadn't been for her past feelings, she would have already taken action to teach Yu Xiaogang. And now, Yu Xiaogang hurt her again and tortured her. It made her intolerable. Yu Xiaogang, from now on, you and I will be absolutely gracious. Lu Erlong looked at Yu Xiaogang indifferently and said, the golden triangle, this is disbanded. Flander immediately trembled, and Yu Xiaogang was in pain and fainted directly. Flander, take all of you, get out of here. Lu Erlong said indifferently toward Flander, I will never step into the Qinglong Academy forever. Hearing this, Douluo took a look at Chu Qin, and after getting the latter's permission, he let go of Flanders and the others. You will remember for me that I will see Yu Xiaogang hit him once. In addition, anyone who works with Yu Xiaogang will cut his righteousness with me, Chu Qin en. Then Chu Qin hugged Lu Erlong and glanced at Yu Xiaogang on the ground with a sneer. Chu Qin would not kill Yu Xiaogang directly, he would torture the latter slowly. Where did Flanders and his party dare to stay? They hurriedly carried Yu Xiaogang and left. An hour later, Tiandu Emperor capital was in a hotel. Yu Xiaogang finally woke up from the bed. Beside him, it was Tang San standing. Teacher, you finally woke up. Tang San couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when Yu Xiaogang was safe. However, Tang San noticed that Yu Xiaogang's eyes seemed a little different, and there seemed to be more resentment. Teacher, you don't have to worry about people like Chu and Qin. This kind of person is the typical domineering, arrogant person. Tang San said, since Lu Erlong chose him blindly, then you just draw a line with her. Thank you, Tang San. Yu Xiaogang endured the pain forcibly, smiled and nodded, but his expression quickly changed. However, I don't plan to give up. Tang-san, from today on, I will give my best go and train you, and hope that one day, you can trample him under your feet. Hearing this, Tang-san was slightly surprised. In his heart, Yu Xiaogang has always been a calm and composed person, and the fact that Lu Erlong was taken away by Chu Qin hit him too much. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang's hatred also evoked Tang-san's hatred towards Chu Qin. The latter humiliated him repeatedly and snatched Xiaowu from his hands. He remembered this hatred in his heart. Chapter 51, Sudaji's First. Okay, teacher, I must work hard. Tang-san said seriously. On the other hand, within the Qinglong Academy. Chu Qin, what's wrong with Sister Erlong? I heard them say Sister Erlong was crying. Ning Rongrong asked Chu Qin quietly as Chu Qin walked out of Lu Erlong's room. She's okay. Chu Qin smiled back, she just fell asleep. Having said that, Chu Qin felt a little angry. After all, Lu Erlong is a hard-hearted person. She personally hurt Yu Xiaogang seriously, and she is also very guilty in her heart. Lu Erlong cried after all. Yu Xiaogang. Chu Qin smiled quietly. Yu Xiaogang, Chu Qin will torture him step by step, making him worse than death. 2 days later, Chu and Qin walked the square holding Lu Erlong's palm. Erlong, how are you feeling? Chu Qin asked. What are you talking about? Lu Erlong said deliberately, is my old lady the kind of depressed, sentimental person? Isn't it? Chu Qin smiled indifferently. Well, I admit that I am. Lu Erlong replied, however, Chu Qin promised me that I will not be allowed to mention this matter again in the future, nor will I mention that to me. Yet. Chu Qin nodded, and put Lu Erlong in his arms. Chu Qin, Chu Qin. When the two were chatting and laughing, Xiaowu Ningrongrong and Zhu Zukingman still ran over to Yalingling alone. What's the matter, Xiaowu? Chu Qin said with a smile. The Advanced Soul Master Elite competition will begin in 1 month. Xiaowu replied, but our team still lacks one person. The Dean, the Deputy Dean, there are 2 women outside who claim to be Shui Binger of Tian Shui College to see you. Just at this moment, a guard walked in and reported. Isn't this here? After speaking, Chu Qin led the girls to the gate of the academy. At this moment, Shui Binger and Shui Wu stood at the door, Shui Yuer. The 3 of them are charming and charming, forming a beautiful landscape. Master Chu. Seeing Chu Qin appear, Shui Binger shouted happily. Hearing this, Xiaowu and the 6 women immediately understood everything. There is no doubt that they have 2 more sisters. Shui Binger, are you here? Chu Qin asked deliberately. Master Chu, you said before that if I want to, I can come to Blue Tyrant Academy to find you. Shui Binger said shyly, is it real or fake? If you think it's fake, will you show up here? Chu Qin asked with a smile. Great. Get Chu Qin's consent. Shui Binger was very excited, Master Chu, and Shui Wu, Yuer and I are inseparable good sisters, and want to join the Qinglong Academy, okay? They are all soul sect. Well, no problem, but you must promise me one thing. Chu Qin nodded. Master Chu, please say. Shui Binger nodded. The 3 of you are going to help Qinglong Academy participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Well, yes. Shui Binger said without hesitation, Master Chu has a great kindness to me, not only saved us, but also saved Tian Shui College. We have already discussed it before we come, no matter what Master Chu asks us to do, the 3 of us none of them will refuse. Shui Wu and Shui Yu are nodded at the same time. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything. And, with me, you will get better treatment than Tian Shui College. Chu Qin replied, and then he turned to Xiaowu and the others. These three are the Ice Phoenix team we met in the Great Fighting Arena. Among the three members, Shui Binger is their captain, and Bing Shui is the same. Shui Binger, Xiaowu will be the captain of your Qinglong team from now on. No wonder the voice is somewhat familiar. Xiaowu smiled back. Sister Shui Binger, hello, my name is Xiaowu, dancing dance. My name is Ning Rong Rong. 1 week later. There are still 2 weeks to go before the qualifiers for the Advanced Soul Master Elite Contest. Qinglong College, a secluded courtyard. Sitting crosswise, Chu Qin opened his eyes. His expression was extremely refreshing. Finally, I have broken through the 80th level. Chu Qin said slightly at the corner of his mouth, as long as I have another spirit ring, I will be able to advance to the Contra. Master, do you want me to accompany you to the Stardo Great Forest to obtain the 8th spirit ring? Su Daji asked while rubbing his shoulders for Chu Qin. Chu Qin shook his head. It's not safe to go to the Stardo Great Forest now. Didn't you hear what Zig said? Guyuina and Dishan are all awake. What's more, my spirit ring is usually given by the system, no you need to get it yourself. Then master, do you need me to help you kill someone? Su Daji asked. No need. Chu Qin still refused, I don't want to kill people now. That. Just as Su Daji was about to speak, Chu Qin realized that something was wrong. Daji, do you seem to be okay? The woman the master has been with her, ignores Daji. Daji is a little lonely. Su Daji pouted. Chu Qin heard this, stood up and turned around, pressed Su Daji under him, and said with a faint smile, Daji, in fact, I'm very curious, do you have fertility? When Su Da heard the words, her heartbeat speeded up and her face turned red. Could it be that the master wants Da to be pregnant with a baby? Have this idea? Chu Qin smiled and nodded. Then I'm sorry, master, Daji can't inherit you from generation to generation. Su Daji replied, however, other than that, anything women can do, Daji can do it. Chu Qin immediately understood, stretched out his hand and pulled Su Daji's robe away from the middle. 3 hours later. Daji lay on the ground, dripping with sweat, and said weakly and painfully, Master, that's amazing. Sorry Daji, did I hurt you? Chu Qin apologized. Su Daji shook his head. Daji's life was given by the master. Even if the master killed Daji, Daji would be willing. Chu Qin heard this and kissed Daji again. Chu Qin, we are back. Not long after, Xiaowu's voice rang outside the door. When Chu Qin heard this, he immediately let go of Daji, and the two put on their clothes anxiously. After finishing the scene, Chu Qin opened the door of the room. Chu Qin, what are you doing alone in the room? Xiaowu asked curiously. Sleep. Chu Qin said without hesitation. Wrong, Zhu Qing and the others haven't come back. Xiaowu heard the words, with a guilty conscience. No. Didn't you go to the palace to check your identities together? Chu Qin asked suspiciously. Great. Xiaowu slanted when he heard the words, and said in a low voice, Chu Qin, that, I have already practiced the Liulai diamond body, I think about it. Ah. Chu Qin was taken aback for a moment. He has just fought for 3 hours. Chu Qin, don't you want it? Xiaowu asked pitifully, staring at her big beautiful eyes. Dance, let's change the day. Chu Qin smiled reluctantly. Humph. Xiaowu immediately became angry when he heard the words, I see, you don't like me anymore. How can it be? Chu Qin frowned, and a slight pain came from the kidney. That's great. Xiaowu smiled, then stretched out her hand to take off her clothes. Chapter 52, Fire Dance. In the afternoon. Tiandu Imperial City, Blazing Hotel. As the name suggests, this is the property of Blazing Academy in the Tiandu Emperor capital. adjacent to the qualifiers of the Advanced Soul Master Elite Contest. Academies from various places have successively arrived in the Tiandu imperial capital, and Blazing Academy had arrived as early as a week ago. At this moment, above the training square of the Blazing Hotel, a man and a woman stand opposite each other. The man's appearance is very ordinary, with fiery red hair, and his eyes are shining brightly. And that woman, wearing a fiery red armor, not to mention her hot body, her appearance is also extremely impressive. A pair of big flame-like eyes, coupled with a pretty face like a goose egg, is extremely beautiful. The most eye-catching is the heavy arrogance on her chest, far surpassing the average woman of the same kind. These two people are the captain of the Blazing Academy Huo Wushuan and the deputy captain, Huo Wu. Obviously, the two are just competing. In the end, with a violent explosion, Huo Wu defeated Huo Wushuan, who was possessed by the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus, with the unique advantage of the Naruto Wohun. Sister, it seems that your combat effectiveness has increased again. Huo Wushuan sighed slightly. He is older than Huo Wu, but his spirit power level is only 42, which is one level lower than Huo Wu. Brother, you obviously let me. Huo Wu smiled back, if you don't let me, I shouldn't have a chance to defeat you. No, really no. Huo Wushuan smiled bitterly. He has exhausted all his strength, but he is still not his sister's opponent. Okay, don't be humbly with each other. At this time, a middle-aged beautiful woman came over. This person is more than 40 years old, but on her face, there is no trace of time. Some are just a clean and white face. If it is not very mature, people will think that she is Huo Wushuan and Huaohu's sister. Her name is Huo Lingyu, the deputy dean of Blazing Academy, and the biological mother of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. Mother. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan said respectfully when they saw Huo Lingyu. Wu, Wushuan, your performance is very good. Soon there will be the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. You two are the only two soul sects in Blazing Academy. It depends on you how far Blazing Academy can go. Huo Lingyu said. Baby, do your best to fight for the Blazing Academy in World War II. Huo Wu replied in unison. Master Huo. At this moment, a hotel guard walked over and said towards Huo Lingyu, there is a mysterious man wearing a mask outside, saying he wants to join our Blazing Academy. To join the Blazing Academy, to go to the Academy headquarters to participate in the entrance examination, what are you doing here? Huo Lingyu raised her eyebrows slightly. That person said that he joined Blazing Academy just to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, the guard replied. Hey, then let him join. Huo Lingyu smiled contemptuously, if anyone can join the elite team of Blazing Academy, where can I put the face of Blazing Academy? Tell him, I want join Blazing Academy and go to the headquarters for an assessment. The Dean Huo said. With him, Blazing Academy will definitely be guaranteed to win the top 3 in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition. The guard was a little embarrassed. It's ridiculous. Huo Lingyu's mouth curled up. Mother. At this moment, Huo Wushuan said, this person is so arrogant, maybe he is really capable. Let's take a look and talk about it. Well then, bring him here. Not long after, the guard led a young man wearing a mask and a black robe to the training square. The man's face was covered by a mask, but it could be seen that his eyes were piercing, and he looked extremely comfortable. Seeing Huo Wu, the man's heart was immediately happy, it seems that this is Huo Wu. The figure is better than Zuking. Yes, this man is Chu Qin. The system confessed his task is to let Xiaowu's team win the championship of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. In the Advanced Soul Master Elite tournament, not only the Kamikaze Academy, but also the Golden Generation of Wuhan Temple led by Hu Lina participated. Xiaowu and the others are a temporary running-in team, it is basically impossible to win the championship. So, the only thing Chu Qin can do is to join a team in another capacity, eliminate the Kamikaze Academy and Wahundian team, and then play with Xiaowu's team in the finals. In this way, the champion will basically be lost. Ran. Thinking about it, Chu Qin decided to join Blazing Academy. As a result, Blazing Academy had a certain strength and was able to advance to the finals, so that Chu and Qin would not have to participate in the qualifiers. Secondly, there is Huo Wu in the Blazing Academy. This is also one of his goddess tasks. To have a good relationship with Huo Wu early will be beneficial to the development of future relationships. Therefore, Chu Qin came to Blazing Academy in disguise. Seeing Chu Qin's eyes, Huo Wu's eyes suddenly brightened. These eyes are definitely the most comfortable eyes she has ever seen. Huo Lingyu was also slightly surprised, marveling at Chu Qin's eyes. She was so peerless, she couldn't help but feel a little more fond of Chu Qin. You are the one who claims to make our Blazing Academy advance to the top 3. Huo Lingyu asked with interest. Her words are not lukewarm, she has a good impression of Chu Qin, but she doesn't think the latter can lead Blazing Academy to win the top 3. Not bad. Chu Qin smiled confidently. Boy, where did you come from? Huo Lingyu said with his fully developed in his hands, you know. The Advanced Soul Master Elite competition has gathered elite geniuses from all over the continent. Why do you say that you have you? Blazing Academy must be in the top 3. Because of strength. Chu Qin replied calmly. Oh, are you confident? So, you are very strong, what is your spirit power level? Huo Lingyu asked. Level 41. Chu Qin replied. For the Advanced Spirit Master Elite competition, when registering, you must fill in the spirit power level. If Chu Qin's level is too high, it will inevitably cause trouble to Blazing Academy. Not to mention anything else, it is very likely to be assassinated by the Spirit Hall. In the original book, Wahundian did just that. But Rao was so, Huo Lingyu was also shocked. There are only 2 soul sects in Blazing Academy. If there is one more, the odds of winning will indeed be much greater. This brother. Hearing this, Huo Wu smiled lightly, your soul power level is not as high as mine, how can you guarantee that you can win the top 3? I can test later. Chu Qin calmly replied, well, I will challenge your entire Blazing team alone. If I win, you will report my name. If I lose, go now. Xiant Tai is arrogant. Huo Wushuan smiled quietly, you, a 41 level soul sect may not even be able to beat me, let alone win this Blazing team. How do you know if you don't try? Chu Qin smiled back. Okay, it's a deal. Huo Lingyu and Huo Wushuan just wanted to question and refute, Huo Wu said first. Sister, do you really think he can win the entire Blazing team? Huo Wushuan doubted. Brother, it's boring to be idle anyway. Huo Wu replied, then fight a fight. Anyway, if we lose, we will not lose anything. Well, go call Huo Yu and the others. Huo Lingyu turned to the guard and said. Not long after, the Blazing team, a total of 7 people, assembled. Captain, are you looking for us to beat him? Huo Yun looked at Chu Qin's innocent figure in front of him, slightly surprised. Captain, are you kidding me? Huo Yu replied. I'm not kidding. Huo Wushuan replied, this big brother, but he said that he wants to defeat our entire Blazing team and lead us to win the top 3 in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Huo Yu and others couldn't help laughing. In their opinion, this Chu Qin is simply talking about dreams. Chapter 53, Rain Leaves Fragrance, Harvest Water Ice. Okay. Huo Wu said, we still can't carelessly underestimate the enemy. I think this person has an unusual background. Sister Huo Wu, you worry too much. Huo Wushuan smiled slightly. Brother, the arrogant soldier will be defeated. Huo Wu said with a frown. At this moment, Huo Lingyu looked at Chu Qin and lost a look at the latter. Chu Qin immediately understood and nodded. Start? Huo Lingyu said in the tone of the referee. Okay, let's listen to Sister Huo Wu, and we will fight with him. Huo Wushuan twisted his neck and summoned a spirit ring of martial arts, but before he finished speaking, there was a blue light and shadow in front of him. Flashed by. The next moment, Huo Wushuan was overthrown directly down the ring. However, Chu Qin, the 4 simulated soul rings under his feet, yellow, yellow, purple and purple, appeared, standing bravely in front of Huo Wushuan. Team leader. What? The blazing team was shocked, and Huo Wushuan was immediately seconded. Huo Lingyu's complexion also condensed. She is a soul king, but she has not captured the afterimage of Chu Qin. How strong is this mysterious man in front of me? Be careful. Chu Qin glanced at Huo Wu and the others, and smiled faintly. The faces of Huo Wu, Huo Yu, Huo Yun and others were frozen to the extreme, and there was no arrogance and contempt just now, and some were just surprise and fear. They know that they must go all out. But even so, how weak are they in front of Chu and Qin? Chu and Qin are fast as gusts of wind, and moving like lightning. 1 minute later, all members of the blazing team except Huo Wu fell into the ring. Are you really just a soul sect? Huo Wu looked at Chu Qin in shock and asked. Of course. Chu Qin nodded. How about it, classmate Huo Wu, do you want to continue fighting? I admit defeat. Huo Wu shook his head. Chu Qin's strength made her feel fear. Very good. Chu Qin smiled lightly, then looked at Huo Lingyu. Head Huo, how is it? Huo Lingyu was stunned for 3 seconds before finally reacting. Well, since Team Blazing is defeated, I promise your request. Huo Lingyu was also shocked. Chu Qin was definitely the strongest soul sect he had ever seen. Perhaps Chu Qin didn't say that he was big, he could really lead Blazing Academy and win the top 3. Well, then follow the previous agreement. Chu Qin nodded, I will help you win the top 3. After speaking, Chu Qin turned around and left casually. It was this gorgeous turn that made Huo Wu's eyes shine, and an inexplicable emotion emerged in her heart. By the way, classmate, what is your name? Huo Wu shouted. Rain. Stay. Fragrant. Chu Qin turned around and said without looking back. Yu Liaoxiang. Huo Wu murmured, with a smile, good name. Sister, mother, who is this Yu Liaoxiang? After Chu Qin left, Huo Wushuan stood up and asked in amazement. Huo Wu and Huo Lingyu shook their heads at the same time. The latter smiled and said, although I don't know who he is, the top 3 in Blazing Academy should be stable. Huo Wu, Wushuan. Huo Lingyu continued, don't tell anyone about Yu Liaoxiang. Yes. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan nodded at the same time. Chu Qin walked out of the Shiwo Hotel and took off his disguise. Just when he walked out of the hotel, a young woman came to face him. The woman was wearing a blue open-chested long skirt, with blue stockings on the left side of her lower body, and a charming circle on the right. The woman's face is even more memorable at a glance, especially the big moving eyes, one look can make people fall into it. The fact is also true. Women walking on the street immediately attracted the attention of countless adult men. Shui Binger. Chu Qin shouted with a smile. Master Chu. Seeing Chu Qin, Shui Binger was so excited that he ran over. Shui Binger, why are you here? Chu Qin asked. Our resident of Tian Shui College is not far from here. Shui Binger smiled back. Your Tian Shui College also participates in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Chu Qin was slightly surprised. Shui Binger nodded, although there is no me and you Swu, but Tian Shui Academy is not bad. Does Chu Gongza look down on our Tian Shui College? Shui Binger asked deliberately. That's not true, I believe that your Tian Shui Academy is very strong. Chu Qin shook his head. Then you want to return to Qinglong Academy now? Okay. Why don't you go for a walk with me? Chu Qin replied. Well, good. Shui Binger said happily. After speaking, the two walked side by side on the shoulders of Tiandu city. Along the way, the appearance of the two attracted countless eyes. But Chu and Qin didn't care. In his eyes, there were only people he liked and liked. Master Chu. Shui Binger took the initiative to speak and opened the scraper box. What's the matter? Chu Qin smiled back. Master Chu, is it okay to ask you a question? Shui Binger pressed her red lips lightly and said with some concealment. Let's talk. Chu Qin nodded. I heard Xiaowu Rongrong and the others say, are they all your women? It seems that even Teacher Ziji and Dean Erlong are also. Shui Binger replied. Chu Qin said without concealing it, Shui Binger, you don't think I'm very bothered, do you? Shui Binger repeatedly shook her head and said, men rarely do not care. However, many people have no ability to control so many women. But Chu Gongzi is different. You can not only control them, but also make them treat each of them sincerely. You. Unexpectedly, you are so open-minded. Chu Qin said happily. He he. Shui Binger smiled, and Li Wu said lightly. Master Chu, what do you think of me? Shui Binger lowered his voice. What did you say? Chu Qin asked slightly in surprise. Mr. Chu, I mean, can I be your girlfriend? Shui Binger's face turned red and his voice rose slightly. Of course, you can. Chu Qin had long wanted to hold Shui Binger in his arms, so as soon as he finished speaking, he kissed Shui Binger's red lips. Shui Binger trembled at first. She didn't expect Chu Qin to be more direct than her, but soon Shui Binger closed his eyes, began to enjoy, and pandered. Just at this moment, a carriage with gold and jade was coming. The carriage curtain opened, revealing the face of a young man, but it was Shui Qinghe, that is, Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu saw Chu Qin and Shui Binger kissing by the side of the road at a glance. Chu Qin. Qian Rongxiu frowned. Does he actually have a woman? Qian Rongxiu is a complete face control. She has seen countless noble sons and masters for more than 10 years in the sky fighting emperor, but the only thing she can never forget is Chu Qin. Chu Qin's face is so perfect that Qian Rongxiu even dreamed of Chu Qin last night, and he was in the dream. Unexpectedly, she saw Chu Qin kissing Shui Binger at this moment. Qian Rongxiu was born noble, and her personality was extremely arrogant. At this moment, seeing the person she was thinking of had been taken away, she unexpectedly raised a trace of anger and unwillingness in her heart. Master Chu! Uncontrollably, Qian Rongxiu shouted in the direction of Chu Qin. But at this time, Chu Qin had completely integrated into Shui Binger's gentle township, and could not hear Qian Rongxiu's cry. His Royal Highness, do you want your subordinates to go down and call him? The guard at the attendant asked Qian Rongxiu towards Qian Rongxiu. No need. Let's go to Yuexuan. Qian Rongxiu frowned, glanced in the direction of Chu Qin angrily, and lowered the car curtain. Chapter 54, Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. When the carriage left, Chu Qin and Shui Binger also woke up from the gentle village. Master Chu, I seem to hear someone calling you just now. Shui Binger said. I heard it too, but don't care about it. Chu Qin smiled back, Binger, from now on, you will be mine. Shui Binger smiled upon hearing the words, and nodded vigorously. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition arrives as scheduled. The Senior Soul Master Elite Tournament, as the most grand event in the entire Douluo continent, is second only to the Continent Soul Master Ranking Tournament. In the central square of Tiandu Imperial Capital, there are lighting soul guides all around here. In addition to luxury, it is more magnificent. At this moment, this round square with a capacity of 80,000 people is already full, and the audience is like thundering on the ground. Wow, it's so lively! Seeing such a lively scene, Xiaowu said happily. Indeed, this is the Senior Soul Master Elite Competition. Meng still exclaimed. Erlong, Sister Ziji. At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked around, and asked Ziji and Lu Erlong on the side, where are Chu and Qin people? Lu Erlong shook his head, I don't know, I have rarely seen him recently. This guy, where did I go to tease sister again? Zig said with a grievance. See. At the rest of the blazing team not far from the Qinglong team, a man wearing a black cloak and a mask sneezed. This person is Chu Qin, alias Yu Liak Xiang. Young master Yu, what's wrong with you? Huo Lingyu asked with concern. Nothing. Chu Qin shook his head, Head Huo, who will we fight with later? Huo Lingyu smiled slightly, we need to wait for the podium and draw lots to decide. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin turned his attention to the rostrum. There are 3 men sitting there. In addition to the familiar sect master Ning Fengzi of the Kaibao Liulai sect, there are also 2 elderly men. One of them wears a crown of gold and diamonds on his head. His appearance is not outstanding, and there is no majesty. On the contrary, he looks a little old, but he is so skinny, standing there, as if the whole square is in place, a feeling of solemnity of the sun and the moon. The other person, wearing a 5-pointed purple gold crown, looked a little thin, and looked cloudy in his eyes. For these 2 people, Chu Qin had guessed their identities, Emperor Sui of the Heaven Do Empire, and Bishop Salas of the Heaven Do Spirit Temple. Chu and Qin didn't feel at all about being in a high position. The so-called emperor was actually tired to death. He dealt with state affairs every day, and his advantage was nothing more than being able to do whatever he wanted, having 3,000 harems. However, these Chu and Qin have all, he is more comfortable than the emperor. Moreover, looking at the image of Shuiye Great Emperor, you know the typical manifestation of kidney deficiency. I don't know why Qian Rongxiu cares about the throne so much. Everyone, please go back to your seats. It's exciting and eye-catching. The 5-year Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition is about to begin. Next, the Emperor Tiandu will give a speech. At this time, a man with wings grows behind his back and possesses a bird spirit's hostess, shouted loudly. Next, Emperor Sui and Ning Fengzi gave speeches one after another, and then, it was Salas who made the draw. Next, I announce the result of the draw. In the first round, Kanghui Academy vs Purple Star Academy. Auckland Academy vs Flame Radiance Academy. The first team of Tiandu Royal Academy is playing against Blazing Academy. The second team of Tiandu Royal Academy vs Shenfeng Academy. Hearing the result of the lottery, everyone suddenly started talking. Hey, shouldn't the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy be recommended to the finals? Your news is behind. This year it is not Tiandu Royal Academy, but Royal Blue Dragon Academy. Royal Blue Dragon Academy, what's the origin? It seems that Lanba Academy changed it. Is this Blue Bull Academy so awesome? When everyone was discussing, in the lounge of Tiandu Royal Academy. Here, there are some familiar faces. Except for the original member of the Imperial Fight Team, the graphite stone grinding Oslo Yufeng, the rest is impressively Tang San Dai Mubai, Oscar Ma Hung Jun. That's right, the trajectory of history has changed drastically because of the emergence of Chu and Qin. After coming out of Blue Ba Academy, Flanders and the others met Qin Ming, and because there was no obstruction from Dugubo, Tang San and others successfully became members of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. It's no wonder that Tiandu Royal Academy did not recommend the finals. It turned out that it was the mentor of Chu and Qin who cut it off. Ma Hongjun said slightly depressed. Is it possible that teacher Chu and Qin will also participate in the elite competition, so do we still have a chance to win? Oscar sighed. Oscar, Don't be discouraged. Yu Xiaogang said, I have already investigated, and there is no Chukan on the list of Qinglong team. What's more, even if we did, we beat us. Did we back down because our opponents were strong? The teacher is right. Tang San followed, even if we meet Chu Qin, we may not be unable to win. Chu Qin, if I meet you, I must let you taste the taste of Tang Sek's hidden weapon. Tang San secretly said in his heart. Tang San was full of confidence, because joining the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, they had obtained high-quality resources, their spirit power had advanced by leaps and bounds, and they had all been promoted to the Soul Sect. Our first battle was against Blazing Academy. It shouldn't be difficult. Dai Mubai said as the team captain, fight, quickly resolve the battle. On the other hand, the Blazing team lounge. This is a bit of luck. Huo Yu sighed, I met the Tiandu Royal team in the first game. I heard that the opposite is all Soul Sect. What's so afraid of then? Huo Lingyu smiled lightly, don't forget, we still have Master Yu here. Yes, we have Brother Yu here. Master Yu, this game is up to you. Huo Wu also looked at Chu Qin Pianran and smiled. Don't worry, you don't need to do it later, I will beat them all by myself. Chu Qin had known for a long time that Dai Mubai and Tang San were all in the Tiandu Royal team. The world is really small. Since it was God's arrangement, of course he had to comply with God's will and teach them a lesson. Brother Yu, domineering. Huo Wushuan couldn't help but thumbs up. Huo Wu also looked at Chu Qin and smiled. Her eyes kept staring at Chu Qin, as if she wanted to see through the latter. 10 minutes later, on the ring. The Blazing team led by Chu Qin and Dai Mubai's Tiandu Royal team met in the ring. The Blazing Academy is so unlucky. In the first battle, we encountered the Tiandu Academy team. These are all Soul Sect level spirit masters. Oh! Someone will come across it, Blazing Academy is the lucky one. Chapter 55, Spike the Tang San team. Facing Blazing Academy, the Heaven Do Royal team also showed their trump cards, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the original Huang Do team. And because Ma Hongjun didn't have the fairy grass bonus, his spirit power hadn't broken through 40 level, so he didn't have the chance to play for the time being. This is the case, Dai Mubai's face has a confident smile. In his opinion, there is no suspense in this battle. Little San, follow the plan and solve the battle in 3 minutes. Dai Mubai smiled confidently at Tang San. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the Tiandu Royal team was waiting in full battle. The two brothers, Graphite and Stone Mill, still stood firmly in the first row, followed by Dai Mubai, Oslo, Yufeng, these 4 strong men, attacking the Soul Master, and finally Tang San's controlling Soul Master and Oscar, the auxiliary Soul Master. However, just as the Huangdu team set up their tactics, they saw their opponent Blazing Academy, Captain Huo Wushuan, Deputy Captain Huo Wu and other 6 people all retreat, leaving only Chu and Qin alone. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Their first reaction was that the Blazing Academy met Tiandu Royal Academy and had stage fright. This Blazing Academy, what tactic is this? Graphite and Graphite also frowned slightly. No matter what their tactics are. Dai Mubai said confidently, if you want to defeat our Emperor battle team, I asked my Tiger Claw first. Game start. At this time, the voice of the hostess came out through the Soul Guide loudspeaker. The first spirit ability entangling. Tang San, who was at the end of the Huangdu team, took the lead in launching an attack. In the next moment, in front of the Huangdo battle team, countless blue canes gush out, entwining Chu Qin and other members of the Blazing Academy at the same time. It could be seen that Tang San's winding speed was extremely fast, and he came to Chu Qin Kairan's side in an instant. The third spirit ability, I have a mushroom intestine. At the same moment, 3 mushroom intestines congealed out of Oscar's palm and threw them to the 3 of Dai Mubai Oslo Yufeng. Next, after the three of Daimyobai swallowed the sausage, they summoned a spirit ring of martial arts and rushed to Blazing Academy. Their tactics were very clear. At the moment Tang San's blue-silver grass was entwined, they launched a strong attack to eliminate Blazing Academy. The fact is also true. Daimyobai's four are all soul sects, and with Oscar's mushroom intestine flying function, even Huowu may not be able to withstand this blow. However, they are facing Chu Qin. I saw that Chu Qin faced the flying three people and the blue-silver grass, just standing quietly. However, just as their attack fell, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 simulated spirit rings lighted up under Chu Qin's feet, and at the same time a large ice sword appeared in his hand. Chu Qin's great ice sword is just the external soul bone obtained by Shui Binger's check-in mission. However, at this moment, it seemed as if Chu Qin's martial spirit was a cold ice sword. The next moment, with Chu and Qin's sword cut down, Tang San's blue-silver grass was all cut off. Tang San was instantly backlashed, and his body couldn't help flying upside down. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and Chu Qin's frost sword collided with the attacks of Daimyobai's trio. After a brief confrontation, Chu Qin finally knocked out all three of Daimyobai. Following that, Chu Qin cut down again with a single sword, smashing the graphite and graphite basalt shields. In an instant, Chu Qin completed 7 kills. The meeting place of 80,000 people was silent for a second, and every one of them opened their eyes. 1,007, in less than a minute, all defeated. The most important thing is that these are the 7 soul sects. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of applause like thunder. Here, is Brother Yu a human? Huo Wushuan on the side was taken aback. Is he really the soul sect? Huo Wu opened his mouth wide. They are close at hand and can best appreciate the power of Chu and Qin. Not to mention them, everyone on the podium was stunned. Sect Master Ning, what is the origin of this Blazing Academy? There are such powerful players. The great Emperor Shuiya looked at Ning Fengzi and asked. Your Majesty? I don't know. Ning Fengzi did not wake up in shock. The first time he thought of it was Chu Qin, but Chu Qin's martial spirit was obviously a magic spear. And this Yu Liuxiang is holding the ice sword. Bishop Salas, he stared at Chu Qin with a fierce look, he didn't know what he was calculating. Blazing Academy, how could there be such a powerful person, this Yu Liuxiang, so strong? Xiaowu exclaimed. Xiaowu, you said Yu Liuxiang and Chu Qin, who is stronger? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. That must be Chu Qin. Zhu Zuoqing smiled confidently. But if Chu Qin doesn't follow us, can we win against such a strong opponent? Duguyan Dai frowned. At this moment, Tang San looked at Yu Liuxiang in front of him, with an unwilling expression in his eyes. Tang San still had his whole cards, he had the clear sky hammer, and the Tang sect concealed weapon, but that was left to deal with Chu Qin. Why, do you still want to fight? Chu Qin asked in a calm tone as he looked at Tang San and Daimyobai. Fight. Daimyobai's character is already triumphant, how could he be willing to give in? The third spirit ability White Tiger King Kong transformation. Accompanied by Daimyobai's low growl, Daimyobai's body turned tigerish, rushed towards Chu Qin. At the same moment, Tang San Oslo and others also used all means to rush towards Chu and Qin. Cold ice captures the shadow. Daimyobai's struggle was in line with Chu Qin's heart. The ice giant sword in his hand bloomed with chills, and in the next moment, there were many afterimages that were exactly the same around him. Between the lightning and flint, Daimyobai and others were defeated again. There were countless sword wounds on his body. If everyone hadn't seen Chu Qin's battle just now, now they saw it really, Chu and Qin had turned the sky over and defeated the opponent head-on. In the first round of qualifiers, Blazing Academy won. At this time, the host shouted with excitement. Solving the battle in 1 minute, what a terrifying team this is. No, not a team, but a person. Next, the game continued, but on the field, there was no more shock that Chu Qin gave them. It's night, Qinglong Academy. Chu Qin tore off his disguise and returned to Qinglong Academy. Chu Qin, where have you been? Seeing Chu Qin, Xiaowu and the others rushed over with excitement. What's the matter? Chu Qin smiled back. Chu Qin, don't you know, today, in the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, a particularly powerful guy appeared in Blazing Academy. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, one person directly defeated 7 soul sects, so handsome. How handsome? Are you handsome? Chu Qin smiled slightly. No. Ning Rongrong shook his head. It's not in vain that I treat you so well, so you still have a conscience. Chu Qin hugged Ning Rongrong and said. However, Chu Qin, that person is indeed amazing. Lu Erlong said, if you meet him, Xiaowu and the others may not be opponents. Or, you can join. Ha ha ha, no need. Chu Qin replied with a smile, I believe Xiaowu and the others will definitely win the championship. Chu Qin, why are you so sure? Zhu Zuqing wondered. Yes, we don't have confidence in ourselves. Meng still followed. We must trust young Master Chu. He said that if we can win the championship, we will definitely win. Shui Binger smiled. It's still Binger understands me. Tonight, you and I will sleep. As he said, a princess of Chu Qin hugged and picked up Shui Binger. Chapter 56, Water Bingers First. Sign in to Huahu. Shui Binger was startled and let out a soft cry. How is this? Zig Dai frowned. Chu Qin ignored the girls, holding Shui Binger, and walking towards his room. When he came to the room, Chu Qin closed the door tightly and gently placed Shui Binger on the bed. Today's Shui Binger, like the other girls, wears a pair of tight-fitting leather jackets, and her already popular figure is even more uneven. Beauty. Seeing Shui Binger's hot figure, and the shy face of the delicate flower that seemed to be in bud, Chu Qin showed a man's true smile. Thank you Master Chu for the compliment. Shui Binger's face turned red and turned back, lowering his head. Why do you call me Master Chu? Chu Qin smiled slightly. Young Master Chu has a great kindness to me. Shui Binger replied, even if I have established a relationship with young Master Chu, I will still call you young Master Chu. She has already decided, and will respect Chu and Qin forever. Raise the eyebrows. It's so respectful as a guest. Chu Qin heard the words and threw Shui Binger directly on the bed. Binger, do you know what I am going to do next? Shui Binger's heart rate accelerated, and her face flushed and nodded. Have you done it before? Chu Qin asked. Shui Binger shook his head and said in a low voice, this is the first time. When Chu Qin heard the words, he smiled wretchedly, and slowly took off Shui Binger's leather jacket. At the same time, Heaven Do Empire, Wuhan Temple. Bishop Salas sat on the king's chair, closed his eyes, as if closing his eyes to rest. Master Bishop. At this moment, a knight of the Spirit Temple guards came in and knelt down on the side of Salas respectfully. How is the investigation? Salas asked. This Yu Liuxiang just joined the Blazing Academy not long ago. The temple guardian replied, however, where he comes from, the subordinates don't know anything. I don't know anything. Salas smiled faintly, the huge spirit hall, even the Heaven Do Empire has such a genius, don't know anything. Check. Check it out for me. Salas suddenly sat up, furious. Yes. The temple guardian replied tremblingly. At the same time, Salas walked back to the inner hall and wrote a secret letter to Bibi Dong who was far away in the spirit hall. Time flies by. In an instant, a few months passed. The qualifier for the Advanced Soul Master Elite Contest is coming to an end. The game was particularly fierce, allowing the audience to see a hearty battle. The only regret is that the mysterious Yu Liaoxiang only appeared once, and never appeared again. Because, Chu Qin knew that apart from Tang San and the others, Blazing Academy was almost a rival. On this day, Chu Qin was awakened by a system prompt, ding. The Goddess mission is released. Mission: defeat the Kamikaze Academy within 3 rounds, reward the Goddess Xiaowu with 100% favorability, and follow the sword Douluo. Goddess mission is here again. Chu Qin said excitedly, it seems that Feng Xiaotian, you have no chance. At the same time, Blazing Academy won the competition as usual. Today's game, everyone did a good job. When he came to the lounge, Huo Lingyu said to everyone in Blazing Academy. Everyone was excited, but Huo Wu seemed a little sluggish. She always felt that something was missing. Mother, who is our next opponent? Huo Wushuan asked. It's us. Before Huo Lingyu answered, a tall man walked into the lounge. This man wore a strong green suit with a short and medium silver head. His face was wrapped in a black mask. He was the captain of the Kamikaze team, Feng Xiaotian. Brother Feng. Seeing Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wushuan said with a smile, is it possible that our third opponent is your Shenfeng Academy? Not bad. Feng Xiaotian smiled slightly and looked at Huo Wuodao. Huo Wu, after many years, we can meet again on the field. Hey. Huo Wu smiled lightly. Feng Xiaotian, do you want to associate with me? Hearing this, the members of the Blazing Academy were stunned. Feng Xiaotian also showed some embarrassment, but he still replied, yes, Huo Wu. Because he knew that Huo Wu had many suitors, if he didn't admit it at this time, it would be difficult to have a chance. Do you want to associate with me too? Feng Xiaotian said with a bright pupil. Okay. Huo Wu smiled slightly. Feng Xiaotian, if you can win Yu Liaoxiang tomorrow, I will agree to associate with you. Brother Yu, where is he? Feng Xiaoshanyu looked around, but found no trace of Chu Qin. Don't look, he's not here. Huo Wu replied. Then, how can I beat him? Feng Xiaotian asked in doubt. You agree, I naturally have a way to get him out. This is Huo Wu's abacus, using this promise to lure Chu and Qin out. Yes, she hadn't seen Chu Qin for a long time, and she didn't know why she was empty. Brother Yu is indeed very strong. Feng Xiaotian replied, it is possible that I am not his opponent. However, for Huo Wu Yu, tomorrow's battle, I will definitely have the spirit of 12 points and go all out. Okay, I'm ready to fight. At this moment, a gentle voice floated outside the door, and Chu Qin, disguised as Yu Liaoxiang, walked in from the door. Brother Yu. Everyone in Blazing Academy was surprised by Feng Xiaotian. Especially Huo Wu, he looked very happy. Brother Yu, what did you just say? Feng Xiaotian asked. Well, Feng Xiaotian, if you can hold on for 3 rounds in my hands, even if I lose, then according to the regulations, Huo Wu can associate with you. Chu Qin smiled indifferently. Really, brother Yu, you are so kind. Feng Xiaotian said happily. He is the Kamikaze Academy, and even one of the best geniuses in the Heaven Do Empire. No matter how strong Yu Liaoxiang is, it is impossible to defeat him in 3 rounds. In his opinion, this Yu Liaoxiang seemed to bring him and Huo Wu together again. Huo Wu frowned too. It's impossible, this rain leaves fragrance, and she is going to give her to Feng Xiaotian. However, when Feng Xiaotian was proud, Chu Qin continued, Feng Xiaotian, I haven't finished yet. If you lose within 3 rounds, you will never be entangled with Huo Wu again. And, Huo Wu wants associate with me. Ah! He Feng Xiaotian said in surprise. Huo Wu had a smile on her face. How do you dare to gamble? Chu Qin asked. Okay, I promise you. Feng Xiaotian paused and said. Huo Wu is right beside him, if he doesn't agree, he will appear to be seedless. However, I don't know if Huowu agrees or not. Feng Xiaotian looked at Huowu and asked. I agree. Huowu smiled. She was born noble, and she was so strong since she was a child. There is only one standard for her mate's election, and that is to be stronger than her. But Chu Qin only shot twice, but left an indelible image in her heart. Especially Chu Qin's mystery made her unable to extricate herself. Chu Qin suddenly tilted his mouth slightly. Well, see you tomorrow. The next day, the battlefield. At this time, the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition is coming to an end, but the enthusiasm of the audience has not yet dissipated, but is getting higher and higher. The 20th round of the qualifiers, Kamikaze Academy vs Blazing Academy. Tiandu Royal Team vs Thunder Academy. Appeared. Yu Liuxiang from Blazing Academy has appeared. Seeing Chu Qin wearing a black cloak in the middle of Blazing Academy, the whole audience was excited. So far, Chu Qin has only made one shot, still a few months ago, but he is firmly ranked first among popular players in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. What a great feat to defeat the entire Soul Sect opponent within 1 minute. Wow, as the most mysterious and strongest player in the Advanced Soul Master Elite tournament, Yu Liuxiang has appeared. The Kamikaze Academy has still maintained a record of 0 failures since it participated in the competition. The hostess also exclaimed, let's look at today, is it the legendary myth of Kamikaze Academy defeating Yu Liuxiang? Or is the legend of Yu Liuxiang player continuing? Let's wait and see. Chapter 57, Licking the Dog Has Nothing. As soon as the host's voice fell, the 6 members of the Blazing Academy stepped back again, leaving Chu and Qin alone in the forefront. Come on, familiar 1v7. Damn, facing the Kamikaze Academy, does Yu Liuxiang have to beat 7? In the arena, the formerly confident Kamikaze Academy saw Yu Liuxiang challenged himself, and his momentum suddenly dropped a lot. After all, the opponent is a 1-on-7, even if they win, no one will remember the battle. At this time, Feng Xiaotian walked to the front of the team and looked at Chu Qin and said, Brother Yu, can you give me a face? What kind of face? Chu Qin smiled indifferently. Can you lose this game to me? Feng Xiaotian replied, as long as you lose this game, after Huowu associates with me, Feng Xiaoshan's life is yours. What do you want me to do? What I will do? No. Chu Qin tilted his mouth and shook his head. Why? Feng Xiaotian frowned. Feng Xiaotian, let me ask you a question. Chu Qin replied, you are also the best of the younger generation anyhow, isn't anyone chasing you? That's not to tell brother Yu, there are many women who want to join my Feng family. Feng Xiaotian smiled, but my heart belongs to Huowu. Feng Xiaotian said, moving in the direction of Huowu, compared with a heart. However, Huowu didn't seem to care about him. The former's focus was entirely on Chu Qin. All right, Feng Xiaotian. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Brother Yu, did you promise to lose to me? Feng Xiaotian was very excited. No, I want to teach you a truth. Chu Qin replied. What? Lick the dog to the end, nothing. Brother Yu, although I admit that I'm a dog licking. But you can't be so blunt. Feng Xiaotian replied, I may not be able to beat you, but I can hold on to you for 3 rounds. With that said, Feng Xiaotian summoned 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 spirit rings, as well as his unique mutant martial spirit, Hai Feng Two-Headed Wolf. Brothers, what the captain said the deputy captain of the Kamikaze team. As long as we are unbeaten in 3 rounds to Yu Liuxiang, Huowu will associate with him. For the captain, we must win. Sure victory. As soon as the voice fell, the Kamikaze team unfolded the spirit ring. Chu Qin shook his head with a chuckle. Although he was sympathetic to Feng Xiaotian, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to take any of his women from him. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Qin summoned the ice giant sword from the soul guide container. At the same moment, a pair of wings grew behind all the members of the kamikaze team. After taking off, they shouted that kamikaze would win, and greeted Chu and Qin condescendingly. The speed at which you can see the kamikaze team is extremely fast. Under the superimposed layers of wind, the audience can only see the fuzzy afterimage. It's no wonder that the Shenfeng Academy is so powerful. It's difficult to catch the whole soul group if it's not a team of the whole soul sect alone. However, I saw that Chu Qin held the sword in his right hand, and a golden light burst into his left hand. The next moment, the speed of the entire arena slowed down, and the kamikaze team suddenly turned into a tortoise speed like a gust of lightning. Chu Qin's speed also slowed down, but it was much faster than the kamikaze team. Immediately after Chu Qin cut down with a sword, the kamikaze team was knocked out by all the members. What happened? What just happened? The audience exclaimed. They didn't understand why the speed of the kamikaze team suddenly dropped. It's a soul bone. Ning Fengzi's pupils shrank in the VIP seat. Yes, it should be a spirit bone skill with a slow effect. Prince Xuexing nodded. What is the origin of this Yu Liuxiang? He is actually carrying a soul bone. Sect Master Hu Yanzhen of the Elephant Armor Sect, frowning. Fengzi, how do I feel that Yu Liuxiang is becoming more and more like a person? Jian Douluo whispered in Ning Fengzi's ear. I have this feeling too, and it is very strong. I think this Yu Liuxiang is Chu Qin. Ning Fengzi replied in a low voice. You said, why did Chu Qin change his face and join Blazing Academy? Jian Douluo doubted. Ning Fengzi shook his head. Uncle Jian, wait until the game is over. On the field, Kamikaze Academy has not been completely defeated, but they are already on the verge of collapse. The fragrance of the rain can slow down time, and the speed advantage that Kamikaze Academy is proud of falls apart. Brothers, cheer up, he has already made a move. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth, with 2 more moves, we will win. At the next moment, the 4 spirit rings at Feng Xiaoshan's feet lit up at the same time, and he screamed, Hurrying Wind Demon Wolf, 36/. Feng Xiaoshan's offensive was extremely fierce, like 36 gusty wind demon wolves, rushing towards Chu and Qin. Create your own soul skills. Chu Qin's pupils shrank slightly. Although he does not approve of Feng Xiaoshan's dog-licking behavior, he has to say that Feng Xiaoshan's talent is not bad. At the same time, Chu Qin wondered in his heart, can he create his own soul abilities? However, Chu Qin didn't think much about it at the moment. The ice sword in his hand once again split a blade. Feng Xiaoshan's offensive was extremely fierce, and the scope of his attack filled the ring, but after encountering the sword of Chu and Qin, Feng Xiaotian suddenly felt a shock in his chest. In almost an instant, Feng Xiaotian was knocked into the air by Chu Qin's sword, and at the same time the other 6 members of the kamikaze team were directly knocked into the ring. At the critical moment, Feng Xiaotian grabbed a pillar and didn't immediately fall down. Brother Yu, give me a chance. Feng Xiaotian yelled desperately while grabbing the pillar. I've already told you, Chu Qin said with a smile, I can't be a dog. Then, Chu Qin lightly flicked his finger, and Feng Xiaotian fell directly into the ring. Do not. The audience was quiet for a second, followed by thunderous applause. Yu Liuxiang, one person still has not used a spirit ring, but only used a spirit bone skill to defeat the strongest kamikaze team in the Tiandu competition area. Seeing this scene, Jian Douluo looked at Ning Fengzi confidently, Fengzi, I bet that Yu Liuxiang is 100% Chu Qin. This is already an established fact. Ning Fengzi replied, the kamikaze team is well trained. If you want to defeat them, you can't do it without the strength of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor under 25 years old, except for him, I can't think of a second one. Salas on the side heard the murmurs of Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo, frowning at Chu Qin. A few months ago, I wrote to the Pope, and the Pope said that he was not worried. It now appears that this person is probably the sole emperor. If this is the case, my Seoul Palace team may not be his opponent. He must be eliminated before the finals. Ding! It was detected that the host defeated the Kamikaze Academy within 3 moves, and got 100% Huowu favorability, Sword God Douluo Sword Fairy. When he stepped off the ring, Chu Qin did not go to the lounge, but walked directly towards Tiandu City. Just as Chu Qin walked to an alleyway, he stopped and shouted to the back, "Come out!" Sure enough, a fiery red shadow appeared behind Chu Qin, but it was Huowu. "Why follow me?" Chu Qin turned around with interest. "Because." Huowu was speechless, and then she had a clever idea and said, "Master Yu, you said you want to associate with me, isn't it true?" Chapter 58, Sword Princess. Do you hope it is true or not? Chu Qin asked with a smile. I don't know. Huowu shook his head. "You have defeated the Kamikaze Academy in 3 strokes, then as agreed, I can date young Master Yu." Chu Qin was about to speak. Why should a girl be tempted by a dying person? At this moment, an old voice sounded faintly above Huowu and Chu Qin. They looked up and saw an old man in a robe floating there, and the scenery around them disappeared and replaced by a huge open space. "You're not." Huowu looked at the old man in surprise and asked, "Is the leader of the Kanghui Academy the instructor?" "Yes, I am the mentor of Kanghui Academy, every year." Every year he looked at Chu Qin and Huowu with a faint smile. "What do you want?" Huowu frowned. "Isn't it obvious, he wants to kill us?" Chu Qin said calmly. "Yes, you Liak Xiang." Looking at Chu Qin with a sneer all the time, "The blame is to blame you for being too good. Killing you, my Kanghui Academy will have a greater chance of entering the next round." Huowu frowned suddenly, her face frightened. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Chu Qin replied calmly. In the next moment, the afterimage of Chu Qin's feet changed and stood in front of Huowu. "What?" Seeing Chu Qin's astonishing speed, his pupils shrank every year. "Come on, just let me see, what are you using to kill me?" Chu Qin slanted at the corner of his mouth. Years ago, his pupils changed, 2 yellows, 3 purples and 2 blacks under his feet, 7 spirit rings lit up, and the next moment a strange light poured into Chu Qin's body. "Summon, kill the gun." Chu Qin calmly summoned a martial arts spirit ring. "You are also a soul saint." When I saw the 7 spirit rings of yellow, purple, black, red and rose gold surging under Chu Qin's feet, especially the 100,000-year spirit ring, the pupils shrank to the extreme. No wonder he is so powerful. Huowu was taken aback. He finally understood the reason why Chu Qin was so powerful. 6th soul skill, the Spear of Yuxu. Under the ability of Chu and Qin's 6th spirit ability to be immune to all negative effects, the remnant dream of the years was instantly broken by him. In the next moment, Chu Qin's Spear of Yuxu pierced his body. With Chu Qin's current strength, a single titled Douluo would have a chance of winning, let alone a 72nd level soul saint. However, Chu Qin still underestimated the illusion of the years. I saw that after being passed through the body by Chu Qin's desperate spear, Shi Nian didn't die immediately. What Chu Qin pierced was just a clone of him. Unexpectedly, you turned out to be the soul sage. Looking at Chu Qin Yu with a smile, "For years, I dare you to say that only you in the entire Douluo continent can reach the soul sage under the age of 25. But so what? You have fallen into my remnant dream, let alone you. Even title Douluo may not be able to break my trick. In that case, I underestimated you." Chu Qin smiled lightly. "Yes. You didn't kill me, then you go to die." However, as soon as the words fell in those years, there was a fiery red liquid sword on his neck. What? He was so frightened that he immediately raised his hands. His eyes were squinted, and he saw a beautiful woman standing behind him. The woman was wearing a fiery red leather outfit. The outfit was very cool, there was no shawl, and there was a large expanse of snow white and an eye-catching deep groove on her chest. At the same time, the woman's body presents a perfect curve, the thin area is thin, and the plump area is plump, which can be called a perfect body. The most eye-catching thing is not her figure, and her stunning and peerless face. The big, fiery red eyes bloomed like a star, and the thin upper and lower lips, matched with a seductive lipstick tone, shimmering with a faint luster. No matter which man, in front of her, there is a kind of wanting to kiss fangs, a feeling of. This person was Chu Qin's third entourage, the 98th level sword Douluo, Jianji. You, who are you? Asked in horror. Didn't you just say that title Douluo can't break your illusion? Jianji smiled quietly. Ah! You are titled Douluo. His pupils widened at that time. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jianji's liquid greatsword was ruthlessly cut down, causing him to explode to death. At the moment when the body exploded in the years, the open space around Chu Qin and Huo Wuzi disappeared, and they returned to the alley. Rain. Young Master Yu, who is she? Huo Wu was taken aback for a moment, then reacted, looked at Jianji, and said in surprise. Girl Huo Wu, don't be nervous. Jianji smiled, I am Master Chu Qin's entourage, Jianji. Chu Qin. Huo Wu looked at Chu Qin suspiciously, Prince Yu. Are you Chu Qin? How do you know me? Chu Qin smiled. Not long ago, Tiandu Royal Academy was defeated by the original Lanba Academy and now the Royal Blue Dragon Academy genius Chu Qin in the invitational tournament. Huo Wu replied, could it be that you are Chu Qin? Not bad. Chu Qin smiled back, I am Chu Qin. Ah! Huo Wu was shocked. Huo Wu. Chu Qin smiled lightly and took off his mask. Seeing Chu Qin's stunning beauty, Huo Wu was stunned for a while. The next moment, before Huo Wu could react, Chu Qin had already kissed her red lips. Seeing this scene, Jianji Dai frowned slightly and quietly returned to Chu Qin's body. Huo Wu was startled at first, and then he put out his tongue and started to greet him. Master Yu, you. After the kiss, Huo Wu still felt blank in her mind, and asked in confusion. A gentleman can't chase a horse with a word, am I the kind of person who doesn't abide by the agreement? Chu Qin replied with a smile, however, Huo Wu, do you love Yu Liuxiang or Chu Qin? I love it all. Huo Wu smiled lightly. Hearing this, Chu Qin put on the mask again and took Huo Wu's palm. The two came to a secluded hotel and ate and chatted. Rain, Chu Qin, so you came to Blaze Academy to pave the way for the Royal Blue Dragon Academy? Huo Wu said in surprise when she heard Chu Qin's explanation. Yet. Chu Qin replied, I have investigated, there is an extraordinary team in the finals. I must personally shoot. Then why don't you directly lead the Royal Blue Dragon Academy to fight? Huo Wu doubted. If that's the case, how would I know you? Chu Qin smiled. Hearing this, Huo Wu's face was flushed, and she unconsciously showed a shy smile, so, you came to Blazing Academy because of me. Otherwise. Chu Qin said with a smile, but Huo Wu, you can't tell others about this, neither can Huo Wushuan and Huo Lingyu, otherwise I will be disqualified from the competition. Huo Wu shook her head desperately, no, don't worry. If I say it, I will be killed by lightning. You didn't let you swear a poisonous oath. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Chapter 59, Go to Wuhan City. Can you escape Tang San's disaster? In a blink of an eye, the final match of the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament is over. Unexpectedly, Tang San from the Heaven Do Imperial Academy is the descendant of Clear Sky School. Yes, then doesn't he have twin spirits? I heard that he is only 14 years old. He reached the soul sect at the age of 14, and he is still a twin martial soul sect. Hey, you said, which one is better, he or Yu Liuxiang? That must be Yu Liuxiang, I think he must also have twin martial arts. The last match was a battle between Shenfeng Academy and the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy. In this battle, Tang San was forced out of the Clear Sky Hammer. Therefore, Tang San suddenly became the focus of discussion. Hall of Wuhan, Hall of the Pope. At this moment, on the high-backed king's chair of the Pope's palace, there was a woman who could amaze the world. This woman wears a 9-curved purple gold crown and a purple gold long skirt. With a world-famous face and a beautiful figure, she seems to be able to fascinate thousands of young men with a smile. Her eyes are as beautiful as a stream of autumn water and the sea of stars. And the most eye-catching thing is her figure, the skin of suet jade, the curve of the golden ratio, the translucent purple gold lace dress, and the long high-heeled boots on the lower body, which perfectly present her graceful appearance. Protruding back, bright and attractive figure. Especially the looming gully on the chest, it is a lot of imagination. This person has too many titles, the only female pope in the history of Wuhan Hall, the youngest and most outstanding pope in Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong. After Bibi Dong finished reading the secret letter sent by Salas, Dai's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and a touch of anger appeared in the seductive words, "What? His Majesty, what's the matter?" The bishop-level figure on the side asked. Heirs of the Haoshanzong appeared in the Tiandu competition area. Bibi Dong replied, "Furthermore, the bishop of the Tiandu temple Salas said in a secret letter that there is a suspected sole emperor." This is impossible." The bishop suddenly said in surprise, "How can anyone reach the sole emperor under the age of 25? You don't think Salas dare to joke with me?" Bibi Dong glared at the bishop quietly. The bishop shivered, and he said nothing. "Let Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo come to the palace of the Pope." Bibi Dong said, "If there are sole emperor players, there may be a change in the finals. I must stop this change. The most important thing is that you must not let it. The descendants of the Clear Sky School are coming to Wuhan City." Bibi Dong said in the end, his words were full of coldness, ruthlessness, and killing, as if the tone of a real king. At the same time, at the gate of Tiandu City, a total of 15 luxury carriages, surrounded by the Knights of Heaven Do, slowly drove away from the south of Heaven Do City. One of the carriages belonged to Qinglong Academy. "Why did the carriage drove, Chu and Qin people?" Xiaowu said anxiously. "Right, where's Chu Qin?" Ning Rongrong also asked in confusion. "Xiaowu, Rongrong." Dugubo said, "Chu Qin has already taken the first step to the Wuhan Hall. Let me protect your safety, so don't worry." "This Chu Qin, where did I go to pick up girls again?" Lu Erlong frowned. "When I see him again, I have to hammer him with my fist." Xiaowu said fiercely. "Xiaowu, I'm afraid you won't be willing." Duguyan pursed his lips and smiled. "Yeah, I can't bear it." Xiaowu sighed and took a bite of the carrot in her hand. Blazing Academy not far from them, inside the carriage. Huowu rested comfortably on the shoulder of Chu Qin, who was dressed as Yuliak Xiong. "Chu, young master Yu." Huowu asked Chu Qin in a low voice, "Why don't you ride in the carriage of Qinglong Academy? Are your other women all there?" "Huowu, how do you know I have other women?" Chu Qin asked. "At any rate, I am also the daughter of the Dean and Vice Dean of the Blazing Academy. There is still some news." Huowu replied. "Do you mind, then?" Chu Qin asked knowingly. "His system will not set fire to his harem." Huowu shook his head, "I don't know why, as long as I can be with you, no matter how many women you have, I don't think it matters." Chu Qin heard this and gently stroked Huowu's head. "Actually, I didn't tell them about my coming to Blazing Academy." "Ah, why?" Huowu asked. They are all very strong women. Chu Qin replied, if I tell them, to help them defeat the Wuhan Palace team and join the Blazing Academy, it will hurt their confidence. It turned out to be like this. Chu Qin, you are so kind. Huowu said in a tired voice, as if it were an octopus, it stuck to Chu Qin's body. I'll go back in a few days. Chu Qin continued, they will be anxious if they can't see me. Well, I'm fine here. Huowu nodded and said. The every move of Chu Qin and Huowu was seen by Feng Xiaotian in the carriage beside him clearly and plainly. Ah, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Feng Xiaotian desperately grabbed his hair and yelled, Feng Long, Feng Hu, don't stop me. Captain, it's not worth it, it's not worth it. Feng Long shouted. Yes, Captain, look over there. Feng Hu followed, Tian Shui College, there are so many top women over there. No, I want Huowu. Feng Xiaotian shouted. The carriage moved slowly on the main road. Heavendo City is extremely far away from the Wuhan city where the Wuhan temple is located, and the carriage stops all the way, so there is a full 20 days journey in between. On this day, the sky was clear and the breeze was peaceful. The horse team came to a narrow canyon. There are falling rocks, there are falling rocks, the whole army is on guard, the whole army is on guard. Hearing this, the teachers and students of the various colleges in the carriage immediately got out, and they saw rolling rocks falling towards the carriage. In the carriage of Qinglong Academy. What's wrong, what's the matter? Meng was still slightly surprised. Douluo is about to do it. But in front of them, a pink figure appeared, it was Sudaji. Mothers, don't panic. Sudaji said, the master has already confessed. In this situation, you just need to sit in the carriage and don't go out. Daji will protect your safety. Seeing Sudaji appeared, Douluo and the girls were relieved. At the same time, inside the Blazing Academy carriage. Everyone, don't panic. Chu Qin said to everyone, stay in the carriage, I will protect your safety. With that said, Chu Qin easily got out of the carriage. At this moment, in addition to falling rocks, there were countless black figures rushing down from the mountain, and various bright spirit rings shining through the canyon. Chu Qin knew that these were all assassins from the Wuhan Hall. Since Tang San revealed the clear sky hammer, Chu Qin knew that the Spirit Hall would definitely take action and engage in an assassination operation. No, the assassination is coming. Tang San, whether you can escape this catastrophe depends on your good fortune. Chu Qin smiled indifferently. In the original work, Tang San and the others escaped from Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo's pursuit and killing with the help of Immortal Grass, Poison Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Ning Fengzi. And now, Tang San and the others were gone, and Poison Douluo followed himself, Sword Douluo and Ning Fengzi, they probably wouldn't make a move, after all, Rong was no longer Tang San and the others. Chu Qin is not the virgin, he and Tang San are righteous, and if he doesn't, he has done his best to take action. Chu Qin was even more unlikely to help him. Whether he lived or died was up to the will of God. The only thing Chu Qin could do was to protect the three carriages of Blazing Academy, Qinglong Academy, and Tian Shui Academy. The others had nothing to do with him. Chapter 60, Tang Sanming is very big. Fortunately, Wuhan Palace will only kill the people they want to kill, they will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. These soul masters seem to be aggressive, but they are mainly defensive games. Therefore, their most intensive spearhead was directly aimed at the Tiandu Royal Academy, the carriage where Tang San was located. At this moment, several soul masters who did not have long eyes attacked him. Those are a few first ring and second ring spirit masters. The result was obvious, being knocked down by Chu Qin instantly. Chu Qin looked at Tang San's direction. At this time, the latter took out the Tang sect hidden weapon and swept around like a machine gun. Under his hidden weapon, many lower-level spirit masters in the spirit hall were instantly injured. At the same time, Zhao Waoqi and Flender took action and stopped the Soul Saint level Soul Master who had come to assassinate Tang San. In addition, in the original work, the Golden Eagle Contra against Long Gong Mengshu, Nordila, was also stopped by Zhilan Contra, the Royal Academy Education Committee who came to Tang San and the others. At this moment, Tang San noticed Chu Qin's direction, but he just glanced at the latter before moving his gaze to other places. And just as Tang San killed the quartet, a faint voice sounded, "Nordila, you are really going back more and more alive, you can't handle such a simple scene." As soon as the voice fell, a powerful breath descended from the mountain. This person is wearing a pale yellow armor and has a face like a woman, but from his Adam's apple, it can be judged that he is a man. Chu Qin quickly guessed the identity of the visitor, and Bibi Dong sat down on Zhu Douluo, one of the two titled Douluo, Yueguan. Yueguan is a genuine 95th level title Douluo. As soon as his breath came out, all the soul masters who were fighting felt an oppression that was about to suffocate. Chu Qin also condensed slightly in his chest, but that was all. "Tang San, if you can survive this catastrophe, you are considered amazing." Chu Qin smiled lightly with a hint of liveliness. Feeling the power of Yueguan, Zhilan, Flanders, and Zhao Waoqi immediately guarded Tang San and others behind him. "Who are you guys?" Zhilan asked coldly while looking at Yu Guan. "Who is it? Isn't it obvious?" Flender said, "Apart from the Spirit Hall, who else can send so many soul masters?" "Tisk tusk. There is no evidence, don't guess." Zhu Douluo Yueguan smiled quietly. "Zhilan, hand over the descendants of the Clear Sky School behind you, I don't need to kill you." "Hey!" Zhilan smiled coldly, "No matter who you are, you want to win people from our Royal Academy, wishful thinking." As soon as Zhilan's voice fell, there were two more figures next to him, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 3 black at their feet, 8 rings surging. These 3 people are the other 2 education committees of the Royal Academy, Bai Base Han and Menchenji. "No wonder you are so self-confident, it turns out that the 3 old guys from the Royal Academy are all here." Facing the 3 men of Menchenji, Zhu Douluo still smiled. "Come on, my Angxia, see if you can beat our 3 old guys." Menchenji replied coldly. After hearing the words, Zhu Douluo summoned his own martial spirit, Tongtian Zhu. "It turned out to be you, Wuhan Hall Elder Zhu Douluo Yueguan." Menchenji's pupils shrank. "Tisk tusk, a bit of knowledge. To be honest, I want to fight with you 3 old guys for a while." Zhu Douluo replied, "But the task is urgent." "Dead Ghost, do it." "Oops, Wuhan Hall Elder Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo have always been inseparable." Menchenji exclaimed. Sure enough, as soon as the Meng Shen machine's voice fell, another sharp voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw that a dark ghost appeared behind Tang San. This person is like a ghost, with dense black lines all over his head, which looks extremely scary. In just the next instant, Ghost Douluo had crossed a distance of 100 meters and came to Tang San's back. However, as soon as Ghost Douluo shot and killed Tang San, suddenly lightning and thunder began to flash in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a muffled voice sounded. "A chrysanthemum, a kid, dare to show off here, get out of here." The moment this sound fell, the huge valley began to vibrate and tremble. "Oh, I just forgot about you." Chu Qin smiled slightly when he heard this voice. Tang San, your life is pretty big. Forget it, it will be long in the future." There is no doubt that the person here is Tang Hao. Tang Hao has been following Tang San, and Tang San came to the Wuhan Hall. How could Tang Hao not be there? However, in the original work, Douluo and Sword Douluo took action, so Tang Hao didn't immediately show up. He didn't show up until the final Soul Master competition was over. And now, Tang San was in a crisis, and Tang Hao directly shot ahead. Sure enough, the next moment, a huge clear sky hammer descended from the air at a high speed, smashing it towards Ghost Douluo. With a loud noise from the ground, the clear sky hammer fell to the ground, and the aftermath of the shock directly shook the surrounding spirit hall soul sage into huge injuries. Ghost Douluo, who was the first to bear the brunt, was also shaken out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? Seeing the familiar clear sky hammer on the ground, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo cried out in surprise at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a burly body wrapped in a black cloak quickly landed from the clouds and landed beside Tang San. You are? Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo's body trembled slightly, looking at the man in front of him, and said in horror. Dad! Tang San shouted excitedly. See Haoshan's crown! Flanders and Zhao Wao said respectfully. Tang Hao once visited the Tiandu Royal Academy, and the two knew each other. I have seen Haoshan under the crown. Hearing this, the three men of Meng Shenji Bai Base Hans Hillen, and the spirit masters of the surrounding Soul Master Academy respectfully said. Haoshan Douluo, known as the youngest titled Douluo in history. Tang Hao. Haoshan Douluo. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked at the man in front of them, as if a little ghost had seen the king of Hades. Old ghost, the plan failed, let's go. Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted at Ghost Douluo before he had time to think about it. Want to go? Hearing this, Tang Hao shook his huge palm slightly, and the clear sky hammer flew back into his hand. The next moment, Tang Hao rushed to Chrysanthemum Douluo like a gust of wind and hit him with a hammer. Strange velvet tonged yen chrysanthemum body. Ju Douluo was shocked and used his life-saving soul ability. In an instant, countless velvet chrysanthemum petals were shielded in front of him. However, Rao was so, under Tang Hao's hammer, Chrysanthemum Douluo was also shaken out. At the same time, Ghost Douluo was also knocked into the air. He who had summoned the spirit body was directly shocked by the aftermath of the clear sky hammer. It can be seen how powerful the unbeatable clear sky Douluo is. Tang Hao, you dare to kill us? Ju Douluo said in fear, the spirit hall will not let you go. Humph, when have I been afraid of Wuhan Palace, Chrysanthemum Imp, you are so courageous, even my son dare to kill. Tang Hao's pupils shrank and said, you two don't even think about releasing the static domain of the two poles. Even if the Pope comes today, you will have to die.